After going blind, she had a flash marriage and ended up marrying a billionaire CEO. Mu Qianqian lost her sight in an accident while saving an old lady, and within 3 days, she had a flash marriage with the old lady's grandson. Before her vision returned, Mu Qianqian worried every day that she had married an unattractive man with no car and no house. But once she regained her sight, the man tilted her chin, his thin lips curling into a teasing smile. "Qianqian, are you satisfied with your husband's face now?" It turned out her husband was not only devastatingly handsome, but also the heir to a billion-dollar empire. Rumors had it that the head of the Fu family, nearly 30, was indifferent to women either plagued by illness or with unusual preferences. Only Mu Qianqian knew that this man was clingy, proud, and terrifyingly jealous. Chapter 1: Blinded while saving someone. Your eyes are gone, and you still want to go to university. Hurry up and find someone to marry. Use the dowry to help your brother. Who told you to be reckless and run into the street to save someone? Your father and I spent all our savings on your treatment, you extravagant girl. Mu Qianqian listened to her parents' scolding, tears streaming down her face. On their way to register at university, she had saved an elderly lady from almost being hit by a car. In the process, her eyes were severely injured, leaving her temporarily blind. The doctors said surgery could fix her eyes, but her parents, unwilling to spend the money, forced her to leave the hospital. From now on, she could no longer attend school, and even her daily life would be hard to manage. Yet Mu Qianqian had no regrets. The old lady was so elderly a car accident could have easily taken her life. Though she had lost her sight, she had saved someone else's life, and to her, that was worth it. Her parents sneered, "Saving people doesn't help you. There are plenty of ungrateful people in the world, and all you do is drag us down. We shouldn't have had you in the first place." Mu Qianqian thought to herself, "No, that old lady is not ungrateful. She had paid for all the hospital expenses herself. But her parents, trying to scam money, had tricked the old lady into giving $1,000,000 for surgery, and then they immediately discharged her. Even if the old lady wanted to help, she could no longer reach Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian couldn't help but retort, "But didn't that lady give you $1,000,000? Slap. A hand struck Mu Qianqian's face. Her mother's tone sharpened, "You dare talk back? Your treatment alone cost several million. Have you thought about the money spent feeding you all these years? Did you grow up drinking heir? You useless girl, just a waste of money, ooh." Her father spat on the floor. Mu Qianqian's face burned with pain. She held her face, silently crying. That night, the Mu family sat down for dinner. Mu Qianqian could see nothing. The world around her was pitch black. Her parents fussed over her brother's health but ignored her completely. "Chenghui, eat more meat, you're growing. Chengyao, eat up too, your monthly exams are coming. Don't end up last in the grade again." Her younger brother, Mu Chengyao, had just started the second year of middle school. His grades were terrible, and he was fat as a pig, his features squished together. He ate like a pig, head down, snorting and shoveling food into his mouth. Chengyao scoffed, "So what if I rank last? From now on, my sister's dowry and her earnings will all be mine." Her mother glanced at Mu Qianqian. She's cost the family plenty over the years. It's time she gave back. "I have a distant relative, a little older, 45, who has been single because of a limp. Perfect for Qianqian to marry." "Mom, marrying Qianqian to a 40-year-old cripple isn't right. It would be so embarrassing," her brother Mu Chenghui protested. He wasn't concerned for Qianqian, he just worried about appearances affecting his own marriage prospects. Her mother slammed the table, "She's blind. Who else would want her? Consider yourself lucky if someone even takes her." Mu Qianqian, washing a dirty rag, felt her heart drop. Her parents wanted to marry her off to a man in his 40s who was disabled. No, she would not sacrifice her life. She had to escape. Sometimes, she even wondered if she was truly their daughter. Why were they so kind to her brothers but so cruel to her? She had always been top of her class, sending scholarships home, yet her brother spent all the money. He wore designer clothes and shoes, while she had old hand-me-downs and tattered shoes. At school, she often kept her head down from shame. Finally, she had saved enough to pay for college herself. She registered secretly, only for this to happen. Why was fate so cruel? Meanwhile, at the hospital, Madame Fu sighed, "Why is the girl gone? Did she leave because she couldn't afford treatment? But I clearly said we would cover all expenses." How could she leave without leaving any contact? Beside her, a tall man in a tailored suit stood with a cold, chiseled face. He had just returned from abroad and rushed to the hospital. Fu Sihan's deep, magnetic voice said, "Grandma, don't worry. I've sent people to find her. Had it not been for that little girl, the lady would be dead by now," Madame Fu said, touched. "And she's beautiful heart-shaped face, big eyes, fair skin, like a little jasmine. If she were of age, she'd be perfect for you. You should get a wife soon, then I can rest easy." Fu Sihan's eyes flashed coldly. It wouldn't be that simple. At 29, he was pure and untainted, with no woman in his life. The Fu family was one of the most powerful in the capital. Countless people hoped to marry into it. Madame Fu, who rarely went out, had just happened to witness a car accident, and this girl had saved her grandson. Could it really be a coincidence? "She seems innocent," Madame Fu said. Her instincts were usually right. Fu Sihan left the hospital room, his gaze sharp as ice. He ordered his assistant, "Investigate the car and find the girl." "Yes, Mr. Fu." If the Mu family knew the Fu family's status, they would regret taking just £1,000,000. That sum was nothing to the Fus. After dinner, Mu Qianqian washed the dishes, hungry, and then quietly prepared to leave. She didn't have her own room, sleeping in a corner of the living room on an old bed covered with clutter. She packed her bag with all her documents and took a stick as a cane. Just as she stepped outside, a black luxury car pulled up beside her. Startled, she froze. The rear window rolled down, revealing Fu Sihan's sharp, handsome face. Chapter 2, taken to the hospital by the older man. Mu Qianqian took a few steps forward, and the car beside her followed. Her face paled, and she finally asked, "Excuse me, are you following me?" Her voice was soft and delicate, like a helpless little kitten. She was thin and frail, carrying a large yellow duck backpack. Her skin was so fair it seemed to glisten with moisture. Even with her eyes closed, it was obvious she was a beauty in the making. Just as Grandma had described, she looked like a pure white jasmine flower. She didn't seem like a bad person at all, more like a child who hadn't fully grown up. The assistant opened the car door, and Fu Sihan stepped out, walking toward Mu Qianqian. He was almost 1.9 meters tall. Standing before her, he seemed like a mountain. In a low, serious voice, he asked, "I heard your eyes haven't healed yet. Why did you leave the hospital?" The deep, magnetic tone was right in front of her, making Mu Qianqian a little shy. It was the most beautiful voice she had ever heard. She faced him with her eyes closed. Who are you?" Normally, Fu Sihan wouldn't bother talking so much to a little girl. But looking at her thin, small face, as if she hadn't eaten in days, he inexplicably felt a pang of sympathy. "I'm Grandma's grandson. Thank you for saving her." When he said this, something he said seemed to strike Mu Qianqian as funny. She lifted the corners of her mouth in a soft smile. Already delicate and beautiful, the dimples in her cheeks made her smile even more dazzling. The assistant and driver exchanged glances. No wonder Grandma likes her, such a kind heart, and so beautiful. Such a lovely girl, and blind too, it was a pity. Mu Qianqian shook her head. "No need to thank me. It's so late. You're out alone. Where are you going?" She lowered her head in disappointment. I have nowhere to go." She wanted to return to her hometown, but her loving grandparents had long passed away. Even if she went back, all that awaited her was a dilapidated, leaky house. Fu Sihan pondered for a moment. "Your eyes aren't healed yet. I'll take you back to the hospital." "And no, it's fine," Mu Qianqian panicked. "You've already spent so much money on me. My eyes, they can't be cured." "Who told you they can't be?" Fu Sihan's voice was so cold it seemed to drop ice shards. Mu Qianqian's face drained of color, and she didn't dare speak. Realizing he had been too harsh, Fu Sihan softened slightly. Years of navigating the business world had given him a naturally intimidating aura, one a little girl couldn't possibly resist. "Don't worry. I'll get the best doctors to treat your eyes." Mu Qianqian was moved. She had nowhere else to go. Perhaps following this man might give her a chance to regain her sight. Thank you, sir. I'll go with you." "Sir?" Fu Sihan tugged at the corner of his mouth in exasperation. "Sir? Am I really that old?" Then he realized she couldn't see him. She had no idea what he looked like. Why do you call me uncle? He asked. Mu Qianqian clutched her backpack strap and whispered, because you're so tall. When he had first stood in front of her, it felt as if he had blocked the wind itself. Fu Sihan couldn't help but smirk. This little girl was amusing. Get in the car. I'll take you back. He gently held her hand, guiding the tiny, frail girl into the car. He worried that if she bumped into something, he couldn't explain it to Grandma. The assistant and driver were stunned. Fu Sihan, approachable. He even held her hand. If the socialites of the capital saw this, they'd go insane with jealousy. Mu Qianqian rarely rode in cars. As soon as she sat down, she smelled a faint aroma of sandalwood. The leather seats were soft as clouds, incredibly comfortable. The girl sat stiffly, motionless like a statue. Fu Sihan asked, "What are you thinking about?" She timidly replied, "Uncle, is this car expensive? I'm afraid of breaking it." A flicker of surprise crossed Fu Sihan's eyes. "It's not. Don't worry, you won't have to pay." She exhaled in relief. She had no idea that the car she was sitting in was a limited edition, 9-figure masterpiece requiring both wealth and influence to even have the chance to purchase. After a long, exhausting day, and with her body still recovering, Mu Qianqian soon felt sleepy. She unconsciously leaned on the headrest and fell asleep soundly. The seat was warm and comfortable, though a bit hard. For Fu Sihan, it was the first time anyone had leaned on his shoulder to sleep. He stiffened, his expression cold, and gently moved her back to the seat beside the window. Poor Mu Qianqian could only rest against the window. According to the information he had gathered, Mu Qianqian was only 20 years old but looked like a high school student. She had done heavy labor since childhood, often scolded, and never had enough to eat. No wonder she was so frail. But was her act of saving Grandma a coincidence, or was she bribed? Could anyone really go blind saving a stranger and remain unresentful? Mu Qianqian arrived at a private hospital. Fu Sihan called a friend, Cheng Lin, have someone keep an eye on her. If she runs away again, forget about the project you're handling. This private hospital belonged to the Cheng family. It was among the best in the country, but the costs were astronomical. Only the wealthy could afford treatment. Don't worry, Mr. Fu. Even if I lose myself, I won't lose your precious little girl, Cheng Lin said lazily, smoking. Watch your mouth, Fu Sihan said coldly. Relax. I'll keep my mouth shut, Cheng Lin promised. He hung up and immediately messaged his friends, Fu Sihan is blossoming. Dreaming, Cheng Lin? Sihan has never shown interest in any woman. Do you really think he would now? I think something's wrong with him. He's 29 and doesn't he pursue women? Does he like men? Is there a chance for me? Seriously, his heart is sick, and she's at my hospital. Go check if you don't believe me. The group chat included Fu Sihan's friends and a few socialite women hoping to get close to him through his connections. Mu Qianqian had just finished her checkup and was resting when the sound of high heels clacking outside reached her. A nurse hurriedly blocked the door. Miss Gu, you can't go in. Move. I want to see who dares flirt with Sihan. A woman with wavy hair and bright lipstick, wearing a tight fishtail dress, stormed up. Chapter 3. The old lady asked them to get the certificate. As soon as she entered the door, Ji Yuqingyu was stunned. The little girl lying on the bed was not wearing any makeup, her cheeks were pale and so tender that you could pinch water out of them. She closed her eyes quietly, the sunlight from the window shining on her, as if an angel had descended to earth. At the end of the bed lay an old yellow duck backpack, which looked very worthless. A flicker of jealousy flashed across Ji Yuqingyu's eyes. She rushed to the bedside and pulled off her fur tube. Bitch! Do you think you can even dream of President Fu? Mu Qianqian felt pain and hissed. She turned her head to face Ji Yuqingyu, but did not open her eyes. In Ji Yuqingyu's eyes, this was a clear sign of contempt for her. Ji Yuqingyu was furious. Where did this country bumpkin come from? You smell so sour, and you dare to look down on me? Do you know the status of the Jiu family in Beijing? One phone call from me can end your whole family. I didn't seduce anyone. Mu Qianqian clutched the quilt and retorted in panic. She just came to their hospital for treatment. When did she seduce anyone? How can a country girl like you be admitted to such a high-end private hospital? Mr. Fu is my fiancé, how dare you seduce him? I will tear your face off. Ji Yuqingyu raised her hand high and was about to slap Mu Qianqian. She wanted to smash this bitch's face to see if she dared to seduce Mr. Fu again. Stop! A deep voice came from behind. Fu Sihan had just finished his work and was about to come over to take a look at Mu Qianqian, but he didn't expect to see this scene. He grabbed Ji Yuqingyu's wrist and threw it aside with force, his voice cold and gloomy. Who told you to touch her? Mr. Fu, things are not what you think, Ji Yuqingyu stammered, with a tearful look on her face. Just now this girl spoke rudely to me and called me a vixen, so I couldn't help but want to teach her a lesson. Mu Qianqian covered the wound on her wrist and frowned in pain. Fu Sihan saw this, and the aura around him became even colder. He wiped the hand that had touched her with a handkerchief, threw it on the ground, and said coldly, "Go away." Seeing this scene, a trace of hurt appeared on Ji Yuqingyu's face. She quickly pleaded, "Boss Fu, I really didn't mean it. I told you to get out." Fu Sihan's eyes were icy cold without a trace of emotion. Ji Yuqingyu knew that if she stayed any longer, things would only get worse. The situation was getting worse. If she angered Mr. Fu, it might even affect the family business, and it would be too late to regret it then. She took her bag and walked out of the ward in a daze. When they walked out of the door, Ji Yuqingyu said viciously, "Just wait for me. She's just a pretty little girl. Mr. Fu will get tired of her after playing with her for 2 days. When the time comes, she will invite a few more men to entertain her well. Don't you like seducing men? Let her seduce as much as she wants." In the ward. "Qianqian." Fu Sihan called her. Mu Qianqian let go of her hand, and the red color on her left wrist was glaring. It was left when Ji Yuqingyu tore off the infusion tube just now. Fu Sihan frowned calmly and called the nurse in to treat Mu Qianqian's wound and give her another 4. Mu Qianqian timidly called out, "Uncle, am I causing you any trouble?" Fu Sihan said coldly, "It's not a big deal. Just rest assured and receive treatment here. I'll take care of the rest." Although Fu Sihan is still not sure whether Mu Qianqian is a scheming woman who wants to get promoted. But at the moment, she is still her grandmother's benefactor, so she naturally cannot let others bully her. Even if Mu Qianqian's true identity is exposed, punishing her is the Fu family's business and no one else is allowed to interfere. After leaving the ward, Fu Sihan immediately made a phone call. Chang Lin rushed to his villa that night and pleaded, "I was wrong, Mr. Fu, I shouldn't have been so loud-mouthed. Please be merciful and let my father let me go. If he was really sent to Africa, it would take many years for him to come back. It's poor and miserable over there, how can it compare to the free and easy life here? Here, with beautiful women as companions, countless beauties, this is a man's paradise. Only a virgin like Fu Sihan, who has never tasted a woman, would be so chaste and restrained. Once he has tasted it once, he will become addicted to it and I guarantee that he will never be a monk again. If you can't control your mouth, go outside and get tempered." Fu Sihan stood outside the open-air balcony on the second floor with a cold tone. "I was wrong, I was really wrong. You can hit me or scold me, but don't let my old man punish me." Fu Sihan said coldly, "The merit will atone for the sin." After saying that, he turned and went back to their house. Soon, the housekeeper came out and kicked Cheng Lin out. The eldest son of the Cheng family is a well-known figure in the outside world, but in the Fu family, even the housekeeper can give him a cold shoulder, and Cheng Lin dare not say a word. After all, the person his old man admires the most is Fu Sihan. With just a word from Fu Sihan, he could be sent to any place in the world to endure hardships and training. Ji Yuqingyu contacted Cheng Lin privately, wanting to find out more about Mu Qianqian. Cheng Lin had just suffered a loss, so how could he dare to rush into the gun? "Just be quiet, you almost killed me. From today on, you are not allowed to set foot in any of our hospitals." Ji Yuqingyu was so angry that she threw her phone and broke it into pieces. "Bitch! I don't know what kind of magic potion she fed these men, they all protect her. Isn't she just pretty? Based on her background, she's only fit to be a plaything." But after calming down, Ji Yuqingyu suddenly felt that she seemed to have seen Mu Qianqian's face somewhere. "She looks like a wealthy lady. Who is she?" Fu Sihan was talking to his grandmother. "Mrs. Fu said kindly, I heard from your assistant that just after you took Qianqian to the hospital yesterday, someone came to cause trouble for her. Well, I've already kicked them out. Qianqian saved my life and even lost her own eyes for it. What a good girl. You can't let anyone bully her. Fu Sihan responded, yeah. At this time, the nurse hurried over to report, Mr. Fu, Miss Mu wanted to leave the hospital secretly today, but we stopped her. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Fu slammed her hand on the table anxiously. What did I say? The girl is kind-hearted. We have no relationship with her, and she's afraid of causing us trouble. In my opinion, since you're already grown up and don't even have a wife, you should marry Qianqian right away. Fu Sihan frowned, what did you say? There are so many wealthy ladies, all of them are so scheming, I don't like any of them. I only like Qianqian, she's pretty and so understanding. Didn't you say her family treated her badly and forced her to marry an old cripple? It's just right, if you marry her, you'll be doing her a favor. When Mrs. Fu heard about Mu Qianqian's family, she was so heartbroken that tears welled up in her eyes. If such a good child could marry into the Fu family, it would be a blessing for their Fu family. She did have the ability to judge people. 4. Chapter 4, Flash Marriage and Marriage Certificate. Fu Sihan was driven out by old Madame Fu. Mr. Fu, who is a powerful figure in the Beijing circle and has the final say, is just a grandson who will not make the family worry if he does not get married in front of his grandmother. The assistant asked, Mr. Fu, are you really going to marry Miss Mu? Fu Sihan rubbed his brows tiredly. Grandma's not in good health. If getting a marriage certificate can make her feel at ease, then it's okay. Just getting the marriage certificate doesn't mean that he recognizes that little girl as his wife. If she dared to be disobedient, he had 100 ways to make her leave the house. Mu Qianqian lay on the hospital bed, listening to the doctor's diagnosis of her condition. Miss Mu's eyesight can be restored through surgery, but the surgery requires hiring a senior expert from overseas, and the cost is extremely high, at least 8 figures. After hearing this, Mu Qianqian's heart sank. She smiled obediently and said, Thank you, doctor. I understand. 8 figures, how many years will it take her to earn that much? Even if she were sold, she still couldn't pay it back. That's why Mu Qianqian decided to leave the hospital secretly. She didn't want to cause trouble for that grandma. Not long after the doctor left, Fu Sihan came to see her and asked coldly, Who told you to leave the hospital? Mu Qianqian lowered her head and said, I'm sorry, I don't want to be treated anymore. Why? The doctor said this surgery would cost 8 figures, and I don't have the money. Fu Sihan said domineeringly, Didn't I tell you that I will cover all your medical expenses? It's just an 8-digit amount, which is not even a drop in the bucket for the Fu family. Mu Qianqian grabbed the quilt nervously, but it's so much money, even if you sell me, I can't pay it back. That depends on who you sell it to. Mu Qianqian raised her head in confusion, I don't understand what you mean. Sell it to me. Fu Sihan raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, as long as you become my wife, I will pay for my wife's surgery. It's only natural. Mu Qianqian felt a little shaken. She is not a person who despises the poor and loves the rich, and marrying into a wealthy family is not something worth looking forward to for her. But, if there is a chance to regain sight, who would be willing to give it up? How she wanted to cure her eyes and return to university. Thinking of this, Mu Qianqian made up her mind. Nodding, okay, I'll marry you. I happen to be free this afternoon, so I'll take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate. So fast. Mu Qianqian bit her lower lip nervously. Others were trying their best to marry into the Fu family, but she was not happy at all when she heard the news. Instead, she was very worried. Her momentary panic reminded Fu Sihan of a frightened deer in the jungle, so adorable. He curled his lips slightly and suddenly felt that this marriage was not a bad idea. At least, in the future, I will have a silly girl like her by my side, who has all her thoughts written on her face. Fu Sihan was used to seeing people with ulterior motives who would stab their friends in the back, but this was the first time he had seen a simple fool like Mu Qianqian. I hope she's not pretending. When she first entered the hospital, Fu Sihan assigned a nanny to Mu Qianqian to take care of her daily life. The nanny helped Mu Qianqian change into a clean white dress, which made her look even more delicate and flawless, like a blooming white jasmine. Fu Sihan looked at her and was stunned for a moment. He quickly adjusted his mood and said coldly, Let's go. The driver parked the car in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Fu Sihan took Mu Qianqian out of the car and walked in. When taking wedding photos, the staff couldn't help but exclaim, You two are truly a match made in heaven. From a distance, I thought you were gods. Bride, please open your eyes. Mu Qianqian hesitated for 2 seconds and opened her eyes. The process was completed quickly, and Mu Qianqian and Fu Sihan had a marriage certificate in their hands. Opening the red book, Fu Sihan was attracted by Mu Qianqian's photo. This was the first time he saw her open her eyes. Such beautiful and bright eyes, but now they were as dull and grey as dusty gemstones. If her eyes could be cured, I wonder how beautiful she would be. I'm sure she would attract countless people's attention. Mu Qianqian didn't expect that she would get married so soon. Although she didn't know what her husband looked like, she also didn't know his family background or situation. However, since the grandmother is such a nice person, her grandson must be good too. At the very least, they were willing to help her with her eye surgery. If it were someone else, they would have abandoned her and run away the moment they heard the cost of the surgery. Mu Qianqian takes a deep breath. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly accepted the fact that he had a flash marriage. I have something else to do at the company. I'll ask my assistant to take you back to the hospital. Yeah, okay. Fu Sihan was quite satisfied with her performance. Originally, he was worried that he would be pestered by this little girl and his work would be affected. So far, she seems to be quite sensible. Fu Sihan only cares about economic trends and company reports, and he always hates clingy women. The assistant took Mu Qianqian back to their hospital. Seeing her quiet and well-behaved appearance, he couldn't help but talk to her. Did you just start college this year? Yeah. Mu Qianqian nodded. I started school relatively late, so I'm only a freshman this year. She had good academic performance, but her parents didn't want her to continue studying and wanted her to stay at home to take care of her younger brother, so they had her drop out of school twice. Mu Qianqian has a good temper, but she is not stupid. She grew up in a family like this and knew that if she didn't study, she would have no future. So she went through all the trouble to return to school. Although it was delayed for 2 years, fortunately the result was good and she was finally admitted to the school of her dreams. Once her eyes are healed, she can go back to college. I'd like you to tell Uncle Fu that once my eyes are healed, I'll voluntarily divorce him and won't pester him anymore. Why do you call Mr. Fu that? Mu Qianqian said innocently, isn't Mr. Fu's name Mr. Fu? She heard the woman call him Mr. Fu and thought his name was Mr. Fu. The assistant couldn't help laughing. Ms. Mu, you are so naive. The assistant didn't believe that such an innocent girl would be the scheming woman who framed the old lady. It must be just a misunderstanding. Before getting off the car, Mu Qianqian's cell phone suddenly rang, and the ringtone was surprisingly loud. Mu Qianqian took out her cell phone from her bag and covered the receiver awkwardly. Sorry, I can't adjust the volume on my phone. She was using an old model that her brother had discarded. The screen was half broken and the volume couldn't be adjusted. Every time there is an incoming call reminder, it is as noisy as if a house is being demolished. Chapter 5, My husband is an immediate family member. Hearing her mother's words, Mu Qianqian's heart sank. Suppressing her sadness, she asked, what husband? The 45-year-old cripple. Mu's mother sneered, don't forget you're blind now. You're lucky enough to have someone willing to marry you. You're so picky. Do you really think you're some kind of young lady? A man's vulgar and unpleasant voice came from the phone. A college student only wants a betrothal gift of 200,000 yuan. You are not trying to rip me off, are you? Can your daughter bear children? If not, don't even think about getting a penny. Mu's mother changed her expression and promised, don't worry, she is still a virgin, she will definitely give birth to a big fat boy for you. That's great. My parents are looking forward to having grandchildren. 2 in 3 years. Such a young girl must be very energetic when sleeping. Mu Qianqian felt heartbroken when she heard these words. Her biological mother sold her just like that. If she hadn't met Mr. Fu, she might have been found by her parents, taken away and sold to that wretched cripple to bear children. What a dark life that would be. Mu Qianqian held the phone and said firmly, Mom, I'm already married, and I will never go back to that home again. She is not a saint, nor is she a spoiled brat. She would rather not have such a family. What? You got married? Who did you marry? When did it happen? How come I didn't know about it? Hello? Hello. Mu Qianqian hung up the phone directly. Mu's mother cursed, this money-losing thing, I raised her for nothing. Par. Father Mu, who was smoking, looked unhappy when he heard the news. She told you she's married. It must be fake. She is blind, who would want her? Mu's mother didn't believe it. The lame man with yellow teeth refused to accept the offer. But we agreed to give me a virgin. If she loses her virginity outside, you can all claim the betrothal gift. His family was poor, and he had to borrow money from everywhere to raise the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift, but it was not to marry a slut. Mu's mother quickly assured her, "Don't worry, that girl is very well behaved and won't do anything wrong. She has nowhere to go outside and will be back in 2 days. I will send her to you as soon as possible." After Mu Qianqian got off the car, she couldn't help squatting on the side of the road and crying. The assistant handed her a pack of tissues and said, "Ms. Mu, don't cry. It's not worth it for a family like that." Mu Qianqian handed him her phone and said, "Could you please block my parents' contact information for me? I don't want to receive any more calls from them. Family members like that will only say hurtful words." She had finally escaped and didn't want to have any contact with them anymore. Okay. The assistant followed her instructions and blacklisted the phone numbers of her parents and brother. In this way, they will not be able to harass Mu Qianqian anymore. "Miss Mu, please stop crying. It's not good for your eyes." "Thank you." Mu Qianqian wiped the tears from her face and stood up bravely. She still needs surgery, and the doctor has advised her not to cry too often, otherwise it will be bad for her eyes. She has overcome so many difficulties in the past, and she will definitely be able to do it this time too. Mu Qianqian's nose turned red from crying, and I felt sorry for her. Her little white face was delicate and attractive. The assistant followed Fu Sihan and had seen countless celebrities and noble ladies rushing towards him, but none of them could compare to the graceful and elegant demeanor of the young lady in front of him. Such a clean and pure girl is worthy of their President Fu. On the road, a luxury car drove past the hospital entrance. Liu Yunbai, who was sitting in the back seat, glanced out the window and happened to catch a glimpse of Mu Qianqian's crying face. His eyes were shocked and he almost thought he had seen it wrong. The girl just now looked exactly like the photo of his mother when she was young. Over the years, her parents have been depressed because of her sister's disappearance. The Liu family mobilized all their connections, even asking the Fu family for help, but in the end, they were unable to find her. "My mother blames herself every day, and her health is getting worse day by day. If I can't find my sister, I'm afraid she will be heartbroken to death." "Stop the car." Liu Yunbai ordered the driver. He quickly got out of the car, but the girl was no longer at the hospital entrance. Liu Yunbai's heart sank instantly. In such a vast sea of people, could it be that he just saw it wrong? Mu Qianqian didn't know that someone was looking for her. She had just lay back in bed for examination when she received a call from her best friend Li Siyu. She and Li Siyu have been friends for many years and attended the same school and class in junior high and high school. She and Li Siyu were admitted to the same university, but she had to temporarily take a leave of absence due to injury. "Qianqian, I explained your situation to the school, but the school wants. Ask your immediate family members to come and help you retain your student status. Otherwise, your student status will be revoked." Hearing this news, Mu Qianqian was extremely anxious. "Cancel your student status. That won't do. I worked so hard to get into this university. If her student status was revoked, she would hate herself for the rest of her life. Can you talk to your family and ask them to come and handle the paperwork for you?" Mu Qianqian's face was filled with disappointment, and her voice was sad. "That's impossible. My parents don't support me going to college. They will definitely ask the teacher to cancel my admission." Her parents were never on her side. Li Siyu was also very worried for her. "What should we do? The teacher is pressing us hard. An immediate family member must handle the paperwork for you within this week." Mu Qianqian was so anxious that she was about to cry. At this moment, she suddenly thought of someone. Husband, is he considered an immediate family member? Li Siyu was stunned for a moment. "Yes, of course. But Qianqian, when did you get a husband?" "This morning." When talking about this, Mu Qianqian still felt like she was dreaming. "I didn't expect that she would get married with a man she had never even met. She didn't even know his name, his identity." Li Siyu asked worriedly, "You got married in a flash?" "No way, what if the other person is a bad person?" Mu Qianqian pursed her lips and said, "He is willing to pay for my treatment. I don't think he is a bad person. After all, the treatment costs are so expensive. If it were someone irresponsible, they would have run away long ago. What's your husband's name? Mu Qianqian thought for a moment. His last name is Fu, probably the one that means to pay money. I think his name is Mr. Fu. There's no one with that last name among the wealthy families in Beijing. Maybe he's just someone with a little money. Li Xiu comes from a well-off family and has a place in the circle. She had previously mentioned that she wanted to help Mu Qianqian with treatment, but was rejected by Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian knows her family better than anyone else. They are greedy and will only bring trouble to Li Xiu. She didn't want to hurt her good friend. Mu Qianqian smiled and said, "Well, I haven't thought about marrying a very rich man. I can't afford him. The most important thing is that the couple works hard together and lives a good life." Chapter 6, Uncle's Comfort. Mu Qianqian couldn't see anyone, but she heard the sound of a door being pushed open and footsteps. "I'm going to hang up first. I'll talk to you later." Good. After the phone call, Li Xiu thought of the Fu family. However, this Fu is not the Fu that Mu Qianqian mentioned. The Fu family was a top-tier, multi-billionaire family, with fortunes exceeding 100 billion. So many people fought tooth and nail to get a chance to even meet the man in power. Qianqian was just an ordinary girl, so it was impossible for her to have such access. She must be overthinking it. In the ward. After hanging up the phone, Mu Qianqian smiled gently. "Uncle Fu, you're here." This surprised Fu Sihan a little. "How did you know it was me?" "I can hear your footsteps." Mu Qianqian explained obediently. Fu Sihan curled his lips. She looks silly, but her ears are very sensitive. Fu Sihan informed her, "I came here to tell you that the overseas doctor has made an appointment and will be here to perform your surgery in 2 days. Once the surgery is completed, you can be discharged from the hospital." Mu Qianqian's heart skipped a beat with excitement. "Uncle, after the operation, can I regain my sight? I can't recover immediately. I need some time to recuperate." This news was enough to make Mu Qianqian so happy that she wanted to jump up. Great! She could see again. The blue sky, the lush green trees, and the warm, bright sun would all come back into her sight. Mu Qianqian closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face unconsciously. She sat on the hospital bed, her face pale, her body petite and thin, and she looked pitiful as she cried. Fu Sihan stared at her, a trace of helplessness flashing through his heart. "Why are you so crybaby? He doesn't like women who are too fragile, they are troublesome." Mu Qianqian thought of something and hesitantly said, "Uncle, after I'm discharged from the hospital, I have no place to live. We are already married, of course you can live with me." Fu Sihan has already bought a house in a community near her school, and she can move in when the time comes. If she behaves herself, she can keep the title of Mrs. Fu forever. But if she is not honest, then don't blame him for being ruthless. "Thank you." Mu Qianqian thanked her. Suddenly, a question occurred to her. "Uncle, are we going to live together?" Fu Sihan smiled. "What do you think, Mrs. Fu?" Mu Qianqian realized that she had asked a stupid question. They are both married and don't live together. Do they have to separate? Well, just stay here. It's better than going back to her original home. Thinking that she was going to live with a strange man under the same roof, Mu Qianqian's face unconsciously became hot. She clutched the quilt in front of her, feeling nervous and expectant at the same time, her heart pounding. "What are you thinking about?" Fu Sihan interrupted her thoughts. Mu Qianqian quickly said, "No, nothing." If he knew what she was thinking, he would definitely laugh at her. She still doesn't know what her husband looks like, and hopes he isn't too ugly. Mu Qianqian is a person who is obsessed with looks. "Uncle, I want to ask you for a favor." "Explain." "Because of the car accident, I didn't register at school on time. The school asked my immediate family to go to the school to handle the formalities, otherwise my student status would be revoked." Fu Sihan was quick-witted and responded quickly, "You want me to go for you?" "Yes. My family doesn't support me going to college. If they knew, they would definitely tell the school leaders to revoke my student status immediately." Her family just wanted to marry her off quickly and use her betrothal gift to buy a car and a house for her younger brother. Fu Sihan said, lightly, "Leave this matter to me." After he left the ward, he called his assistant and asked him to handle the matter. Fu Sihan didn't have to go to the university in person to handle the formalities, he could just notify his assistant to do it. After all, the Fu Group donates to various universities every year. Several buildings at the University of Finance and Economics where Mu Qianqian is studying are owned by the Fu Group. The principal will not refuse to give him face. When he was talking to his assistant on the phone, the assistant hesitated for a moment, but still told him what happened in the car. Fu Sihan's face darkened. I understand. He knew that Mu Qianqian was not living well, but he didn't expect that she was living such a miserable life at home. What would the family think if they married a young girl who had just entered college to a 45-year-old cripple just for the bride price? Are there biological parents like this? No wonder the little girl is so delicate and a crybaby. It turns out that this was the kind of life she used to live. Mr. Fu, my wife. Fu Sihan frowned and interrupted him coldly. She's not a member of the Fu family yet. Don't let me hear that name again. This marriage was forced upon them by their elders, and Fu Sihan himself was not willing to do it. He didn't want to hear the name Mrs. Fu from others. Yes. I will call her Miss Mu from now on. Yeah. Fu Sihan agreed. The Fu family invited the most advanced overseas medical team to take him to. We took them to Bay City. Before Mu Qianqian was pushed into the operating room, she nervously grabbed Fu Sihan's clothes, her voice trembling like a frightened little animal. Uncle Fu, I'm scared. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked at her audacity. Mr. Fu was a misophobe and disliked women getting close to him. In the past, countless supermodels and celebrities had tried to get into his bed, but even if they stripped naked and stood in front of him, he would ruthlessly throw them out. Those dishonest women will eventually be banned. Who is this little girl? How dare she grab Mr. Fu's clothes? Everyone thought to themselves that President Fu would probably ruthlessly throw her away. But to everyone's surprise, Fu Sihan neither shook her hand off nor scolded her coldly. This wealthy heir, known for his decisiveness in killing and his love for words, unexpectedly comforted her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. The sun is rising from the west. Mr. Fu actually comforted someone, and a woman at that. A thought popped up in everyone's mind. Is this person still their President Fu? The doctor pushed Mu Qianqian into the operating room, and a nurse came out. Mr. Fu, we need Miss Mu's family to sign a consent form. I'll do it. Fu Sihan said firmly. But you are not her immediate family member, so legally you cannot sign for her. Fu Sihan glanced at her with an icy cold look, frightening the young nurse so much that she dared not say anything questioning. She returned to the operating room and learned from her leader that Mr. Fu was indeed Miss Mu's immediate family member. They have different surnames. What kind of relatives are they? The leader was very secretive. You don't need to know this. Just focus on preparing for the surgery. The operation lasted for hours. When Mu Qianqian was wheeled out of the operating room, a white cloth was wrapped around her eyes. Her face was barely bigger than a palm, and the white cloth covered most of it, revealing only the tip of her nose and her pointed chin. She seemed to have slept for a very long time. After waking up, the world in front of her was no longer dark, but a faint light emerged. Although there was a layer of white cloth between them, she could still feel the hazy light shining through the cloth into her field of vision. I can see now. Mu Qianqian said happily. Fu Sihan's voice appeared above his head. The white cloth cannot be removed for the time being. Only then did Mu Qianqian realize that the uncle was also in her room. Uncle, I didn't cry once during the surgery. Am I brave? 7. Chapter 7, Moving into a New Home. Mu Qianqian licked her lips and asked expectantly, What's the gift? Fu Sihan placed a cool cube in her hand. Mu Qianqian felt around and immediately knew what it was. Cell phone. Although she had never bought this phone, she had seen her best friend Li Xiu using it, so she immediately realized that this was the latest high-end phone and was very expensive. Fu Sihan asked, Do you like it? Mu Qianqian nodded repeatedly in gratitude. I like it. She had wanted a new phone for a long time. Her old one was terribly slow and the volume couldn't be adjusted. If she suddenly receives a spam ad in the middle of the night, she will be scared awake. Mu Qianqian held the new phone lovingly in her arms and said sincerely, Uncle Fu, you are so kind. She never thought that she would see the light of day again. Uncle Fu not only cured her eyes, but also bought her a new cell phone, helped her keep her student status, and even let her live in his house in the future. She could never repay his kindness in her lifetime. Hearing her praise, a hint of surprise flashed across Fu Sihan's eyes. He had heard too many people say that he was cold-blooded and ruthless, and this was the first time he heard someone praise him. When she finds out his identity in the future, she might regret saying such a thing. After all, he has never been a soft-hearted person. I still have things to take care of. If you have anything, you can talk to the nanny or the assistant. Fu Sihan walked to the door of the ward and held the door handle. I've saved my phone number in your phone and set it as your emergency contact. If there's anything important, you can call me, but try to call as little as possible. He didn't want to do this at first. After all, Mu Qianqian was only his wife in name, and they were not actually husband and wife. But Grandma kept nagging in his ear, saying that Qianqian was a poor child and asked him to be nicer to Qianqian. Fu Sihan was so annoyed that he had no choice but to do this. Well, I won't disturb you, Mu Qianqian said obediently. The new phone also has a voice assistant, so she can just give instructions to do whatever she wants. The nanny helped her remove the SIM card from her old phone and put it in the new phone, and moved the contact information of her friends and besties to the new phone. Mu Qianqian said to the mobile assistant, "Call Li Siyu." The mobile phone called Li Siyu. "Qianqian, why did you call me? Can you see it?" Mu Qianqian smiled happily. "I just had surgery, and the doctor said I'll be fully recovered in a while. But I just bought a new phone that can give voice commands, so I can call you." "You bought a new phone? Who bought it for you?" Mu Qianqian hesitated for a moment and said shyly, "My husband." "I didn't expect your husband to be so thoughtful, even considering this." Hearing that her best friend had found a good home, Li Siyu felt relieved. "Where does your husband work? What does he look like?" "He seems to be an employee of the Fu Group, but I don't know what he looks like yet. If I didn't have to stay in school every day, I really want to go to the hospital to see you and take a look at what your husband looks like. After all, you are obsessed with looks. If your husband is not good looking, wouldn't you feel wronged?" Mu Qianqian chuckled, "It doesn't matter. Even if he's ugly, I'm willing to do it. After all, Uncle Fu is so good to her, even if he is an ugly man, she is willing to spend her life with him. People should be grateful and repay kindness. Mu Qianqian is not a conscienceless person. The school has assigned you a dormitory. I've reported your contact information. Maybe someone will add you to the dormitory group when the time comes. Yeah, okay. You should have a good rest." The instructor blew their whistle and called us to assemble. Alas, the military training has lasted for so long that everyone is exhausted. Li Siyu envied Mu Qianqian for not having to undergo military training and suffering less. Mu Qianqian said goodbye to her, "Go quickly, or you'll be punished by the instructor if you're late." After hanging up the phone, their voice assistant on the phone rang, "Fang Yangran wants to add you as a friend." Mu Qianqian called out to the outside of the ward, "Aunt Liu, please come in. Can you help me operate the phone? Help me get my roommate's contact information." The nanny clicked twice on her phone and helped her approve the other party's friend request. "Thanks." Mu Qianqian was pulled into a small group of 4 people. Someone accidentally pulled her into the class group. She had no remarks and no one knew who she was. The group chat was abuzz with discussion. "Have you heard? Someone in our class didn't report for registration and didn't participate in military training, and the school didn't expel her. I heard that he was sick. There is no way to do military training. Har har, I wasn't sick during the college entrance exam, but I got sick during military training. Do you believe these excuses? I guess he's a relative. I didn't expect there are people with connections who can get in through the back door at the university. What bad luck. Whether she's a backdoor idiot or not, we'll know when she returns to school." Mu Qianqian had turned off her phone long ago, so she had no idea that people in the group were talking about her. After the operation, she can be discharged early. The assistant drove her to Mingyuan community near the University of Finance and Economics. The nanny took Mu Qianqian's hand and led her upstairs and into their house. "Ms. Mu, this house is in Building 5, Unit 2, Room 1314. "Okay, I remember it." Mu Qianqian sat on the soft sofa and nodded. Aunt Liu said to her, "I live in the next room. If you have any instructions, you can call me at any time." "Aunt Liu, how many rooms are there here?" "There are 4 rooms in total. In addition to the master bedroom and the second bedroom, there is also a study and a children's room." Mu Qianqian thought for a moment and said, I'll stay in the second bedroom first. You don't live with Mr. Fu? Mu Qianqian's cheeks turned red instantly. She had never lived with a man before, let alone slept with him. She had never even kissed or hugged him. Mu Qianqian felt a little uncomfortable being suddenly asked to sleep in the same room with her nominal husband. Then I'll take you to the second bedroom. Aunt Liu held her arm and took her to the second bedroom. Knowing that Mu Qianqian had poor eyesight, Mrs. Fu had all the extra furniture in the house moved out in advance. The sharp corners of the tables and chairs were also covered with protective covers, so that even if Mu Qianqian accidentally fell, she would not hit the corners. Aunt Liu prepared lunch for her. After dinner, Aunt Liu brought her a glass of goat milk. This is what Mr. Fu specifically ordered. It's to supplement your nutrition. The nutritional value of goat milk is higher than that of cow milk. Mu Qianqian has never had enough food or warm clothes since she was a child, and she lacks nutrition, so she needs to supplement more protein. Thank him for me. Mu Qianqian took the warm glass and drank it while pinching her nose. This is Uncle Fu's kindness, and she can't let him down. There was a noise at the door. Mr. Fu is back. 8. Chapter 8. The uncle took her shopping. As soon as Fu Sihan came back, the nanny tactfully left home and moved into the next room. There were only two of them left at home. Mu Qianqian grabbed the hem of her clothes, a little nervous. Uncle. She was wearing a white floral dress, like a white jasmine flower swaying in the wind. The little girl had just finished drinking milk, and there was still a little white milk stain on her pink lips, making her look so cute. Have you finished buying everything? Mu Qianqian replied stiffly, not yet. Fu Sihan said without hesitation, let's go, I'll take you shopping. Mu Qianqian was a little flattered. No need, just let Uncle Wang take me there. Uncle Wang is Fu Sihan's assistant. Hearing her call him uncle, Fu Sihan felt inexplicably unhappy. What did you call him? Fu Sihan's tone was cold, and a chilling aura lingered around him. Mu Qianqian was a little scared and didn't dare to say anything. Call him Assistant Wang from now on. Mu Qianqian answered cautiously, I understand. Come with me. Fu Sihan took the glass from her hand, put it on the table, then took her wrist and walked out of the room. He has severe misophobia and doesn't like vulgar women getting close to him. But unexpectedly, when holding the hand of this silly girl, he didn't feel any disgust in his heart. Maybe it's because she doesn't smell of makeup, only a faint scent of flowers and milk. Uncle, why do you take me shopping in person? Mu Qianqian asked curiously. Fu Sihan's face darkened, don't ask so many questions. He was originally busy in a meeting, but he could not resist the old lady's constant phone calls and urging, so he had to put down his work and come to take care of the little blind man. She is your wife. If you don't take care of her, who will? This is what Mrs. Fu said. After being inexplicably scolded by Fu Sihan, Mu Qianqian lowered her head, looking a little lost. Fu Sihan felt a little irritated. But he is not good at coaxing people, and even less good at coaxing delicate-minded little girls. Women are trouble. Seeing someone selling candied whores on the roadside, he casually asked, would you like some candied whores? The little girl he was holding finally raised her head and stammered, yes. She is not only a face control, but also a foodie. Fu Sihan let. The assistant went to buy a string of candied whores. Mu Qianqian licked the sugar shell and felt extremely satisfied. Seeing her naive look, Fu Sihan sneered, a string of candied whores makes you so happy. Mu Qianqian said softly, I have never eaten it before. Mom only buys it for my brother. Once, Mu Qianqian was so greedy that she picked up the candied whore stick that her brother had finished eating and secretly licked it. She still remembers that sweet taste. Fu Sihan's face froze, and he felt a little uncomfortable. As soon as she got in the car, Mu Qianqian found that they had changed cars. This was not the car she had ridden in before. The seats in the previous car were very soft, but this car's were a little hard. Of course, she didn't know that this was an ordinary car that Fu Sihan bought specially for transportation, and it only cost 200,000 or 300,000. Mu Qianqian was about to recover her eyesight, and he didn't want to reveal too much of his financial resources in front of her. Whether she is truly innocent or scheming, Fu Sihan cannot make a conclusion yet. When they arrived at the supermarket, Fu Sihan took Mu Qianqian out of the car. Walking in front of the dazzling shelves, Mu Qianqian could only see the vague outlines in front of her through a layer of white cloth and was unable to choose them herself. What color do you want for your toothbrush and cup? Mu Qianqian's voice was sweet and soft. I want pink. Fu Sihan put the pink toiletries into the shopping cart. Where's the towel? Pink, too. Walking to the shelf of bath towels, Fu Sihan paused for a moment, his eyes darkened, and he threw the pink bath towel into the shopping cart with a cold face. While shopping, Mu Qianqian noticed that everyone around them seemed to be looking at them. She thought it was because the white cloth covering her eyes looked so strange that it attracted other people's attention. Mu Qianqian felt a sense of loss and slowed down her pace involuntarily. But Fu Sihan was tall and had long legs, so she walked slowly and soon distanced herself from him. People were coming and going in the supermarket, and Mu Qianqian stood there at a loss. She called out twice, "Uncle, uncle." But no one around responded. She was like a kitten abandoned on the roadside, everything around her was strange and dangerous. Mu Qianqian's heart sank. She didn't dare to run around for fear of bumping into others, so she squatted there with her knees hugged. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she vaguely felt her lower abdomen was bloated and a little painful. 2 minutes later, Fu Sihan hurried over and found her in the corner. Why are you squatting here? Hearing the familiar voice, the haze in Mu Qianqian's heart was swept away. She stood up, threw herself into his arms, and shouted in a trembling voice, "Uncle, I finally found you." The little girl's face didn't look good, and her hands were cold. She must have been really scared. Seeing this, Fu Sihan couldn't bear to blame her anymore. Forget it, just treat her as a child who has not grown up. How long are you going to hold me? Fu Sihan asked coldly. Mu Qianqian blushed and quickly stepped out of his arms. She was so scared just now that she actually threw herself into his arms. She was so unrestrained. However, the uncle has a clear and mature scent of agarwood, which is really nice. Fu Sihan continued to take Mu Qianqian shopping. This time, he watched her closely, fearing that the little blind girl would get lost again. On their way back, Mu Qianqian kept holding her stomach. She had just gotten out of the car, and when Fu Sihan looked up, he saw a bright red mark on the back of her skirt. Etc. Mu Qianqian stopped and asked, "Uncle, what's wrong?" Fu Sihan looked a little embarrassed. "Wait for me in the car for a while." "Oh, okay." Mu Qianqian obediently didn't ask any more questions, and groped her way back into the car, waiting obediently. Fu Sihan went to the nearest convenience store and headed straight for the women's products aisle. He had never bought these products for a woman before and didn't know how to choose, so he looked at the labels and picked the most expensive ones and took a few packs. The cashier was just secretly looking at him. It's rare to see such a handsome guy. In addition to his handsome appearance, what is more attractive is his cold temperament that keeps strangers away. Unexpectedly, the handsome guy came to buy sanitary napkins for his girlfriend. The cashier thought to himself, what a pity. Fu Sihan was carrying a bag of sanitary napkins. His face became even colder and harder, and the girls who wanted to chat up him on the street didn't dare to approach him. Back in the car, he took Mu Qianqian upstairs, threw the sanitary napkin to her, and said in a stern tone, "Do you know how to change it?" Mu Qianqian felt the stickiness of her clothes and finally realized what had happened. She suddenly got her period, soiling her skirt, and asked her husband, whom she had never met, to buy her sanitary napkins. Oh my god, why is she so embarrassed? 9. Chapter 9 Finding the Liu family's adopted daughter. Mu Qianqian had eye problems, so she finally asked Aunt Liu to come over and help her change into clean clothes. But now she can see a vague outline and can still go to the toilet and change her sanitary napkin by herself. When Mu Qianqian came out of the bathroom, Fu Sihan was talking on the phone with his secretary. "Mr. Fu, we've found out. The car that hit the old lady was bribed by the Liu family's adopted daughter." Hearing this, a hint of murderous intent flashed across Fu Sihan's eyes. "I understand. Fu Sihan is not a kind-hearted person. Anyone who provokes him will be cruelly retaliated against. This woman dared to touch his reverse scale, so she couldn't stay." Fu Sihan had heard of the Liu family's adopted daughter before. The Liu family once lost a daughter. They mobilized all their connections to look for her and even asked the Fu family for help, but unfortunately they didn't find her in the end. So the Liu family randomly adopted a daughter and claimed that she was their biological daughter. Only a few people knew that she was just an adopted daughter with no blood relationship. Mu Qianqian waited until he finished the call before softly asking, "Uncle Fu, are you going to sleep here tonight?" Fu Sihan glanced at her coldly. That glance made Mu Qianqian feel like she was falling into an ice cellar, and she couldn't breathe for a long time. Fu Sihan left the house indifferently. Mu Qianqian didn't know what was going on and stood there helplessly. Did I offend him in any way? Was it because she had soiled her skirt and made him think she was slovenly? But she usually likes to be clean. Aunt Liu comforted her. "Miss Mu, don't think too much. Mr. must have had something urgent to do at work, so he left suddenly. Well, I won't blame him. Are you going to bed? I'll run you a bath." Mu Qianqian lay on the unfamiliar bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Looking back on everything that happened during this period, it seems like a dream. She moved from the small, broken bed at home that was full of clutter to this big bed that was as soft as a cloud. She could stretch her body freely without worrying about falling. "I don't have to eat leftovers every day, and there is plenty of meat to eat. I eat my fill and feel full of energy." In the past, every time she had her period, Mu Qianqian's stomach would hurt a lot, and she had to endure the pain and use cold water to wash clothes and dishes for the family. Maybe her nutrition has improved during this period, and her physical fitness has improved a lot. She didn't have dysmenorrhea this time, thank God. Once her eyes recover completely, she can go back to school, find a job after graduation, and earn money to repay Uncle Fu. He spent so much money on her treatment that he must have used up all his savings. Mu Qianqian silently kept this kindness in her heart. As she was thinking, Mu Qianqian fell asleep. In her dream, she saw Uncle Fu, with a square face, thick lips, and a serious look, but not very handsome. After waking up, Mu Qianqian couldn't help but laugh at herself for having such a dream. Although she is obsessed with looks, she would be willing to accept Uncle Fu even if he is not good looking. Fu Sihan stood outside the French window on the top floor and called the shareholders to inform them, "Withdraw our investment in Lu's. But Mr. Fu, this is a critical period for the cooperation. If we withdraw our investment now, Lu Corporation will likely face a broken capital chain, which will cause severe damage to them." Fu Sihan opened his mouth coldly. "Retreat." Anyone who dared to attack his family would be unable to quench the rage in Fu Sihan's heart, not to mention inflicting heavy damage, even if they were bankrupt. The person on the other end of the phone didn't dare to question it anymore. Yes. The Fu Group suddenly took action against the Lu Group, causing great turmoil in the stock market and making everyone in the Beijing circle feel insecure. I don't know how the Lu family offended that person. It seems that the offense was quite serious. Lu Yunbai, the heir of the Lu family, came to visit in person, extremely anxious. "Old madam, our Lu family has cooperated with the Fu family for many years and has always abided by our duties and has never done anything unruly. Why did you suddenly withdraw your investment?" Mrs. Fu lived in a Chinese-style garden. She sat under the pavilion, drinking tea, and said slowly, "I have long since stopped caring about the company. You should ask Sai-han about these matters." Lu Yunbai smiled bitterly. "We don't have any way to contact Mr. Fu, you see. Them. I wanted to contact Fu Sihan directly, but who was Fu Sihan? Even a prominent family like the Lu family didn't dare to approach Fu Sihan directly, for fear of accidentally angering him. "Madam, our Lu family has lost too much manpower and energy over the years in search of my sister. If it weren't for the Fu family's investment, we would have long since fallen into the ranks of a second-rate family. We are deeply grateful for the kindness the Fu family has shown us and have absolutely never done anything that goes against their interests." Lu Yunbai spoke sincerely. As the heir of the Lu family, he asked the Fu family for mercy without any arrogance. Since his sister didn't come back, his parents had no time to run the company, and he was unable to handle it all by himself. He was really too busy. Madame Fu sighed, and considering that her family valued friendship and loyalty, she finally gave a reminder. "You are so busy looking for your sister, don't forget to check on your sister at home." Sister at home. Lu Yunbai was stunned, then immediately realized that it was his adopted sister, Lu Yunxian. Yunxian has always been scheming. Lu Yunbai strongly opposed adopting her as a daughter at first, but this woman took advantage of the fact that she was somewhat similar to her sister and deliberately imitated her sister's preferences, winning the sympathy of her parents and taking her home. Lu Yunbai had expected that Lu Yunxian was not an easy person to deal with, but he never expected that she would bring so much trouble to the Lu family. What a jinx! Lu Yunbai hid his emotions and said, "Thank you for your advice, madam. I will investigate this matter when I get back." The Lu family left behind expensive gifts and walked out of the Chinese-style garden. Mrs. Fu just took a sip of tea when she suddenly remembered that Qianqian seemed to have some similarities with Lu Yunbai in terms of facial features. Thinking of Lu Yunbai, Mrs. Fu thought of Mrs. Lu. Qianqian's appearance was almost identical to that of Madame Lu when she was young. However, Madame Lu had become increasingly haggard over the years and rarely appeared in public, so she hadn't thought of it for a while. Mrs. Fu was afraid that she had remembered it wrong, so she ordered the servant, "Help me find some old photos of Mrs. Lu." "Yes." Madame Fu said with a smile, "I wonder how Qianqian and Sihan are getting along." Chapter 10, Uncle takes care of the sick Qianqian. After Lu Yunbai returned from the Fu family, he immediately asked someone to investigate Lu Yunxiang's recent actions. "Sure enough, I found some clues." "Bitch! Who gave you the guts to drive your car and hit Madame Fu? Do you want to kill the Lu family?" Lu Yunbai angrily went to Lu Yunxiang and kicked her door open. The door hit the wall with a thud and bounced back violently. Lu Yunxiang originally had a lucky hope and thought that she would not be discovered, but she underestimated the power of the wealthy family. Lu Yunxiang smiled and flattered him, "Brother, things are not what you think. I made a mistake accidentally, not on purpose." She was wearing a white dress and the room was decorated in pink colors. "I'm not your brother." Lu Yunbai's voice was cold. Looking at this person in front of him who looked a bit like his sister and made such a flattering expression, he just felt disgusted. "It wasn't intentional." "Humph, do you think I would believe it? If it wasn't intentional, why were you there at that time?" Lu Yunbai threw out a few surveillance photos and dropped them on the coffee table. The surveillance footage clearly showed Lu Yunxiang hiding in the dark, ready to rush out to save people at any time. "Is this not intentional?" He clearly intended to harm others, but he was clever enough to put on a show and deceive Mrs. Fu so as to gain the favor of the Fu family. When Lu Yunxiang saw the surveillance photo, she immediately picked it up and flipped through it. Her first reaction was relief. Fortunately, that woman was not photographed. That day, Lu Yunxiang originally wanted to rush out to save Madame Fu, but she saw a face that looked very similar to her adoptive mother. That's why she froze in place and forgot to move. By the time she reacted, Madame Fu had already been rescued by that woman. Lu Yunxiang acted seductively and said delicately, "Brother, I'm doing this for the good of the Lu family. The Lu family is declining. If I can hook up with President Fu, wouldn't our Lu family be able to rise to a higher level?" A hint of sarcasm flashed across Lu Yunbai's eyes. "Fool! Do you think you can dream of Fu Sihan? The parents should really see what a fool they adopted. So many famous ladies from aristocratic families wanted to get into Fu Sihan's bed, but what happened in the end? Each one ended up in a more embarrassing situation than the last. Just because she was a fake princess, she thought she could win Fu Sihan's attention? It was simply a foolish dream." Lu Yunxiang's face turned red and white, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Anyway, the Fu family doesn't know it was me who did it. I handled it very cleanly. At worst, I will be more careful next time." Snap. A slap on her face. Lu Yunxiang covered her face in disbelief and looked at Lu Yunbai, who was always as gentle as jade. This was the first time she saw him so angry. Big brother actually hit her? Hurting someone once wasn't enough, you're still thinking about doing it again. If the Fu family hadn't given the Lu family face, you would have been in jail by now. Lu Yunbai wanted to throw the woman out, cursing with a sinister look in his eyes. "You're still dreaming of becoming Mrs. Fu, why don't you look in the mirror and see who gave you everything you have now? If it weren't for the Lu family, she would still be begging on the street. How could she be living the life of a young lady today? I didn't expect her appetite to be so big. Luxury cars and villas couldn't satisfy her. She also wanted to climb up the Fu family's ladder. His ambition is truly high. How could such a stupid and vicious person be worthy of being Lu Yunbai's sister?" Lu Yunbai instructed his assistant, "Stop all her credit cards. Send someone to watch her every time she goes out, to prevent her from causing any more trouble." After saying that, he turned and left. Lu Yunxiang's face felt burning with pain. In front of so many servants at home, Lu Yunbai actually dared to hit her. She remembered this grudge. Aren't they looking for his biological sister? Then she would find a way to make sure his biological sister never came back. A sinister light flashed in Lu Yunxiang's eyes. Mu Qianqian lived in Mingyuan community for several days but didn't see Uncle Fu. She asked the nanny, but she didn't know what was going on either. She just comforted her, Ms. Mu, just relax and take good care of yourself. Mr. Fu is probably just too busy at work and doesn't have time to go home. Is that so? But why didn't he even call her? Mu Qianqian felt a slight sense of loss in her heart. She was sitting in the living room watching TV and before she knew it she fell asleep on the sofa. When Fu Sihan came back, he found her sleeping on the sofa wearing only a thin skirt, with nothing covering her. His face suddenly darkened. Did this woman forget she's on her period? She's sleeping like this in an air-conditioned room, not afraid of getting sick. Get up. He stood in front of the sofa and shouted coldly. Mu Qianqian curled up her petite body, seemingly not hearing anything. Fu Sihan raised his voice and shouted again, hurry up and get up. But the person on the sofa remained motionless. Fu Sihan found that her face seemed to be abnormally flushed. Red. He touched her forehead with the back of his hand, and it was burning hot. This action finally woke Mu Qianqian up. She twitched her nose and said, Uncle Fu, you're back. How did you know it was me? I can smell the scent on you. Mu Qianqian's smile was sweet and pure, like a child who knew nothing about the world. Fu Sihan has a mature and clear scent of agarwood on him. Every time she smells this scent, she feels at ease. Uncle Fu, have you been very busy lately? You don't even have time to go home. Fu Sihan looked a little uncomfortable, heir. In fact, he had some doubts about Mu Qianqian because of the Lu family's adopted daughter, so he didn't want to come and see her. The reason why Fu Sihan came here today was because his grandmother urged him to do so he had no choice but to come to Mingyuan community to see her. He had no intention of staying, so he just took a look and left. Mu Qianqian tugged at his sleeve independence, her cheeks burning, her voice sounding weak, Uncle, don't work too hard, and take care of your health. When I graduate from college, I'll help you share the burden of supporting the family. Hey, why do I have a headache? Mu Qianqian finally realized that she was feeling a little unwell. Fu Sihan sneered, you didn't even know you had a fever, what a fool you are. Mu Qianqian tilted her head in confusion, do I have a fever? Well, who told you to sleep on the sofa? You didn't even cover yourself with something. Fu Sihan brought an air-conditioned quilt and covered her with it. He called his assistant and said, have the family doctor come to Mingyuan as soon as possible. Mu Qianqian felt dizzy and had no strength in her body. Uncle. When people are sick, they will unconsciously think of the people they depend on the most. Fu Sihan heard her calling him again and again, her voice as weak as a hungry kitten. His eyes were complex and dark. Is this woman extremely cunning, or is she really simple and kind? Uncle, I feel so uncomfortable. Mu Qianqian felt so dizzy that it seemed like it was about to split. She called him in a soft voice, and even her voice was filled with tears. Fu Sihan let out a long breath, took out an ice pack from the refrigerator, and put it on her forehead through a towel. Mu Qianqian felt a burning sensation all over her body, and at that moment, she felt a touch of coolness between her eyebrows. It was like a spring of fresh water pouring in, instantly relieving her pain. It will be fine soon. 11. Chapter 11 Feeding her medicine. The family doctor came over, gave Mu Qianqian a simple physical examination, and prescribed some medicine. Don't worry, sir. Miss Mu is fine. She just needs to take some fever-reducing medicine. Yes. Fu Sihan said calmly, I'll have Wang Yong tell the finance department about your bonus. The doctor quickly thanked him, you're so kind. It's just a small thing, so there's no need to give me a bonus. He had worked for the Fu family for so many years and earned much more money than outside. Not only was his salary high, but he also received an extra bonus every time he was called on to see a patient. Fu Sihan said coldly, you are loyal to the Fu family, so your treatment will naturally not be bad. Yes, yes. After the family doctor left, Fu Sihan originally wanted to ask a nanny to come and take care of Mu Qianqian. But she grabbed his clothes and said in a daze, Uncle, don't go. Take the medicine. Fu Sihan poured her a glass of warm water. Mu Qianqian sat up, but she had no strength in her body and could not even sit steadily. Fu Sihan could only frown and let her lean on his arms. He roughly shoved the pill into her mouth and held the glass to her lips. Drink some water. Mu Qianqian drank water in small sips. After drinking it, she made a bitter face. I can't swallow it. Open your mouth and let me see. Fu Sihan ordered. As he spoke, his breath brushed her face, warm and a little itchy. Mu Qianqian's heart beat rapidly. She slowly opened her mouth with the white pill still on the tip of her tongue. So stupid. Fu Sihan hated troublemakers like her the most. She is delicate and clingy, and has a lot to do. Hearing the disgust in his voice, Mu Qianqian lowered her head aggrievedly and tried hard to swallow the pill. But without the help of water, she couldn't swallow it at all. Instead, the bitterness melted on the tip of her tongue, making her little face wrinkled. Drink water. Fu Sihan fed her a big sip of water, pinched her chin with his tiger's mouth, and lifted it up. Mu Qianqian was so scared that she swallowed the pill and water together with a gulp. She touched her throat and murmured, "So this is how you take medicine? Has no one taught you before?" Mu Qianqian shook her head. "No, I haven't taken any medicine. When she was sick before, she couldn't even have a bowl of hot water to drink, so she had to go back to that small bed and endure it. No one had ever told her how to swallow the pills." Fu Sihan's eyes flickered slightly, and he stopped calling her stupid. "Open your mouth." He also fed the remaining pills in the same rude manner. Mu Qianqian's chin was pinched red by him, and 2 bright red fingerprints were imprinted on her originally fair skin. Her rosy lips were covered with a layer of water stains, sparkling and tender. Fu Sihan's throat was dry, and he subconsciously poured himself a glass of water and drank it. After drinking it, he realized that this was the cup that Mu Qianqian had just used. His face suddenly froze and he put the glass heavily on the bedside table. "Uncle Fu, what's wrong?" Fu Sihan cleared his throat, his jaw tense. "Nothing." Mu Qianqian asked in a low voice, "Uncle, are you angry because I soiled your car before?" If she hadn't brought it up, Fu Sihan would have forgotten about it long ago. If the bike gets dirty, he just changes it. For him, it's no big deal. Fu Sihan asked, "Why do you think so?" Because you haven't come to see me these days, so I'm wondering if I did something wrong." After thinking about it, Mu Qianqian felt that it was very likely that she was too sloppy last time and dirty his car, so he was angry. Fu Sihan stared at her intently, not missing any expression on her face. "I found out that someone was behind Grandma's car accident." Mu Qianqian looked surprised. "Someone wants to kill Grandma?" "No," Fu Sihan pursed his lips, "that person wanted to take the opportunity to save people and make Grandma grateful to her." Mu Qianqian was filled with righteous indignation. Even if you want to trick Grandma into being grateful to her, you can't use this method. It's so dangerous. What if Grandma gets hurt accidentally? She had a strong sense of justice, and her cheeks puffed up with anger, wishing she could pick a fight with that person right away. Even though Fu Sihan was used to seeing all kinds of men and women who were good at disguise, he could not find the slightest trace of guilt or panic on Mu Qianqian's face. Did she have a clear conscience, or were her disguise skills so superb that she even fooled him? "Let's call the police and have that guy arrested. He has evil intentions, and who knows what terrible things he'll do next time." "Well, I've called the police." "That's good." Mu Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief. No one wants to be targeted by such people, and calling the police to have them arrested is the best way. From beginning to end, Mu Qianqian didn't realize that this was Fu Sihan's test of her. She is so stupid that she can't think that far. After taking the medicine, Mu Qianqian felt even hotter, and she secretly stretched her feet out of the quilt. Fu Sihan was about to get up and leave when he saw her little movement. He was speechless and ordered coldly, "Pull your feet back. Does she know that she is having her period and is sick? Don't take care of your body at all." "Oh." Mu Qianqian obediently withdrew her foot. "If I see you sleeping on the sofa again, don't blame me for throwing you out of the window." His voice was so cold that ice chips could fall out of it, and there was no trace of joking in it. Mu Qianqian was so frightened that her heart sank. She pulled the quilt up and hid herself inside it. "I won't dare to do that again." Fu Sihan curled his lips in satisfaction. "That's pretty good." He originally wanted to go back to the company to deal with some matters, but Mrs. Fu learned from the doctor that Mu Qianqian was ill and immediately called him. "What happened to Qianqian? Is she okay?" "She just had eye surgery, nothing can go wrong." Fu Sihan pressed his eyebrows and said, "Don't worry, Grandma, she just has a cold and a fever, it's nothing serious." Mrs. Fu finally felt relieved. Are you in Mingyuan now? I'm getting ready to go back to the company. Don't go back. If you have anything to do, just handle it at Mingyuan. Qianqian's health isn't great to begin with, and I'm worried about you letting her stay there all night. Don't forget, she's your legal wife now, so you should pay some attention to her. Fu Sihan twitched the corner of his mouth. I understand. The old man had said this, he couldn't refuse anymore. Chapter 12 My husband is ugly. Mrs. Fu said on the phone, by the way, that kid from the Lu family came to visit us today and said a lot of good things. I felt sorry for their family because they lost their daughter, so I gave him a heads up. After all, Mrs. Fu also has a daughter, and she couldn't help but feel soft-hearted when she saw the situation of her daughter entering the Lu family. Fu Sihan's voice was cold and filled with a strong sense of hostility. Grandma is kind-hearted. But don't forget, they even dared to target you in order to plot against the Fu family. The plot against his family really touched Fu Sihan's sore spot. This is just the personal decision of the adopted daughter of the Lu family. There is no need to involve other people in the Lu family. Mrs. Fu advised. She actually had other considerations for doing this. After all, Fu Sihan was the only heir to the Fu family, without any brothers to support him. She was afraid that her grandson would make too many enemies and be targeted and framed by other aristocratic families in the future. Fu Sihan was so smart that he saw through Mrs. Fu's plan at once. He snorted coldly, his tone filled with arrogance and contempt. Grandma, don't worry. These rabble are not worthy of my attention. The Fu family has long been an unshakable giant in Bay City. Anyone who dares to touch the Fu family will only be like an egg hitting a rock and seek his own death. Mrs. Fu sighed and said, I'm not afraid of gentlemen, but I'm afraid of villains. Now that you're married, you have to consider Qianqian's safety. Mrs. Fu was not worried about the business tactics. She knew her grandson's abilities better than anyone else. However, I am afraid that some people may have bad intentions and resort to despicable and insidious means. I understand. I will pay attention next time. I heard that the Lu family has already punished that adopted daughter. Please let the Lu family off for now. If someone behaves dishonestly again next time, it won't be too late to punish them. You seem to have a good impression of the Lu family. Fu Sihan keenly noticed the old lady's strangeness. Old Madame Fu smiled mysteriously, the secret cannot be revealed. She was still sending people to investigate the matter, so she decided not to tell her grandson for the time being to avoid disappointment. After hanging up the phone, Fu Sihan asked his assistant to send the computer and documents to Mingyuan community. He didn't go back to the company, but sat in the living room to handle various matters. In the evening, Qianqian got up to drink some water and heard the sound of keyboards. She groped her way to the living room and asked, Uncle, you haven't left yet. Fu Sihan had just finished sending a work email and looked at her leisurely. This is my home, why should I leave? I said the wrong thing. Mu Qianqian apologized quickly. She walked to the dining table and poured herself a glass of water. Just as she took a sip, she heard Fu Sihan's low voice, I heard from assistant Wen that you are worried that I am ugly. Mu Qianqian choked and started coughing. That's not what I meant. What she meant was that even if the uncle was ugly, she was willing to spend her life with him. How did Assistant Wang hear this? Assistant Wang is really something, he tells the uncle everything. He is my assistant, so naturally he has to tell me everything. Mu Qianqian then realized that she had unconsciously spoken out what was in her heart. Come here. Fu Sihan sat down on the sofa with his arms and legs spread out. Mu Qianqian could only see a vague outline and moved towards him cautiously. There was a faint smile in Fu Sihan's voice, take a closer look and see if your husband is ugly. Mu Qianqian nervously grabbed the hem of her clothes, moved closer to him, and stared at him for a while. Through a layer of white gauze, she saw that the man was tall and slender, and even when sitting on the sofa, he could not hide his noble and condescending temperament. Although I can't see what he looks like clearly, judging from his figure, he is definitely top-notch. Mu Qianqian blushed and her heart beat fast. Did you see clearly? Mu Qianqian nodded, then quickly shook her head, I can't see clearly. You can only see the outline, not the face. Are you afraid that I'm an ugly man? Fu Sihan asked with interest. Mu Qianqian's cheeks turned even redder, and she stammered, no. Even if you are extremely ugly, I am willing to be your wife. This girl is really dumb and can't speak. Fu Sihan was so angry that he laughed. Extremely ugly. Me? Since he was born, he has never been associated with the word ugly. He never thought that one day he would be described as extremely ugly by a silly girl. Describe. Fu Sihan felt mixed emotions for a moment. No, that's not what I meant. Mu Qianqian quickly waved her hand. What I meant is that you are a good person, with good character and a sense of responsibility. These are more important than appearance. Although she is obsessed with looks, she is not ungrateful. Uncle Fu is so good to her, so of course she has to repay him well. Why is it getting worse the more you explain it? Fu Sihan sneered helplessly. It seems that this silly girl has already accepted that he is ugly. For fear of hurting his dignity, I kept praising his character but didn't dare mention his appearance. Fu Sihan suddenly felt like teasing her and deliberately lied to her. Yes, I am an ugly man. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so old and still not married. Mu Qianqian looked as if the sky had fallen, and asked cautiously, yes, how ugly is it? Square face, small eyes, flat nose, thick lips. Fu Sihan deliberately slandered himself by saying something ugly. Mu Qianqian took a deep breath and felt it was acceptable. Fu Sihan threatened her, your face is covered in scars and bumps, like the surface of the moon. If Fu Sihan really looked as he said, those socialites in Bay City wouldn't be scrambling to throw themselves at him. Mu Qianqian had a picture in her mind of an extremely ugly figure staggering towards her. She cried silently in her heart, Wu, her husband was so ugly. Fu Sihan leaned back and said lazily and dignifiedly, how is it? Do you still want to continue living with me now? Mu Qianqian nodded firmly, yes. No matter how fat or ugly you are, I will repay you. Fu Sihan smiled, but I'm really ugly, what should I do if it's hard for you to eat me? Mu Qianqian racked her brains for a while, then said slowly, then turn off the lights. Why turn off the lights? Fu Sihan pretended to be confused. Mu Qianqian covered her burning face, feeling so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. How could a girl like her have the nerve to say such words? 13, Chapter 13. Do you think I'm ugly? Fu Sihan looked at her leaving back, thinking of what she had just said, and suddenly felt his lower abdomen tighten. He had been abstinent for many years and had never felt this way. Fu Sihan loosened his tie and drank half a glass of cold water in one breath before he suppressed the anger. After Mu Qianqian recovered from her illness, she told Fu Sihan that she wanted to go back to school. I'm afraid if I delay too long, I won't be able to keep up with the course. The University of Finance and Economics is a top institution in China, and the courses are very difficult. If she doesn't go to school to attend classes, she will probably fail several courses at the end of the semester. Are you sure you can go to class? I just heard you coughing. Mu Qianqian's throat was itchy, but she endured it without coughing. I can basically take care of myself now, so going to school and attending classes should be no problem. Seeing her insistence, Fu Sihan nodded and said, go if you want to. The University of Finance and Economics is right next to where they live now, so it is very convenient for Mu Qianqian to go to and from classes. Should I go back to the dormitory? Mu Qianqian asked. Fu Sihan raised his lips and said nonchalantly, Mrs. Fu wants me to come back and stay alone in the empty room every day. Mu Qianqian blushed and quickly denied it, no, that's not what I meant. But after denying it, she felt that she was too proactive and seemed very unreserved. The little girl bit her pink lips, her face full of confusion. Seeing this, Fu Sihan couldn't help but reach out and rub her fluffy and soft hair. This action made him stunned for a moment. He cleared his throat and said, I have something else to do at the company, so I'll go back first. Okay. Mu Qianqian nodded obediently. In the past few days, Fu Sihan has been living in Mingyuan community. Every time Mu Qianqian opens her eyes, she can notice him sitting in the living room working. She didn't dare to disturb him, so she silently poured him a glass of water and placed it next to him. This time he left suddenly and the house became quiet all of a sudden. Mu Qianqian was really a little uncomfortable with it. However, she didn't have much time to sort herself out. Uncle Fu agreed to let her return to school, so she had to start preparing for school immediately. Mu Qianqian wore a mask when she went out because she hadn't recovered from her cold yet. She couldn't stand strong light, so Fu Sihan asked someone to prepare a pair of sunglasses for her, almost covering most of the face. Mu Qianqian's appearance in the classroom dressed like this naturally caused everyone to talk. Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? Is there anyone like him in our class? It's so hot, and she's wearing sunglasses and a mask. She thinks she's a big star. TSK, you're so pretentious. Mu Qianqian sat in the last row and felt very uncomfortable when she heard other people talking. It was not until the roll call in class that everyone knew her name was Mu Qianqian. So she is Mu Qianqian, the one who didn't report and didn't participate in military training. She hasn't been to class for so many days, but the school still keeps her student status. If she's not related to someone, what is she? Why is she covering her face and eyes? Isn't she too ugly to face people? Har 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 har. There was a girl sitting next to Mu Qianqian, who happened to be her roommate, Fang Yangran. Fang Yangran has a carefree personality. When she sees a gentle and well-behaved girl like Mu Qianqian, she feels a strong desire to protect her. Qianqian, don't listen to what they say. I know you're not related to someone. You were just injured in a car accident, so you didn't come to class. She thought that Mu Qianqian was wearing a mask because her face was injured in a car accident and she was embarrassed to show her true face. But in fact, Mu Qianqian just didn't want to spread the cold to other people. Mu Qianqian expressed her gratitude sincerely. Thank you. Fang Yangran said to her enthusiastically, you're welcome. You didn't attend the previous class. If you have any questions, you can always ask me. After class, Mu Qianqian stood under the shade of a tree, holding a blind stick, waiting for someone. Who are you waiting for? Fang Yangran asked. I'm waiting for a relative. Mu Qianqian didn't tell her that she was waiting for her husband. After all, she is still a college student. Few people get married right after entering college, and she doesn't want to be too conspicuous. Fang Yanran was worried, so she said, I'll accompany you. I'll leave when someone comes to pick you up. Originally, Fu Sihan had said that assistant Wang would come to pick her up, but unexpectedly, he actually came in person. Qianqian. Fu Sihan stood in front of her and spoke in a cold voice. Uncle, you're here. Mu Qianqian curled her lips, and her voice was unconsciously filled with smile. As soon as Fu Sihan appeared, Fang Yangran beside him seemed to be frozen, staring at him motionlessly. Mu Qianqian thought she was frightened by Uncle Fu's ugliness, so she quickly whispered to her, although he is a little ugly, he has a good character. You don't have to be afraid. When Fu Sihan heard her words, the corners of his mouth twitched silently. Forget it, he won't bother with the little blind man. Fang Yangran opened her mouth so wide that an egg could fit in it. She blinked, wondering if she had heard it wrong. Ugly? Mu Qianqian actually said that the man in front of her was ugly. Does she have any aesthetic sense? This man in front of her instantly beat the big stars she had seen on the screen, okay? He was so handsome and had such a noble temperament, but he could still be called ugly. It seemed that Mu Qianqian's aesthetic taste was indeed different from that of ordinary people. Fang Yangran laughed dryly twice. Har har, since the person who came to pick you up has arrived, I'll leave first. Mu Qianqian waved to her sweetly. Well, Yangran, goodbye. Fang Yangran had already left, but Mu Qianqian was still looking in the direction she left. For some reason, Fu Sihan felt a little unhappy in his heart. He pinched her chin and forced her to turn her face to face him. His face was icy, and his tone was cold as he said, everyone has left, what are you still looking at? She was the first friend I met in college. Li Siyu didn't know that she had returned to attend classes, and she and Li Siyu were not in the same major, so it was difficult for them to meet in class. Fortunately, she has a friend named Fang Yangran, otherwise she would be left alone. Fu Sihan grabbed her wrist forcefully and said, come back with me. Mu Qianqian was afraid of being seen, so she struggled slightly, but failed to break free from the man's strong grip. Fu Sihan teased her deliberately, why? Do you think I'm ugly and not worthy of you? Mu Qianqian quickly retorted, no, I don't dislike you. Uncle, I just think I'm still a student and it wouldn't be nice if someone saw me. What's wrong with that? You're an adult, and this isn't puppy love. After hearing what Fu Sihan said, Mu Qianqian thought, yes, she is already an adult, who says that adults can't have contact with men. 14, Chapter 14, Uncle S Embrace. That night, Mu Qianqian developed a fever in the middle of the night. Fu Sihan was still dealing with work matters. He had to handle such a large Fu group by himself, and there were many things he needed to worry about. He heard a moan coming from the second bedroom, so he walked to the door and knocked. Qianqian. Mu Qianqian fell into a deep nightmare, her cheeks were pale and bloodless, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She hugged the quilt and shivered. Go away, where are you taking me? Fu Sihan heard some intermittent sounds and couldn't help but worry in his heart, so he pushed open the door. Mu Qianqian seemed to be possessed by a nightmare, twisting and struggling on the bed like a drowning person. No, I won't go to this house. This is not my home. Qianqian. Fu Sihan held her shoulders and shook her a few times. She still didn't wake up. Fu Sihan's hand was placed on her forehead, and the temperature was burning hot. Why do you have a fever again? The little blind boy's body is so fragile that it took him so long to recover from a common cold. It was so late, but Fu Sihan didn't call the family doctor to come over. He himself holds a double PhD in finance and law, and after so many years of education, he still has some basic medical knowledge. Like last time, Fu Sihan wrapped ice cubes in a towel to help Mu Qianqian cool down. Her body temperature remained high for a long time, so he could only wipe her body with a warm towel. However, Fu Sihan had never done any waiter work before, and his wiping movements were a bit rough, which made her fair skin red. He noticed with his sharp eyes that there was a butterfly-shaped red birthmark near Mu Qianqian's shoulder blade on her back. The little girl was originally thin, and her thin shoulder blades looked like a butterfly spreading its wings to fly, which complemented the beautiful birthmark. Don't come over here, please let me go, I want to go home, I miss my parents. Mu Qianqian shed tears unconsciously, her voice filled with sobbing, so pitiful that it made people feel distressed. Fu Sihan took care of her for most of the night and finally brought her temperature down. The next day, when Mu Qianqian woke up, she found Uncle Fu lying beside the bed. Uncle, why did you fall asleep here? Fu Sihan woke up tiredly. He was busy most of the night and didn't rest until the early morning. He was so sleepy that he fell asleep next to her bed. Fu Sihan rubbed his aching temples, his voice. With a husky voice just after waking up, sexy and pleasant, did you have a nightmare last night? Mu Qianqian clutched the quilt tightly. Well, I dreamed of something terrible. What's up? I dreamt that someone wanted to capture me and took me to a village, saying they wanted me to be a child bride. This dream was so real, it seemed like it really happened. Mu Qianqian was trapped in a small body. She wanted to escape but couldn't. Instead, she was beaten again and again. She quickly shook her head, getting rid of these horrible scenes from her mind. Fu Sihan's brows furrowed when he heard this. Why would I have such a dream out of the blue? Mu Qianqian felt much more relaxed now. Uncle, were you taking care of me last night? Although she was trapped in a nightmare, she was still vaguely conscious. She remembered that someone patiently helped her wash her body over and over again, and repeatedly helped her cool down with ice cubes. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever been so nice to her. Mu Qianqian's heart seemed to melt, and warmth flowed through her heart. She silently thanked him in her heart. Uncle, thank you. In the morning, Aunt Liu came over to make breakfast. As soon as she put on her apron, she saw the red marks on Mu Qianqian's neck and collarbone. Combined with the fact that Fu Sihan walked out of the second bedroom in the morning, Aunt Liu suddenly understood and smiled ambiguously. Mu Qianqian sat down at the dining table and looked puzzled for a moment. Aunt Liu, why did you cook so many dishes today? And you even made chicken soup. This is too rich. Aunt Liu said with a smile, I was worried that you were tired last night, so I wanted to give you some nourishment. Mu Qianqian tilted her head and said, I didn't feel tired yesterday, but Uncle was exhausted. She wanted to help the uncle serve a bowl of chicken soup, but Fu Sihan snatched the spoon from her hand. If you can't see, don't move. You might get burned. Fu Sihan's voice was cold, with a metallic clashing texture, sounding a bit fierce. But Mu Qianqian knew that he was concerned about her, so she sat in her seat obediently. Oh. Aunt Liu covered her mouth with her hand and smiled like an aunt. Fu Sihan guessed that she must have misunderstood, so he asked her to go next door first and come back to clean up later. Well, I won't bother you two anymore. Aunt Liu retreated tactfully. Mu Qianqian is simple-minded and naive, so she doesn't understand what is happening. Aunt Liu. Why does it bother us? Eat your meal. Fu Sihan put a bowl of ginseng chicken soup in front of her with a cold face. Mu Qianqian pushed the bowl towards him and said seriously, Uncle, you were exhausted last night. You should drink more. Fu Sihan's face darkened. This silly girl still doesn't realize how easily this sentence can be misunderstood. Besides, he exercises regularly and has a very good physical condition, so he doesn't need to drink tonic soup. On the contrary, Fu Sihan glanced at her thin arms and legs, fearing that she could not withstand much more torture. Fu Sihan ordered coldly, "Eat more food." Are you full already? Fu Sihan couldn't help but frown when he saw how little she ate. No wonder it hasn't gained weight after being raised for so long. Even with such a small amount, the cat eats more than her. Mu Qianqian touched her round belly and said, "I can't eat any more. Take 2 more bites." Fu Sihan picked up a shrimp and fed it to her mouth. His tone was full of the authority of a superior, and it showed that he would not tolerate any objection. Mu Qianqian opened her mouth pitifully and ate 2 more shrimps. She really can't eat any more. Fu Sihan finally stopped forcing her to eat. "Go to class. Get the hot red date milk Aunt Liu gave you." "Yeah, I remember." Mu Qianqian took the blind stick and walked out of the house. Fu Sihan walked out of the door with her, walked to the elevator door, and subconsciously helped her into the elevator. A large number of people rushed into the elevator. Fu Sihan's brows were gloomy, and the air pressure around him became even lower. President Fu usually travels in a private plane and car, and the company also has an elevator dedicated to the president. When has he ever needed to squeeze in an elevator with others? Besides, he has misophobia and doesn't like crowded places. In the chaos, someone stepped on Mu Qianqian's foot and she cried out, "Ouch." Looking at the little girl squeezed into the corner, holding her blind stick in a daze, she was as panicked as a little animal in the jungle with nowhere to go. Fu Sihan was rarely soft-hearted. He stretched out his long arms and pulled the person into his arms to protect him. Mu Qianqian was caught off guard and bumped into his broad and strong chest, her nose filled with the refreshing and pleasant scent of agarwood from his body. She rubbed it quietly with affection. 15, Chapter 15 Comforting the Uncle. Mu Qianqian's cold had recovered, so she took off her mask. On her petite face, she wore a pair of large black sunglasses, which made her skin look even whiter and cleaner. Her nose was small, and her cherry lips were rosy and cute. The fairy was wearing a beautiful white princess dress and sitting quietly in her seat. The sunlight seemed to have coated her with a layer of soft gauze. Her appearance shocked everyone else in the class. "Yesterday I thought she was an ugly girl, but I didn't expect her to be so beautiful." Someone said jealously, "TSK, this is beautiful already. If she is a real beauty, why does she have to wear sunglasses? Maybe her eyes are squinting." Everyone was talking about it, and someone threw out a shocking piece of news. "Hey, let me tell you, she's not related to anyone." "How do you know?" "I saw that she applied as a poor student. She has 3 children and lives a very tight life. How could she be a relative? Then how come she's still enrolled? The school has been incredibly lenient with her. You'll understand by looking at her appearance." The implication is that Mu Qianqian relied on this face and hooked up with some big shot to obtain the privileges. All of a sudden, everyone's opinion of her reversed again. "I originally thought she was from a noble family and had connections, but it turned out that she got it by selling her body. I really didn't expect it." When Fang Yanran heard these rumors, she couldn't help but refute them on Mu Qianqian's behalf. "Don't go too far. How can these people slander Qianqian without any evidence? They are college students from prestigious universities, but they are even less civilized than the trolls on the internet. Hey, why are you helping her? Don't tell me you want to spread your legs and get to the top, right? Har 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 har." The leading boy said many obscene words, causing a burst of laughter. "You guys." Fang Yanran clenched her fists, her eyes red with anger. Mu Qianqian pulled her arm and said, "Yanran, let's ignore them." These people's malice towards her was inexplicable, and no matter how much she explained, they would not listen. Instead of doing this, it is better to turn a deaf ear to what they say. "I didn't expect there would be someone like this in college." Fang Yanran wiped her tears and sat back next to Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian comforts. "Dao, the innocent will be innocent. I don't care what they say." The boy who laughed at Mu Qianqian was named Sharpu. His family had a little money, but they were just a low-class family in Bay City. He had met Lu Yinxian by chance at a banquet before. Sha Piyu sent a message to Lu Yinxian, "Sister, I've already followed your request and asked everyone to ostracize and isolate Mu Qianqian. Don't worry, I guarantee that she will drop out of school and go home within 3 months. Lu Yunxiang replied, well done, increase the efforts. Sharp, okay. I'll send more people to harass her. Whenever Lu Yunxiang saw Mu Qianqian, she felt a strong sense of crisis. She bribed the nurse in the hospital and found out Mu Qianqian's name and identity. She also found out that she was studying at the University of Finance and Economics, and happened to be in the same major and class as one of Lu Yunxiang's bootlickers. So Lu Yunxiang found Sharpu, the bootlicker, and asked him to spread rumors in school to force Mu Qianqian to drop out. It would be best to let her return to the small county town in the suburbs, quickly find a poor guy to marry, and never appear in Bay City again. This way, the Lu family can avoid finding her. However, the nurse was afraid of the Fu family's influence and did not dare to tell Lu Yunxiang that Mu Qianqian's hospitalization was arranged by the Fu family. Therefore, Lu Yunxiang was still unaware of Mu Qianqian's connection with the Fu family, otherwise she would not dare to be so blatant. Sha Piyu sent another line of text, Sister, why do I feel that this Mu Qianqian looks a bit like you? Lu Yunxiang hated this sentence the most and typed quickly, do what you should do and watch your mouth, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Sharpu, yes, sister, I said the wrong thing. After Mu Qianqian finished the class, she stood under the tree with Fang Yanran waiting. The setting sun shines on her clean skirt, like a colorful oil painting. Many male college students around were secretly looking at her. Fu Sihan came to Mu Qianqian and held out his hand to her, let's go. Mu Qianqian gave a gentle smile, Uncle, why are you here again? I just finished my work and took you home. But in reality, Fu Sihan still had a lot of important work to do. He was in the middle of an international conference when he was bombarded with calls from the old lady, prompting him to rush to the school to pick his wife up after school. You don't pick up your own wife, but you let someone else pick her up. Is that reasonable? When Qianqian becomes someone else's wife, you'll be crying. With just these 2 sentences, President Fu was kicked out of the company. When Fu Sihan came over just now, he naturally saw the admiring and yearning gazes of those young men. I have to say that the old lady was quite foresighted. Mu Qianqian had a pure and well-behaved first love face, and those college students acted like they had never seen a woman before, and they couldn't wait to pounce on her. Although Fu Sihan only regarded Mu Qianqian as his wife in name, since she was still registered in his Fu family's household registration book, he would not allow others to covet her. Fu Sihan held Mu Qianqian's hand and said, let's go. Mu Qianqian greeted the stunned Fang Yangran, Yangran, I'm going back first. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. On their way back, Mu Qianqian thought that Fang Yangran would be frightened every time she saw Uncle Fu. Is the uncle really so ugly? It was probably even uglier than she had imagined. It should be described as extremely ugly. I don't know how many people have looked down on me and laughed at me because of my appearance. Thinking of this, Mu Qianqian took the initiative to hold his warm palm, Uncle, don't care too much about what others think. Her nonsensical words puzzled Fu Sihan. He raised an eyebrow and asked, huh? No matter how good-looking you are, your appearance is just superficial. Inner sincerity and kindness are what matter most in life. The little girl was not very good at comforting others, and she racked her brains to come up with these words. It turned out that she had been thinking for a long time with her head down, thinking about how to comfort him. A hint of smile flashed across Fu Sihan's eyes, you're right. However, he had none of the sincerity and kindness she mentioned. Mu Qianqian thought that Fu Sihan would take her home directly, but unexpectedly, he took her hand and got into the car. This time she was not riding in an ordinary car, but the same 9-digit luxury car she had been riding in before. The changes could be noticed from the seats. Mu Qianqian raised her little face and said innocently, I thought you sold this car. Why sell it? To heal my eyes. 16, Chapter 16 Meeting the Elders. Mu Qianqian fastened her seat belt obediently. Where are we going? Take you back to the old house to meet the elders. Mu Qianqian exclaimed, But I haven't prepared anything. It was her first time meeting her elders, and she didn't even buy a gift. She went there right after class and was not mentally prepared. No need to prepare, just arrive. With Uncle Fu's words, Mu Qianqian felt much more at ease. The car drove smoothly all their way to their Fu family's old house. This was a family dinner, not a grand affair. Just a few tables were set up in the pavilion by the lake, and all the guests were from the Fu family. Mu Qianqian didn't see the plaque at the door and thought this was a park. After all, who would have such a big lake in their home? And there are so many pavilions and towers, just like the palace of an ancient prince. Qianqian is here. Old Mrs. Fu called her kindly. Mu Qianqian recognized the old lady's voice and spoke softly, "Grandma, are you feeling better?" "I'm much better now. I haven't seen you for so long, I still miss you." Mrs. Fu smiled. "How are you doing in Mingyuan? My grandson didn't bully you, did he?" Mu Qianqian lowered her head shyly. "Don't worry, Grandma, Uncle treats me very well. When she was sick before, the uncle took care of her the whole night." "That's good. If you guys live a good life, I, an old woman, will be relieved. Don't stand there, sit down. Let's get ready for the banquet." Mu Qianqian and Fu Sihan sat next to old Madame Fu. The family was having a great time, and since it was a family dinner, no one mentioned anything about the company. Fu Sihan is the only son of the third wife. His parents died unexpectedly a few years ago. He does have a few cousins, but none of them have the right mindset and are unwilling or incapable of taking on the responsibility of supporting the Fu family. Anyway, with such an excellent cousin supporting them, they are happy to enjoy themselves down there. How comfortable they are. Fu Sihan has a pair of twin nephews and nieces. The two little ones especially like Mu Qianqian and hang around her. The little niece raised her face, her eyes like black grapes. "Sister, aren't you scared living with your uncle?" Mu Qianqian blushed. The other elders laughed and teased her. "Mian Mian, you should call her aunt, why are you calling her sister?" Fu Wenmian tied two small pigtails and pouted. "I want to call you sister. Calling me aunt is too old." She climbed onto the stool, leaned close to Mu Qianqian's ear, and spoke in what she thought was a low voice. "My brother and I are so scared of my uncle. You are so brave, sister, to dare to marry him. He is a very nice person." Mu Qianqian said. "No one dares to marry my cousin. He is very fierce and we are most afraid of him." After saying this, Fu Wenmian suddenly shuddered. She shrank back and looked back. Fu Sihan, whom she had said bad things about, was standing behind her, looking at her with a half smile. My uncle is here." Fu Wenmian jumped off the chair and ran away with his short legs. She quickly hid behind her twin brother. "Brother, please protect me." The elders laughed out loud. Mu Qianqian was infected by the atmosphere and couldn't help but smile. She had never felt such a warm atmosphere in her original family. Her memories were filled with sharp and harsh beatings and insults, never a single moment of laughter or joy. Fu Sihan placed his slender hands on the top of her hair and rubbed it gently twice. "Qianqian, don't believe her lies. Mian Mian is a very clever girl. Even adults can be easily fooled by her." Being slandered by his little niece further deepened Qianqian's misunderstanding of him. In her heart, he was probably already a fierce, cold and extremely ugly man. Mu Qianqian said playfully, "I think what Mian Mian said makes sense. You must be very fierce. Even children are afraid of you." Fu Sihan was helpless and laughed in silence. After dinner, he took Mu Qianqian away. After they left, Mrs. Fu whispered to her daughter. "You've seen how Qianqian and Sihan get along, right? Ever since Sihan's parents passed away, the child has rarely smiled. He just works all day long. It's heartbreaking to see him like that." In the past, Fu Sihan was indeed taciturn and serious. Therefore, the younger generations were afraid of him and did not dare to approach him. "Yes, I see that Sihan has become more cheerful than before. I'm afraid he hasn't even noticed it. Mom, you made the right choice for him to marry a wife." Mrs. Fu smiled with satisfaction. "Look at how old I am. I still have some ability to judge people. I hope Qianqian and Sihan can stay together forever, otherwise, no matter how I die, I won't be able to face Sihan's parents." Tears welled up in my aunt's eyes. "Mom, don't say that. My brother and sister-in-law must be very happy for Sihan now that he has a wife." On their way back, Mu Qianqian was so sleepy that her head nods and she couldn't help but fall asleep leaning against the car window. Last time, she leaned on Fu Sihan's shoulder to sleep, but he pushed her away ruthlessly. But this time, she took the initiative to sleep against the car window. Seeing that she was sleeping restlessly, Fu Sihan took the initiative to put his palm under her head. He didn't feel sorry for the woman, he was just being a little nicer to her because she had performed well today. After all, he married her just to please the elders. Now that she can make the elders happy, it can be said that the marriage was not in vain. With this soft cushion, Mu Qianqian slept especially soundly. When she woke up, she found Fu Sihan's hand next to her face, and her face immediately turned red with embarrassment. "Uncle, have you been supporting my head?" Fu Sihan didn't have time to pull his hand back, and he didn't expect to be discovered by her. His expression froze for a moment, but he quickly returned to his usual attitude of keeping strangers away. He said in a cold tone, "Don't be so self-indulgent. I'm just worried that you'll break the car window." After saying that, Fu Sihan got out of the car without paying any attention to Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian puffed her cheeks in annoyance and followed Uncle Fu out of the car. She walked very slowly. Fu Sihan was almost in the elevator when he turned around and found that she was still lingering by the car. "Why don't you come quickly?" "Oh, here it comes." Mu Qianqian hurriedly quickened her pace. As she was almost downstairs, she tripped and fell forward. Fu Sihan frowned, his body reacting faster than his brain. He took 2 steps forward and caught the man steadily. "How can you be so stupid? You can even fall on flat ground." Mu Qianqian rubbed the tip of her nose that was hurt from the collision and said pitifully, "Uncle, my eyesight is not good. I really don't know what the uncle's body is made of. Why is his chest so hard? He almost made her cry just now." Fu Sihan said disdainfully, "If you can't see, just hold my hand." "Oh." Mu Qianqian carefully held 2 of his fingers. She didn't dare touch them too much, so she gently held his ring finger and little finger, and was led by him like a child. 17, Chapter 17 Marital Duties. Fu Sihan received a call from his secretary. He walked to the French window and put the phone to his ear to answer it. "Mr. Fu, we have thoroughly investigated Miss Mu's movements in recent years and have not found any connection between her and the Liu family's adopted daughter. Miss Mu went to the school to register that day. It must have been a coincidence that she passed by, not something that was arranged in advance. Fu Sihan is such a cautious person. Although Mu Qianqian is only his wife in name only, he still wants to find out whether she has any other purpose. If she had ill intentions, he would naturally show no mercy." After hearing the secretary's report, Fu Sihan said softly, "Well done, your bonus will be doubled this month." "Thank you, Mr. Fu." The secretary thanked him sincerely, then couldn't help but say, "Mr. Fu, I have something to say personally. We found out that Miss Mu isn't having a good time at home, but she's kind-hearted, and her neighbors and classmates all praise her highly. She treats people sincerely, unlike those women who try to climb up the social ladder." The secretary had been with Fu Sihan for many years, so she had naturally seen many women who tried to become successful women, each one more vicious and cruel than the other. Among a group of hungry wolves and poisonous snakes, a pure and clean little white rabbit suddenly jumped in unexpectedly. It must be well protected. Fu Sihan interrupted him coldly, "Why are you telling me this? Mr. Fu, Miss Mu is a very good person. With her by your side to take care of you, we, your subordinates, can feel more at ease. I know what's going on in my own affairs." Fu Sihan hung up the phone directly. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped, and Mu Qianqian came out wearing a silk nightgown. She rummaged around in the living room for a long time, as if looking for something. Fu Sihan opened the balcony door and returned to the living room. "What are you looking for?" "Uncle, I can't find the hairdryer." Fu Sihan frowned, "Why do you always lose things?" Mu Qianqian stuck out her tongue and said good-naturedly, "I forgot this time." She continued searching, and when she bent down, her collar opened up, revealing her snow-white skin. Fu Sihan looked away quickly as if he had been scolded. He took out a hairdryer from the cabinet and handed it to her with an indifferent look, "Don't look for it." Even he remembered where she put the things, but she herself didn't remember. The little blind man not only has poor eyesight, but also has a bad brain. Also stupid. "Thank you, uncle." Mu Qianqian took the hairdryer and went to the side to blow her hair. She finished blow-drying her hair, tidied up the cord of the hairdryer and put it in the cabinet. Fu Sihan's gaze fell on her. Mu Qianqian had just finished a shower, her cheeks rosy and fair, so tender that you could squeeze water out of them. She was petite, but after some time of recuperation, her figure had gradually begun to show some slenderness, clearly outlined by her silk nightgown. When those supermodels and celebrities with hot bodies were vying to throw themselves at Fu Sihan, his eyes didn't even waver at all. But now, looking at Mu Qianqian's thin and fragile body, which obviously hasn't had time to grow into an alluring appearance, it inexplicably makes him feel hot. It's really weird. Fu Sihan rubbed his brows, thinking that he might have been too tired from work recently. Mu Qianqian hesitated for a moment and walked to his side. "Uncle, thank you." As she walked, she brought with her the sweet fragrance of shower gel and a faint floral scent. "What are you thanking me for?" Fu Sihan put his hands in his pockets and looked out the window. "Thank you for taking me to meet your family." Mu Qianqian was a little shy and timid. "It made me feel a little bit of family warmth." Her words were like a stone thrown into Fu Sihan's heart, creating ripples. He turned his head and his eyes stayed on her face with restraint, not drifting down at all. Fu Sihan's Adam's apple rolled up and down. "Mu Qianqian. As long as you behave yourself, this family will not break up." At that moment, Fu Sihan suddenly understood why everyone, including his grandmother and assistant, praised Mu Qianqian so highly. Even his secretary couldn't help but speak in Mu Qianqian's favor. Because Mu Qianqian's heart is filled with so much love, she is like a little sun. No matter how many setbacks and hardships she suffers, she can still illuminate the people around her. Who can resist the warmth and brightness of the sun? So Fu Sihan couldn't help but say this. After saying this, he was stunned. But there is no need to take back these words. He still needs a wife to reassure his family. At the moment, Mu Qianqian seems to be a very suitable candidate. As long as she can continue to be so obedient, he can let her sit firmly in the position of Mrs. Fu and let her live a happy life. A life of wealth, prosperity and luxury. Mu Qianqian was stunned for a moment, then raised her lips sweetly and took his hand. "Uncle, don't worry, I will work hard to manage our little family and will not let it fall apart." She didn't have the scheming and cunning mind of Fu Sihan. She just thought that she would be nice to whoever was nice to her. Since the uncle is so good to her, she will treat him wholeheartedly. Even if the uncle is an ugly man. Fu Sihan curled his lips in satisfaction. "How are you doing in school?" Mu Qianqian hesitated for a moment and only told him the good side, not the bad side. "I'm doing well in school and I've made new friends." After all, the uncle works hard enough, and she doesn't want him to worry about her affairs. That's good. It was getting late, so Mu Qianqian prepared to go back to her room and sleep. Fu Sihan called her. "Wait." Mu Qianqian held the door handle nervously, her heart pounding. The uncle called her at this time. Couldn't he be thinking of asking her to fulfill her husband and wife obligations? Although she had decided to live a good life with the uncle, she had never seen what he looked like. It's not that she dislikes the uncle's ugliness, but Mu Qianqian doesn't want her first time to be blurry. At least she wants to see the other person's appearance clearly. She couldn't use her period as an excuse. After all, her uncle knew exactly when she had her period last time. "Oh, what should I do?" Fu Sihan didn't know about Mu Qianqian's rich psychological activities. He simply reminded her, "You haven't drunk the milk yet." Mu Qianqian let out a long sigh of relief, moved to the living room, picked up the glass, and drank milk in small sips. In order to make up for the nutrition she has been missing over the years, in addition to the various fish soups, chicken soups and sea cucumber soups that Aunt Liu often stews, she also drinks a glass of milk every morning and evening without fail. Mu Qianqian almost forgot. She finished her milk, put the cup in the sink, and walked past Fu Sihan. "Uncle, I'm going to bed." "Yeah." Fu Sihan nodded slightly. Mu Qianqian pushed open the door of the second bedroom, walked in, and leaned against the door in a daze. Chapter 18 Domineering President Fu. The next day, when Mu Qianqian went to class again, the rumors became more and more outrageous. Hurry up and check out the school's internal forum. Mu Qianqian was photographed getting into a luxury car yesterday. She must have been leaving with an old, ugly man. Oh my god, she's openly hanging out with rich guys at school, using backdoors. Is there any justice in this world? This is a place for studying, not a place for some shady women to hook men. I have reason to suspect that Mu Qianqian was admitted to our school through improper means. I implore the school to conduct a thorough investigation and expel Mu Qianqian. Expel Mu Qianqian. Return the university to a clean and clear place. Mu Qianqian had never logged into the school forum, but when she went to class, she found that many people from other majors came over to watch and whispered to her. She is Mu Qianqian, and she is indeed pretty. If she's ugly, will the boss be interested in her? TSK, what a pity. I wonder if she will feel sick and want to vomit when she sleeps with a stinky old man. Some people maintained rational thinking and questioned, what if that's her family's car? It's better not to talk nonsense when there's no evidence. TSK, you don't know, she was a poor student when she first entered school, and now she's driving a luxury car. Who would believe she's not dating a rich man? Mu Qianqian felt her hands and feet go cold and her heart sank as she heard these questions. Who on earth has been fabricating rumors to harm her? Why did he do that? Fang Yangran argued, the truth of the matter has not yet been ascertained. Don't believe everything you hear, or you'll be used as a pawn without even realizing it. I advise you to stay away from her. This woman is not simple. Fang Yangran clenched her fists in anxiety, her face flushing red with anger. I know Qianqian's character better than you strangers. What right do you have to slander an innocent person? What you said is a slanderous rumor. Don't you know how much harm it can do to a girl? What makes you say we are spreading obscene rumors? Were you listening under the bed when Mu Qianqian was in the old man's bed? Shap had a lewd look on his face. He hid in the crowd and kept stirring up trouble. You are shameless. Fang Yangran was so angry that she burst into tears. Mu Qianqian's eyes were red, and she couldn't help but say weakly, I don't have a sugar daddy, these are all rumors, please believe me. I have already withdrawn my poverty application, and I don't know who leaked my personal information. Please don't spread my privacy anymore. Her voice was soft and gentle, and her logic was clear, which made many people sympathize with her. However, more people were just looking for fun, and with a few voices in the crowd stirring up trouble, the impact of this incident became wider and wider. Several posts about Mu Qianqian were pushed to the front page of the forum. Someone revealed the classroom where she was taking classes today, and everyone came to join in the fun. Mu Qianqian, university is a place for learning. It should be holy and clean, but because of the dirty things you did, it has become a mess. If you still have any dignity, you should voluntarily withdraw from school so as not to affect everyone. Mu Qianqian, how much money can you make in one night? Did you earn enough money for your tuition so easily? I really envy you, har ha har har. In the end, more and more people gathered and watched, filling up the entire classroom. The teacher was unable to teach and had no choice but to report the incident to the school leadership. As soon as the school leadership heard about it, they immediately contacted Assistant Wang. Fu Sihan was listening to the company's executive's report on profits when Assistant Wang knocked on the door and whispered in his ear, Mr. Fu, Miss Mu has been bullied. Fu Sihan frowned immediately, what's going on? Assistant Wang lowered his voice and explained the whole story. Fu Sihan's body temperature dropped sharply, and the executives present were trembling with fear. No one dared to offend him. The meeting will be held another day. Fu Sihan stood up and left the meeting room. Assistant Wang hurriedly followed him, holding his suit jacket. After he left, there was a lot of discussion in the conference room. Why did Mr. Fu leave suddenly? Did something happen? I don't know. Mr. Fu has always put the company first. Why has he been leaving meetings so often lately? I wonder if it's because of family matters. Anyway, we can rule out women as a factor. Our President Fu has always been aloof from women and won't let them affect his work. Isn't that nonsense? If a woman appears next to Mr. Fu, it will be more shocking than a celebrity's secret marriage. The president's office on the top floor. The assistant logged into the University of Finance and Economics forum on his computer and opened a few posts on the homepage. Mr. Fu, take a look. The poster posted several photos, some of which were pictures of Mu Qianqian introducing her family situation and applying for scholarships. There were also secretly taken photos of her getting into a luxury car, but it was dark, so the specific model and license plate of the car could not be seen clearly. All that was seen was a slender and strong hand pulling Mu Qianqian into this expensive luxury car. Under. There are many people posting comments, many of whom do not know the truth but keep typing away on their keyboards, making dark speculations. Stupid people love to follow the crowd. When there is a commotion, they rush in like mad dogs smelling a bone, regardless of the consequences. Taking advantage of the anonymity of the forum, no one can recognize them, and they set off a cannibalistic orgy. Mr. Fu, many people have found the classroom where Miss Mu takes classes. The assistant flipped through a few pages, and all of them were photos of Mu Qianqian taken secretly by students. There were also various insiders who came out and kept throwing dirty water on her. Fu Sihan closed his eyes, and the pitiful image of Mu Qianqian being surrounded and scolded by a group of people and crying emerged in his mind. He felt an inexplicable tightness in his heart, as if someone had tugged at his heart. When he opened his eyes again, there was a hint of hostility in them. Fu Sihan tapped the table twice with his long fingers and spoke slowly. Reveal the real name system of everyone in the post, find out who is behind this, and get him kicked out of the University of Finance and Economics. Yes. Administrative teachers who leak students' privacy should also be punished. Yes, I'll do it right away. Assistant 1 went to the University of Finance and Economics in person. 10 minutes later, the owner of the post was revealed, and the speaker's class and name were displayed. Now everyone can see that the poster is Mu Qianqian's classmate Xiaopu. Is there something wrong with the forum? Why did it suddenly become a real name forum? Oh my god, the post is locked. I can't delete my post, and I can't delete my account. It's over, it's over. They took advantage of the fact that no one knew their identities and said so many vicious words. Fu Sihan had someone remove the mask from their bodies, which was a brilliant move. It hit the key point and stopped the rumors instantly. Once the shady rat hiding in the corner is thrown onto the table, it will no longer dare to jump around. Mu Qianqian was comforting the crying Fang Yangran, but suddenly heard someone say that the forum had cancelled anonymity, and those who had slandered her were rushing to delete their comments. Someone shouted, "The security team is here, there are a lot of people. All students who participated in slandering Mu Qianqian, come with me and register at the Student Affairs Office. Don't even think about escaping. The school is full of surveillance cameras. Anyone who tries to escape privately will be given a serious warning. It will be recorded in your file and will follow you for life." Everyone's faces turned pale and blue, regretting it so much that their legs went limp. "Teacher, we're just here to join in the fun. We don't mean to slander our classmates." 19, Chapter 19. Uncle is not rich. All the students who were watching the excitement in the classroom were taken away and, under the supervision of the teacher, wrote down their names, classes, and the name of the counselor. They thought there would be no consequences for participating in this matter, so they dared to act recklessly. However, they did not expect that they would be recorded in the file because of such a small matter. Now, I regret it so much. It's all that Xiaopu's fault. He clearly didn't know the truth, but he made up some groundless gossip and implicated them. Fang Yangran wiped the tears from her face and said, "That's great, Qianqian. Now I can finally clear your name." Mu Qianqian also breathed a sigh of relief. Well, fortunately the school leaders knew right from wrong and didn't let those people lead them by the nose. Not long after, a girl ran over and shouted anxiously, "Qianqian, are you okay? See you? Why are you here?" Mu Qianqian recognized the voice as her good friend Li Siyu. "I didn't have classes this morning, so I was sleeping in the dormitory. But when my roommate told me about you, I hurried over." Li Siyu didn't even have time to put on makeup before she hurried to the classroom where she was. What about those gossipers? They are already in college, yet they use such vicious words to slander a girl. I'll beat their mouths to pieces. Li Siyu has learned Sonder and has a very bad temper. She always says she wants to hit someone. Mu Qianqian was touched but helpless, and quickly pulled her back. "Don't fight for me. Don't worry, those people have been taken away by the teacher. The people who started the trouble on the forum have all been removed from their accounts, and there will definitely be punishment in the future. Is our school handling things so quickly and decisively?" Li Siyu was a little surprised. "Never mind. I just want to go to school quietly and not have anyone bother me anymore." Li Siyu sat down next to Mu Qianqian. "Qianqian, I think you are more beautiful than before." Mu Qianqian touched her face and said, "Really? No, I haven't changed at all. At most, she just wore sunglasses. Is the change that big? You used to be pretty, but your complexion was a little pale. Now your complexion has become much more rosy, and you look more lively and delicate than before." Li Siyu and Mu Qianqian hadn't seen each other for a while, so she noticed her changes at once. Mu Qianqian used to be very beautiful, but due to lack of nutrition, she looked a little sickly. Now she looks healthy, like a pampered little flower in a wealthy family, and her whole body exudes a bright and vibrant vitality. Being praised by friends, Mu Qianqian. But happy. She knew in her heart that all this was thanks to Uncle Fu. I forgot to introduce you. Her name is Fang Yangran, and she's my roommate. This is Li Siyu, we've been good friends since high school. With Mu Qianqian's introduction, Li Siyu and Fang Yangran also added each other's contact information. Li Siyu was scrolling through her phone. Hey, you two, look, there's a post on the forum. Mu Qianqian looked over blankly and could only see a blurry light and shadow. I forgot that you can't look at your phone now. Qianqian, can you see my face clearly? Li Siyu asked. Mu Qianqian shook her head. I can't see clearly yet. The doctor said I need to rest for a while. It's like there's a layer of frosted glass, you can only see the general outline but can't see the facial features clearly. Then let me read it to you. This post was sent by the school leader. Because some classmates questioned the legitimacy of Mu Qianqian's admission to the University of Finance and Economics, the school requested her college entrance examination papers and released them to everyone. Mu Qianqian's grades are reasonable and legal, far exceeding the cutoff score for the University of Finance and Economics. There are no violations. Regarding Mu Qianqian's poverty application, she voluntarily withdrew it during the application stage and did not occupy anyone's quota. Mr. Li from the administration department, who leaked Mu Qianqian's privacy, has been fired by the school. Fang Yangran burst into laughter. That's great, now your innocence has finally been proven. Sharpu from your class started rumors and caused trouble. The school has suspended his classes. I guess he won't have to come to class anymore. After reading this, Li Siyu and Fang Yangran both felt very happy. He deserves it. Who made him wrongly accuse others for no reason? Qianqian, there are many classmates praising you in the forum. Mu Qianqian tilted her head. What are you praising me for? You're being praised for your beautiful handwriting, neat exams, and excellent grades. Li Siyu was proud of herself, even more so than she was. They don't know, but you're a top student in our school. Getting into a finance and economics university is a piece of cake. Although the University of Finance and Economics is also a key university, not everyone has the ability of Mu Qianqian, who actually scored almost full marks in several subjects. A humble and low-key college student like her is still very popular. Mu Qianqian smiled nonchalantly. That's all in the past. Now I find it very difficult to listen to lectures. Li Siyu comforted him. What are you afraid of? I can't see the words at the moment, so it's hard. When your eyesight recovers, you'll definitely get first place in your major. You'll get tons of scholarships, and those who framed you will be envious. Fang Yangran also encouraged her. Yes, Qianqian, the best way to deal with these villains is to let them see that you are living a better and better life. With the help of two good friends, Mu Qianqian's depressed mood improved a lot. Siyu, Yangran, thank you. How lucky she was to have met a kind person like Uncle Fu, and also to have met two good friends who were sincere to her. After class, Li Siyu had something urgent to do and left first. Fang Yangran accompanied Mu Qianqian to the old place and was about to wait with her for a while, but unexpectedly, Fu Sihan came immediately. After Fu Sihan finished dealing with the company's affairs, he rushed to school as quickly as possible. Qianqian. Hearing his deep voice, Mu Qianqian knew in her heart, Uncle, you are here. My family is here to pick me up. Yangran, I'm leaving first. Bye. Goodbye. Mu Qianqian ran to Fu Sihan, held his clothes, and was very obedient. Seeing that she was safe and sound, Fu Sihan's tense heartstrings relaxed slightly. How was your day at school? Mu Qianqian didn't want to tell him at first, but then she thought that they were husband and wife, so they shouldn't hide things from each other. So she told him what happened today. Someone slandered me on the forum, saying I was a sugar daddy. Fortunately, the school leaders saw through it and cleared the air for me. They also punished those who bullied me. Mu Qianqian didn't know that this matter was not something that the school leaders could fully understand. The leaders were all busy and had no time to care about the affairs of an ordinary college student like her. The resolution of this matter depends entirely on her husband. Fu Sihan curled his lips slightly, hanging over a rich man. Who's rich man? Of course it's yours, uncle. They seem to think your car is a particularly expensive luxury car. But uncle, I know you are a diligent office worker, not a wealthy person. Mu Qianqian knew nothing about cars, so she thought that others had just made a mistake or had deliberately photoshopped the picture to frame her. From the beginning to the end, she never thought that her husband could really afford a luxury car. Why am I not a rich man? Fu Sihan asked with interest. Chapter 20, Supervising the Taking of Medicine. In Mu Qianqian's imagination, wealthy people should live in big villas and manors. How could anyone live in a high-rise residential complex? Besides, the uncle is so busy every day, he's nothing like the wealthy families you see on TV. Fu Sihan was walking with her on the sidewalk. When he heard this, the smile in his eyes deepened. Oh? What's the difference? On TV, rich people don't have to work. They spend their days fighting over family property, looking for illegitimate children, and beating up mistresses. But, nothing like that happens to me, uncle. Mu Qianqian recalled the melodramatic TV dramas about wealthy families that she had watched, and none of them matched Uncle Fu. The uncle has to go to work every day. He is not like the domineering boss on TV who has nothing to do all day and just hangs around the heroine. Moreover, she had attended her uncle's family dinners. The atmosphere in her uncle's home was very warm and friendly. It was not like the wealthy families on TV where brothers turned against each other and fought over the family property. So Mu Qianqian couldn't believe that she would be so lucky to have a flash marriage with a random stranger, and that person turned out to be a well-known rich man. That's all made up in novels. How could it happen in real life? Fu Sihan curled his lips and said, "Watch less TV dramas, it's bad for your eyes." Mu Qianqian stuck out her tongue playfully, "I know." She can't see clearly now, so she just turns on the TV as background music. Fu Sihan originally thought that Mu Qianqian would be so sad that she would cry because of being slandered. Unexpectedly, she was in a good mood today and was humming softly while walking. Fu Sihan couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you sad that someone slandered you?" "I'm not sad. What they said was all false." "What's false can never become true." Mu Qianqian straightened her chest and said firmly. "But what if others misunderstand you?" Mu Qianqian was very casual. "As long as the people I care about believe in me, that's all that matters. As for those who don't matter, let them think whatever they want." Fu Sihan's gaze lingered on her for 2 more seconds, and his smile deepened unconsciously. It seems that this little blind man is not that stupid and is more open-minded than many people. 2 days later, news came that Sharpu had been expelled from school. The news came out. Most people applauded this, saying, "Serves him right. He slandered others without even getting to the bottom of the matter, causing all of us who were just there to join in the fun to be criticized by the chancellor. What kind of deep hatred does he have with Mu Qianqian? He's so despicable that he can even spread such rumors. Who would dare to be friends with someone like that? I wouldn't dare. I'm afraid one day he'd stab me in the back and make up rumors about me." Sharpu had not yet left the grade group. When he saw the messages in the group, he was so angry that his face turned purple. He blamed Mu Qianqian for everything. "It's all this woman's fault. I just posted a few messages, should I be expelled from school? Who is backing this woman? Why is he so protective of her?" Xia Piyu sent a message to Lu Yunxian, "Sister, who is Mu Qianqian? Is there someone protecting her?" "Lu Yunxian, how is that possible? She's just a poor country girl, what kind of background can she have?" "Sharpu, but I've been expelled from school. What should I do, sister? If my dad finds out, he'll probably beat me to death." Lu Yunxiang replied anxiously, "As long as you drive Mu Qianqian out of Bay City, don't worry, I can solve your schooling problem." Xia Piyu didn't know her true identity and thought she was the biological daughter of the Lu family. If the Lu family had spoken up for him, his father probably wouldn't have done anything to him. Sharpu thought for a moment, a sinister glint in his eyes. "Don't worry, I'm going to kick her out of the University of Finance and Economics this time. This little bitch got me expelled from school. If I don't teach her a lesson, I'd be less of a man." Lu Yunxiang felt much better after seeing this news. She hasn't been sleeping well recently, and Mu Qianqian's face keeps appearing in her dreams. They look so alike. Mu Qianqian and her adoptive mother look so alike. It was because Lu Yunxiang resembled her adoptive mother that she was taken out of the orphanage by the Lu family and now lives a life of luxury. She couldn't imagine what would happen to the real daughter of the Lu family if she came back. The love of her adoptive parents was taken away, and her brother, who already disliked her, hated her even more. She might be kicked out of the Lu family. Become an orphan living on the streets again. These imaginations almost drove Lu Yunxiang crazy. She doesn't want to live a poor life. She doesn't want to be an ordinary person, she wants to be the only eldest daughter of the Lu family. So Mu Qianqian must get out of Bay City and disappear from the Lu family's sight forever. Mu Qianqian didn't know that she was being targeted. She was worrying about how to convince the uncle not to buy her these expensive nutritional supplements. Uncle, you have to support your family with your salary, so don't waste it on me. Fu Sihan was reading a cutting-edge financial report. Upon hearing this, he raised his eyes and said calmly, whether it's a waste or not, I have the final say. Mu Qianqian sat at the dining table obediently, like a reserved elementary school student. In front of her was the nutrient solution that had been airlifted from overseas. She thought that the uncle had asked someone to buy it from overseas, but what she didn't know was that this nutrient solution was specially tailored according to her physical examination report. Mu Qianqian made a bitter face, but it really doesn't taste good. She just took a sip through the straw and frowned at the bitterness. If the uncle hadn't been sitting opposite her, she would have almost vomited it out. It's good for your body. Drinking this will replenish you quickly. Fu Sihan was indifferent. Uncle, can I continue to drink goat milk? Although goat milk also has a fishy smell, it is much better than this nutrient solution. Fu Sihan put down the magazine, looked at her with interest, and said 3 words indifferently, no. Seeing Mu Qianqian's face full of despair, Fu Sihan's eyes flickered with laughter, and he deliberately put on a stern face, who told you to only eat so little? She has been lacking nutrition for more than 10 years and her appetite is so small. When will she be able to make up for it? Mu Qianqian repeatedly promised, I will definitely eat more meat and rice in the future. This is what the doctor recommended. Drink it first. It's good for your eyes, too. Mu Qianqian said, oh, gloomily, okay. She simply threw away the straw, pinched her nose, and drank the nutrient solution in the cup in one gulp. 21, Chapter 21 Uncle Gets Drunk. Mu Qianqian returned to her room, put on headphones and listened to the recording of her class. Because she couldn't see clearly, she used her mobile phone to record the teacher's voice in class, and listened to the parts she didn't understand several times when she came home at night. Although everyone says that one can relax in college, Mu Qianqian doesn't want to slack off. She wants to work hard to get a scholarship to ease the pressure on her uncle to support the family. After she hid in the room, Fu Sihan called the overseas medical team. Change the flavor of the nutrient solution and make it taste better. But Mr. Fu, our supplements have always had this flavor for so many years and have never changed. Fu Sihan is wealthy and powerful. The RD bonus will be increased tenfold. The other side immediately changed their tone, okay, Mr. Fu, whatever flavor you want, we will start researching and developing it immediately. That day, Mu Qianqian was about to drink the nutrient solution in one gulp as she did before. But as soon as she took a sip, her eyes widened in surprise. Very sweet, strawberry flavor. Mu Qianqian licked her lips with a look of unsatisfied feeling. Why did the taste suddenly change? Could it be that it's gone bad? She called Uncle Fu to ask about the nutrient solution. Fu Sihan was signing a document and put his phone on the table with the hands-free mode on. It's not bad, just drink it without worry. The nutrient solution has turned into strawberry flavor. It tastes delicious. Assistant Wang watched his CEO lie and said, maybe I bought the wrong one. Uncle, can you buy this flavor from now on? I like it. Whatever. After hanging up the phone, Fu Sihan handed the document to Assistant Wang, who was standing there in a daze. Fu Sihan raised his eyebrows, Wang Yong. Oh, Mr. Fu, I'm sorry, I was distracted just now. Wang Yong took the documents and went out to run errands. Coming out of the CEO's office, Wang Yong was puzzled. President Fu had clearly increased the overseas medical team's bonus tenfold to make the nutritional supplements more palatable. He'd personally overseen the payment process, so there was absolutely nothing wrong with it. How come when I got on the phone, he just said casually, I bought the wrong flavor? If you can just buy a specially made nutrient solution by mistake, you won't have to spend 8 figures on research and development. Mr. Fu's actions are becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Fu Sihan was busy dealing with the company's affairs when his secretary brought in a cup of coffee. While he was drinking coffee, he suddenly remembered Mu Qianqian's expression when she drank the nutrient solution. Is it really that hard to drink? Thinking of how her eyes must have sparkled like a satisfied kitten when she drank the strawberry-flavored nutrient solution, Fu Sihan couldn't help but smile. The secretary standing by was stunned. Mr. Fu, are you happy about something? Fu Sihan's brows were cold, and he regained his usual indifference. Do your job well, and don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. He didn't deliberately pamper Mu Qianqian, it was just because she was his nominal wife and he didn't want to be too cold-blooded to her. Besides, if Mu Qianqian secretly threw away the nutrient solution because it tasted bad, and his eyes never recovered, his grandmother would definitely blame him. He doesn't have the time to keep an eye on Mu Qianqian 24 hours a day to see if she drinks the supplements on time. Somehow, Fu Sihan remembered what she said, that the domineering CEOs on TV didn't have to go to work and had nothing to do all day. It's very different from him in reality. What CEO doesn't have to work? He has countless meetings, negotiations, contracts every day. He's so busy that he doesn't even have time to rest. Why do you think of this little blind man again? Fu Sihan tugged at his tie, feeling inexplicably upset. In the evening, Fu Sihan had a social engagement and returned home very late. I thought the little blind girl had gone to bed a long time ago, but unexpectedly the lights in the living room were on and the little girl was sleeping on the table. She was only wearing a thin silk nightgown, and the light shone softly on her body, giving her a layer of soft gauze. Mu Qianqian's sleeping face was peaceful, her fair cheeks were flushed, and her eyelashes were thick and black, casting a shadow under her eyes. Fu Sihan changed his shoes at the entrance and walked into the living room. He thought his movements were very gentle, but he still woke up the person lying on the table. Mu Qianqian twitched her nose. Uncle, have you been drinking? Fu Sihan smelled of alcohol and tobacco, but it wasn't unpleasant at all. Instead, it blended well with the scent of agarwood, creating a mature and charming masculine aura. Well, Fu Sihan's voice was low and magnetic, a little hoarse. Why did you fall asleep here? Mu Qianqian stood up and said, if you don't let me sleep on the sofa, I'll wait for you here. Fu Sihan was speechless. He didn't let her sleep on the sofa because he was afraid that she was weak and might catch a cold. She is just sleeping on the table. Isn't she still prone to catching a cold? Fu Sihan extended his index finger and touched her brow helplessly, his tone filled with a doting that he himself did not even notice. Little blind girl. Dead-headed. Mu Qianqian covered her forehead and said weakly, I'm just following your instructions. Fu Sihan seemed a little uncomfortable and staggered towards the sofa. Mu Qianqian quickly took his arm and helped him sit on the sofa. Please sit here for a while. I'll get you some water. Mu Qianqian was about to leave when Fu Sihan grabbed her wrist and said, no need. The man couldn't help but sneer, his hoarse voice full of weariness, little blind man, you'd better take care of yourself. Mu Qianqian puffed up her cheeks and argued with him, Uncle, I'm not blind, I can see. Fu Sihan raised his eyebrows and leaned closer to her. Can you see my appearance clearly? Mu Qianqian tried to open her eyes wide and looked for a long time, but still couldn't see clearly. The view in front of me was foggy, as if there was a layer of frosted glass. Mu Qianqian pulled his hand away and said, okay, uncle, just sit here and don't move. She went to the kitchen and poured a cup of warm water and placed it in front of him. Drink some water first. I'll go find medicine for you. Mu Qianqian opened the family medicine box and looked at each medicine box for a long time. Because she couldn't see the words on them clearly, she couldn't tell which medicine to take. Fu Sihan caught a glimpse of her little movement and said, give it to me, I'll find it myself. Mu Qianqian bit her lower lip in annoyance and had to bring the medicine box to him. Fu Sihan picked up a medicine box with his slender fingers, took out a tablet of medicine, and drank 2 pills with the warm water she poured. I've already boiled the water, you can just go and take a shower later. Fu Sihan hummed, spread his knees apart, rested his elbows on them, and lowered his head slightly to rest. He calmed down and was about to take a shower, but he found that the little blind man was still standing there, as if he was worried about him. Fu Sihan smiled nonchalantly, I'm going to take a shower, do you want to follow me? Mu Qianqian didn't react. After 2 seconds, she finally realized what he was talking about, and her cheeks instantly flushed red. No, I didn't. She was just worried that he had drunk too much and couldn't take care of himself, so she wanted to stay and help. Fu Sihan pretended to misunderstand her, ripped off his tie, and tossed it on the sofa. His slender, jade-like fingers slowly and methodically unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt. It was a very simple movement, but he performed it in a very pleasing way. 22, Chapter 22, Quarrel. Mu Qianqian didn't remember how she ran back to the bedroom. She only remembered that her mind was blank and she was completely stunned. Immediately afterwards, All the blood in my body rushed to my head, and my face became incredibly hot. Mu Qianqian ran back to the second bedroom and slammed the door shut. Fu Sihan looked towards the door of the second bedroom with an obscure look in his eyes. He said that to her on purpose, just to make her hide away. Lest he do something irrational under the influence of alcohol. Fu Sihan has always been confident in his willpower, but that was in front of other women. In front of this little blind man, his self-control seemed to have disappeared. Even Fu Sihan himself found it incredible. Mu Qianqian hid in the second bedroom, covering her hot cheeks, her heart pounding. She leaned against the door and heard the uncle walk into the bathroom. Later, the sound of water stopped and footsteps came out of the bathroom and returned to the master bedroom. It was not until she heard the sound of the master bedroom door closing that Mu Qianqian felt relieved, took off her shoes, and went to bed to rest. She pulled the quilt over her head. Everything around her was quiet, with only the sound of her frantic heartbeat and rapid breathing. Is the uncle really an ugly man? But why did she feel that he was so good at flirting? Mu Qianqian had been confessed to by boys before, but she had never felt the heartthrob and always felt that something was missing. She obviously didn't even know what the uncle looked like, but she couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster for him. Is it because the uncle is too charming? Maybe, although the uncle is ugly, he is very good at picking up girls. Thinking of this, Mu Qianqian felt a sour feeling in her heart. Bad uncle, you are so good at teasing, I don't know how many girls he has teased. Humph. The next day, while having breakfast, Mu Qianqian deliberately avoided Fu Sihan's sight. Want to eat under the table? Fu Sihan narrowed his eyes and stared at her suspiciously. Mu Qianqian sat up straight with a start. No. She still didn't dare to look up, staring stiffly at the dining table. Is this bowl of porridge so beautiful? Fu Sihan frowned slightly and tapped the table twice with his long fingers. You don't even raise your head. Mu Qianqian was still feeling upset about what she was thinking about before going to bed last night, and was secretly getting angry with him. But on second thought, I felt that there was no need for me to do so. After all, the uncle is so much older than her, even if it is normal to have rich emotional experiences. She was feeling upset and distressed here alone, and the uncle didn't have the ability to read her mind, so he didn't know what she was really thinking. Wasn't she asking for trouble? But these reasons can convince her brain, but cannot control her heart. Mu Qianqian still felt sour in her heart and uncomfortable everywhere. I went to class. Mu Qianqian didn't eat much and got up to go to class. Fu Sihan grabbed her thin wrist and asked in a cold voice, what happened? Mu Qianqian lowered her head, nothing. No, why is this happening? Mu Qianqian deliberately put on a cold face and said, I have to go to class. Please let me go, uncle. She was so obviously angry that if Fu Sihan wasn't a fool, he wouldn't be able to miss it. He didn't understand why the little girl was so magnanimous so early in the morning and even dared to give him a bad look. Fu Sihan had never been treated so coldly before, and he couldn't help but laugh in anger. I'm almost as angry as a pufferfish. Do you think I'm as blind as you and can't see it? Mu Qianqian felt a pang of pain in her heart, and suddenly she felt a lot of indescribable grievances. Her voice was trembling and nasal. I'm blind, so you should find someone with a good temper and who's not blind, and let her be your wife. Fu Sihan was stunned for a moment, and then his face became cold, as if covered with a layer of frost. The man pursed his lips tightly, his eyes fierce and terrifying. Mu Qianqian, do you know what you are saying? He gripped her wrist tightly, so hard that it seemed as if he was going to crush her wrist. Mu Qianqian was already feeling aggrieved and uncomfortable, and he was holding her wrist so tightly. The pain in her wrist made all the emotions in her heart burst out like a flood. She bit her lower lip, tears rolling down her cheeks. Uncle, you dislike me being your wife, right? Why else would he be so cruel to her? It was as if he wanted to eat her alive. Mu Qianqian has no experience in love and is a complete novice in relationships, so she hasn't realized that she has fallen in love unknowingly. When people face the person they like, they always fall into inferiority complex involuntarily. When did I dislike you? Fu Sihan frowned. I know, my eyesight is not good and my family background is not good, I can't compare to your ex-girlfriends. Mu Qianqian said with sobs. Ex-daughter. Friends? Or we? He has always been a clean-minded person and has been a monk for almost 30 years. When did he have an ex-girlfriend? The little blind man couldn't throw dirty water on him like that. Fu Sihan sneered angrily, emphasizing each word. When did you see that I had an ex-girlfriend? Mu Qianqian, explain it to me clearly. Don't you have any? No, never. You're the first. Mu Qianqian wiped her tears, her eyes red, and curled her lips. I don't believe it. The uncle must be lying to her. He is so old, how could he have never been in love? If he really had never been in a relationship, how could he be so good at flirting? Why don't you believe it? Because you are already 29 years old. Unless she was a fool, she would not believe that a 29-year-old man had never had any love experience. Even, he might have had sexual experience a long time ago. Although it was normal to know that her husband had an ex, Mu Qianqian still felt very uncomfortable, and the more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Oh? You think I'm old? Fu Sihan was speechless. He then realized that the little girl was jealous. Mu Qianqian cried until her nose turned red, and she said pitifully, I didn't. Uncle, don't change the subject. Fu Sihan took a deep breath and spoke in a low, cold voice, don't forget, your husband is an ugly man. How can he find a partner? Only you, a little blind man, don't despise your ugly husband. I've never been with any woman before, and I never will be. Mu Qianqian, never tell me to find someone else again, remember. His tone was particularly strong in the last sentence, and it was obvious that this sentence hurt Fu Sihan's self-esteem. Fu Sihan was not obsessed with Mu Qianqian, but since the two of them had already obtained their marriage certificate, they had to try their best to get along. When problems arose, they could not avoid them but had to actively solve them. I am older and have more experience, while the girl is sensitive and tends to overthink. When encountering problems, he should give in to his wife more and not lose face. When Mu Qianqian heard these words, all the bitterness in her heart disappeared, replaced by deep joy and sweetness, as if her whole body was soaked in a honey jar. 23, Chapter 23, Boys from the Physical Education Department. There is no overnight hatred between husband and wife. Just talk it out. Mu Qianqian realized her mistake. She would never quarrel with the uncle again because of her unfounded imagination. Although the uncle is not good looking, he is a good person, responsible and motivated, with a mature and stable personality. Such a man is hard to find even with a lantern. If she gets caught by him, she will regret it. Fu Sihan curled his lips in satisfaction. Let's go to class. Okay, goodbye, uncle. Mu Qianqian skipped out with a blind stick. In the morning, he had his head down and looked dejected, but now he looks like a primary school student going on a spring outing. I can't tell you how happy I am. Fu Sihan looked at her back, and the smile on his lips deepened. Still a child. As soon as Mu Qianqian walked into the school gate, she heard many people excitedly rushing in one direction. Oh my god, senior sister Jiyu is actually here at school. She just participated in the financial cup competition a while ago and won first prize in the country. Several buildings in our school, including the library, were donated by her family. Was it donated by the Jiyu family? Why did I hear it was donated by the richest man in Bay City? Oh, you're so out of date. Senior sister Jiyu is the fiancée of Bay City's richest man. Who else doesn't know this? Senior sister Jiyu? Who is senior sister Jiyu? Mu Qianqian didn't know this person, but everyone around her joined in the fun. She was pushed around in the crowd and couldn't see, so she almost fell down several times. Oops. Someone in the crowd pushed her, and Mu Qianqian fell forward, about to fall to the ground. At this moment, a strong arm reached out and supported her. Classmate, are you okay? Mu Qianqian was still in shock and adjusted her sunglasses. I'm fine, thank you. You're welcome. I see you're holding a cane. Are you blind? Let me help you to the side. There are so many people here, it's too dangerous. The boy helped Mu Qianqian walk out of the crowd and stand beside the flower bed. It's much quieter here. Mu Qianqian asked curiously, what are these people doing? Don't worry about them. A senior named Ji Yuqingyu has returned to school, and her fans have flocked to her. Mu Qianqian was surprised. There are fans in the school. The boy sneered. Just a bunch of rabble following the trend. It sounded like he was quite disdainful of this woman and her admirers. What's your name? What's your major? My name is Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian was on guard, so she didn't tell strangers about her major and class. The boy smiled brightly. My name is Mu Qianqian, and I'm from the physical education department. Which class are you going to? I'll take you there. No, I can go by myself. Mu Qianqian quickly rejected his kindness. Mu Qianqian saw her guard against him and said, Okay, you better be careful and don't go to crowded places. I see. After Mu Qianqian left, Mu Qianqian took out his phone and immediately sent a message to his cousin. Cousin, I'm back from abroad. I didn't see my sister-in-law last time. When can I bring her home again? Let's have a meal together and get to know each other. There was no response from the other end. Mu Qianqian had long been accustomed to it. After all, the Fu family's multi-billion-dollar group was managed by his cousin alone. He was so busy that he naturally had no time to reply to his messages immediately. I just saw a girl I really like at school. Hasn't my grandma been urging me to find a partner? I think I'm almost there. By the way, that Ji Yuqingyu who has been pestering you has returned to school, and she's even claiming to be your fiancé. If my sister-in-law hears this news, TSK. Unexpectedly, Fu Sihan called directly. Mu Qianqian answered the call in a panic. Brother, how come you have time to call me? Watch your mouth and don't say a word you shouldn't. I know, I'm not a talkative person. Mu Qianqian patted his chest and assured, but the rumors are spreading like wildfire. Aren't you afraid that your sister-in-law will hear it? Fu Sihan said coldly, she is not from the circle. I haven't told her my identity yet. I understand. I promise not to say anything. Mu Qianqian made a gesture as if he was zipping his mouth. After he finished, he realized that his cousin couldn't see it, so all his efforts were in vain. It was really because the cousin's power of suppression on them, the younger generation, was too terrifying. Having lived under the shadow of such an outstanding cousin since childhood, it was hard not to be afraid of him. Among all the younger generations, Mu Qianqian was the one closest to Fu Sihan, not to mention the other's fear of Fu Sihan. My cousin had a multinational meeting and quickly hung up the phone. Mu Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief and was about to go to the playground for training. When he passed by Ji Yuqingyu who was surrounded by a group of people, he couldn't help but reveal a look of contempt. TSK, a bunch of idiots. Don't think he doesn't know that all the honorary awards that Ji Yuqingyu got were bought with money through the back door. She herself was a fool with a head full of crazy fans. She always regarded herself as Fu Sihan's fiancée. She had suppressed and bullied countless celebrities who deliberately tried to get close to the Fu family. In the wealthy circle, everyone avoids this money-worshipping, brainless idiot. Mu Qianqian couldn't help but think of the girl he had just met, pure, clean, with a clarity that had never been tainted by the world. It's like a little deer running out of the woods, ignorant and pure. A vicious woman like Ji Yuqingyu is nothing compared to her. I don't think I've seen her in school before. She must be a new student this year, right? Mu Qianqian often goes abroad to compete, rarely stays in school, and doesn't hang out on forums, so naturally he doesn't know Mu Qianqian. He clenched his fists and made up his mind that next time they met, he would definitely get her contact information. That day, after class, Mu Qianqian waited there for a while, but Fu Sihan did not come to pick her up. As the sky was getting darker, she asked Fang Yangran to go back first. Yangran, you haven't had dinner yet. Go back first. I can go home by myself. Fang Yangran was worried. Is your home far away? Otherwise, I can take you home. No, it's nearby. I can do it by myself. It just so happened that the squad leader had something to talk to Fang Yangran about, so Mu Qianqian went back alone with her blind stick. As she walked down a dark path, a tall, fat boy suddenly jumped out from the front, looking at her viciously. Little girl, I finally caught you. Mu Qianqian was about to go back when two people suddenly appeared from the darkness and blocked her way. She was sandwiched between two people, one in front and one behind. Mu Qianqian's heart skipped a beat, and she had a bad feeling. She held her cane and asked calmly, Who are you? He spoke in a hoarse, unpleasant voice. You don't even recognize your classmates? You little bitch, you really are forgetful. Mu Qianqian heard it. Are you? Sharpu. 24, Chapter 24 Uncle saves Qianqian. As Sharpu approached, Mu Qianqian smelled a disgusting stench on him. She subconsciously stepped back, but there were two burly men blocking her way behind her, and she almost bumped into them. Hey, you little bitch, you still want to throw yourself into my arms? I don't look down on a cheap thing like you. I don't know how many people have been with this body of yours. Sharpu licked his lips and said obscenely, don't be so picky. She's not bad looking. It's okay for us brothers to have some fun with her. In particular, this woman looks somewhat similar to Lu Yinxian. Although Sharpu believed from the bottom of his heart that Mu Qianqian was prettier than Lu Yinxian was the daughter of the Lu family, and Mu Qianqian was just a poor guy who ran away from a small county town. What's the point of being good looking if you don't have a good background? It just so happened that he had been licking for so long but didn't get any help from Lu Yinxian. Today, he stopped Mu Qianqian and used her as Lu Yinxian's substitute to have a good time. Har har har, brother Pu is right. This little bitch looks pretty good. It will definitely be exciting to play with her. I wonder how she compares to those young models. She looks like a slut. Mu Qianqian was panicked and frightened when hearing the dirty words one by one. Don't come over here. This is against the law. She hoped that this sentence would make them feel a little scared. Har 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 har, it's illegal. You're telling me, brother Pu, that it's illegal? You're a slut who's been fucked by everyone, and you still have the nerve to sue us. Fine, then we'll say it was you who seduced us first. Your rich man can't satisfy you, so you come to us brothers. Sharp and his two younger brothers walked towards her with grins on their faces. They were about to touch Mu Qianqian's body, but she turned away and ran out of the alley. Brother Pu, she ran away. Why are you in such a hurry? She's blind, where can she run to? Sure enough, before Mu Qianqian ran a few steps, she tripped over a raised floor tile and fell heavily to the ground. She subconsciously used her palms to support her body, and the palms of her hands hit the gravel, which immediately caused a burning pain. It was probably that her skin was directly rubbed off. Mu Qianqian gasped in pain, hiss. Tears welled up in her eyes. She endured the pain in her palms and tried hard to get up from the ground. But there was only a blurry darkness in front of her eyes, she couldn't see anything, and she didn't know where her blind stick had fallen when she fell. The demon of 3. He stretched out his claws towards her, come with us. Mu Qianqian sat in the darkness in despair, tears streaming down her cheeks. Just when she thought she could not escape the murderer's clutches today, a deep male voice suddenly cut through the darkness and brought her light, Qianqian. Mu Qianqian's heart skipped a beat. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw a blurry but familiar tall figure running towards her eagerly. Uncle. Was it her hallucination? Why did she see the uncle at this time? When Fu Sihan saw this scene, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and the hostility around him instantly reached a terrifying peak. Without his orders, the bodyguards following behind him stepped forward spontaneously and subdued Sharp and the other two. Sharp howled in a shrill voice, "Who are you? What do you want? This is us and this little bitch." Before he could say anything unpleasant, the bodyguard had already twisted his arm. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the darkness. These people have been with Fu Sihan for many years and have inherited his personality, so they are naturally not kind-hearted people. This person dared to disrespect Mrs. Fu. Breaking an arm would be the least of his worries. In the dim moonlight, Sharpu finally saw Fu Sichan's cold and stern profile, as well as the murderous aura around him that kept strangers away. Sharp had only seen this person once from a distance at a wealthy family banquet. Even his father, the head of the Shah family, is not worthy of carrying this man's shoes. This cold king of hell, why is he here? You are, Fu. Before he could reveal Fu Sihan's identity, the bodyguard punched Sha Pu in the face, stopping him from saying anything else. Sharp's fat face was swollen and the corners of his mouth were purple, looking very miserable. His mouth tasted of blood and his arms and face ached terribly. But all of this was far less shocking than the scene before his eyes. The unattainable heir to a multi-billionaire family in Bay City actually stood in front of the little blind girl, bent down, and condescendingly extended his hand to her. Qianqian, I'm here. After Fu Sihan said this, Mu Qianqian's anxious heart finally settled down. She burst into tears and threw herself into his arms. The familiar cool fragrance of sunken wood enveloped her completely, and strands of warmth seeped through her skin into her heart. Fu Sihan's body froze, but he didn't push her away. His warm palm fell on her back, patting her gently like a child. Don't be afraid, I'm here. However, the arrogant Mr. Fu had never coaxed anyone before, and his actions seemed a bit unfamiliar and unskilled. But at this moment, even if he did nothing, in Mu Qianqian's heart, he was like the noblest god. Mu Qianqian was still a little scared and said anxiously, "Uncle, I just thought." She didn't dare to say the rest of the words. The mere thought of that nightmare scene made her shiver with fear. "No, no one will dare to touch you while I'm here." Fu Sihan hugged the trembling girl in his arms. His chest was broad and strong, covering the petite girl in his protective shell. Mu Qianqian was frightened and cried in his arms for a while, then fell asleep while crying. It's not that she is careless, but her body, in great fear, activated its protective mechanism, causing her to fall asleep to recover her energy. After Mu Qianqian fell asleep, Fu Sihan hugged her and turned to look at Sha Piyu and the other two. He gave them a sharp and cold look, and Sharpu and the other two were trembling with fear. Mr. Fu, we didn't know she was you. If I had known that this woman was related to Mr. Fu, I wouldn't have dared to do anything to her even if I had 100 guts." He had offended the Fu family. Not to mention Lu Yinxiang, even the entire Lu family couldn't protect him. At this point, Shap couldn't help but blame Lu Yinxiang. It was all because of this woman who instigated the conflict and caused him so much trouble. Fu Sihan's eyes were as cold as if he was looking at three dead objects, and his voice was emotionless. "Find out their identities. Those who should go bankrupt will go bankrupt, and those who shouldn't stay in Bay City." Fu Sihan didn't need to say the rest, his subordinates already understood. Mr. Fu's Achilles' heel is his family. The fact that Shap dared to touch his family can be said to mean that he thought he had lived too long. With the Fu family's strong financial resources and capital, making the Sha family bankrupt is just a matter of snapping a finger. According to Fu Sihan's intention, not only did he want to bankrupt the Sha family completely, he also wanted to expel them from Bay City, leaving them with no face left in the circle of wealthy families. It seems that this time, President Fu is really angry. 25, Chapter 25 Uncle holds Qianqian. Fu Sihan picked up Mu Qianqian and carried her sideways, then walked past them coldly, not even bothering to glance at them. "Boss Fu, please give us a way out. We won't dare bully your people again. We were just confused for a moment. Mr. Fu, we just wanted to play a joke on her and didn't intend to really hurt her. Please be magnanimous and show some mercy." Shap knelt on the ground in despair, his face pale. "It's over. It's all over now." He shouldn't have targeted Mu Qianqian from the beginning, otherwise he wouldn't have been expelled from school and offended the evil god he should never have offended. How should he explain to his father after he returns? If the Sha family is bankrupted by the Fu family, won't his father break his legs? He might even be punished by family law. If his family runs out of money and is driven out of Bay City, he can never live his life as a young master again. It's all the fault of that bitch Lu Yinxiang. If it weren't for her instigation, would he have fallen to this point today? Sha Piyu didn't dare to hate Fu Sihan, so he pushed all the responsibility and anger onto Lu Yinxiang. Mu Qianqian slept for a while and then woke up. Her palms felt itchy and she subconsciously wanted to scratch them, but someone beside her said, "Don't move." Mu Qianqian blinked in confusion and turned to look over. Just by looking at the blurry figure, I can tell who it is. "Uncle." Mu Qianqian called him in a delicate voice with a strong nasal tone. "Don't move. I'm disinfecting you. It might hurt a little." Fu Sihan held her finger, wiped the wound on the palm of her hand with an iodine cotton swab to disinfect it, then applied medicine and bandaged it carefully. He was not a talkative person, so he remained silent at the moment and focused on helping her treat her wounds. Mu Qianqian didn't make any noise to disturb him. She just blinked her thick eyelashes and lay quietly on the sofa. The living room fell silent for a moment. Mu Qianqian looked at him without blinking, a little dazed, and couldn't help but raise her other hand, wanting to touch his face with her fingers. Just when her fingertips were about to touch him, he turned his head away. Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow. "What?" "Nothing." Mu Qianqian lowered her head and said in a low voice. For some reason, she really wanted to know what the uncle looked like, so she couldn't help but reach out her hand. But he dodged it. A trace of loss flashed through Mu Qianqian's heart. Fu Sihan treated the wounds on both her hands, looked up at her, and asked in a low voice, "Does it hurt?" Mu Qianqian came back to her senses from her daze and shook her head. "It doesn't hurt. Don't let water get into the wound. Put on some plastic wrap and take a shower tonight, or have Aunt Liu come and help you." Mu Qianqian refused. "No, I can wash it myself. Bathing is such a private matter, she is not used to having another person around." Fu Sihan said, lightly, and then said, "I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow." Huh? Why? It's not time for a review yet. You cried a lot today, and your intraocular pressure increased, which is not good for your eyes recovery. Mu Qianqian was a little resistant, bit her lower lip, and argued softly, "I didn't cry that hard, it shouldn't have any impact." Fu Sihan curled his lips, "You haven't cried enough yet. My coat is still wet." The little girl leaned on his chest and cried, wetting a large area of his clothes, but she said she didn't cry that hard. Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly, and she stammered a little embarrassedly, "Then I will help you wash the clothes." "No need, just have a good rest." Fu Sihan originally wanted to blurt out the name Little Blind Man, but when he thought that Mu Qianqian cared about these words, he swallowed the words back. Mu Qianqian sat up from the sofa, folded the summer quilt on her body and put it in the corner of the sofa. She was about to take a shower when a question suddenly occurred to her. "I fainted from crying later. How did I get upstairs?" Before she lost consciousness, she was leaning on the uncle's arms, so. Thinking of this possibility, Mu Qianqian was stunned and asked without thinking, "Uncle, did you carry me up here?" Fu Sihan admitted frankly, "Yeah. What else?" After saying that, he saw Mu Qianqian's clear eyes gradually widen, her mouth slightly opened, and her cheeks became redder and redder. The little girl blinked in panic, feeling so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Her reaction was so strong that Fu Sihan had to remind her, "Mu Qianqian, I'm your husband. I can't even hug my married wife." Mu Qianqian's voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum, and her tone was soft. "Well, I know, I just can't get used to it for a while." She didn't say he wasn't. Only. She had never had contact with men before, so she was a little uncomfortable. Fu Sihan looked at her with deep eyes, and said in an unquestionable tone, "From now on, you have to get used to it slowly." Mu Qianqian puffed out her cheeks and said, quickly." She shyly ran into the second bedroom and slammed the door. If Fu Sihan didn't have good hearing, he wouldn't have heard her hum. The corners of his lips curved up in pleasure. Why didn't I realize before that teasing her was so much fun? The little girl is silly and stupid, soft and cute, like a stupid little rabbit, making people want to bully her. The next day, Mu Qianqian asked Fang Yangran to ask for leave for her. "Yangran, I have to go to the hospital for an eye checkup today. Please ask the teacher for leave for me. I'm afraid the teacher will call on me." "Okay, is your eye okay? When can you come back?" "I'm fine. I'll be back after the checkup." "Thank you, Yangran." After the voice call, Mu Qianqian heard a notification on her phone. "The emergency contact has sent you a text message with the following content: I have something urgent to do and cannot come to your school in time. I'll ask my assistant to drive to the East Gate to pick you up." The only emergency contact in her phone is Uncle Fu, who he set up for her when she bought the phone. Mu Qianqian muted her phone during class yesterday, so she didn't hear the message. It turned out to be a big misunderstanding. If she had heard the news earlier and gone to the East Gate to wait, she would not have encountered what happened later. Fu Sihan had something to do at the company, so Assistant Wang drove Mu Qianqian to the hospital today. On the way, Assistant Wang explained to her, "Ms. Mu, the gate you usually exit from cannot accommodate parking, so I can only wait for you at the East Gate." Mu Qianqian nodded, "Okay, I understand. Next time I will go to the East Gate and wait in advance." After arriving at the hospital, Mu Qianqian underwent a series of detailed, full-body examinations. After Fu Sihan finished dealing with the matter, he hurried to the hospital. What's the result? Mu Qianqian was lying on the hospital bed receiving an for drip. "Uncle Fu, don't worry. The doctor said I'm fine." "Real?" "Of course it's true, why would I lie to you?" Fu Sihan didn't even notice it himself and breathed a sigh of relief. "Those people who hurt you will never appear in front of you again." 26, Chapter 26 Little Crybaby. For a moment, Mu Qianqian's heart seemed to be stepping on cotton, light and yet indescribably sweet. Fu Sihan didn't elaborate, and Mu Qianqian thought he had called the police to deal with what happened last night. But in fact, Fu Sihan used business methods to remove the Shah family, a third-rate family, from the Beijing circle, and overnight became an object avoided by all wealthy families. The Shah family was now facing a severe debt crisis and was on the verge of bankruptcy. They would soon be completely uprooted and driven out of Bay City. As for his two followers, their fate was even more miserable. From then on, Sharpu would naturally never appear in front of Mu Qianqian again. Uncle, why were you there yesterday? Fu Sihan lifted his eyelids and glanced at her, then explained calmly, I just happened to be passing by. Oh. Mu Qianqian was skeptical. On the one hand, she felt that things would not be so coincidental, but on the other hand, she was afraid that she was overthinking it. My heart was beating wildly, back and forth. Did Uncle Fu go there specifically to pick her up? Glancing at the confusion on Mu Qianqian's face, a smile flashed across Fu Sihan's eyes. It was so late, and he was walking towards the University of Finance and Economics. What other reason could he have other than to pick her up? The assistant didn't wait for anyone to show up, so he sent him a message. Fu Sihan had just finished a meeting and saw the message. He immediately took people to search nearby and found her near the alley. Mu Qianqian picked up the thermos and was about to drink some water, but found that the cup was empty. Fu Sihan asked, Are you thirsty? Fu Sihan asked his assistant to go out and pour her some water. He washed an apple, cut it into small pieces with a fruit knife, and fed it to her, eat some fruit first. Mu Qianqian had never been taken care of like this before, and her heart felt sweet and warm. She took Fu Sihan's hand and ate a piece of crisp apple shyly. At this moment, an old woman walked into the ward and asked, Hey, what's going on? Why is there someone else in my room? Her children quickly ran over and grabbed her arm. Mom, you've gone to the wrong ward. Your ward is next door. It turns out I took the wrong way. Ha 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 ha, I'm sorry. The old lady was a cheerful person and smiled. It's okay. Mu Qianqian curled her eyes and said kindly. The children helped the old lady out of the ward, and the old lady was still muttering, Young people's feelings are so good, they support each other in the hospital. Take care of each other. Your dad took care of me like this when I was in the hospital before. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Mu Qianqian was quite touched when she heard these words. It would be great if her relationship with the uncle could be as stable as that of this old couple and last for decades. We don't ask for great wealth and honor, but we just want to support each other and be the only ones for each other. Uncle, will you always be so nice to me? Somehow, Mu Qianqian couldn't help but say this. Fu Sihan looked up at her and sneered, Why are you still acting like a child? Mu Qianqian mustered up her courage and pulled his wrist. Uncle, please answer me. Fu Sihan wasn't the type to talk sweet nothings. He would only prove himself through his actions. He didn't like to boast, and simply said, I will fulfill my duties as a husband. The weight of this sentence is enough for Mu Qianqian. She absolutely trusted Uncle Fu's character. He said he would fulfill his responsibilities as a husband and would never abandon her easily. Before leaving, Fu Sihan talked to the doctor alone for a while. There won't be any sequelae to her eyes, right? Don't worry, Mr. Fu. Miss Mu's eyes are recovering well and there will be no sequelae. However, you still need to be more careful in the future and avoid crying too often, as it's not good for your eyes. Fu Sihan nodded coldly, yeah. Coming out of the office, he held Mu Qianqian's hand and led her to the car. From now on, you can't shed tears anymore, understand? Mu Qianqian nodded obediently, I'll try not to cry. Fu Sihan looked at her obedient appearance and curled his lips in a happy mood, little crybaby. Mu Qianqian stuck out her tongue playfully. I used to call her little blind girl, but now I call her little crybaby. Why does the uncle love to give her nicknames so much? Wang Yong, let's drive away. Fu Sihan ordered. As soon as the car left, Ji Yuqingyu hurried to the hospital and found the ward where Mu Qianqian was. However, the ward was empty. Ji Yuqingyu grabbed a passing nurse and asked, Where are the people? Where are the people inside? Miss, who are you talking about? The patient in this ward has already left. Where's the man who came with her? He's gone too. The nurse said, They are gone. The patients are gone, and their families will surely leave with them. Ji Yuqingyu gritted her teeth and suddenly raised her voice, What family member? She's just a bitch who didn't know how to live or die. Saihan got tired of her after just 2 days. The nurse saw that she was not in a good mental state and did not dare to talk back. An old lady from the next ward came out for a walk and heard her words. She couldn't stand it anymore. How can you talk like that, little girl? They are a very happy couple, but your words are too harsh. Be careful not to create bad karma with your words. The girl staying in the ward today is so nice. She is pretty and polite. She and her husband are perfect match made in heaven. Her husband is also very handsome, like a big star, but he seems a little cold-tempered. Ji Qingyu had no respect for the old man and immediately yelled back, "What couple? If you don't know, don't talk nonsense. Saihan is my fiancé, and that bitch is a shameless mistress. Why are you speaking for the mistress? Are you also a mistress who got promoted?" The old woman was so angry that her face turned pale and blue. She cursed him as a madman and was then helped back into their house by her children. Ji Qingyu dragged the nurse madly. "If you see this woman again, tell me immediately. I'll tear her face off." She finally got a chance to get in touch with Saihan. But before she arrived, they had already left. Damn it, that bitch must have been on guard against her and had taken Saihan away and hidden her so early. If she caught that woman, she would definitely not let her go. Before Ji Qingyu had the chance to cause trouble for Mu Qianqian, trouble found her first. Several security guards came over and surrounded her. "Ms. Jiyu, Mr. Cheng has instructed that you cannot set foot in any hospital owned by the Cheng family. Please leave immediately." "Why won't you let me in? I'm sick, but you won't let me into the hospital. How can that be justified?" The security guard smiled wryly. "No matter how seriously ill you are, you can't go to the Cheng family's private hospital. How dare you call me crazy?" Ji Qingyu pointed her bright red nails at the security captain and said in a domineering tone, "Do you know who I am? Take her away." Several security guards rushed over, held Ji Qingyu's arms and lifted her up. "Let me go, let me go." Ji Qingyu yelled without caring about her image, but was eventually kicked out by the security guard. 27, Chapter 27, Infatuated. Mu Qianqian naturally didn't know what happened in the hospital. When she got home, she wanted to put some eye drops in, but every time she was about to put them in, she couldn't help closing her eyes. After a few times, the eye drops dripped out, which was a waste. Mu Qianqian couldn't finish it alone, so she had to ask Fu Sihan for help. "Uncle, can you help me put some eye drops in?" Fu Sihan put down the work at hand and walked over to her. "Give me the eye drops." "Yes." Mu Qianqian handed it over obediently. Fu Sihan pinched her chin with one hand and raised the eye drops with the other, pretending to drip them. But Mu Qianqian's eyes kept blinking. Her eyes were as black as the finest obsidian, but because they were temporarily invisible, they seemed a little out of focus, as if covered by a layer of mist. Fu Sihan stroked her chin and pondered for a moment. "Open your mouth." "R." Mu Qianqian was puzzled. She wanted to put the drops in her eyes, so why did the uncle tell her to open her mouth? "Open." He tapped the corners of her mouth lightly with his slender fingertips. When the warm fingers touched her lips, Mu Qianqian's whole body froze and she stood there, forgetting to react. Fu Sihan reminded her again in a low voice, "Open your mouth." Mu Qianqian obeyed subconsciously and slowly opened her mouth. The cold eye drops dripped down, and before she could close her eyes, the drops had already soaked her eye sockets. My eyes felt cold and my vision became clear for a moment, as if the black cloth covering my eyes had become thinner. But that moment was fleeting, so fast that Mu Qianqian had no time to catch it, and her vision became blurry and dim again. She was a little lost in thought and murmured, "Uncle, actually I think your outline is quite nice." Fu Sihan curled his lips coldly. "What are you thinking about every day?" Mu Qianqian pouted. Just now, when she caught a quick glimpse of his tough features that looked like they were carved by a knife and an axe, she almost forgot that her husband was an extremely ugly man. "Never mind, maybe it's just the psychological effect of the eye drops." "Uncle, why do you ask me to open my mouth?" Mu Qianqian asked in confusion. Fu Sihan explained coldly. "The eyes and mouth share a common nervous system. If you open your mouth, your eyes won't close randomly." Mu Qianqian actually had some idea of what was going on. "Oh, so that's how it is." However, the uncle knows a lot of knowledge, even medical knowledge is so clear. That's amazing. He has such a good character and is so knowledgeable, so his appearance doesn't matter at all, okay? Mu Qianqian stood up from her seat and said, "Uncle, I'm going back to the room to listen to the class recording." The two of them were busy with their own things, and the atmosphere at home was warm and natural. Sharpu, who had bullied Mu Qianqian before, is now extremely anxious. Who dared to help the Fu family when they took action? The Shah family couldn't hold on for a few days before declaring bankruptcy. Before Sharpu was driven out of Bay City, he found Lu Yunxiang. Lu Yunxiang, I've fallen into this state because of you. You must be responsible for me. Lu Yunxiang didn't expect that he couldn't even handle such a small matter. She was furious. How dare you come to me? I asked you to kick that country girl out of school, but you only kicked yourself out. I never thought you were this kind of person. I thought you were a rich and pampered young lady. Sharpu finally saw through Lu Yunxiang's sinister and vicious true face. Lu Yunxiang didn't care what Sharpu thought. She only cared about her own interests. You didn't give me away, did you? Sharpu said viciously, har har, if I tell you about it, who will give me money in the future? This was a blatant threat to Lu Yunxiang. If she didn't pay the hush money, don't blame him for revealing everything. Although the Shaw family is in trouble, Sharpu at least knows a few people in the circle. When the time comes, he can spread the rumors and let everyone know about it, which will be enough to make Lu Yunxiang very upset. Lu Yunxiang suppressed her resentment and pretended to be gentle and generous. How can I ignore you if you say that? Just tell me how much you want. Give me 10 million. 10 million. Lu Yunxiang unconsciously raised her voice sharp. Where can I get so much money for you? My credit card was suspended by my brother a long time ago, and I only have a few 100,000. Then give me 1 million first, and I'll owe you the rest. Sharp started to extort money. Lu Yunxiang didn't dare to risk her reputation, so she could only swallow her anger and said, okay, I'll get you 1 million. Don't forget to write an IOU for the rest. Lu Yunxiang was almost mad with anger, but she couldn't break up with him. Okay, I'll write it. Sharp got the 1 million yuan that Lu Yunxiang got from selling her jewelry and clothes, and also had an IOU for 9 million yuan in his hand. He left the Lu family happily. Lu Yunxiang has hurt him to this extent, Sharpu can't let her have an easy time. So Sharp deliberately did not tell Lu Yunxiang that the girl she wanted to offend was Mr. Fu's person. Based on his understanding of Lu Yunxiang, she would definitely not give up and would continue to cause trouble. By then, her fate would be as miserable as his. Thinking of this, Sharp felt very happy. Serves you right. At night, Mu Qianqian was keeping accounts under the light. She fumbled and wrote down today's date and the approximate cost of the examination and medicine in the notebook. There were also the supplements and nutrient solutions that her uncle usually bought for her. Although she didn't know how much they cost, Mu Qianqian wrote them down in the notebook. For an ordinary family like the uncle's, the 8-digit surgery fee should have drained his family's savings and even caused him to owe some foreign debt. Although Uncle Fu never mentions these things, Mu Qianqian cannot forget it. She remembered every bit of his kindness. After finishing writing, Mu Qianqian put the account book into the bedside table and hid it. She was about to turn off the light, but the vague outline of the uncle that she saw when he was helping her drip the medicine today appeared in front of her eyes. The uncle standing next to her was so tall and had a faint scent of cedar on his body. He was particularly charming. Mu Qianqian held her chin with both hands, squinted her eyes, and her whole body was full of pink bubbles. Until a thought flashed through my mind. Mu Qianqian, stop being such a fangirl. You have to get up early for class tomorrow. She finally woke up from her dream, rubbed her hot cheeks, quickly turned off the lights, and climbed into bed to sleep. If the uncle knew her fantasy, he would definitely laugh at her. Maybe, she will be given a nickname again. 28, Chapter 28, Chasing Girls. Mu Qianqian went to the classroom for class and sat with Fang Yangran. There was a boy sitting behind them. At first, Mu Qianqian didn't pay attention to it, until the get out of class was over, when the boy patted her shoulder. Classmate Mu, do you still remember me? Fu Qianqing smiled and winked at her. Mu Qianqian couldn't see his face clearly, but her voice sounded familiar. Who are you? I'm Fu Qianqing, we've met once before. Oh, I remember now. That day, when Xinya's sister Jiyu returned to school, many of her fans rushed over and almost made Mu Qianqian fall. At that time, it was Fu Qianqing who supported her in time. Fu Qianqing explained, I saw your major and class on the forum, and specifically asked someone about the classroom where your major is taught. Oh. Mu Qianqian was not interested. She is now only focused on studying and making money and doesn't want to think about other things. Fu Qianqing smiled brightly, Mr. Mu, can I have your contact information? Mu Qianqian bit her lower lip, thinking about how to refuse him. My eyesight is not good, so I don't use my phone often. Fu Qianqing said cheerfully, it's okay, we can just save each other's phone numbers. I won't bother you often. If you encounter any problems, you can also call me. Mu Qianqian is not good at rejecting people, but she doesn't want to have too much involvement with a boy she doesn't know. After all, she's already married and has a marriage certificate. Fang Yangran saw her dilemma and took the initiative to help. Classmate, why don't you add my contact information? Qianqian and I usually go out together. If you want to find her, I can help you pass on the message. Mu Qianqian looked at Fang Yangran gratefully. Fu Qinxing thought about it and said, okay. He took out his cell phone and added Fang Yangran as a friend. With a few minutes left before class, Mu Qianqian and Fang Yangran went to the bathroom together. On the way, Mu Qianqian thanked her. Thank you for what I did just now, Yangran. I didn't know how to refuse him. Fang Yangran didn't hide her feelings. No need to thank me. Qianqian, I actually have my own selfish motives. Fang Yangran took her arm and said, actually, that boy is very sunny and handsome, exactly my type. Plus, he's my friend, so I'm quite happy. Qianqian, you won't be angry, will you? Of course not, I like. You have to be brave and strike out. Anyway, Mu Qianqian is not interested in this boy, and it is even more impossible for her to be with him. If Yangran likes him, she can certainly pursue him boldly. Privately, Fu Qinxing asked Fang Yangran about Mu Qianqian's preferences. Fang Yangran replied, you can ask if you want to. But I have to tell you first that I will never reveal anything involving Qianqian's privacy. Fu Qinxing, don't worry, I just want to know her preferences. I won't ask anything else. Are you and Mu roommates? Fang Yangran typed a reply, yes, we're in the same dormitory. As for Qianqian's preferences, she likes to learn, works very hard and is very friendly to people. Fu Qinxing didn't get the answer she wanted, so she asked, do you know what type of boy she likes? Fang Yangran thought for a moment. Qianqian's aesthetic is quite special. She doesn't seem to like guys who are too handsome. Don't you like handsome guys? Yeah, in her eyes, handsome guys are actually ugly. Fang Yangran clearly remembered how stunning the man was when she first accompanied Mu Qianqian and others. He was dressed in a suit and tie, had a stern temperament, and was extremely handsome, exuding an unattainable aura. Such a nearly perfect man was actually called an ugly man in Mu Qianqian's mouth. It is enough to see that Qianqian's aesthetic taste is different from that of ordinary people. This really stumped Fu Qinxing. Thank you. I'll think about what to do. The next day when Mu Qianqian went to class, she met Fu Qinxing again. This time, Fu Qinxing was dressed in a rustic manner and his hair was messy. I'm ugly enough, right? Fang Yangran's eyes twitched. It's okay, not too ugly. After all, he has a good foundation, so he can't look that ugly even if he pretends to be ugly. However, she forgot to remind him, Qianqian can't see it for the time being. So Fu Qinxing's work was in vain. As soon as the get out of class was over, Fu Qinxing would take the initiative to chat with Mu Qianqian, but Mu Qianqian was only focused on studying and didn't pay much attention to him. Fu Qinxing kept hitting a wall and was so anxious that he scratched his head. He walked to a secluded place and asked his cousin for help. Brother, the girl I like doesn't like me. How can I pursue her? Fu Sihan's tone was cold and impatient. You called me just for this. But I really like that girl. How can I get her? Fu Sihan sneered, you ask me this question. Fu Qinxing thought about it and realized, yes, his cousin has been single for many years, and it has always been women who have taken the initiative to approach him. How could he lower himself to pursue women? When it comes to business and finance, my cousin is incredibly resourceful and can handle anything. But when it comes to relationships, he's completely clueless. I was so anxious that I lost my mind and tried every possible means to help. I even called my cousin in a fit of rage. I forgot. You are a tree that won't bloom. I must have asked the wrong person this question. My cousin is such a cold person, I don't know how his wife can tolerate him. Fu Qinxing complained silently in his heart. Just as he was about to hang up, Fu Sihan remembered his grandmother's instructions and finally reminded him, asking Cheng Lin about women's affairs. He has a lot of experience. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Thank you, cousin. Fu Qinxing quickly went to ask Cheng Lin for advice on relationship issues. Cheng Lin was hanging out in a bar and took the time to send him a voice message, giving him some advice. The general idea is to let him observe the girl's preferences and what she needs, and start from these aspects. After observing for a few days, Fu Qianqing found that Mu Qianqian was a relatively frugal girl, and seemed to have applied for a scholarship before. So when they met again, Fu Qianqing took the initiative to say to Mu Qianqian, "The coffee shop outside the school is hiring part-time workers. The salary is not bad. Do you want to try it?" Mu Qianqian was indeed very interested in this. "My eyesight is not good, can I do it?" "Sure, don't worry, just serve coffee and dessert." So after class, Mu Qianqian followed Fu Qianqing to the coffee shop for an interview. After a brief interview, Mu Qianqian was accepted. The hourly part-time salary was 200 yuan, which is considered very generous among student part-time jobs. "Thank you, you helped me a lot." Mu Qianqian expressed her sincere gratitude. Fu Qianqing scratched his head. "Har har, you're welcome. I really want to be friends with a top student like you." After agreeing on the working time, Mu Qianqian left. After she left, Fu Qianqing handed the shop owner a card and said, "Her salary will be charged from here, and your salary is also included in it." 29, Chapter 29 Crazy Woman. On the weekend, Fu Xihan stayed in the company to handle things, and Mu Qianqian came to the coffee shop to work. Everything went smoothly on the first day and there were no problems, but on the second day, an uninvited guest came to the store. "I want an iced American coffee, a cappuccino, and a piece of Basque cheesecake." The boy went to the counter to place his order. After the barista was done, Mu Qianqian carried the tray, walked to the customer, and placed the coffee and dessert on the table. Suddenly, a hostile voice came from the front, "Is that you?" Ji Qingyu went out to meet her male classmates, but she didn't expect to meet the little bitch who seduced Fu Xihan here. It's a small world indeed. Mu Qianqian didn't recognize her voice and didn't know she was talking about herself. "Please enjoy your meal." Just as she was about to turn around, Ji Qingyu called her, "Wait." Mu Qianqian turned around and looked at her, "What can I do for you?" Ji Qingyu stood up, crossed her arms over her chest, and looked her up and down critically, as if she was measuring some goods. "You're so broke you're working in a coffee shop." Mu Qianqian tightened her grip on the tray. "I don't know you, please be more respectful when you speak." "Oh, respect." Ji Qingyu pushed her long wavy hair back, her red lips seductively protruding as she said domineeringly, "You're a mistress who destroys other people's feelings. What qualifications do you have to talk to me about respect?" "I said I don't know you." "It's inexplicable. Mu Qianqian is not a clay figure, she also has a temper." This person started to slander and accuse her so much that anyone would think she was sick. Mu Qianqian didn't intend to argue with her. Just as she was about to go back to the counter, Ji Qingyu grabbed her uniform sleeve and said, "Don't go. You want to leave after just a few words." Ji Qingyu looked frantic and shouted at the top of her voice, "Why are you wearing sunglasses in the house? Who are you pretending to be?" She stretched out her hand and knocked Mu Qianqian's glasses off. The light suddenly shone on her face. Mu Qianqian quickly closed her eyes and subconsciously raised her hand to block it. "Little bitch, you didn't expect that I would catch you again. Everyone come and see, this person is a mistress, destroying the relationship between me and my fiancé. This bitch deserves a beating, doesn't she? Even if I strip her naked and throw her on the street, I'm still right." There were quite a few customers in the cafe, and their attention was drawn to him. Mu Qianqian put her hands in front of her eyes and argued. "Jiedao, I'm not a mistress, I don't even know you. Before, when you were in the hospital, I saw you seducing my fiancé with my own eyes." Mu Qianqian felt that her voice sounded familiar. When she heard her say that, she finally remembered who she was. "When I was first hospitalized, wasn't there a crazy woman who came to cause trouble? Turns out she went to the same school as me. How unlucky. I don't know your fiancé. Who are you? Why do you keep giving me trouble?" Ji Qingyu didn't believe her words. "Har har, you're still pretending here? Who would believe it? I've seen many women like you, trying so hard to get to the top, right? Today I'm going to strip you off and let you have your fun." The male classmate who came with her couldn't help but hold her back. "Senior Jiu, that's enough, don't go too far. Get out of here." Ji Qingyu shook off his arm and held onto Mu Qianqian, refusing to let go. "You cheap mistress, don't think you can become the first wife just by sleeping with her for 2 days. I'm telling you, you don't have that kind of luck. You're only fit to marry a poor man and give birth to a whole bunch of poor bastards in this life." Mu Qianqian bit her lower lip in anger. You keep saying I'm a mistress, but why don't you tell me what my last name is? What's your fiancé's name? I told you I don't even know you. Ji Yuqingyu didn't know Mu Qianqian's name. Anyway, you are mistress. How dare you talk back to me? I will take you to the street right now. She was very strong and dragged Mu Qianqian hard, trying to take her to the street and strip her clothes off. The onlookers were talking about it. Is this girl a mistress? I'm confused. I think she's quite well behaved, she doesn't look like a mistress. Besides, even if she is a mistress, she can't strip her clothes in the street, that's too humiliating. Yeah, this woman couldn't even tell me my name, yet she insisted on stripping me off. Is she a lunatic? Ji Yuqingyu's expression turned even uglier when she heard these discussions. You've all been deceived by this bitch. Don't be fooled by her innocent appearance. She's really a playboy behind the scenes. As soon as she pushed open the glass door, Mu Qianqian bit her wrist anxiously. Bitch! How dare you bite me? Ji Yuqingyu felt pain and couldn't help but let go. Mu Qianqian took the opportunity to escape behind the counter. Manager, please call the police quickly. There's a madman here. Mu Qianqian asked the manager for help in panic. The female boss protected Mu Qianqian behind her. Don't be afraid, I'm here and I won't let this person take you away. Ji Yuqingyu continued to yell across the counter, cursing at the store manager this time. Hurry up and hand this bitch over. You're protecting her, are you also a mistress? Mu Qianqian was so panicked that she hid under the counter and called an emergency contact. As soon as the call was connected, Uncle Fu's cold hello was heard. Mu Qianqian lowered her voice and asked for help. Uncle, I'm working in a coffee shop and someone is causing trouble. Can you come and save me? Now. Well, if it's inconvenient, forget it. Fu Sihan was in a very important meeting, but he could vaguely hear some insults through his phone. If it wasn't an emergency, the little crybaby wouldn't call him. Fu Sihan said in a low voice, wait for me, I'll be there soon. Hearing these words, Mu Qianqian felt as if she had taken a tranquilizer, and her panicked heart suddenly calmed down. She stood up from behind the counter, and when Ji Yuqingyu saw her, she grabbed something at hand and threw it at her. The female store manager firmly protected Mu Qianqian. If you don't stop, we'll call the police. Ji Yuqingyu yelled at the top of her lungs, report it, report it. I don't believe that a mistress would dare to call the police to arrest the original wife these days. She was like a psychotic rage freak, throwing whatever she could get her hands on behind the counter. Go to hell, mistress. As long as you die, he will change his mind and marry me. Ji Yuqingyu was almost insane. There is limited space behind the counter, and the manager can hardly protect Mu Qianqian. Ji Yuqingyu grabbed Mu Qianqian's arm and pulled her out, while using her other hand viciously unbuttoned Mu Qianqian's chest. She actually wanted to strip someone's clothes in public. This woman is crazy. At this critical moment, the wind chime on the glass door rang. Fu Sihan arrived with his men. Several bodyguards rushed forward, forcibly pulled Ji Yuqingyu away, and forcefully pinned her down, pressing her face against the counter. Let me go, let me go. Ji Yuqingyu was still roaring. Fu Sihan walked over to Mu Qianqian, held her slender shoulders, and asked nervously, Qianqian, are you okay? 30, Chapter 30, Uncle is jealous. Mu Qianqian was still in shock, breathing rapidly. I'm fine. She raised her head timidly. Uncle, if I call you suddenly, will it delay your work? Mu Qianqian was so scared just now that the first person who popped into her mind was the uncle. She called the uncle without thinking. Now that I've calmed down, I realize how impulsive I was. A soft light flashed in Fu Sihan's eyes. If you have anything, just contact me. Don't think too much. Otherwise, why would I buy you a phone? Hearing Fu Sihan say this, Mu Qianqian felt relieved. I hope I didn't disturb the uncle. The two of them looked at Ji Yuqingyu, who was pinned down on the counter. Uncle, this person has come to the hospital to cause trouble for me before. She has always said that I am a mistress, but I don't even know her. When Fu Sihan looked at Ji Yuqingyu, there was no trace of tenderness on his face, only a chilling coldness. He had been too lazy to pay attention to this crazy woman before, but he didn't expect her to be so vicious that she actually wanted to strip Qianqian's clothes in the street. Leave it to the police. Fu Sihan said coldly. Sihan. You can't do this to me, I'm your fiancé. Ji Yuqingyu's heart sank and she shouted. If this matter were to get out in the circle, wouldn't she be laughed at by others? No, this absolutely cannot happen. Saihan will not be so cold to her. Fu Sihan put his arm around Mu Qianqian's shoulders and looked at her with disgust. I have nothing to do with you. If you have hallucinations, go to the hospital and get treated. Don't act crazy here. Take her away. Yes. The bodyguard escorted Ji Yuqingyu out the door and took her to the police station. Everything that happened in the coffee shop just now was captured by surveillance cameras. As long as the female owner submits the surveillance footage, Ji Yuqingyu will face compensation and detention. Ji Yuqingyu clutched the glass door of the coffee shop tightly. Bitch! What kind of magic potion did you give Saihan? Now he won't even look me in the eye. Next time, I'll make sure you pay. You're the mistress who destroyed our relationship. The bodyguard pried open her fingers one by one and forcibly pulled her away. The farce is finally over. Manager, thank you for what you did just now. Mu Qianqian bent down and thanked the female manager. The store manager smiled and said, You're welcome. This is what I should do. You were frightened today. Go back first. Come back next time when you have time. Well, goodbye, manager. After Mu Qianqian greeted the store manager, she left the cafe with Fu Sihan. After they left, the customers in the store were talking about it. I was saying it, that woman looked a little off. Turns out she has delusions. That man just now was so handsome, and his aura was so cool. He looked familiar to me. Did I see him in some financial interview? That crazy woman must be jealous of someone else's boyfriend's good looks, so she slandered him as a mistress in public. That shop assistant girl is so pure and pretty, like a school belle. No wonder she's favored by such a handsome guy. Mu Qianqian did not hear these discussions. Otherwise she would have known that her husband was not an ugly man, but an extremely handsome man. Mu Qianqian blinked. So the uncle's name is Saihan, I thought. Fu Sihan asked, why? I thought you were called Mr. Fu. Fu Sihan burst out laughing. Only a little head like hers would come up with such weird ideas. Mu Qianqian tilted her head and asked curiously, why does assistant one call you Mr. Fu? Fu Sihan cleared his throat and said, you can think of it as my nickname. So that's how it is. Mu Qianqian was simple-minded and did not doubt his words at all. But she soon had a new question. Uncle, didn't you say that you are ugly and no woman would like you? What about that crazy woman just now? She seemed to be obsessed with the uncle. This question made Fu Sihan not know how to answer. He can't say that he is not ugly, is worth hundreds of billions, and has countless women chasing after him. Fu Sihan thought for a while, maybe she's mentally unstable. Mu Qianqian nodded seriously, I think so too. That woman is obviously mentally ill and is crazy. Mu Qianqian said shyly, but Uncle is so nice, it's normal for someone to like him. Besides that crazy woman, there must be someone else who secretly likes Uncle. Fu Sihan raised his eyebrows coldly. Like? It's just that I like his appearance and the Fu family's property. If he was not the heir of the Fu family and did not have such a good appearance, would there be people who would be so fanatical? Will he pounce on me? In the final analysis, they are just a bunch of superficial money-worshipping people. Why did you end up working in a coffee shop? Fu Sihan asked. Mu Qianqian did not tell him that she was going to work. I want to make some money to help Uncle with the family expenses. Fu Sihan curled his lips, don't worry, I can support you. The little crybaby has poor eyesight, so just rest at home. It's dangerous to run around outside. But I can't always rely on you. Since someone introduced this opportunity to me, of course I have to grab it. Who introduced you? Oops, I let it slip. Mu Qianqian felt a little guilty and lowered her voice. Yes, it's a boy from the physical education department. Fu Sihan paused, his gaze fixed on her with an oppressive intensity. His voice was so cold you could hear the ice in it. A boy. Without his knowledge, Qianqian already had friends of the opposite sex at school. Mu Qianqian bit her lower lip and quickly explained, I'm not familiar with him. We haven't even spoken a few words. He still helps you find a job even though you don't know him well. These words were almost squeezed out from between Fu Sihan's teeth. Fu Sihan is a man, so he naturally understands men's minds best. If they were just ordinary friends, who would go to so much trouble to help her? Obviously there is another intention. Mu Qianqian was frightened by his aura, shrinking her neck and explaining in a low voice, but I really don't know him well. We haven't met many times and we don't even have contact information. He found the classroom where I was taking classes and said he would help me find a part-time job. Fu Sihan sneered. It turns out that she has taken a fancy to his little crybaby. Mu Qianqian didn't do anything wrong, so he couldn't take his anger out on her. Fu Sihan took a deep breath and suppressed his displeasure. Next time, if you meet a male classmate like this, remember to tell me. Let him deal with these male college students with impure intentions. Mu Qianqian nodded quickly, yes, I understand. Fu Sihan took her hand again and wrapped her soft little hand in his palm. Did you cry today? Mu Qianqian shook her head firmly. No, I'm very brave today, so I won't be scared to tears. Although, she was really scared at that time and almost cried. But fortunately I managed to hold back in the end. 31, Chapter 31 Skirt. Mu Qianqian knew that her uncle was strictly controlling her for her own good. She also hopes that she will no longer be a cowardly crybaby and can grow up to be an adult who can withstand the wind and rain. Start by crying less. Fu Sihan said in an unquestionable tone, don't work in the coffee shop anymore. But what if I still want to make money? I'll help you arrange a new job, farther away from school, so that you won't be targeted by Ji Yuqing again. The uncle's words made sense, so Mu Qianqian agreed. Okay, thank you, uncle. Next time I pass by a coffee shop, I'll tell the manager that I won't go there anymore. That crazy woman already knew she worked there, and if she continued to go to the coffee shop, she might get into trouble with the manager. Instead of this, I might as well quit this job. Mu Qianqian originally thought that it would take a lot of effort for the uncle to help her find a job. After all, she doesn't have a college degree and she's blind. Unexpectedly, the uncle quickly helped her find a job, and it was at the famous Platinum Super 5-star hotel Yuncheng Hotel. Mu Qianqian was very excited. This hotel is very famous. Even I have heard of it. Can I really work here? Fu Sihan said indifferently, okay. He didn't understand what was so exciting about this. After all, Yuncheng Hotel was just a property under the Fu Group. He just made a phone call and the matter was easily accomplished. Although Fu Sihan's attitude was indifferent, Mu Qianqian's cheerful mood was not affected at all. She immediately called her good friend Li Siyu. Siyu, I have to go to work at the Yuncheng Hotel. Really? That's the most famous hotel in Bay City, and it's hosted many distinguished guests. Many of our seniors submitted their resumes but couldn't get in. How did you find it? Well, I'll keep it secret for now. You're still keeping me in suspense, aren't you? Tell me, are the benefits here particularly good? Mu Qianqian nodded. Yes, I'm just a part-time worker, and I earn 3,000 yuan a day. If I can become a full-time employee after graduation, my salary will definitely be higher. Wow, the salary is so good. Qianqian, you are going to be rich. Mu Qianqian smiled and said, yeah, I've never received so much money before. All this is thanks to the uncle's help, otherwise she would not be able to find it. Such a great job. She only needed to work at the hotel on weekends, 8 days a month, and she could earn 24,000 yuan. In the past, she would never have dared to think about it. You know, my family relies on the fast food restaurant run by my parents. They work from dawn to dusk and still make less than 10,000 yuan a month. After all, the bulk of the income goes to paying rent, leaving not much profit in hand. After hanging up the phone, Mu Qianqian said to Fu Sihan excitedly, Uncle, can you help me pick out some clothes? Fu Sihan took a moment out of his busy schedule to take a look. What are you picking? This is my first time going to such an important place. Can you help me pick out clothes to see if they are suitable? Mu Qianqian ran back to the second bedroom, closed the door, changed into a white skirt, and turned around in front of Fu Sihan. How about this one? Fu Sihan looked at the too short skirt and the exposed section of slender white thigh, and his Adam's apple rolled involuntarily. He drank some cold water, his voice low and cold. Change into something else. Mu Qianqian changed into a burgundy halter dress, which was more revealing than the previous one. Her snow-white shoulders were exposed to their view, stealing all the attention. Fu Sihan crossed his long legs and his gaze flickered. Change into something new. His voice was hoarse. Mu Qianqian ran back to the room, found a pile of clothes from the closet, spread them out on the bed, and tried them on one by one. The uncle bought her so many clothes that she couldn't wear them all and her closet was almost full. The more Fu Sihan looked, the tighter his brows furrowed. Why are they all skirts? Mu Qianqian blinked innocently. Uncle, you bought all these clothes. Fu Sihan choked and was speechless. When Mu Qianqian first moved here, she naturally had no clothes to wear, so Fu Sihan asked his secretary to buy her clothes. The secretary asked what kind of clothes she wanted. Fu Sihan thought that Mu Qianqian would look good in a skirt, so he said, a skirt. Unexpectedly, the secretary was so stubborn that she bought dozens of beautiful little dresses and sent them to Mu Qianqian, filling up her closet in an instant. Uncle, I already have enough skirts. I don't have time to wear many of them. Fu Sihan loosened his tie and said, I'll have someone buy you some other clothes later. Mu Qianqian thanked him crisply. Thank you, uncle. But uncle, what should I wear when I go to work? Fu Sihan thought of her wearing a skirt. Seeing her seductive look, a fire suddenly ignited in her body. She lowered her voice and said, wear the hotel uniform. Hey, do hotel workers have uniforms? Mu Qianqian was immediately furious and complained, Uncle, you didn't tell me earlier. I spent so much time picking out clothes. Fu Sihan sat on the sofa, knees apart, holding up his well-tailored high-end suit. He said lightly, I didn't think of it just now. President Fu had so many important things on his mind that he didn't even remember whether the small hotel under his name had uniforms. Even if there is no requirement to wear uniforms, he can just make a phone call and have everyone equipped with uniforms immediately. Mu Qianqian stomped her feet and said, Humph, I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore. She went back to the room and tried to take off her skirt, but the zipper on the back was too high, and she fumbled for a long time but couldn't pull it down. The skirt was thin, and Mu Qianqian didn't dare to use too much force, for fear of tearing it. She worked on it for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so she had to ask Fu Sihan for help. Uncle, can you come over and help me? Fu Sihan's tall figure appeared at the door of the second bedroom, but he did not come in. He raised his eyebrows coldly. What? Mu Qianqian was embarrassed and anxious, her face red as a boiled shrimp, and she said in a delicate voice, help me unzip my skirt. I can't reach it. Fu Sihan's eyes stirred. You want me to help you take off your clothes? His words made Mu Qianqian's cheeks even redder and hotter. Help me, just pull the zipper down a little bit, then I can get it. Mu Qianqian turned around and faced away from him. Her seaweed-like long hair was spread out behind her, and the satin skirt was soft in texture, wrapping around her exquisite figure. Fu Sihan's breathing quickened, and his eyes became burning unconsciously. Mu Qianqian pushed the troublesome hair to the front, revealing a slender white neck. Although she had her back to the uncle, she could inexplicably feel his burning gaze as if it were real, sweeping across her body inch by inch, giving her an electric shock-like sensation. Although her clothes were neatly on her body, she felt ashamed of being naked. Mu Qianqian's face flushed red, and she urged softly, Uncle, hurry up. 32, Chapter 32 Drinking Soy Milk. Steady footsteps were heard behind me. Mu Qianqian bit her lower lip and held her breath nervously. Fu Sihan stared at the skin on the back of her neck, gently brushed away the nearby hair with his big hand, and found the zipper at the top of her skirt. His palm was rough and hot. Mu Qianqian seemed to be scalded and let out a short moan. This sound was like a cat's claw scratching Fu Sihan's heart, causing him to pause for a moment. Fu Sihan held the zipper and restrainedly pulled it down a short distance, not exposing her too much. His eyes were deep and his voice was hoarse. Can we touch it now? Mu Qianqian's heart was pounding with nervousness. She slowly raised her arm and fumbled to find the zipper of her clothes. She blushed and nodded, her voice as soft as a mosquito's murmur. Yes, it works. Thank you, uncle. I'm leaving. Call me if you need anything. Fu Sihan turned and left the room, and considerately closed the door for her. Mu Qianqian took off her clothes smoothly and changed into soft and comfortable home clothes. But a faint sense of loss rose in her heart. The uncle seemed to have absolutely no interest in her and was indifferent to her body. She was so embarrassed that her face turned red, but the uncle acted as if nothing had happened. After helping her, he left calmly. Is she really that unattractive? Stinky uncle, he is the one who is blind. Mu Qianqian threw herself onto the bed, imagining the pillow as Uncle Fu, and punched it hard. What she didn't know was that Fu Sihan was not as calm as he seemed. He wanted to continue with his work, but it felt as if someone had thrown a flame into his body, burning fiercely. Fu Sihan not only felt dry mouth and tongue, but also hot all over, and couldn't concentrate on his work at all. He has been celibate for so many years, but this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. I didn't expect that I would fall into the hands of a little girl. Even Fu Sihan himself found it unbelievable. He exhaled a breath of hot air, finally got up and walked into the bathroom. The cold water rushed down his Adam's apple, finally extinguishing the heat in his body. At dinner time, Fu Sihan saw that Mu Qianqian didn't eat much, so he kept picking up food for her, and a small mountain of food piled up in her bowl. Mu Qianqian made a bitter face. "Uncle, I don't have such a big appetite." She was only a little over 100 years old, and when she stood in front of Uncle Fu, she couldn't even reach his shoulders. How could she possibly compare to the appetite of a grown man like him? "Eat more. You are too thin." The ends of Fu Sihan's black hair were still damp, his face was hard and cold, and his thin lips were slightly pursed. Mu Qianqian, who was obsessed with looks, had no idea that the person sitting opposite her while eating would be such a handsome guy. "Am I too thin?" Fu Sihan had just said it casually, but Mu Qianqian took it to heart. She secretly wondered if the uncle was not interested in her because she was too thin. Mu Qianqian looked down at her figure and found that it was indeed unremarkable. She felt a little embarrassed and annoyed, and secretly made up her mind to keep her figure in good shape so that she could make the uncle bleed from his nose in the future. After dinner, the nanny Aunt Liu came over to clean up the dishes. Mu Qianqian walked to the kitchen and whispered to her, "Aunt Liu, can you make me a bowl of soy milk in the morning?" "Soy milk?" "Sure, Miss Mu likes drinking soy milk recently." Aunt Liu had a loud voice, and Fu Sihan, who was working in the living room, heard it immediately and glanced at her indifferently. Mu Qianqian noticed his gaze and wished she could disappear immediately. Her mind had completely drifted elsewhere, and she spoke vaguely to Aunt Liu, "Well, you can do it as you see fit. I'm leaving first." Mu Qianqian greased her feet and ran away. She was about to flee back to her second bedroom, but Fu Sihan called out to her, "Stop." Mu Qianqian seemed to be nailed to the spot, standing straight. Fu Sihan frowned when he saw her so far away from him. "Come here." "Oh." Mu Qianqian slowly moved to his side. Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow. "Why do you suddenly want to drink soy milk?" He really heard it. How come this person's ears are so sensitive? Because. Mu Qianqian tugged at the hem of her clothes, not knowing how to answer. She couldn't tell the truth, or he would laugh to death. Fu Sihan had just asked casually, but he didn't expect her reaction to be so strange. This made him suspicious. What's going on? Mu Qianqian forced herself to calm down. "I just want to drink, there's no reason." The wrinkles between Fu Sihan's brows deepened. Just as he was about to ask more, a voice came from the computer. "Soy milk. Doesn't it have the same effect as papaya?" Fu Sihan was having a voice conference with someone and forgot to turn off the microphone. The casual words spoken by an outsider made Mu Qianqian's cheeks turn red, and all the blood in her body rushed to her head. She covered her face and ran away in shame. Fu Sihan's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly realized what the benefits of soy milk were. No wonder the little girl was so coy, it turned out to be. Fu Sihan thought of the words he said casually after dinner. Did she hear it and take it to heart? But he had never paid attention to her body parts. He just wanted her to eat more for health reasons. Who knew that the little girl's imagination would run wild and she would think of other things? Fu Sihan also felt uncomfortable asking a grown man like him to explain this topic to her. "Mr. Fu, why don't you speak?" Fu Sihan thought that it was this talkative person who made the situation so awkward, and his face suddenly turned dark. He said coldly, "Let's talk about cooperation later," and hung up the meeting. Before going to bed at night, Fu Sihan stood at the door of the second bedroom, hesitating for a long time whether to knock on the door. Just then, the door opened from the inside. Mu Qianqian saw him and asked in confusion, "Uncle, why are you here?" "Nothing, I just came to see if you slept." Mu Qianqian rubbed her eyes and said, "I just finished listening to the recording of the class and will go to sleep soon." Fu Sihan nodded slightly. One person stood inside the door, and the other stood outside. Mu Qianqian wanted to go to the kitchen to get a glass of milk, but Fu Sihan blocked the door and she couldn't get out. She whispered, "Uncle, can you please move aside?" Fu Sihan made way for him, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Don't take what I said tonight to heart." Huh. Mu Qianqian didn't react. Fu Sihan's expression was icy, but his words were sincere. "I have no opinion on your figure. No one in this world has the right to judge your figure. I just hope you can eat more, replenish your nutrition, and recover your health soon." It was the first time he spoke such a long speech. Not only was Mu Qianqian stunned, even Fu Sihan himself found it unbelievable. When did he become so long-winded? After Fu Sihan finished speaking, he left with a cold face. Mu Qianqian was left alone there, and it took her a long time to react. Her whole body seemed to be immersed in a honey jar, and strands of sweetness enveloped her whole body. Mu Qianqian blushed shyly, but soon, she couldn't help but smile. 33, Chapter 33 Sweet Cake. The next day, Aunt Liu cooked red date soy milk. Mu Qianqian gulped down a large cup. "Aunt Liu, just make breakfast normally from now on. You don't have to prepare soy milk specially for me." After the uncle said those words yesterday, she started to feel more at ease. There is no need to deliberately pursue a good figure, just let these things take their course. Fu Sihan was reading a magazine. Hearing this, he looked up at her and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his lips. The little crybaby has lived in a bad environment since childhood and is prone to lack of self-confidence and trying to please others. After she has been nursed back to health, she will no longer be as self-deprecating as before, and will not fall into self-doubt because of a word from others. Mu Qianqian picked up the thermos cup and waved to Fu Sihan, "Uncle, I'm going to class now. Bye." Fu Sihan said, in a cold tone and watched her skipping out the door. After arriving at the classroom, Fu Qianqian greeted Mu Qianqian as soon as he saw her, "Classmate Mu." Mu Qianqian sat down next to her roommate and said, "Thank you for finding me a job, but I won't be going next time." "Why? Is it because of the woman who caused trouble last time?" "Don't worry, she is still in custody." Fu Qianqian had already heard about the coffee shop. Ji Yuqinyu is really crazy. She actually wants to strip people's clothes in the street. Mu Qianqian replied, "I'll be released sooner or later. I'm afraid that if I continue to stay in the cafe, I'll cause trouble for the manager." After hearing her words, Fu Qianqian felt that she was a kind-hearted girl. Compared with Ji Yuqinyu, Mu Qianqian is simply a little angel. "Okay, then don't go. I can help you find other jobs." Mu Qianqian shook her head. "Thank you for your kindness, but I've already found a new job." Fu Qianqian thought this was just an excuse for her to refuse. "I'll help you find a job that pays better than before." After all, in his eyes, Mu Qianqian is blind, so what kind of good job can she find? It must be just an excuse to turn him down. Mu Qianqian waved her hands repeatedly. "Really, there's no need." The teacher walked into the classroom and Fu Qianqian had to give up for the time being. After class, Mu Qianqian went to a coffee shop and told the owner that she would not come there again. The shop owner was reluctant to let her go. "Although I quite like you as a young lady, I respect your choice. Here is your salary. I will transfer it to your phone." "Thank you, manager." Mu Qianqian was so happy when she received her first salary. She was on her way home and happened to pass by a cake shop. From childhood to adulthood, Mu Qianqian has never celebrated her birthday, but her older brother and younger brother celebrate their birthdays every year, and her parents would buy them cakes. The cake was shared by parents and brothers and sisters, and all that was left for Mu Qianqian were the crumbs left on the cake plate. Mu Qianqian once secretly licked the remaining cream on the cake tray. She will never forget that sweet taste in her life. Thinking of this, Mu Qianqian pushed open the door of the cake shop as if possessed. The shop assistant asked her, "Hello, what kind of cake would you like to buy?" It was Mu Qianqian's first time buying a cake, so she was a little nervous. "I want a smaller one. Do you have strawberry flavor? How many people are eating?" "2. The waitress said kindly, "If you're eating for 2, I suggest buying a 4-inch pancake." However, the price difference between a 4-inch pancake and a 6-inch pancake is pretty close, so the 6-inch pancake is a better deal. Mu Qianqian asked about the price. The 4-inch one was 138 and the 6-inch one was 168, which was indeed not much different. 6 inches, please. The clerk recommended a strawberry mousse cake to Mu Qianqian, saying it was her best-selling product. She packed the cake and handed it to Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian thanked him softly, "Thank you." She was in such a good mood holding the cake. But just as she was crossing the road, a delivery rider ran a red light in a hurry and scratched Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian was knocked to the ground by the electric bike, and the cake in her hand flew out and broke into pieces. "You don't have eyes," the rider cursed unreasonably. He picked up his electric bike and saw the sunglasses on Mu Qianqian's face. He spat on the ground. It turns out he's blind. How unlucky." This scene happened to be seen by the people in the car. The driver glanced out the window and said, "Hey, isn't that Miss Mu?" Fu Sihan was on the phone. Hearing this, he also looked out the window and saw Mu Qianqian being bullied. The little girl fell to the ground, nervously holding her cane. She fumbled to pick up the cake, but it was thrown too far away and she couldn't reach it. Fu Sihan's face instantly darkened. He quickly hung up the phone and walked out of the car. Assistant Wang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also quickly got out of the car. Fu Sihan strode over and helped the little girl who had fallen to the ground. "Are you feeling unwell?" Mu Qianqian shook her head and said distressedly, "I'm fine, but my cake." This was the first time she bought a cake for herself. She had been looking forward to it all the way, so how could she be bumped into by someone? Fu Sihan saw the smashed cake on the ground and said, "Don't worry, the cake is fine, it's not broken." He signaled to his assistant with his eyes to quickly buy a new one that was exactly the same. Assistant Wang understood, quickly took a photo, and walked along the street to look for the cake shop. The delivery rider saw that Mu Qianqian was being protected by someone, and that the man looked very elegant and not like an ordinary person. It was obvious that he was not someone he could afford to offend. So he didn't dare to show off anymore and immediately got on his electric bike and left. Some people are used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. They thought Mu Qianqian, a blind little girl, was easy to bully, but they didn't expect to hit a wall. Fu Sihan carried Mu Qianqian into the car and told the driver to take her to the hospital. Mu Qianqian tugged at his sleeve and said, "No need, I'm fine." Fu Sihan's tone brooked no argument, "We must go get checked. Sometimes, just because you don't feel any pain doesn't mean you don't have any wounds." Mu Qianqian couldn't persuade him, so she had to let him take her to the hospital again. After a series of examinations, the good news was that Mu Qianqian only suffered some minor skin injuries and no internal injuries. This made Fu Sihan feel relieved. He made a phone call and asked someone to find out the platform the rider belonged to and his work number. This platform happened to have a cooperation with the Fu Group. After learning the whole story, it took quick action. From then on, this person was fired from the platform, and other platforms would also blacklist him to prevent him from running red lights and causing traffic accidents. After returning home from the hospital, Mu Qianqian did not forget to pick up the broken cake in the back seat of the car. She could only see the transparent shell outside, but not the broken cake inside. She thought the cake was really not broken as Fu Sihan said. Fu Sihan held her hand, expressionless. "Let me do it." "Thank you, uncle." She smiled. Fu Sihan walked around to the back of the car. Assistant Wang had just arrived by taxi, carrying an identical new cake. 34, Chapter 34, Getting Bolder. Strawberry mousse cake was placed on the table. Mu Qianqian touched the tray under the cake and said, "Hey, why is this 6-inch cake so big? How can the two of us finish it?" It turned out that she bought a 6-inch cake. But Assistant Wang only paid attention to the style of the cake and not the size, so he directly bought the largest 8-inch one, which was naturally much larger than the 6-inch one. Fu Sihan said coldly, "If you can't finish it, give it to Aunt Liu. She has children at home." Mu Qianqian agreed, "That's a good idea, uncle, you have a really good heart." The cakes are cut into small pieces and eaten on small plates, so the leftover cake won't get dirty, and it won't be dirty when you take it home and give it to the children. Being praised by her for being kind-hearted again, Fu Sihan didn't know what to say. If she knew his reputation as a cold-blooded and bloodthirsty devil in the circle, she would probably be shocked. "Let's cut the cake." Fu Sihan cut a piece for Mu Qianqian first, and then cut the most strawberries into her small plate. Mu Qianqian took a bite, the sweet and soft cream melted in her mouth, with sour and sweet strawberries, and her whole mouth was filled with sweet taste. "The cake is so delicious." Fu Sihan doesn't like sweets, so he frowned after taking a bite. "Greasy, too greasy." He took 2 big gulps of water before he suppressed the pungent sweet taste in his throat. Mu Qianqian likes everything strawberry flavored, and this mousse cake is so sweet to her heart. In addition, she could only watch her brothers eat cake and never had a chance to eat it herself. This time, such a big cake was all for her and the uncle. The psychological satisfaction made her feel that this cake was her most precious treasure. Uncle, do you like to eat? Fu Sihan felt that the scent of cream was so sweet that it was sickening. But he did not suppress Mu Qianqian's interest, but just said restrainedly, not bad. I'll help you get another piece. Mu Qianqian was as happy as a child. She picked up the plastic knife for cutting the cake, fumbled around, and cut off another piece. Fu Sihan took an empty plate and put the small cake on it. Mu Qianqian couldn't see that his brows were furrowed so tightly that they could almost pinch a fly to death. Uncle, please eat faster. I've almost finished this piece. Mu Qianqian urged expectantly. She likes to share the food she thinks is delicious with the people she thinks are important. Fu Sihan gritted his teeth and ate both pieces of cake. Mu Qianqian wanted to help him cut it, but Fu Sihan quickly grabbed her wrist and said, "That's enough. I can't eat anymore." "Okay, uncle, you're still talking about me, but you don't have a big appetite either." Fu Sihan endured the discomfort in his throat and made up an excuse, "I don't have a good appetite today." "Oh. You eat first, I have something to take care of." "Good." Fu Sihan stood up and left the living room, walked into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and used the sound of the water to cover up his vomiting while holding the toilet. It would have been fine if he had just taken a few small bites, but he ate 2 large pieces of cake in one go. The sweet taste stuck in his throat, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Mu Qianqian couldn't finish an 8-inch cake by herself, so she only ate a small half and packed the rest and brought it to Aunt Liu. Fu Sihan rinsed his mouth and brushed his teeth, finally washing away the greasy sweet taste. Only a faint mint flavor remained between his lips and teeth, which was much more refreshing than before. However, he still felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach, so he didn't eat much for dinner. At night, Fu Sihan worked in the master bedroom. There was a sudden knock on the door, and Mu Qianqian's gentle voice came, "Uncle, are you asleep?" "No, what's wrong with you?" Mu Qianqian's voice was a little nervous, "I'm here to bring you something." "Send something? What?" Fu Sihan took a deep breath and said, "The door is not locked. Come in." Mu Qianqian pushed the door open carefully and walked in with a bowl of soup. "What's this?" Mu Qianqian explained, "Uncle, you didn't eat much at night. I was afraid you would be hungry, so I asked Aunt Liu to make you a bowl of soup to stimulate your appetite and nourish your body." A glint flashed across Fu Sihan's eyes. "Just put it on the table next to you." Mu Qianqian put the bowl of soup on the table. When she withdrew her hand, Fu Sihan noticed that Mu Qianqian's fingers were a little red. Fu Sihan's expression suddenly turned serious. "Did you get burned?" "No." Mu Qianqian quickly hid her hand behind her back. Fu Sihan looked displeased and said in a firm tone, "Stretch it out and let me see it." "Really not." The man was very strong and he grabbed her wrist and pulled her in front of him. Mu Qianqian originally wanted to resist, but her strength was like a chicken in front of him and she couldn't break him apart at all. In the light, Fu Sihan saw that the girl's delicate fingertips were red, probably because she was scalded by the soup bowl. But fortunately it's not serious. Fu Sihan frowned and coldly taught him, "Next time you encounter something like this, just come and call me. Don't carry the soup around by yourself. What if you fall?" His voice was deep and magnetic, and it carried the oppressive feeling of a superior. Mu Qianqian was frightened by his aura and lowered her head. I understand." Fu Sihan pinched her wrist and said, "Don't blame me for getting angry if I see you serving hot soup again. Okay? I remember." Mu Qianqian nodded sullenly. Fu Sihan lowered his eyes. "Why don't you look up? You're like a little quail." Mu Qianqian was too embarrassed to say that she was scared by the uncle. She nervously grabbed the hem of her clothes and mustered up the courage to say, "Sihan, you'll never be able to get married if you have such a bad temper." This was the first time Mu Qianqian called him by his name. Fu Sihan was slightly stunned, a smile flashed across his eyes. "Who said I can't get a wife? Aren't you my wife?" Mu Qianqian's cheeks puffed up like a little pufferfish. "HMPH, if you keep being so mean, I won't be your wife anymore." Fu Sihan narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of danger surfacing in his eyes. and his tone was cold. If you don't want to be my wife, whose wife do you want to be? It's not you anyway. After saying this, Mu Qianqian turned around and was about to run. Fu Sihan subconsciously grabbed her wrist, and due to inertia, Mu Qianqian was pulled into his arms and bumped into his strong chest. "R!" Mu Qianqian cried out briefly. The masculine scent enveloped her, Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed, and her heart was beating rapidly. The uncle smells so good, a very cold cedar scent mixed with a heavy background of agarwood. Fu Sihan looked at the delicate and timid little girl in his arms, his eyes gradually dimmed and his breathing became heavy. But, now is not the time. At least we have to wait until her eyes recover. 35, Chapter 35, Ungrateful Wolf. Mu Qianqian's face turned red and she quickly stepped out of his arms. She said unconvincedly, "I learned all this from you." "With me?" Mu Qianqian snorted softly, "Sai-han, if you dare to be mean to me again, I will run away and stop being your wife." The little girl doesn't know how soft and beautiful her voice is. She called out his name tenderly, like the whispers of lovers, which made Fu Sihan's throat tighten, and he had the urge to pull her into his arms again. Fu Sihan's eyes were dark, and he threatened coldly, "If you call my name again, don't even think about going back tonight." "Where do I sleep then?" Fu Sihan's eyes were full of aggression, and he spoke each word with great emphasis. "What do you think? Although the master bedroom is spacious, it only has one bed. If Mu Qianqian was allowed to stay with him, she would have no choice but to sleep in the same bed with him." Thinking about this clearly, Mu Qianqian's cheeks suddenly became incredibly hot. You are shameless." But her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum and had no deterrent effect at all. It's like a cat showing its soft pads in an attempt to scare the other person, but it only makes the other person think it's adorable. This little crybaby must not know how attractive she is to men now. Fu Sihan was afraid that if he continued, the fire in his body would have nowhere to be released and would hurt her. He held Mu Qianqian's hand and said, "Let's go." "Where are you going?" "Rinse your fingers with cold water to avoid burns." Mu Qianqian quietly let him hold her hand. The uncle's palm was rough and broad, wrapping her hand completely in it, as if protecting her well and isolating her from all dangers from the outside world. Every time Mu Qianqian holds hands with the uncle, she feels at ease and secure in her heart. After taking 2 steps, the little girl said innocently, "Uncle, your hands are so hot." Fu Sihan's face darkened. "Don't worry about all this nonsense." "Oh." He dragged Mu Qianqian to the sink and washed her fingers with cold water. Still worried, he warned her like an old father, "Don't touch hot things next time, remember." Mu Qianqian pouted, "Uncle, you've said it many times, I've memorized it a long time ago." She is not a fool. How can she not remember it after being told so many times? How come the uncle is better than the old lady? Long-winded. If it were someone else, they would have been kicked out long ago if they dared to say these words in front of Fu Sihan. Only this little girl, not knowing his identity, had the audacity to talk back to him. Fu Sihan sighed helplessly in his heart. After washing her hands, Mu Qianqian returned to the second bedroom and locked the door. Hearing the sound of her locking the door, Fu Sihan laughed out of anger. In her eyes, he was just such a lustful person. He made her so worried. "I'm so nice to her. Why does the little girl act like an ungrateful person?" However, Fu Sihan had misunderstood her on this point. Mu Qianqian locked the door at night simply because she used to feel so insecure. Now that she finally had her own room, she naturally wanted to guard her territory well and not let anyone invade. That day, Mu Qianqian had no classes, so she went to work at the Yuncheng Hotel. Her position was receptionist and exhibition hall guide. The Yuncheng Hotel occupies a large area in the city center, where land is extremely expensive. From the outside to the inside, it is magnificent and luxurious. It also houses the largest exhibition hall in Bay City, displaying famous ancient paintings and rare antiques. Many bosses are interested in the collections here and will specifically choose Yuncheng Hotel to discuss cooperation. Mu Qianqian, right? I'll have someone show you around the exhibition hall later. The location and number of each collection are fixed. You just need to remember the numbers and the stories behind them. Mu Qianqian nodded, "Okay. Go to the locker room and change into your uniform." The person in charge handed her a set of professional attire. The person in charge was a woman in her 30s with a very pleasant round face and a very kind attitude. Okay, thank you. Mu Qianqian went to the locker room and came out changed her clothes. The female college student who looked innocent and clean just now changed into a professional suit, which made her look more mature and experienced. The person in charge led Mu Qianqian to the exhibition hall and explained one by one what the collections were in each location, as well as the origins and stories behind them. Mu Qianqian has a good memory. She remembered everything after listening to it only once. The round-faced person in charge was surprised. You remembered it so quickly. No wonder you're a top student at the University of Finance and Economics. Mu Qianqian smiled shyly. You're flattering me. I'm not that great. Treat me as a guest and explain it to me. Okay. Mu Qianqian walked in the magnificent exhibition hall, her voice soft and pleasant, her attitude generous and graceful, explaining in detail the origins of each exhibit. The person in charge smiled widely and clapped his hands in satisfaction. Excellent, there are no mistakes. You don't need any further training. You can start work today. Thank you, senior. Don't be so formal. My last name is Lee. You can just call me Sister Lee. Sister Lee, please take good care of me from now on. Mu Qianqian stood at the door to greet the guests, led them to the exhibition hall, and then talked about all the exhibits. This group of guests was a little special. Several CEOs in suits and ties surrounded a young and tall man. That man's figure, why does he look familiar? One of the CEOs wanted to call out, Mr. Fu, but just as he said one word, Fu Xihan stopped him with a look. He quickly swallowed the rest of his words. Mu Qianqian stared blankly at the man in the middle and did not go up to him immediately. How are you doing your job? Why are you standing there like an idiot? Yelled a boss with a trapezoidal face and a lot of flesh. Mu Qianqian hurried over and said, Excuse me, I'm the receptionist here. I'll take you to the exhibition hall to rest. The trapezoid-faced boss glanced at her with disdain. Where did you find this wild girl? She has no professional qualities and no manners. Do you know who we are hosting today? You've lowered the standard of the prestigious and luxurious Yuncheng Hotel. I'll tell the person in charge later and have you replaced immediately. Mu Qianqian was scolded so badly that she couldn't even lift her head up and was almost crying. The man surrounded by the crowd looked cold. The assistant, skilled at reading his demeanor, immediately spoke up for him, Boss Zhu, it's just a small matter. There's no need to be so fussy about it, right? Mr. Zhu, who had a trapezoidal face, was humiliated, and in front of so many people, his fat face drooped all of a sudden. However, the person who spoke was Mr. Fu's assistant, and he represented Mr. Fu's opinion. Who dares to mess with Mr. Fu? Mr. Zhu had no choice but to swallow his anger and put on a smile. Yes, I was too petty. I shouldn't have bothered with a waiter. He took out his wallet, took out a few RMB bills, and threw them in front of Mu Qianqian, and they were all over the floor. Mr. Zhu looked up at the sky and said proudly, This is a reward for you. 36, Chapter 36 Uncle's Concern. Mu Qianqian held back her tears and forced a smile. Everyone, please follow me. The red banknotes on the ground are still lying there, no one cares about them. Mr. Zhu laughed sarcastically. Why are you pretending to be so noble? She'll definitely pick up the money later. Do you believe it? I've seen many spineless poor people like this. Tears welled up in Mu Qianqian's eyes, but she tried hard not to cry out loud. She led everyone to the exhibition hall and introduced each exhibit with a forced smile. During this period, Mr. Zhu treated Mu Qianqian like a servant, sometimes asking her to serve tea and sometimes asking her to pour water. The others couldn't stand it any longer. Mr. Zhu, let's be gentlemen and stop arguing with a little girl. Yes, Mr. Zhu, let her go so that she won't be an eyesore in front of us. We're going to talk about work later, and it wouldn't be appropriate for her to be present as an outsider. Under everyone's persuasion, President Zhu waved his hand dismissively. Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Why don't you get out of here right now? Are you waiting for me to kick you? The moment Mu Qianqian turned around, a sparkle appeared in the corners of her eyes. She fled the exhibition hall, hid in the lounge, and cried secretly. The person accompanying Fu Xihan today is another assistant, Xiao. He pretended to pass by the lounge door casually, heard faint crying sounds from inside, and went back to tell Fu Xihan the truth. Fu Xihan's expression was stern, and the murderous intent around him almost solidified into reality. But Mr. Zhu on the side was too excited and was still expressing his prejudices shamelessly. Just wait, this woman will definitely go back to pick up the money I threw, har 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 har. This kind of person, as long as you give her money, she will do anything. In our eyes, women are just playthings. Why should we be too nice to them? On the contrary, they will become arrogant and treat us like toys. Fu Sihan put down the teacup in his hand heavily. In an instant, all the sounds in the exhibition hall disappeared, and even Mr. Zhu shut his mouth obediently. Just kidding, he dared to unscrupulously mock the inferior people in his eyes, but in Mr. Fu's eyes, he himself was the ant that could be crushed to death at any time. Mr. Zhu said this deliberately just now because he heard the rumor that Fu Sihan was not interested in women, so deliberately belittling women in order to gain Mr. Fu's approval. Maybe he could be granted the honor of entering the upper class circle. But he didn't know that his words were actually flattering the wrong person. Fu Sihan raised his lips in a cold arc. Zhu Demao, if I remember correctly, you have an old mother at home. Mr. Zhu's face flushed with excitement, and he quickly stood up from his seat. Yes, Mr. Fu, I'm flattered that you remember my family. Fu Sihan's tone was icy, with a hint of bloodthirstiness in his voice. You said women are playthings in front of your mother at home. Mr. Zhu felt as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on his head, and he stood there in a daze. The fat on his face trembled, and his lips quivered for a long time. I. Some of the CEOs who were usually close to Fu Sihan smiled inscrutable smiles. They all knew that President Fu valued the people around him the most, and that was his weak spot that could not be touched. Who was born out of thin air. Who has no female relatives. Mr. Zhu's words were indeed disgusting. It would be strange if Mr. Fu was not angry. Who brought Zhu Demao in? Fu Sihan tapped the sandalwood table lightly with his fingertips. A thin CEO stepped forward, looking ashamed. Mr. Fu. He's related to me, and he begged me to bring him here to see the world. I couldn't resist his request, so I brought him here. Fu Sihan casually pronounced his fate. The company you own is too small, and the funding level is insufficient. You don't need to attend future meetings on new energy. The thin CEO pleaded anxiously, Boss Fu, please give me another chance. I've already secured the investment. If you kick me out now, I won't be able to explain myself to the investors. Such a big piece of cake can bring countless profits, so naturally he wants to have a share. But because of Zhu Demao's stupid words, he was kicked out. Not only would he lose huge profits, but he would also anger his investors and might even lose his company. Fu Sihan didn't even raise his eyelids. How you explain it is your own business. Boss Fu, please show some mercy. Fu Sihan ordered calmly, come here. The whole person Yuncheng Hotel. They are all Fu family properties, so naturally everyone obeys Fu Sihan's orders. The security personnel pushed open the golden door and drove the thin president and his relative Zhu Demao out of the venue. The entire exhibition hall was much quieter. Fu Sihan said coldly, the meeting continues. The others were silent, each of them on high alert, fearing that they would be kicked out too. The most important thing to learn when following a superior like Mr. Fu is to keep your mouth shut and not say anything that you shouldn't. After being kicked out of the Yuncheng Hotel, the thin president kicked Zhu Demao without caring about his image. Do you have a pig's brain? Why go after that living devil when you can mess with anyone else? You've lived enough, don't drag me down with you. His company is only second-rate in Bay City. It has barely squeezed into the upper-class circle and has not yet established a firm foothold. All his business operations over the years were ruined by this relative named Zhu. It was all over. It was all over. Zhu Demao was filled with anger. What are you afraid of? If you don't want to take us, then don't take us. At worst, we can continue to live off our old capital and still live comfortably. You offended President Fu, and you still want to continue running the company peacefully. So what? At worst, he can just move the company to another city. Even if his arms are long, can he really reach out to Bay City to control me? After all, Zhu Demao was not from the circle and had no idea of the status of the Fu group in the entire business world. He also didn't understand Fu Sihan's ruthless and bloodless killing methods. The thin CEO was too lazy to say more to him, go and kill yourself, don't drag me down with you. He had to find ways to smooth things over and see if he could dispel Mr. Fu's anger. As long as he follows these first-rate families, any benefits that slip through their fingers will be enough for him to live on for the rest of his life. Anyone knows how to choose. Only a fool like Zhu Demao would think that business circle struggles are as simple as playing house. Mu Qianqian was crying in the lounge when suddenly, there was a knock on the door. She wiped her tears and opened the door. Assistant Xiao, who was standing beside Fu Sihan, was standing outside the door. 37, Chapter 37, Face Pinching. Mu Qianqian was stunned. Although she couldn't see, she could smell the sweet and tempting aroma of cream and fruit. Mu Qianqian pinched her fingertips and couldn't help asking, "Who is your boss?" Assistant Xiao said politely, "Just think of him as a good person who stands up for justice." The boss wanted to hide his identity, so as his subordinate, he certainly didn't dare to say much. Mu Qianqian nodded, "Thank him for me." "Okay, I'll tell you." Assistant Xiao pushed the dining cart into the lounge, which was filled with exquisitely shaped cakes and desserts. He even divided the desserts into small portions considering that she couldn't see well. Mu Qianqian sat alone in the lounge, picked up a piece of cake and took a bite. The strawberry-flavored cream melts on your tongue. She immediately thought of Uncle Fu. Among the group of people she just saw, there was a figure that made her feel particularly familiar. Could it be him? But soon, Mu Qianqian put this ridiculous idea behind her. She said to herself, "How is that possible? Uncle Fu is just an ordinary worker, not a boss." The man just now, surrounded by so many bosses, must be a CEO of a very high status. But the Uncle Fu she knew was just a diligent office worker who lived in an ordinary community. How could it be him? I must have just seen it wrong. After all, there are so many people with similar body shapes in the world. However, the kindness from strangers still made Mu Qianqian feel a little warm in her heart. And the words he used to persuade me were like a warm current flowing into my heart. All the grievances and sadness in Mu Qianqian's heart were healed at once. She sighed softly, "There are still many good people in the world. Although there are some annoying people, there are more kind-hearted people." Return home in the evening. Mu Qianqian held the eye drops and asked Fu Sihan for help. "Uncle, could you please help me put the drops in? She cried during the day, so she needs some medicine." "Sit here." Fu Sihan pointed to the sofa. Mu Qianqian sat down obediently. Fu Sihan pinched her chin gently, holding the eye drops above her, and was about to drip them in. Glancing at her red eyes, I couldn't help but recall what happened during the day. That guy surnamed Zhu actually dared to make her cry. Just kicking him out seems like too light a punishment. Mu Qianqian opened her mouth and waited for a long time, but the eye drops still didn't fall. She asked softly, "Uncle, what's wrong?" Fu Sihan came back to his senses. "Nothing." "Open your mouth." Mu Qianqian curled her lips and complained softly, "I've been staring for a long time. I'm tired of opening my mouth." A smile appeared in Fu Sihan's eyes, and he dropped the eye drops quickly and accurately. This time, Mu Qianqian's vision became clear again for a moment. She vaguely saw the man's handsome eyebrows and bright eyes, with a faint smile in his eyes. He was more handsome than the big stars on TV. However, the moment was fleeting and she didn't have time to see more. She must have been hallucinating. After all, in real life, who can be so handsome? It's impossible. Mu Qianqian closed her eyes for a while, waiting for the effect of the eye drops to wear off. She couldn't help but reach out and rub her cheeks. "I kept my mouth open for too long and my mouth is sore." Fu Sihan saw her rubbing her cheek and couldn't help but reach out and pinch her face. Mu Qianqian was caught off guard. Her lips pouted subconsciously, her almond-shaped eyes dark and round, like a bewildered little pufferfish. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Her face was pinched and her speech was slurred. Fu Sihan just thought she was adorable, and her cheeks were so soft that he couldn't let go of her. The man pinched her face with his big hands and rubbed it a few times. Mu Qianqian struggled repeatedly. Seeing that the little girl was getting anxious if he didn't let go, Fu Sihan reluctantly let go of her hand. Mu Qianqian bit her lower lip and held her face with both hands. "Stinky uncle. Why did you pinch me?" Fu Sihan's eyes were full of satisfaction. "It seems the nutrient solution is working well. My face has more flesh than before. It feels incredibly good." He wanted to pinch it again. Mu Qianqian didn't know what he was thinking and thought he was really just concerned about her health. "My appetite has improved recently. I'm afraid if I continue eating like this, I'll get fatter and fatter." Fu Sihan curled his lips and said, eat as much as you want. I can afford it. Mu Qianqian's cheeks were pinched red, and the color became white, tender and rosy, more beautiful than gems. She explained, "Uncle, I'm not afraid of eating you out of money, I'm afraid of becoming a big fatty. It won't look good then." Fu Sihan stared at her delicate little face and imagined what she would look like after gaining weight. The little girl has a good foundation and is still very cute even though she has gained weight. Fu Sihan didn't really care about her appearance. "Don't worry about whether it looks good or not, as long as you are healthy." Mu Qianqian noticed his gaze on her face, and her cheeks felt hot unconsciously. Why is the uncle staring at her? It's embarrassing. Mu Qianqian was so restless that she wanted to find a place to hide because of embarrassment. She stood up nervously. "I am going to go wash up." After saying that, he turned and ran away. It was as if Fu Sihan was some kind of monster. Fu Sihan pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly. "There's nothing I can do about it. The little girl is thin-skinned and easily shy. It seems he will have to be more restrained in the future." Fu Sihan sent a message to Assistant Xiao, and soon, Assistant Xiao replied. "Mr. Fu, don't worry. That Zhu guy will soon be out of business in Bay City. Not to mention escaping from Bay City, even if Zhu Dimao fled to the ends of the earth, it would be easy for the Fu family to deal with him." Zhu Dimao really underestimated the Fu family's status in the business world. He probably would never have thought until his death that the Zhu family company suffered a devastating disaster simply because he scolded a little girl and made her cry. Who made him want to die? Mu Qianqian went to bed and got ready for sleep when she received a call from her best friend Li Xiu. "Qianqian, your family contacted your high school homeroom teacher, got my phone number, and called me several times." How could this happen? Mu Qianqian was surprised. "They insisted that you go home, saying that if you don't go back, they will call the police to arrest you." Mu Qianqian looked helpless. "Should I go back?" But she didn't want to go back to that nightmarish home, and she didn't want to live a life of hunger, cold clothes, and being beaten and scolded at every turn. She likes the life with the uncle. The uncle respects her, treats her well and cares about her in every way. She had never dared to imagine such a life before. Li Xiu advised, "You must not go back. Don't worry, they won't dare to call the police. If they do, tell them about their plan to sell you for a bride price, and they will definitely help you get justice." 38, Chapter 38, Fakes. Under Li Xiu's persuasion, Mu Qianqian decided not to go back. She can't go back. A family that favors boys over girls will be like a bottomless pit, draining away all her value. By then, it might even implicate my uncle. The uncle was so good to her, she couldn't be ungrateful and bring trouble to him. "See you, if they call you from a different number, just block them all. Don't pay any attention to them and don't let them affect your mood." "Yes, I will. Don't worry, they can't control me." Mu Qianqian spent 2 days in fear, and even dreamed that her family would come to visit her. "Fortunately, my parents didn't call the police. Apart from bombarding them with phone calls, they haven't taken any other action yet." Mu Qianqian couldn't help but wonder in her heart. Her parents were both money-loving people. With 200,000 yuan of betrothal gifts right in front of them, how could they resist calling the police to arrest her? Is there a reason that she doesn't know? But no matter what, she will cherish her current peaceful life. The weather gradually turned cooler. Mu Qianqian opened the wardrobe and found that she had added many autumn clothes. The uncle is really attentive. She picked out a Chanel-style suit at random and wore it to class. There were a few girls sitting in the back row. When they saw Mu Qianqian's clothes, they gathered together and whispered to each other. "Oh my god, is she wearing a pirated piece? That's hilarious. The original one costs hundreds of thousands. How can she possibly afford it? If you don't have money, just wear ordinary clothes. Why do you insist on wearing pirated fakes? Aren't you ashamed? If I were her, I wouldn't dare wear it so openly. I have to be proud." They posted messages in the class group and mocked Mu Qianqian. When the girls in other dormitories saw these messages, they couldn't help but argue, "There's no need to be so picky about her. What she wears doesn't seem to have any bearing on you. Besides, not everyone knows about those luxury brands. Maybe I just bought them by accident. You must be jealous of Mu Qianqian's good looks. Even if she wears fakes, she can still make them look like the real thing. Her temperament and looks are there." Other students felt the same way. Whether it's true or false, what does it have to do with them? Besides, this dress looks good on Mu Qianqian, even better than the model wearing the original version. Everyone's attention is on her, who would pay attention to the authenticity of clothes. After class, several girls behind her deliberately kicked Mu Qianqian's stool, scaring her. "What are you doing?" Mu Qianqian asked, turning around. Yao Xian'er was dressed fashionably, with her hair braided into colorful pigtails, brown red lipstick on, and lip piercings on her lips. She crossed her arms and said nonchalantly, "You can't even stretch your legs. Are you the princess and the pea?" After saying that, Yao Xian'er and her sisters all burst into laughter. "Har har har har, wearing fake clothes, you really think you are a princess?" Mu Qianqian didn't know what was so funny about this sentence. She packed her things silently and changed seats with Fang Yangran. As a result, Yao Xian'er and the other little gangster girls also moved behind them and deliberately kicked their stools. Dong dong dong. The kicks came one after another, full of provocation. Mu Qianqian couldn't concentrate on her studies at all. She turned back in frustration and asked, "What do you guys want to do?" Yao Xian'er chewed gum and asked, "You own this classroom. You won't let us stretch our legs." "I can't help it. My legs are long and it's uncomfortable if I don't stretch them." Mu Qianqian and Fang Yangran moved directly to the first row and sat right under the teacher's nose. These little girls were most afraid of the teacher, so they didn't dare to follow and continue to make trouble. After class, Fang Yangran asked her friends and found out what had happened. "Qianqian, I asked a friend, and she told me that Yao Xian'er likes Fu Qinqing from the sports department. Knowing that Fu Qinqing likes you, she gathered her friends and deliberately targeted you." Mu Qianqian felt it was ridiculous and speechless. What do these people have to do? If you like Fu Qinqing, just go after him. Why are you looking for trouble with me? She came here to study, not to have sex with men. Why does the campus have to be in such a mess because of these little things? Fang Yangran curled her lips. Yao Xian'er and the others have average grades. They only got into our school thanks to some awards their family got. To put it bluntly, they are just a bunch of little rascals who have been bullying people for a long time. It's really bad luck to mess with this group of people. Mu Qianqian just wanted to concentrate on her studies and didn't want to get involved in these meaningless fights. So in her subsequent classes, she only sat in the first row, trying to stay away from those little gangster girls. But after class this day, the little girl stopped me. In front of them. "Princess and the pea, where are you going?" Mu Qianqian hugged the book and frowned. "I want to go home." Yao Xian'er sneered, "Oh? Going home? Can your family afford to buy a house in Bay City? You wouldn't rent one of those old, run-down houses without an elevator, would you?" Har 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 har. Mu Qianqian hated her harsh voice and felt uncomfortable hearing it. "Get out of the way." Yao Xian'er and her men deliberately blocked her way. "It's such a wide road, and you can't even get out. How fat are you?" Fang Yangran took Mu Qianqian's arm and wanted to leave by walking around them. But wherever they went, Yao Xian'er followed, and every time she stood right in front of them. "Oh, what a coincidence. How come I'm blocking your way?" Mu Qianqian pursed her lips and said, "Yao Xian'er, if you like someone, you should pursue them openly instead of dealing with me here." Her words immediately made Yao Xian'er's face change. Yao Xian'er stretched out her long, pointed nails and raised her voice. "How dare you tell me what to do? I can do whatever I want. How dare you, a blind man wearing fake clothes, point fingers at me? Fake? Is she wearing fakes?" Mu Qianqian tugged at the hem of her clothes, feeling a little inferior in her heart. Yao Xian'er took a step forward, raised her hand high, and wanted to slap Mu Qianqian. But at this moment, Fu Qinqing arrived in time and grabbed her hand. "What do you want to do?" When Yao Xian'er saw that it was the young master of the Fu family, she immediately put on a gentle expression. "Qianqing, you're here." She couldn't leave a bad impression in front of Fu Qinqing. After all, Fu Qinqing is backed by the Fu family, a wealthy family worth hundreds of billions, and many people are trying their best to marry into the family. Fu Qinqing ignored her and looked at Mu Qianqian with concern. "Qianqian, she didn't do anything to you, did she?" Mu Qianqian shook her head. "No. Are the clothes I'm wearing fake?" Fu Qinqing said without hesitation. "How is it possible? Your clothes are so real, they are obviously limited edition genuine goods. Who dares to say that you bought fakes?" She must have never seen the real thing herself. He didn't care at all that Yao Shen'er was present, and what he said was equivalent to slapping Yao Shen'er in the face. 39, Chapter 39 Stealing. Now it was Mu Qianqian's turn to be surprised. The clothes she wore were all bought by the uncle. I thought they were ordinary brand clothes, just with better materials. Unexpectedly, it is a limited edition. Why is the uncle so generous to her? Why would he, an ordinary office worker, buy her such expensive clothes? After I get back, I will have a good talk with him. Mu Qianqian thanked Fu Qianqing. Thank you for saving me just now. I'm going home now. Goodbye. Yao Shen'er forced a smile. Young Master Fu, everything just now was a misunderstanding. I have no ill will towards Mu Qianqian, I just want to make friends with her. After all, she's blind, who would want to bother with her? Make friends. Humph, who wants to make friends with you? Fu Qianqing pushed her away fiercely. Yao Shen'er was thrown to the side. If the little sister hadn't reached out to support her, she would have fallen to the ground in a mess. Fu Qianqing's eyes were filled with disgust and indifference. Although Qianqian can't see, her personality and character are much better than yours. Who says no one wants to pay attention to her? I wish I could follow her around every day. A flash of jealousy flashed across Yao Shen'er's eyes. Yes, I said the wrong thing just now. Fu Qianqing sneered, you're not even as good as a strand of her hair. If I see you bullying her again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Yao Shen'er almost bit her lip. How could I bully my classmates? Don't worry, I will definitely get along well with Mu Qianqian. Fu Qianqing glared at her coldly and turned away. As if he was disgusted by her dirty hands, he rubbed his right hand on his body several times, trying to wipe off the dirt. Yao Shen'er was almost mad with anger after seeing this scene. Mu Qianqian, don't think I will let you go. You and I are irreconcilable. After leaving school, Mu Qianqian received a call from Sister Li, the person in charge of Yuncheng Hotel. Qianqian, please come here quickly. Someone reported you for stealing. Mu Qianqian was shocked. What? I didn't steal anything. I know you didn't, but you should come over quickly and explain it to me in person, so that no one can gossip about you behind my back. Okay, I'll be right there. Mu Qianqian hailed a taxi on the roadside and rushed to Yuncheng Hotel. As soon as Sister Li saw her, she said, Qianqian, Wang Yanru found the gifts we provided for the VIPs in your lounge and reported you for stealing the VIPs' gifts. Mu Qianqian eagerly defended herself. Sister Li, how is it possible? I didn't steal anything, really. Wang Yanru stood aside indifferently. Oh, the facts are right in front of you, and you still dare to quibble. What's the truth? Tell me clearly. Mu Qianqian's face turned red with anxiety. You said you didn't steal anything, so what is this? Wang Yanru pointed at the pure gold princess ornament on the table. It was exquisitely crafted and worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is a gift only for VIPs. You're just a waiter, where else could you have gotten it if you didn't steal it? It was given to me by a distinguished guest. He gave me many desserts, and this was one of the boxes as a souvenir. This pure gold decoration was too expensive for her, but for the guests, it was just an insignificant gift. Mu Qianqian originally wanted to return the things, but she didn't know the customer's name, so she kept them with her temporarily. Wang Yanru pressed on, a distinguished guest gave it to you? Har, which distinguished guest? Mu Qianqian couldn't answer. I don't know him. Since you don't know them, why would they send you desserts and even such expensive ornaments? You think we're fools, don't you? We're not even related, so who would give you such a big gift? I'm telling you, Mu Qianqian, this thing is worth millions. If we call the police now, you'll end up in jail. Mu Qianqian was pointed at on the nose and scolded by Wang Yanru. Tears gathered in her eyes, but she tried hard not to let them fall. She couldn't cry. It was bad for her eyes. Mu Qianqian bravely suppressed the bitterness in her eyes and did not cry in front of everyone. She analyzed clearly, if it's true, as you said, that I stole this thing, then why didn't I take it home? Instead, I left it in the lounge, waiting for someone to find it. Wang Yanru choked. What Mu Qianqian said does make some sense. If she really wanted to steal something, she should have secretly taken it back after so many days. How could she leave it here? Wang Yanru rolled her eyes and continued to throw dirty water with bad intentions. Who knows what you're thinking? Maybe you just haven't found the right opportunity. Or maybe you want to steal more and take it home later. You are slandering me. What evidence do you have to prove that you didn't steal this gift? Can you contact the person who gave you the gift and ask him to come out and clarify for you? Mu Qianqian didn't even know who that kind-hearted person was, so how could she contact him? Besides, seeing her crying after being scolded, the other person kindly gave her desserts and gifts to comfort her. Mu Qianqian was embarrassed to let the other person be involved in these messy things. Can't you tell? I think you are the thief, Sister Li. Let's call the police and send her to jail. If we let her go easily this time, she might steal things again in the future. Sister Li stood up and spoke for Mu Qianqian. Yenru, don't be so decisive. There is no evidence to prove that what Qianqian said is false. Wang Yenru said complacently, but there is no evidence to prove that what she said is true, right? Sister Li sighed. Qianqian, after something like this, we can't let you stay and continue working. You should go back first. The finance department will transfer your salary to you later. Mu Qianqian bit her lip unwillingly. No matter whether I can continue to stay or not, I hope this matter can be investigated as soon as possible and I can be cleared of all charges. If there are any new developments in the investigation, we will contact you. If it is proven that all this is false, don't worry, we will give you some compensation. Mu Qianqian doesn't want any compensation, she just wants to clear her name. After leaving Yuncheng Hotel, she returned home in a daze. Before getting into the taxi, someone saw Mu Qianqian's familiar back and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Ha! Isn't he that his sister Mu Qianqian? How did you get out of the hotel?" Mu Chenghui, the eldest son of the Mu family, quickly called his parents with a sinister and resentful tone. "Dad, Mom, I found that bitch Mu Qianqian. She just came out of the hotel. She's so shameless. Well, this girl doesn't stay at home and wait to get married, but runs out to do some shameful things with men." 40, Chapter 40. The uncle is none other than. What? You saw this bitch? Mu Chenghui nodded. Yes, I just saw her coming out of the hotel. I don't know which strange man she went to hang out with. That damn girl, bring her back to me right now. She's leaving a good marriage on her own and having to fool around with someone nameless and without any status. She's really out of her mind. Hurry up and bring her back. I'll contact her husband and ask him to transfer the betrothal money to us as soon as possible. Mu Chenghui was about to tell his family that Mu Qianqian had already gotten into the car and left. However, his family was eager to get the betrothal gift and had already hung up the phone. Mu Chenghui thought about the 200,000 yuan betrothal money and ran after him. But he couldn't outrun the taxi with his 2 legs, and he was soon left behind. Mu Chenghui was full of resentment and returned to the security booth, but unfortunately he was caught by the security captain. Mu Chenghui, where have you been? Mu Chenghui's eyes were weak. Captain, I just had diarrhea and went to the bathroom. A lazy donkey will poop and pee. I think you've been hiding somewhere to smoke again. Forget about your bonus this month. Captain. Mu Chenghui wanted to beg for mercy, but the captain didn't give him the chance and turned away. He worked so hard this month and only earned 2 or 3,000. If he deducted the bonus, he was only left with 15,000, which was not even enough for his cigarette and alcohol money. It's all because of that bitch Mu Qianqian. She caused him to not even get the bonus. As long as we catch her, we can get a betrothal gift of 200,000 yuan. Thinking of this, a hint of greed and viciousness flashed across Mu Chenghui's eyes. Fu Sihan returned home from the company and found Mu Qianqian sitting on the sofa in a daze. What are you daydreaming about? He asked coldly. Mu Qianqian took 2 seconds before looking in his direction slowly. Uncle, you're back. She stood up from the sofa and wanted to go over to greet him, but before she took a few steps, she tripped over the table leg and almost fell to the ground. If Fu Sihan hadn't supported her body in time, Mu Qianqian would have had an intimate contact with the ground. Fu Sihan frowned. What's going on? Why does the little girl look so distraught today? Mu Qianqian stood firm and stepped out of his arms. She smiled bravely, not wanting to make him worry. Uncle, I'm fine. You must be tired. Sit down, drink some water, and rest for a while. I'll call Aunt Liu to come and cook. After Mu Qianqian finished speaking, she was about to go out and call someone next door. Fu Sihan suddenly grabbed her arm. The voice is cold. What happened? Mu Qianqian lowered her head and said nothing. Fu Sihan gripped her arm with his hand, unconsciously exerting force. There was a layer of frost in his eyes, and his voice was so cold that ice chips could almost fall out. Mu Qianqian, have you forgotten what you said? Mu Qianqian raised her head blankly. What? We are husband and wife, we should support each other and share weal and woe. You can hide things from anyone, but you should never hide them from your husband. Fu Sihan's words made Mu Qianqian's heart burn. If you hide everything and are unwilling to share with each other, are you still a couple? Mu Qianqian plucked up the courage and decided to tell her uncle what happened today. Uncle, I can't work at Yuncheng Hotel anymore. I'm sorry for letting you down. Why can't I go? Someone falsely accused me of stealing. Although the facts haven't been verified yet, the news has spread. Sister Li asked me to stay home for a while. Fu Sihan's aura was icy, revealing a strong sense of coldness. Who framed you? His first question was not what Mu Qianqian had stolen, but who had framed her. From his tone, it can be heard that Fu Sihan tacitly stands on Mu Qianqian's side and absolutely does not believe that she would steal anything. Mu Qianqian felt warm in her heart. It was a colleague of mine. She falsely accused me of stealing the souvenir. But in fact, that thing was given to me by a kind-hearted boss. Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow. Someone gave me a hard time the other day, and I was so angry that I cried. The kind-hearted boss sent his assistant to deliver a cart of sweets to me. Among them was a pure gold princess ornament. Just as Mu Qianqian expected, a big shot of Fu Sihan's level would not care about a small pure gold ornament at all. In the eyes of their circle, it was just a souvenir. It looked pretty and was just placed on the dining cart and sent over. Unexpectedly, she would be framed. Fu Sihan took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, I will give you an explanation for this matter." Mu Qianqian was a little worried. Uncle, will this cause you any trouble? The uncle has helped her a lot, and she doesn't want to cause him more trouble. Fu Sihan curled his lips. Don't worry, this little thing won't be difficult for your husband. Mu Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Seeing her well-behaved and obedient appearance, Fu Sihan couldn't help but rub her hair. Qianqian, don't be too considerate of others in the future. People who are too sensible are likely to suffer losses. Mu Qianqian was stunned. No one had ever said such words to her before. In her memory, her parents would only scold her for eating too much, not being sensible enough, and not being diligent enough. So Mu Qianqian got used to being the most sensible child and used to considering others everywhere. Often, she ignores her own thoughts. The uncle's words made Mu Qianqian feel warm and moved, like never before. Her eyes were slightly red, but the uncle is not someone else. The uncle is one of her own, so it's always okay for her to think about him. Fu Sihan's smile deepened. Was the dessert that day delicious? Mu Qianqian nodded decisively. It's delicious. When she was bullied and her heart was darkest, someone illuminated her and made her believe that there was still warmth in this world. Uncle, I'll go call Aunt Liu to come and cook. No need, just rest here and I'll send her a message. Fu Sihan sent a message to Aunt Liu, who had just finished buying groceries and went straight into the kitchen carrying bags of vegetables to get busy. I'm sorry, Mr. Fu, Miss Mu, the supermarket was too crowded today. I waited in line for a long time and came back a little late. Next time I will go shopping earlier. Mu Qianqian came to the sink and was about to help wash the vegetables. As soon as she turned on the faucet, Aunt Liu immediately grabbed her with concern. Oh, Miss Mu, the water is cold, please don't touch it. Mu Qianqian smiled. It's okay, I'll help you wash the vegetables. I can handle it by myself. You can go outside and rest for a while. We'll have dinner soon. I also bought some hairy crabs today to supplement your nutrition. Uncle is working in the living room. I can't disturb him. I'll just watch you cook from here. Mu Qianqian didn't want to disturb Fu Sihan's work, so she continued to stay in the kitchen. Look if you want, Miss Mu, but stand back a bit so the oil doesn't splash and burn you. Aunt Liu opened up and chatted with her while cooking skillfully. I have a daughter at home who's in high school. She wants to help me with housework every day, but I can't bear to let her do it. I don't even let her help peel garlic. You little girls have delicate hands and are very delicate. Just focus on your studies. If you can get into a good university and find a good job in the future, your parents will be relieved. When Aunt Liu talked about her children, her tone was full of pride, completely different from usual. 41, Chapter 41, Misunderstanding of Pregnancy. This is the atmosphere a normal family should have. Unlike her, she has been helping her parents with housework since she can remember, and sometimes she also has to take care of her younger brother and help out in the store. No one ever treated Mu Qianqian as a child who needed care. Her parents just treated her as a tool. Mu Qianqian doesn't envy other people's families for having endless money, she only envies other people's families for having endless love. How she wished she could be born into a harmonious and happy family. If only her parents could love her more. Aunt Liu quickly prepared a large table of dishes, and after that, she prepared to go back next door. Mu Qianqian invited, "Aunt Liu, please stay and eat with us." Aunt Liu smiled and said, "No need, Miss Mu, I still have to video chat with my daughter. We talk a lot, and I'm afraid to disturb you." She carried the remaining ingredients and went back next door. Mu Qianqian and Fu Sihan sat at the dining table, preparing to eat. However, Mu Qianqian had never eaten hairy crabs and had no idea how to eat them. She picked up a hairy crab and bit into it directly. This shell is so hard. Mu Qianqian hit her teeth and almost cut her lip. Fu Sihan was a little amused and said, "You have to peel the shells before you can eat it." "I'll help you." "No need, uncle, I can do it myself." Mu Qianqian thought she could peel the crab shell like peeling a shrimp shell. It turned out that the crab shell was as hard as a rock, and she couldn't open it after trying for a long time. "How does this thing grow?" Fu Sihan smiled and said, "Let me do it." Mu Qianqian bit her lip and had to hand the crab to the uncle. The crab meat that Fu Sihan usually eats is peeled directly. He is a misophobe and rarely does things by himself. This time, for the silly little girl Mu Qianqian, Fu Sihan endured the discomfort and peeled crabs for her. The man's fingers were long, slender, and clean with distinct joints. He used the crab picking tool to carefully pick out the crab meat. If Mu Qianqian's eyesight recovered, it would be extremely pleasing to watch such a handsome guy peeling crabs gracefully. Fu Sihan piled all the peeled crab meat and crab roe into Mu Qianqian's bowl. "Uncle, you're amazing. How did you open such a hard shell?" Fu Sihan wiped his fingers with a wet towel. "When your eyes are better, I will teach you." Mu Qianqian responded sweetly, "Okay." She took a big bite of crab roe and crab meat, and the rich, fresh and sweet taste rushed straight to her head, making Mu Qianqian's eyes widen. This was the best thing she had ever eaten. "It's delicious. Uncle, you should try it too." Mu Qianqian fed it to Fu Sihan's mouth. Fu Sihan's eyes flickered slightly, and after hesitating for a moment, he ate it. He has never eaten anything fed by others in his life. This is the first time. Unexpectedly, there was no rejection or disgust as he had imagined, and he accepted it calmly. Mu Qianqian asked expectantly, "Is it delicious?" Fu Sihan actually felt it was just average, but he didn't want to discourage her enthusiasm, so he said insincerely, "Good." Next, when Mu Qianqian was eating, she would feed Fu Sihan from time to time. Fu Sihan put the peeled crab meat into her bowl and let her feed him. Then why doesn't he just eat it himself? Fu Sihan wanted to bring up this topic, but Mu Qianqian was in high spirits and didn't notice it at all. Forget it, it's rare that she is happy, so let it be. Fu Sihan also heard a few words of the conversation between Mu Qianqian and Aunt Liu in the kitchen just now. The little girl has never been loved by her family since she was a child and has always grown up in a very harsh environment. Under such circumstances, she neither complained about the world nor became withdrawn and gloomy. Instead, she grew up to be a positive and optimistic little son. It really made Fu Sihan look at him with new eyes. Mu Qianqian ate a little more than usual at this meal. She hadn't listened to the recording of today's class yet, and sat at the table to study after dinner. Old Madame Fu called Fu Sihan on video, and after just a few words, she asked him to call Mu Qianqian over. "Let me see Qianqian." Fu Sihan was helpless. "You just pretended to care about me, but you actually wanted to check on Qianqian. You're a grown man, what's there to worry about? I'm just worried that you might bully Qianqian, and I'll be worried if I don't see you for a few days." After all, Fu Sihan has a cold personality, and everyone knows that Mrs. Fu is afraid of a delicate little girl like Qianqian. "Girl, you suffer injustice by being with him." Fu Sihan got up, went to the second bedroom, and knocked on the door. Uncle, what's going on? Grandma is video chatting with me and wants to see you. I'll be right there. Mu Qianqian liked the amiable old lady Fu very much. When she heard that the elder wanted to see her, she immediately put down what she was doing and opened the door happily. Fu Sihan took her to the living room and sat her in front of the computer. Grandma, I brought the person to you. Just go do whatever you need to do. I want to talk to Qianqian for a while. As soon as she saw Mu Qianqian, Mrs. Fu forgot about her grandson and sent her away casually. Grandma. Mu Qianqian called softly. Hey, Qianqian, sit closer so Grandma can have a good look at you. Mu Qianqian sat forward a little. Although she couldn't see Mrs. Fu in the video, she could hear her voice. Fu Sihan was working nearby, looking up from time to time. Seeing the smile on Mu Qianqian's face, he couldn't help but curl his lips. After the video call, Fu Sihan was about to hang up. Mrs. Fu's face was filled with joy. Take good care of Qianqian. You have to pay attention and take good care of her in the next few months. Our family doesn't have those bad habits of favoring boys over girls. Whether it's a boy or a girl, they are all treasures of the family. What happy thing happened to you? Fu Sihan was puzzled. In a couple of days, you'll know if you take Qianqian to the hospital for a checkup. The old lady said mysteriously. Mrs. Fu kept it a secret, and Fu Sihan was completely confused. After a while, he saw Mu Qianqian holding her stomach and drinking water in front of the table. Suddenly, he had an idea and understood. Maybe she ate too much tonight, and since then, Mu Qianqian has been touching her stomach all the time. Moreover, her nutrition has improved recently, and her face has become rounder than before. She looks plump and her complexion is very healthy. It would be easy to mistakenly think she was pregnant. It seems that Grandma has misunderstood that she is pregnant, and this is a big misunderstanding. In a few months, if Grandma doesn't get to see her great-grandson, she'll probably be disappointed for a while. Fu Sihan couldn't help but feel a headache. 42, Chapter 42, Stumping the Uncle. Fu Sihan walked over to Mu Qianqian and asked with concern, Are you feeling unwell in your stomach? Mu Qianqian was a little embarrassed. I think I ate too much. My stomach is bloated. Drinking a lot of water doesn't help. Don't drink water if your stomach is bloated. Fu Sihan opened the cabinet, took out the medicine box, and handed her a box of lactase. Take a few pills and rest for a while, and you'll be fine. This medicine aids digestion, and soon, Mu Qianqian's abdominal distension was relieved a lot. The uncle is really amazing. No matter how many difficulties there are in life, he can handle them all. Thank you, uncle. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Wait. Fu Sihan stopped her. Uncle, do you have anything else to do? Fu Sihan hesitated to speak. Grandma mistakenly thought that Mu Qianqian was pregnant, but they had always slept in separate rooms and had never even slept in the same room. How could she give birth to a great-grandson for Grandma? Are you used to sleeping in the second bedroom? Mu Qianqian didn't understand why the uncle suddenly asked this. I slept well. After all, she didn't even have a room of her own at home before. Now she finally has an independent room and a bed so big and soft, which she couldn't even imagine before. Uncle, what's wrong? Fu Sihan pursed his lips and said, Nothing, go back to sleep. Oh. Mu Qianqian returned to the second bedroom. Fu Sihan pressed his eyebrows, feeling a headache. He couldn't just tell her directly to give birth to a child for the Fu family. But I can't explain this to Grandma. Mu Qianqian was wrong. There were still difficult problems that could stump Mr. Fu. For example, the issues of pregnancy and childbirth stumped him. For the next week, Mu Qianqian went to school on time every day. Yuncheng Hotel sent her a salary and compensation, but she did not receive any news about returning to work. So, Mu Qianqian thought she had been completely fired. She plans to find a new job after she finishes the exam. Mu Chenghui watched for several days in a row, but did not see Mu Qianqian again. Is it different from what he thought? Actually, Mu Qianqian didn't he come here to sleep with men? Impossible, this is a high-end hotel. How could Mu Qianqian, a poor blind man, afford to stay here? It definitely depends on men. Mu Chenghui planned to squat for 2 more days. God, if he really can't wait, he can only give up. After all, he was always sneaking out during work, which had already caused the captain's dissatisfaction. If he sneaked out more often, he might even lose his job. Mu Qianqian almost gritted his teeth secretly. It was all because of that bitch Mu Qianqian. In the office, Assistant 1 was reporting something to Fu Sihan. Mr. Fu, we found out that the person who framed Miss Mu was a woman named Wang Yanru. She found a pure gold gift in Miss Mu's lounge. Fu Sihan stood with his back to him, his hands in his pockets, in front of the bright and spacious floor-to-ceiling window. Tell Yuncheng that I sent the things. If they make a fuss about this again, you can quit working at Yuncheng. Fu Sihan's voice was deep and magnetic, but his words were filled with a chill that made people shudder. Yes. I'll contact Yuncheng Group right away. After all, Yuncheng Hotel is just a subsidiary of the Fu Group. How dare they disobey the orders of the head of the Fu family? Sister Li received a call from her boss, who scolded her harshly. What are you going to do? If you can't manage such a big hotel, get someone else. Sister Li quickly apologized with a smile. Boss Chiu, what do you mean? Did I do anything wrong? Humph, is it worth all this trouble for just a small ornament worth a few $100,000? You almost got me into trouble with the Fu family. Sister Li didn't expect that such a small matter would involve the Fu family. Could it be that Miss Mu is related to the Fu family? You don't need to ask too much about this. Someone did give her that ornament. Don't let me know about it again. Someone might make a fuss about it. Otherwise, your position will be over. I don't know how many people have wanted to replace you over the years. Sister Li trembled with fear. Yes. I'll call Miss Mu right now and ask her to continue coming to work. Sister Li quickly called Mu Qianqian to inform her that the misunderstanding had been resolved and she could come back to work at any time. At the same time, Sister Li was very confused. It seems that the little girl is just pretty, smart and kind. Unexpectedly, she was related to the prestigious Fu family. Sister Li stood in the sun and shivered involuntarily. But she must not anger the king of hell of the Fu family because of this matter, otherwise, she will be kicked out of Yuncheng Group. Mu Qianqian never expected that she could return to work at Yuncheng Hotel again. The treatment here is good, and if the misunderstanding can be clarified, she will naturally be willing to go back. However, she has to prepare for the exam next, so it is not convenient for her to work part-time. Sister Li, I'll go back to work after I finish my exams. Unexpectedly, Sister Li's attitude was very respectful, as if she was afraid that she would not come. Okay, if you're willing to come, we can discuss your salary. Miss Mu, please take care of your own business first. I won't bother you anymore. This made Mu Qianqian feel a little flattered. Okay. In the evening, as soon as Fu Sihan returned home, Mu Qianqian happily threw herself into his arms. Uncle, I have good news for you. I can go back to work at Yuncheng Hotel. Fu Sihan lowered his eyes and looked at the little girl with rosy cheeks in his arms. He couldn't help but curl his lips. Are you so happy? Of course I'm happy. Sister Li also said that she would make Wang Yanru apologize to me in front of everyone. Now that's good, I can finally clear my name. And the salary here is so good. I can't find such a good job anywhere else. Thanks to Uncle. Fu Sihan didn't care about her small salary at all. However, her cheerful attitude infected him, causing the corners of Fu Sihan's lips to curl up unconsciously. As long as you're happy. Only then did Mu Qianqian realize that she had been so bold as to throw herself into the uncle's arms. Her face turned red and she quickly stepped out of the uncle's arms. Sorry, Uncle, I'm so happy. Fu Sihan's eyes darkened a little, and his voice was low and hoarse. It's okay. Mu Qianqian said shyly, Uncle, I'm going to study first. You haven't eaten yet, and you're starting to study so early. Well, I have an exam coming up soon, so of course I have to hurry up. Mu Qianqian waved at him and went back to the second bedroom. When it was time for dinner, Fu Sihan called Mu Qianqian to eat, but she was so engrossed in her studies that she didn't hear him. Fu Sihan had no choice but to push open the door. Mu Qianqian was wearing headphones and sitting at the desk, listening to the video and writing something on paper. Someone tapped her shoulder gently. Mu Qianqian took off her headphones and smelled the familiar and refreshing scent of agarwood. Uncle, is that you? 43, Chapter 43, Guidance. While eating, Mu Qianqian was still mumbling to herself, what's that theorem called? Fu Sihan heard it and answered her question casually. Mu Qianqian's eyes lit up, that's it. Uncle, how did you know? As soon as she said it, Mu Qianqian felt that she had asked a stupid question. It's not like the uncle hasn't been to college, so of course he knows this knowledge. Fu Sihan said modestly, I haven't forgotten everything I learned before. Uncle, were you a top student in the past? Fu Sihan curled his lips, no. They all call me the god of learning. His tone was understated, yet it had the power to convince people unconditionally. Mu Qianqian stood there in a daze. What? Don't you believe it? Fu Sihan asked. Mu Qianqian quickly shook her head, no, I believe it. The uncle is so smart, he must have been a very outstanding person on campus. She was just fascinated by the uncle's domineering and confident attitude. When the uncle said that he was a genius student, his tone was full of the arrogance of a superior, which made people involuntarily admire him. Noticing that her cheeks were getting hot, Mu Qianqian rubbed her face quickly. Stop being a fangirl. Uncle, I have a small request. Fu Sihan seemed to see through her thoughts, and before she could take the initiative to bring it up, he said, if there's anything you don't understand, I'll teach you. Mu Qianqian was so happy that she almost jumped up, her voice clear and crisp. Thank you, uncle. She couldn't wait to go back to her room and study. Mu Qianqian was eager to learn and didn't want to eat after taking a few bites of rice. Fu Sihan's face darkened, eat more. I'm full. Do you still want me to teach you? Finish these dishes first. Fu Siler said coldly. Mu Qianqian pouted and obediently picked up the chopsticks to eat. Seeing this, Fu Sihan's expression finally eased a little. After dinner, the two went to the second bedroom together and sat at the desk to study. Your solution to this problem is wrong. You should start from here. You're right. I have a faster solution. You can try it. Fu Sihan's voice was deep and magnetic, and his explanations were clear and easy to understand. After listening to this, many things that Mu Qianqian didn't understand suddenly became clear. While Mu Qianqian was reciting the formula, Fu Sihan casually picked up. I took a notebook and planned to check her homework. As a result, she turned over the small notebook where she kept accounts. It was clearly written there that the uncle had spent 8 figures on her surgery. The uncle bought her a mobile phone. The uncle took her shopping for daily necessities and bought her a lot of supplements and nutritional fluids. There are also daily nutritional recipes, as well as milk and goat milk. Mu Qianqian recorded every expense in a notebook. Fu Sihan looked at her beautiful handwriting, and his eyes unconsciously deepened. Uncle, come and listen, am I reciting the formula correctly? Fu Sihan didn't respond for a long time, so Mu Qianqian touched his arm. Uncle. Fu Sihan's eyes flashed, you carry it on your back. Good. Mu Qianqian sat upright and began to memorize formulas and theorems. Fu Sihan put her account book back. Mu Qianqian did the questions in front of Fu Sihan. There's a typo here. Where? Fu Sihan held her hand, moved it to the paper, and led her to write. I'll teach you how to do it. The man's big palm completely wrapped around her small hand. His palm was warm and rough, bringing a reassuring warmth. As he approached, his refreshing and pleasant scent permeated Mu Qianqian's nose. Mu Qianqian bit her lower lip, and her heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. Have you learned it? Fu Sihan spoke in a low voice. The hot breath he exhaled as he spoke brushed against her small earlobe. Mu Qianqian shrank her shoulders and her heart trembled violently. It was like the spring water in the pond had melted and flowed through her whole body. Fu Sihan lowered his eyes to glance at her, and saw that the little girl's fair cheeks were flushed, and even her ears were red. She remained stiffly in her original position, motionless. A low laugh escaped from Fu Sihan's chest. Am I that scary? Mu Qianqian licked her lips and said, No. Then why are you hiding so far away? Mu Qianqian moved back to him cautiously and was enveloped by his breath again. Fu Sihan taught her again. But Mu Qianqian's mind was completely out of control. Sometimes she thought the uncle's voice was so nice, and sometimes her ears felt itchy. The hot breath from his voice blew into her ears, making her feel itchy and numb. Mu Qianqian, what are you thinking about? Fu Sihan noticed her distraction and tapped the table with his fingertips. No, nothing. Mu Qianqian sat up nervously. Fu Sihan pinched the tip of her nose and said, Listen carefully. I have something else to do later, so I can't talk to you for long. Teacher Fu, please go ahead and talk. I will listen carefully this time. Fu Sihan curled his lips in satisfaction. That's pretty good. On the day of the exam, Mu Qianqian was in a separate examination room. The teacher read the test questions to her and asked her to write the answers on a piece of paper. The uncle had explained many of the questions to her, so Mu Qianqian had clear thinking and solved the problems quickly. The teacher thought she was writing randomly and looked unhappy. If you don't understand a question, it's better not to answer it, rather than write it randomly. You won't get any marks for your random answer. Yes, teacher, I know. After saying that, Mu Qianqian continued to answer the questions on the test paper quickly. The invigilator glanced down, and that one look froze his impatience on his face, replaced by deep shock. The paper is clearly organized, and each question uses the fastest and smartest solution. More importantly, Mu Qianqian answered every question correctly. Even the final exam questions were done perfectly, leaving no room for error. The teacher sighed silently in his heart. I didn't realize that this girl is also a college bully. I thought she was just writing blindly because she wrote so fast, but who knew she was so good? I guess there is no one with a higher score than her in the entire major. After the exam, Mu Qianqian walked out of the examination room and Fang Yangran grabbed her arm. Qianqian, I didn't expect this exam to be so difficult. I can't answer several questions. How about you? Mu Qianqian smiled and said, I'm fine. I've reviewed all the exam content in advance. How come you're so awesome? Mu Qianqian smiled but said nothing. The reason why she is so good is that the uncle has highlighted the key points for her in advance. Mu Qianqian reviewed according to the marked key points. The test questions she encountered were all within this range, so it was natural for her to solve these questions. A few students from the same major walked over and whispered. Har har, I'm dying of laughter. Is Fang Yangran stupid? Why is she saying so much to a blind man? Can that blind man even pass the test? When the results come out, she won't be the one with the lowest score, right? Don't let her lower the average score for our major. 44, Chapter 44, Roasted Chestnuts. Mu Qianqian didn't take these ugly taunts to heart at all. But Fang Yangran couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help arguing with these people. Qianqian is just temporarily blind. Her sight will recover sooner or later. You keep calling me blind. Didn't your family teach you the word respect? You're a college student from a prestigious university, after all, how can you be so uneducated? A boy with acne scars all over his face said viciously, Stinky girl, how can you talk like that? Do you think I dare not touch you? The boy was wearing thick glasses and had a fat face, looking scary. Fang Yangran was a little scared, but couldn't help but speak up for her friend. If you dare to bully Qianqian again, don't blame me for telling the counselor. Have you forgotten what happened at the forum last time? The school dealt with a large number of students regarding the forum incident, and the instigator, Sharp, is no longer in the school. Several boys looked at each other, afraid that she would really go and complain and implicate them. The man with the acne scar was the most courageous. TSK, if you have the guts, go ahead and sue us. Who heard what we said? Did you hear it? Or did you hear it? The man with the acne scar asked his companions in a pretentious manner. Of course, they stood on his side and covered their mouths with their hands and laughed. No, I didn't hear it. The acne-scarred man was smug. It was just a few casual words. Why are you so anxious? Little fairies, I advise you not to be so sensitive. And aren't we telling the truth? How could a blind Mu Qianqian pass the exam? Unless you take the exam for her. Fang Yangran retorted eagerly, stop slandering me. Qianqian relied on her own abilities to take the exam and didn't need anyone to help her cheat. Who knows? She's so beautiful and has such an attractive figure. Who knows if she might have some shady tricks up her sleeve? TSK. These people looked at Mu Qianqian with obscene eyes, looking her up and down. Mu Qianqian felt their malicious gazes and shrank unconsciously. Just then, a basketball was thrown towards this side. Fu Qinqing cursed loudly, where did you come from, Toad? Get out of my way. The man with the acne scar was hit on the face, which just happened to burst the abscess on his face, causing him to grimace in pain. Don't you have any fucking eyes? Just as he was about to start cursing, he saw that the person coming was Fu Qianqing, and his momentum immediately wilted. How could it be him? The man with the acne scar covered his face and said, "Fu. Young master, it turns out to be you. We are teaching these two little girls a lesson, please don't pollute your eyes." "Shut up, you toad. You've made my basketball dirty. That's disgusting." The basketball was stained with pus, and Fu Qianqian didn't want it anymore, so he kicked it away. The man with the acne scar was scolded by him, but he didn't dare to talk back. "Excuse me, Master Fu, how much is this basketball? I'll compensate you with a new one." Fu Qianqian said disdainfully, "This is signed by a famous star and worth millions. Can you afford it?" This was a birthday gift that his cousin got for him through his own connections. As a result, I was disgusted by such a disgusting person. How will he want this thing in the future? The expression on the acne-scarred face suddenly looks like a color palette, which is very beautiful. Why is it so expensive? I can't afford it. With so much money, I can't afford the compensation even if I sell him. If you can't afford to pay, get out. Go back to where you came from. If I see you farting like a toad again, don't blame me for being rude. Yes, we'll go now. The man with the acne scar fled away with his men. After these people left, Fan Yangran couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Classmate, you're really good at scolding people. That guy has a face full of pockmarks, doesn't he look like a toad?" I have to say that Fu Qianqian's insults were so accurate. Fu Qianqian couldn't laugh. Alas, what a pity for his basketball. "Student Fu, thank you for helping me again," Mu Qianqian said softly. This sentence made Fu Qianqian feel like he was injected with chicken blood and he immediately became energetic. "You're welcome. As long as I can help you. Take the basketball back and disinfect it, then put it on the shelf." Although I lost a precious birthday gift this time, at least I helped Mu Qianqian, so it wasn't too much of a loss. Fan Yangran accompanied Mu Qianqian and waited for someone at the school gate. Not long after, Fu Sihan's figure appeared not far away. People were coming and going nearby. Fu Sihan was tall, handsome and cold, and he exuded the charm of a mature man. This unique temperament alone is something that even male college students can't catch up with. Many female college students were stunned and stood there in a daze. Wow, who is this guy? So tall and handsome. He has such a mature and steady demeanor, he shouldn't be from our school, right? Could he be a leader? Is there such a young leader? Fu Qianqian took a look from a distance. Why does that person look so much like his famous cousin? But my cousin shouldn't he come to this school? Maybe he saw it wrong? Fu Qianqian scratched his head. Just then, a classmate called him to play ball, so he turned around and ran away. Mu Qianqian curved her lips. "Uncle, you're here." Fu Sihan said calmly, "Well, let's go." The gazes around him were too intense to be ignored. Fu Sihan couldn't help but turn cold with a look of icy coldness in his eyes. Seeing this, the girls who had wanted to go up and ask for contact information didn't dare to move forward anymore. The handsome guy looks good, but he seems to have a bad temper. The crowd dispersed. Fu Sihan held Mu Qianqian's wrist and took her out of the school. He ordered in a cold voice, "Next time, wait for me somewhere with fewer people." Mu Qianqian was stunned for a moment, then nodded obediently, "Okay." The uncle has a cold personality and doesn't like to stay in crowded places. She understands him. What Mu Qianqian didn't know was that what Fu Sihan hated most was not crowds of people, but being stared at by a group of superficial people. Just relying on a face or a prominent status can make them fall in love with you to death. Such superficial feelings are the cheapest. He looks down on it. "Uncle, I want to go to work at Yuncheng Hotel tomorrow. You just finished your exams, why don't you take a couple of days off?" Mu Qianqian shook her head. "No, I want to make money as soon as possible to help you relieve the pressure of supporting the family." Fu Sihan thought of her private account book. The little girl has a pure and innocent character, and doesn't have any materialistic thoughts. She keeps a note of every person who treats her well, and then looks for opportunities to repay them. Don't overwork yourself, just work moderately. "Yeah, I know." Two people walked hand in hand under the shade of the trees. Mu Qianqian smelled the aroma of sugar-roasted chestnuts on the street and suddenly couldn't move. Fu Sihan raised his eyebrows. "Want to eat?" "Yeah." Mu Qianqian nodded repeatedly. Little greedy cat. 45, Chapter 45. The best in the world. Mu Qianqian bit into the sugar-roasted chestnuts, peeled them, and handed them to Fu Sihan. "Uncle, you'll have the first one." Fu Sihan was stunned for a moment, then took the sugar-roasted chestnut from her hand and ate it. "Is it delicious?" Mu Qianqian asked expectantly. "Yeah, not bad. Sugar-roasted chestnuts are sweet and soft, just like a little crybaby." Mu Qianqian had no idea what he was thinking, so she bit off another chestnut and put it in her mouth. The hot chestnuts are sweet and sticky, really delicious. Fu Sihan's gaze fell on her inadvertently. The sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, and she seemed to be glowing. Her face was so white and tender that you could almost squeeze water out of it, her nose was small, and her cherry-red lips were stained with a hint of chestnut powder. So cute. For some reason, Fu Sihan suddenly thought of his grandmother's misunderstanding. The elders misunderstood that they had a child, and if they couldn't produce the child when the time came, he would have no explanation. Thinking of this, Fu Sihan's eyes couldn't help but deepen. "Do you think I'm good to you?" Mu Qianqian tilted her head, smiling innocently. "Of course, uncle is the best to me in the world. No one has ever been so nice to her in her life. Buying you sugar-roasted chestnuts is doing you a favor." Fu Sihan teased her deliberately. "No, uncle has helped me a lot. I was able to answer the exam so smoothly thanks to your tutoring." Mu Qianqian was worried before that if she failed the exam, she would be held back or even expelled. "Now that I have the help of this genius uncle to tutor me, all these problems have been solved and I don't have to worry about them anymore." Mu Qianqian had just peeled a chestnut when it was snatched away by Fu Sihan. "Uncle, if you want to eat, just tell me directly. Why do you have to fight for it?" Fu Sihan was not interested in sugar-roasted chestnuts. But when he saw her angry face like a little puffer fish, he was reluctant to return the chestnut. "Open your mouth." Mu Qianqian opened her mouth in confusion. Fu Sihan pinched the chestnuts and stuffed them into her mouth. Mu Qianqian's tongue accidentally touched his fingertips, and her face suddenly turned red. She held the chestnut in her mouth, and one side of her cheek puffed up. Fu Sihan reached out and poked her puffy cheek. "Why don't you eat?" Mu Qianqian finally came to her senses and ate the chestnuts pretending to be calm. Only herself. "I know how fast my heart was beating just now. It's all because the uncle is so good at flirting. Who can resist this?" Fu Sihan pondered for a moment. "Actually, I need your help with something." "What's the matter?" "Uncle, just tell me. I will definitely help you if I can do it." She raised her little face expectantly, her expression full of sincerity. "I'll tell you in 2 days." In the private VIP room, Fu Sihan sat alone in the shadows, his features stern. While others indulged in drinking and dancing, he was the only one who was aloof, obstinate, and unattainable. Some dancers were so bold as to try to get close to him. This person is different from those big bosses with beer bellies. His figure, temperament and appearance alone are better than those of popular stars. Moreover, anyone who can enter and leave this place must be rich or noble. With so many halos blessing him, everyone wants to come and try their luck. Maybe they can be noticed by him and become a phoenix from then on. Before the dancer touched Fu Sihan's trouser leg, she heard a cold voice coming from above her head. "Roll." She raised her head. The man's face was half bright and half dark, but his phoenix eyes were filled with coldness. The dancer shuddered with fear and quickly dodged. Cheng Lin pushed the stunning beauty in his arms away, shook his red wine glass, and came over in a frivolous manner. "Mr. Fu, do you have any hidden illness? If you don't have fun in a place like this, it would be a shame for the money I spent." Fu Sihan frowned and stared at his hand on his shoulder. Cheng Lin quickly moved his hand away, fearing that if he was any later, he would lose his claws. "I forgot, you have misophobia, I'll stay away from you." Cheng Lin raised his hand, took a few steps back, sat on the sofa, and casually put his arm on the back of the sofa. "There are so many beauties in my place, isn't there any one that catches Mr. Fu's eye?" Fu Sihan didn't want to even glance at these people. "I have something to talk to you about. As long as it doesn't require me to go back to manage the company, anything is fine. Don't worry, I'm not here to lobby for your old man." Cheng Lin breathed a sigh of relief. But Fu Sihan's next words almost made him spit out the red wine in his mouth. "How can you make a woman willingly give birth to your child?" Cheng Lin was choked. What did you say? Give birth to a child. Mr. Fu has been a monk for nearly 30 years, and finally got it. Fu Sihan has always kept his emotions to himself, and he dislikes Cheng Lin's carefree attitude the most. But around him, only Cheng Lin, this eccentric guy, understands women's hearts the best. Your sudden blossoming is too sudden, isn't it? And you're giving birth right away. You're worthy of being President Fu, you're so efficient. Don't talk nonsense, tell me how. Cheng Lin put the red wine glass on the table with a playful smile. With your face and your identity, if you spread the news, there will be many women who want to give birth to an heir for your Fu family. Not to mention women, even I, a man, have ideas. Who wouldn't be jealous of the Fu family's abundant wealth and capital? If men could give birth to children, Cheng Lin would be the first one to do so. Fu Sihan was disgusted by his words. Cheng Lin didn't dare to go too far, so he put away his nonchalant attitude and answered his questions seriously. Mr. Fu, you don't even need to consider this problem. You underestimate your own charm. Just standing there is the best solution. Fu Sihan pressed his brow impatiently. Apart from these, even if you don't want to reveal your identity, with your face right here, which woman wouldn't be tempted? She doesn't care about looks. Impossible. Even if I don't care about appearance, I can't help but be moved when I see your face. Unless she is blind. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Sihan's sharp eyes shot over. Cheng Lin's heart trembled at the sight, and the alcohol in him was completely gone. He didn't know what he had said to irritate this gentleman. After all, this gentleman was always moody and was well known in the circle. How about giving more money? There must be someone willing to give birth. Fu Sihan deeply felt that coming to find Cheng Lin was an extremely wrong decision. After all, although Cheng Lin has many beautiful women around him, they are all after the Cheng family's money. In the world of fame and fortune, there is no such thing as genuine exchange. It's all about profit. But the little girl in his family is so silly and naive that she will never compromise for money. Since he couldn't get the answer, Fu Sihan didn't want to waste time here and stood up to leave. Cheng Lin quickly stood up from the sofa and saw him out. When he came to the corridor, Cheng Lin couldn't suppress his curiosity and risked his life to ask his questions. 46, Chapter 46, The Iron Tree Blooms. Fu Sihan paused. What kind of woman does he like? How could he possibly like women? Women only bring him trouble and hinder him. He is so absorbed in his career that he has no time for women. Fu Sihan sneered and was about to speak when Mu Qianqian's cute look inexplicably flashed before his eyes. His face was gloomy and cold, and his tone was sinister and threatening. Have you had enough fun and want to go back and inherit the family business? Cheng Lin was intimidated by his aura and slapped himself in the face. I'm being rude, Mr. Fu. Don't take it to heart. But please don't tell my old man that I'm having a great time here. Fu Sihan only needs to say a few words to his old man to get him out of this hellhole and stuff him into the company as a laborer. He didn't dare take the risk. However, Cheng Lin caught Fu Sihan's momentary distraction. Could it be that Mr. Fu is really going to make his wish come true? Could it be the little girl in the hospital last time? Mu Qianqian returned to Yuncheng Hotel to work. In front of everyone, Wang Yanru, who had previously framed her, apologized to her. Mu Qianqian, I apologize to you. I didn't find out the truth and thought you really stole something, so I said that. Please don't take it to heart. I'm always straightforward and don't have any ulterior motives. This time, let it be my fault. So many people were looking at her, and Wang Yanru was not blind, so she could naturally feel it. She just felt humiliated, as if she had been slapped in public, and her face was burning. It doesn't matter, let's just let this matter go. Mu Qianqian said generously. Her attitude made Wang Yanru feel even more dissatisfied. Mu Qianqian had forced her to apologize in public, and she was still pretending to be generous and trying to win people's hearts. She had never seen a woman more green tea than Mu Qianqian. Who are you pretending to be a white lotus for? But other people just fell for her tricks and stood on her side and spoke for her. Qianqian is so generous. She said she would not care about such a big thing. Yes, with someone as pure and kind as Qianqian, you never have to worry about betrayal when you make friends with her. Much better than some people with bad intentions. They pretend to be friends with you, but behind your back, TSK, they blame you for everything. Listening to everyone's discussion, Wang Yanru felt. The fire kept coming out. These people are idiots, they were deceived by Mu Qianqian's disguise. The first time Wang Yanru saw this woman, she knew that Mu Qianqian was definitely not a simple person, and she probably had a lot of twists and turns in her mind. Unlike her, she is always outspoken and says whatever she thinks. Wang Yanru gritted her teeth and said, "Please rest assured, I will never say anything nonsense again if I don't find any evidence. After all, even if I know it's the truth, who would believe me without evidence?" She said this in a sarcastic tone, as if Mu Qianqian had really stolen something, but she just hadn't found any evidence. After saying that, Wang Yanru turned around and left with a lot of anger. Everyone working in the hotel came to comfort Mu Qianqian. "Qianqian, don't take it to heart. Wang Yanru is just jealous of you. She came here to work just to climb up the social ladder. She's worked so hard for so long, but no boss has taken a liking to her. You just arrived, and someone gave you such an expensive gift. How could she not be jealous? So that's how it is. No wonder she had to target me." Mu Qianqian smiled and said frankly, "Thank you for believing in my innocence, but I came here just to make some money to support my family. I have no other intentions. I hope that in the next period of time, I can get along with everyone in harmony." Her neither humble nor arrogant words once again won everyone's favor. Mu Qianqian thought that the matter was over, but unexpectedly, Wang Yanru continued to make trouble. That day, Mu Qianqian led the guests to the exhibition hall and introduced the exhibits one by one. This painting of banana trees in the snow was created by a famous poet. As soon as Mu Qianqian started talking, someone raised questions. "This isn't a banana painting, it's clearly a shrimp painting. Heir, are you mistaken? What happened to the Yuncheng Hotel? Why did you find such an unprofessional person to explain it to us? To make such an obvious mistake, his professionalism is truly unacceptable. And he wore sunglasses the entire time. Who was he looking down on?" Mu Qianqian was stunned. In her memory, the exhibit placed at this location should be the banana painting. Could it be that Sister Li had temporarily changed the location of the exhibits and forgot to tell her? At this moment, Wang Yanru's voice interrupted, "I'm sorry, my colleague is blind and can't see. He often. There's an error. Let me explain it to you, starting with this vivid painting." Wang Yanru took the initiative to take over Mu Qianqian's job and explained the remaining exhibits for her. Wang Yanru was surrounded by everyone, talking freely and showing off. Mu Qianqian stood quietly in the corner, as if forgotten by the whole world. At this moment, a girl came to Mu Qianqian and asked, "What's your name?" Mu Qianqian followed the sound and turned in her direction. "My name is Mu Qianqian." "What a unique name." "My name is Yuanqing. Can I be your friend?" Mu Qianqian was slightly stunned and blinked, "Sure." Yuanqing pulled her out of the back door of the exhibition hall and came to the fountain garden behind the hotel. "Qianqian, you are so beautiful. I don't know why, but I felt you looked familiar the moment I saw you." Mu Qianqian was amused by her words. "Miss Yi, your voice is also very nice. Don't call me Miss Yi. It sounds so strange. Just call me Wanqing." "Okay, Wanqing." Wanqing sat on the steps and sighed. "What's wrong, Wanqing? I came to Bay City this time to marry my fiancé. But I don't even know what he looks like, or whether he's handsome or ugly. What if he's ugly? Wouldn't that be a huge loss?" "You haven't met your fiancé." "Yes, my family arranged a marriage for me. Two people who didn't know each other at all were tied together by an engagement." "Oh, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about something happy. At least I met a good friend like you when I first came here." Mu Qianqian smiled shyly. Wanqing was a very outgoing person, and she pulled Mu Qianqian over to complain without caring whether she was willing or not. "I think your colleague is very hostile to you. You'd better be more careful in the future. Be careful that she won't continue to target you." "Thank you for the reminder, I will." In the evening, Mu Qianqian called her good friend Li Siyu. "I met a new friend today, her name is Wanqing. We also added each other's contact information." "Wanqing? Isn't that the name of the eldest daughter of the Yi family? If I remember correctly, she is the fiancée of Lu Yunbai, the young master of the Lu family." 47, Chapter 47, Lu family's past. However, there is no one I know with this name. So what was the reason for her mood swings? "Qianqian, what's wrong with you?" Li Siyu asked. Mu Qianqian pressed her chest and said, "Nothing, I just think this name is very special." To her, Mo Ming is very special and very kind. The Lu family still holds a high status in Bay City, but something happened to them more than a decade ago that led to their decline, and now they've become a second-rate family. Mu Qianqian couldn't help but ask, what happened? Qianqian, you weren't interested in the affairs of wealthy families before, so why are you interested in the Lu family today? I don't know either. She suddenly became very interested in the Lu family's affairs, and she herself didn't know why. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. More than a decade ago, the daughter of the Lu family, whom the family cherished dearly, went missing. Over the years, the Lu family's head and his wife have spent a great deal of time and energy searching for their lost daughter, even neglecting the company. Naturally, the Lu family gradually declined. My biological daughter is missing, oh my god. Has she been found now? How many people can withstand such a huge blow? Not yet. It's been so many years, I think it's going to be hard to find her. I heard that Madame Lu is suffering from depression and is dying. If she can't find her daughter, she might not live long. Mu Qianqian hesitated to speak. For some reason, she suddenly felt her heart tighten. It felt like she was being gripped by a big hand, and the pain was so severe that she couldn't breathe. What's going on? The Lu family has nothing to do with her, so why does she feel so upset when she hears news about the Lu family? The Lu family also has an adopted daughter named Lu Yunxian. I heard that she looks a bit like the Lu family's biological daughter, so she was adopted by the Lu couple. However, this adopted daughter hasn't appeared in the social circle recently. It seems that she has a conflict with her brother Lu Yunbai. Even her credit card has been suspended. I don't know why. Mu Qianqian sat on the bed, in a daze for a long time. That night, Fu Sihan came back from outside very late. When Mu Qianqian smelled the alcohol and tobacco on him, she knew that the uncle had another social engagement today. Uncle, please take care of yourself. If you can postpone these social engagements, please do so. Mu Qianqian supported his body and couldn't help but give him instructions like an old mother. Fu Sihan rubbed his headache forehead and sneered. Since when did it become your turn to take care of me? I usually take care of her myself, making sure she drinks her supplements on time, eats more, and doesn't cry. Today, it's this little crybaby's turn to take care of me. That's really fresh. Mu Qianqian glared at him and threatened. If you don't listen, then keep drinking. If something goes wrong one day, I'll just remarry. She spoke in a soft voice, without any intimidation at all. However, these words still made Fu Sihan feel a pang in his heart. Fu Sihan reached out and pinched Mu Qianqian's cheek, squeezing her little face into a bun. He curled his lips in a good mood. I understand, little housekeeper. If he could postpone the social engagement, he naturally wouldn't want to participate. However, being in the murky world of business, he carries the weight of the entire Fu group, and sometimes he has no choice but to do so. Mu Qianqian helped him sit on the sofa and let go of his arm. I don't care about you. She got up and left. Fu Sihan spread his knees apart, supported his elbows on them, and rubbed his aching temples. He pulled off his tie and threw it on the sofa. There was no movement in the living room for a long time, and Fu Sihan thought that Mu Qianqian was really angry and went back to her room. But not long after, a cup of warm water and 2 stomach medicine pills were placed on the coffee table in front of him. Fu Sihan looked up in surprise. I saw Mu Qianqian squatting opposite the coffee table, her face full of worry. The reason she was angry, after all, was because she was concerned about his health. How do you find stomach medicine? Fu Sihan's voice was hoarse and his eyes were dark and deep. Mu Qianqian squatted on the ground with her knees hugged, her lower body resting on her folded arms, like a depressed little mushroom. You haven't come back today. I guessed you had to attend a social event, so I asked Aunt Liu to prepare some stomach medicine for me in advance. I'll give it to you when you come back. A flash of astonishment flashed across Fu Sihan's eyes. So that's how it is. For a moment, there was a hint of complexity in his eyes as he looked at Mu Qianqian. Hurry up and drink your medicine. Do you still want me to feed you? The little girl was throwing a tantrum, and her tone was different from usual, trying to make herself sound fierce. But to Fu Sihan's ears, she looked cute and fierce. Fu Sihan wanted to tease him. Deliberately said, your husband has a severe headache, so I have to trouble Mrs. Fu to help me feed him medicine. Mu Qianqian blushed when he called her Mrs. Fu. How shameless. Mrs. Fu. When will you help your husband take his medicine? Mu Qianqian covered her burning face and wished she could stuff something into his mouth. Don't say anything, can't I feed you? She picked out a pill and held it in her palm. After hesitating for a long time, Mu Qianqian finally plucked up the courage and handed the medicine to his mouth. Fu Sihan took the medicine obediently. Mu Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the cup and fed him a sip of water. After feeding him a mouthful, she continued feeding him with a cup of water. Fu Sihan turned his face away. One bite is enough. Mu Qianqian was a little skeptical, but you didn't look up just now, did you really swallow the medicine? Fu Sihan was speechless. This silly girl thinks everyone is as stupid as her and can't even drink medicine. I've already swallowed it, don't worry. Mu Qianqian was half believing and half doubting. After all, she had tried several times to drink the medicine in this way before but failed to swallow it. After feeding 2 pills, Mu Qianqian was about to leave, but Fu Sihan grabbed her wrist. Immediately afterwards, the world spun before my eyes. She was pressed down on the sofa, and the masculine scent that hit her in the face enveloped her, full of aggression. Mu Qianqian's heart was beating fast and her cheeks were redder than persimmons. She couldn't even speak clearly. Uncle, what are you going to do? Under the influence of alcohol, Fu Sihan said things that he would never say normally. Qianqian, give birth to a child for me. His voice is deep and magnetic, revealing the charm of a mature man. Although Mu Qianqian couldn't see, she could feel his burning gaze sweeping over her body. This made her extremely ashamed, and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She didn't respond for a long time, and Fu Sihan couldn't help but frown. You don't agree? Mu Qianqian's face was red as if blood was about to drip out. I. Uncle is too direct. She had never hugged or kissed a man before, and she was not used to the sudden transition to the childbearing stage. Fu Sihan pinched her slender waist, his tone revealing unquestionable determination. 48, Chapter 48 I do. Mu Qianqian was so embarrassed that she couldn't say a word and struggled under him. Fu Sihan thought she was trying to escape, so he instinctively restrained her hands and pulled them above her head. Qianqian, speak. His deep, hoarse voice was close at hand, and his hot breath brushed against her nose. Mu Qianqian didn't dare to breathe. Why is the uncle suddenly so direct today? He's a completely different person than usual. It seems that he was indeed drunk today. I do. Hearing the answer he wanted, Fu Sihan finally let her go. The man released his hold on her. Mu Qianqian quickly got up from the sofa and stood several steps away from him. She was breathing rapidly and was still in shock. The effects of the alcohol gradually wore off, and Fu Sihan regained his sanity bit by bit. He was also drunk and did such a thing. Now the little girl must have been scared by him. You might even shed tears. Fu Sihan suddenly felt his head hurt even more. He pursed his lips slightly and said in a cold voice, I was drunk just now, so don't take what I said to heart. Mu Qianqian covered her burning cheeks, turned around and ran back to the second bedroom. Fu Sihan wanted to follow, but was turned away. This was the first time that the great President Fu was humiliated by a woman. Mu Qianqian went to work at Yuncheng Hotel. The distinguished guests had not arrived yet, so everyone was sitting in the lounge chatting. Wang Yinru walked in proudly wearing a suit jacket that looked very expensive. Yinru, where did you get this dress? If I'm not mistaken, this is a men's style, right? Wow, look at the workmanship, it looks like it's from that famous Italian brand. They'd start at 6 figures for one piece. Yinru, which rich boy are you dating? It looks like you're about to get what you want. These words of envy and praise made Wang Yinru feel a little elated. She stroked the suit jacket lovingly and spoke with pride. This one was given to me by the young master of the Yi family. After saying that, she glanced at Mu Qianqian with disdain. Wow, is that the Yi family, the #1 family in Su City? I heard they are going to marry the Lu family soon. I saw it in the financial news. The distinguished guests they welcome and see off every day are all well-known figures in Bay City. Big shot. In order to better serve our distinguished guests, we naturally have to pay attention to some of the developments in the business world. Wang Yinru said anxiously, don't make a mistake, the marriage is between Miss Yi and young Master Lu. Young Master Yi has no engagement. We are all smart people, and no one can fail to hear the hidden meaning behind Wang Yinru's words. Then should we congratulate you in advance, Yinru? Young Master Yi is still single. If he takes a fancy to you, you will be rich for the rest of your life. We can't curry favor with you even if we want to. These words made Wang Yinru very happy, and she couldn't hide the pride on her face. She pretended to be modest and said, "Oh, it's something that hasn't been confirmed yet, so don't spread rumors. Master Yi and I are just friends." Wang Yinru fiddled with her long, bright red nails and glanced at Mu Qianqian again with a meaningful look. So what if Mu Qianqian is scheming? She's just a blind person. I only need to use a little trick to squeeze her out and grab the opportunity to show my face. Once you marry into the Yi family, you will enjoy endless wealth and glory for the rest of your life. From then on, she and these poor friends were from two different worlds. As for Mu Qianqian, who is she? During the lunch break, Mu Qianqian came to the fountain garden and sat on the steps listening to the birds singing in the garden. Not long after, Yi Wanqing came out to get some fresh air. "Qianqian, I see you again. It's you, Wanqing." Yi Wanqing ran over lively and sat next to Mu Qianqian. "What are you daydreaming about here?" Mu Qianqian lowered her head. "Nothing. She was just thinking about last night. The uncle got drunk and asked him if he was willing to have a baby. Later, the uncle came to his senses and apologized to her. She was so ashamed that she ran back to her room. Early this morning, in order to avoid embarrassment, she didn't even eat breakfast and rushed out as soon as she got up." "Have you had lunch yet?" Mu Qianqian nodded. "I've eaten." But she was preoccupied with things and didn't eat much. As the two were talking, Wang Yinru, wearing a suit, passed by. Yi Wanqing recognized it at a glance. "Hey, isn't that my brother's clothes?" "Yes, it seems that Master Yi gave it to her." "Did Wang Yinru tell you this?" After listening to this. In response, Yi Wanqing covered her mouth and burst out laughing. "Wanqing, what are you laughing at?" "My brother mentioned this yesterday. He said that when he was serving him wine, a woman deliberately spilled it. My brother, out of gentlemanly grace, gave her his clothes. I just gave her a piece of clothing out of courtesy." How did it become "give" when it came out of Wang Yinru's mouth? Mu Qianqian suddenly realized, so that's how it is. This woman must be trying to return the clothes. Now there's something interesting to watch. Let's go and take a look. Yi Wanqing took Mu Qianqian's hand and followed her quietly. Wang Yinru came to the door of the VIP room, shook her hair, and instructed the doorman in a condescending manner. "Go tell Master Yi that I'm here to return the clothes." She took this opportunity to quickly take out a mirror and check her makeup and hairstyle. After a while, the doorman came out and said, "Young Master Yi's assistant said that young Master Yi doesn't want the clothes anymore. You can do with them as you please." Wang Yinru's smile froze on her face. "Don't want it anymore? This is young Master Yi's clothes. Does his assistant have the final say? Whether the assistant's words count or not is none of your business. Take these clothes back and dispose of them yourself." The doorman was about to close the door when Wang Yinru quickly stopped him. "Wait, why don't you go ask young Master Yi? I'm Wang Yinru, the one who helped them explain yesterday. They praised me for my clear explanation yesterday." The doorman showed a sarcastic look. "You take it seriously, just a casual joke. What do you mean by just playing around? This is the clothes young Master Yi gave me personally, do you understand? If you tell him my name, he will definitely meet me. TSK, Master Yi is not an idle person, he doesn't have the time for that." After saying that, the doorman closed the door. Wang Yinru was so angry that her face twisted and she stomped her feet. Hateful. It must be that the doorman was lazy and didn't pass on the message, otherwise young Master Yi would not have refused to see her. Just an assistant, how dare he interfere with young Master Yi's affairs without authorization? If she and young Master Yi get together in the future, the first thing she will do is fire this assistant. But the most urgent matter at the moment is, how can she meet young Master Yi? Wang Yinru came out of the corridor and saw Mu Qianqian and another strange woman. She immediately changed her expression, smiled coquettishly, and said complacently. 49, Chapter 49, Young Master Yi of Suqin. After Wang Yinru left, Yi Wanqing covered her stomach and burst into laughter without hesitation. "Ha ha ha ha, this woman is killing me. My brother doesn't even bother to talk to her, but she's dreaming. How could there be such a ridiculous woman?" She had been in Sioux City before, but had never seen him before. Bay City still has a lot of talented people, and there are all kinds of wonderful people. Mu Qianqian couldn't help but smile after hearing her words. At this moment, her phone rang and the voice assistant prompted. Your emergency contact called you. Wanqing, I'm going to answer a phone call. Okay, go ahead. Mu Qianqian found a secluded place and hesitated for a long time before answering the phone. Her voice was as soft as a cat's meow, timidly saying, hello. Fu Sihan's deep, magnetic voice came from the receiver. Have you had lunch? Mu Qianqian tugged at the hem of her clothes to relieve her tension. Have eaten. Why did you leave without eating this morning? I had breakfast here at the hotel. After saying that, Mu Qianqian held her breath nervously, waiting for a response from the other end of the phone. She was afraid that Fu Sihan would bring up what happened last night again. Well, eat well. Fortunately, he didn't bring up this embarrassing topic. The uncle called her specially, as if he just wanted to check whether she had eaten on time. Mu Qianqian felt as if someone pinched her heart, and many indescribable emotions surged up, sour and sweet, with a bit of ignorant immaturity. After Fu Sihan hung up the phone, Assistant Xiao stepped forward and said, Mr. Fu, Mr. Xia wants to make an appointment with you to discuss cooperation. What do you think? Is it Mr. Xia, the one who works in the semiconductor industry? Yes. Let's make an appointment for the afternoon after tomorrow. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Assistant Xiao walked out of the president's office and met Assistant Wang on the way. Hey, Assistant Wang, where did you go this morning? Why didn't I see you? Assistant Wang looked around and said mysteriously. Boss Fu asked me to do some personal things. Oh. Assistant Xiao tactfully didn't ask any further questions. I'm going to arrange a meeting between President Fu and President Xia. I'll be leaving first. Assistant Wang took a large glass of water and gulped it down. He received a call from Mr. Fu early in the morning, asking him to go to Yuncheng Hotel to see if Miss Mu had gone to their hotel. When I got there, I saw Miss Mu was there. Mr. Fu asked him to tell the person in charge to arrange breakfast for Miss Mu. So, the hotel manager took the unprecedented step of arranging a sumptuous buffet breakfast for all employees. Assistant Wang stayed in the hotel for the whole morning and only returned to the company after confirming that Miss Mu was fine. Are you done fighting? Yi Wanqing asked. Mu Qianqian nodded, yeah. Were you talking to your family on the phone just now? Mu Qianqian thought about it and said, I guess so. Although the uncle has no blood relationship with her, since the two of them have obtained a marriage certificate, they are a family. A family. Mu Qianqian thought again of what the uncle said yesterday about having children. Her face turned red and she quickly put these things out of her mind. Qianqian, what's wrong with you? You seem to be worried about something. Yi Wanqing asked with concern. Nothing. She was too embarrassed to tell her friends about such things. If you encounter any difficulties, you can always ask me. As long as I can help you, I will definitely help you. Mu Qianqian was very touched. Thank you, Wanqing. Is your staff's break almost over? Go back to work and I won't disturb you. Good. Mu Qianqian returned to work. A group of colleagues gathered together to chat, and the person surrounded in the middle was Wang Yanru. Oh, Master Yi wants to ask me out tonight. I don't think this is a good idea. What do you think? Yanru, you don't even grab such a good opportunity. If I were you, I would rush in. Wang Yanru looked proud, but it's better for us women to be more reserved, so that those stinky men won't cherish them if they get them. You're still good at manipulating men. Next time we're in a relationship, I'll have to learn some lessons from you. Actually, you don't have to do anything to control it. If a man has you in his heart, he will be devoted to you without you having to use any tricks. The more Wang Yanru spoke, the more elated she became, as if young Master Yi was already in her pocket. There are many guests in the hotel today, so Mu Qianqian stayed to work overtime. In the evening, Mu Qianqian received a call from Yi Wanqing. Qianqian, go to the fountain garden. I have something for you. What is it, Wanqing? You'll know when you go there. At this time, a colleague. She ran in excitedly. Yanru, I just saw Master Yi in the garden. He must be waiting for you. Come over quickly. Wang Yanru was almost ecstatic when she heard the news. Could it be that young Master Yi heard what she said at the door? So that's why he came here specially and waited for her in the garden. Thinking of this, Wang Yanru's heart beat faster unconsciously. She quickly took out her makeup mirror and reapplied her lipstick in front of the mirror. Even if young Master Yi was not waiting for her, she could take the opportunity to get close to him and leave a good impression on him that she was not materialistic by going there to return the clothes. Wang Yinru closed the makeup mirror with a snap, stepped on her high heels, and went to the fountain garden with a proud look on her face. She had just taken a few steps when she looked up and found that Mu Qianqian was walking in the same direction as her. Wang Yinru sneered disdainfully, "What? You, a blind man, want to see young Master Yi?" Mu Qianqian was too lazy to pay attention to her and didn't even turn her head. Wang Yinru thought that everyone was like her, with only thoughts of climbing up the social ladder in their minds. Mu Qianqian just went to see her friend Yi Wanqing, it had nothing to do with men. Wang Yinru cursed, "Tsk, bitch, why are you pretending to be so noble in front of me? There is a small castle-style pavilion in the middle of the fountain garden. Young Master Yi stands under the pavilion like a noble prince." Wang Yinru walked towards him eagerly. The road leading to the pavilion is lined with lush trees on both sides. Mu Qianqian was originally walking in front, but Wang Yinru was anxious to show herself in front of young Master Yi, so she quickened her pace to catch up with her. Wang Yinru twisted her hips and pushed Mu Qianqian aside. Fortunately, there were lush bushes supporting her, otherwise she would have fallen to the ground. "Wang Yinru, why did you bump into me? Oh, why did you fall down for no reason?" Wang Yinru shouted in a pretentious manner. She noticed out of the corner of her eye that young Master Yi's attention was drawn to them. Wang Yinru was secretly pleased with herself and helped Mu Qianqian stand up. "The path in the garden is not stable, you have to be careful." In a corner where no one could see, she approached Mu Qianqian and threatened her viciously, "Get out of here. If you dare to ruin young Master Yi and me, don't blame me for being rude to you." Wang Yinru twisted her waist and walked towards the pavilion in a charming manner. "Master Yi, I'm sorry, one of my colleagues has poor eyesight and can fall even when walking on flat ground. I just helped her up, which took quite a while. I'm sure you've been waiting for a long time, haven't you?" 50, Chapter 50. Throw it out. Wang Yinru thought that her two sentences were very well said. Firstly, it shows her kindness and helps her colleagues. Secondly, it also shows her non-materialistic character, which sets her apart from other women. Wang Yinru looked at young Master Yi with seductive eyes, waiting for his praise. Unexpectedly, Yi Xianlin stared at her with confusion in his eyes. He asked the assistant beside him, "Who is she?" This simple sentence made Wang Yinru's face stiffen and her expression became ugly. Just as she was hesitating whether to introduce herself, Yi Xuanlin's assistant spoke. "Master, at the exhibition yesterday, her clothes were soaked by wine, and you gave her your coat. It's her." Yi Xianlin had a vague impression in his mind, but he couldn't remember it clearly. After all, for him, it was just a trivial matter and there was no need to take it to heart. Wang Yinru thought that young Master Yi finally remembered her, and she played with her curly hair coquettishly. "Master Yi, I'm here to return the clothes." Wang Yinru smiled beautifully and handed over the suit in her hand. "I heard that Yi Xianlin is gentle and easygoing, and is well known in the circle for his good temper. He never likes to make things difficult for others. In this way, wouldn't I have a chance to get close to him?" "No need," Yi Xianlin said in a distant tone. "But this dress is so expensive, how can I bear to keep it?" Wang Yinru stepped onto the stairs and got closer to Yi Xianlin. The suit in her hand was stained with the pungent scent of woman's perfume, which she had left on purpose. Yi Xianlin is in the red wine business and is very sensitive to smells. When he smells perfume, he takes a step back in disgust. He raised his hand, and the assistant stepped forward. "Ms. Wang, give me the clothes." Wang Yinru hesitated for a moment, but still handed the clothes to him. Although he couldn't return the clothes to Mr. Yi in person, at least he could leave a good impression of being not materialistic and not vain in front of him. Unfortunately, the assistant's next action made Wang Yinru's plan fail and she lost face. The assistant carried the suit in one hand, walked out of the booth, and threw it directly into the trash can. Their high-end suit worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, reeking of powder and perfume, was thrown into the trash can. "That's Master Yi's clothes. How dare you, an assistant?" Wang Yinru almost bit her teeth, her face flushed purple, and she pointed at the assistant and accused him. The assistant said expressionlessly, "The clothes have been returned. Ms. Wang, please." Wang Yinru took a last look at Yi Xiao, but unfortunately Yi Xianlin had no intention of keeping her. All her plans tonight were in vain. "If I go back in such a dejected manner, won't my colleagues laugh at me to death?" Wang Yinru stood outside the pavilion, not knowing whether to leave or stay. A clear female voice interrupted. "Excuse me, is Wanqing here?" Yi Xianlin was sitting in the pavilion, burning incense and making tea. Hearing this, he paused and asked softly, "What do you want to do with her?" "Wanqing asked me to come to this pavilion and said she had something for me." Mu Qianqian stood there listening for a long time, but did not hear Yi Wanqing's voice. If Yi Wanqing were here, she would have definitely run over and hugged her arms. "Isn't Wanqing here?" Before Yi Xianlin could speak, Wang Yinru couldn't help but interrupt. "What Wanqing? If you want to get close to Master Yi, you can't just make up a random excuse, right? I think you're just trying to get here shamelessly, and you even made up such a stupid name." Wang Yinru was already full of anger, and when she saw Mu Qianqian, she naturally used her as a punching bag. "Even I can't defeat this young Master Yi, so why should Mu Qianqian, a young girl who has not grown up yet, join in the fun? The little bitch doesn't even look at herself in the mirror. Her body is like an airport. How can she compare to her sexy figure?" Mu Qianqian got angry when she heard what Wang Yinru said. "Don't talk about my friend like that. We agreed to meet here. Maybe she's just been stuck and will come over later. This pavilion is so big, but you're the only one allowed to come and not me." "Oh, I didn't say you can't come. I just look down on some people who say one thing and do another. Who are you showing off to?" She said she just wanted to work and make money and was not interested in a wealthy family. But when Master Yi showed up, this bitch came faster than anyone else. How many times do I have to tell you before you understand? I'm waiting for my friend here, what does it have to do with you? Waiting for a friend? Your Wanqing is also a gold digger like you, trying to get close to a rich man, right? You two want to team up and hook up with men together." Yi Xianlin put down the teacup in his hand heavily, and the tea in the cup splashed onto the table, some of which wet his slender fingertips. Compared with many young masters, he has a good temper, but that doesn't mean he has no temper. Yi Xianlin lowered his eyes and ordered, "Throw the man out." Wang Yinru was so proud and happy. "Did you hear that? Get out of here right now. You're covered in mud and rotten leaves, you're so dirty. With such a stunning beauty like herself here, it is impossible for young Master Yi to be interested in a greenhorn like Mu Qianqian. Throw it away, that young Master Yi mentioned must be referring to Mu Qianqian." Mu Qianqian was so angry that her face turned pale, and she wanted to scold Wang Yinru. Wasn't it because Wang Yinru pushed her that she got dirty? Besides, how did she bother others by standing outside the pavilion? "I won't leave." Mu Qianqian was young after all, and she got angry. She hugged the pillar of the pavilion in a fit of anger and refused to let go. No one can drive Wanqing away until she comes. Her actions made Yi Xianlin's eyes smile slightly. This girl has a very stubborn temper, just like his troublemaker sister. Wang Yinru crossed her arms and sneered, "Oh, you've exposed your true colors, haven't you? You can't move when you see a man. You're like a piece of sticky candy. I can't get rid of you. I'm embarrassed for you." Yi Xianlin has reached his limit of endurance until now. Noisy. As soon as Yi Xiao said these two words, his assistant walked straight over. Wang Yinru was just about to enjoy the show when she saw her assistant coming up to her. "That girl is over there, don't get her wrong." Wang Yinru pointed at Mu Qianqian. "This place has been booked by young Master Yi, please leave." "Why did Master Yi chase me away?" "If you were going to chase someone away, shouldn't you chase her away? Look how dirty she is." The assistant said in disgust, "That's not as dirty as your mouth." Wang Yinru's eyes were full of disbelief. Why can that bitch Mu Qianqian stay, but she has to be kicked out? I'll give you 3 more seconds. If you don't leave, don't blame me for calling the security team over. If it really came to that and became known to everyone, Wang Yinru would be completely disgraced. Wang Yinru's face turned pale and blue, and her nails dug into her palms. "I'll go on my own." She walked down the stairs unwillingly, and before leaving, she gave Mu Qianqian a vicious look. As soon as Wang Yinru left, the area around the pavilion finally became quiet. Mu Qianqian hadn't figured out what was going on yet. She hugged the pillar and stared blankly over here. Yi Xianlin smiled elegantly, his voice as gentle as a clear spring. 51, Chapter 51. Picking up Qianqian from get off work. Mu Qianqian let go of the hand that was holding the pavilion pillar and smiled awkwardly twice. "I'm sorry, I thought you were in cahoots with her." Yi Xianlin was misunderstood, but he was not annoyed. He spoke slowly. Excuse me, miss, is your last name Mu? Well, my name is Mu Qianqian, and I'm here to wait for my friend. As if afraid that he would misunderstand, Mu Qianqian quickly added, it's not to look for you. She is married. I have no interest in other men at all. The smile on Yi Xuanlin's lips deepened, and his whole body was shrouded in the temperament of a gentleman, elegant and gentle. Miss Mu, why don't you sit in the pavilion and rest for a while? Good. Mu Qianqian sat stiffly opposite Yi Xuanlin. The assistant had already retreated outside the pavilion, leaving only the two of them in it. A cool night breeze blew by my ears, and the tea boiling on the clay stove was bubbling. After waiting for a while, there was still no sign of Yuanqing. I'll go out for a while and give her a call to ask. Have a cup of tea before you go. Mu Qianqian thought about it and agreed, okay. Yi Xuanlin's movements were free and easy. He brewed tea, boiled tea, woke up tea, and steeped tea. The whole process was done smoothly, which was pleasing to the eye. It's a pity that the person sitting opposite him couldn't see. Miss Mu, please. A cup of clear hot tea was pushed in front of Mu Qianqian. She held the saucer under the teacup, blew away the hot steam, and took a sip. Mu Qianqian's face wrinkled. It's so bitter. She didn't know how to taste tea, and when she first took a sip, she felt it was bitter. Miss Mu, you can savor it carefully and feel the aftertaste of this tea. Following his instructions, Mu Qianqian relaxed her mind and savored the aftertaste in her mouth. The taste doesn't seem to be astringent anymore, it smells so good, with a hint of flowers and orchids. What she didn't know was that this was top-grade Mingqian Longjing tea, which could be sold for a large sum of money. Mu Qianqian gradually came to appreciate the mystery of tea tasting. After a cup of tea, Yi Xuanlin asked, Miss Mu, would you like another cup? No, I'd better go call Yuanqing. She hasn't come for so long, I'm a little worried. Okay. Mu Qianqian got up anxiously, walked out of the pavilion, and with the help of their voice assistant, called Yuanqing. Yuanqing, I've been waiting for you at the pavilion for a long time. Why didn't you come? Yuanqing was lying on the soft big bed, crunching potato chips. Although I didn't go, you should have received the gift I gave you, right? What gift? My brother made me some tea. How is it? Is it good? Mu Qianqian was stunned for a moment. That young Master Yi in the pavilion, is he your brother? Yes, we both have the last name Yi. Did you forget? Qianqian, you're so slow. Mu Qianqian knocked her head in frustration. I haven't forgotten, but I've been thinking about the agreement with you and haven't thought about it too much. She was only concerned with waiting for people, so how could she have the time to think about these things? How's it going? My brother's tea-making skills are pretty good, right? It tastes good, but I don't know how to taste tea. I can only taste 2 or 3 points of it, but I can't taste it at a higher level. Mu Qianqian felt that giving her such delicious tea was like a cow chewing a peony. Waste natural resources. Har, it's okay. You'll get used to it after drinking it a few more times. I believe in you. I'm relieved that you're okay. I have to get off work today, so I'll go home first. See you another day. After finishing the call with Yuanqing, Mu Qianqian returned to the hotel lobby. Sister Li asked everyone, where's Yanru? Has anyone seen her? I don't know, maybe she's still dating Master Yi. She came in late today and hasn't clocked in enough hours yet. I'll deduct her bonus. Mu Qianqian was not interested in Wang Yanru's affairs, so she said something to the person in charge and prepared to go home. She had just come out of the hotel and was about to ask their voice assistant to help her call a taxi. Just then, a limited edition luxury car stopped in front of her. Ms. Mu, please get in the car. This voice is Assistant Wang's voice. So, the uncle came to pick her up from get off work. Mu Qianqian's heart suddenly began to lift. But the uncle is so busy that he probably doesn't have time to come in person. I guess he just sent his assistant to pick her up. Mu Qianqian relaxed a little, opened the back door and sat in. As soon as she got in the car, she sensed a familiar atmosphere and a sense of oppression. Oh no, the uncle is here too. The moment this thought arose, Fu Sihan's low and cold voice came. Why are you off work so late today? Mu Qianqian sat beside him with her head held high. I was holding the safety belt rope and dared not breathe. Today, there are a lot of customers, so I get off work late. Fu Sihan put down the magazine in his hand, took off his gold-rimmed glasses and put them aside. Why do you smell like tea? Mu Qianqian moved her nose and sniffed herself. Is there? How come she didn't smell it? Fu Sihan knew a lot about famous teas. The moment she got in the car, he could smell the fragrance of Mingqian Longjing tea on her, and it was the best Longjing tea. Not everyone can afford this kind of tea. I met a new friend named Yi Wanqing, and her brother made me a cup of tea. Yi Shenlin. Being in the same business world, Fu Sihan had naturally heard of the name of the eldest son of the Yi family. The eldest son of the Yi family has an elegant and gentle temperament, but his scheming is very deep and difficult to understand. Out of instinct, Fu Sihan didn't want Mu Qianqian to have too much contact with this kind of people. After all, she is as innocent as a little white rabbit and is not suitable to be in a wolf pack. Fu Sihan cannot stay by Mu Qianqian's side all the time. The best way to prevent her from getting hurt is naturally to keep her away from these disputes, the farther the better. Stay away from him. I see. On their way home, Mu Qianqian was so sleepy that her head was nodding, but she did not fall asleep leaning on Fu Sihan. She huddled in the corner of the car, staying far away, as if afraid of running into him. Fu Sihan had no choice but to say, "If you're tired, come over and sleep." Mu Qianqian shuddered and quickly shook her head. I'm not sleepy, I'm not sleepy. Just now her head was as restless as a chick pecking at rice, but she said she was not sleepy. Fu Sihan burst out laughing. He stretched out his long arms and pulled the person into his arms. Go to sleep. The uncle has broad and strong shoulders and a reassuring charm. Mu Qianqian was already sleepy and couldn't hold on any longer, so she soon fell asleep leaning on him. The car drove downstairs. Fu Sihan looked at her peaceful sleeping face and gently helped her unbuckle her seat belt. He picked up the person horizontally, carried him down from the car, and carried him all their way upstairs. Fu Sihan originally wanted to put Mu Qianqian on the bed in the second bedroom, but the little girl didn't know what she was dreaming about and she held him tightly and refused to let go. She closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed a healthy color, and her pink lips were slightly pouty. Mu Qianqian was deeply asleep, mumbling unconsciously. 52, Chapter 52 Sharing a Bed. Fu Sihan's body stiffened. The girl is warm and soft in his arms, and her breath carries the rich orchid fragrance, which is deeply fascinating. Mu Qianqian moaned softly, "Don't go." Mr. Fu, who has always been hard-hearted and ruthless, was actually disturbed by her words and his calm heart was disturbed. He looked at her sleeping face with deep eyes, hesitated again and again, but finally did not leave her. The next morning, when Mu Qianqian woke up, the uncle was no longer by her side. However, his remaining body temperature still remained on the bed. Did she sleep in the same bed with the uncle yesterday? Mu Qianqian quickly sat up from the bed and covered her hot little face in panic. She slept in a daze yesterday and vaguely remembered that she seemed to be holding the uncle and not letting him leave. Later, she hugged a big heater and slept soundly. Is it a dream or not? Mu Qianqian herself couldn't figure it out. While eating breakfast, Mu Qianqian looked up from time to time and stole a glance at Fu Sihan. What are you looking at? Fu Sihan caught her gaze and spoke coldly. Mu Qianqian's face was full of confusion, and she unconsciously stirred the porridge in the bowl. She asked in a low voice, "Uncle, last night, did we?" Fu Sihan looked at her deeply, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. The man said in a low, hoarse voice, "Yesterday I sent you back to your room and then left." Oh. Mu Qianqian buried her head in eating, feeling depressed. For some reason, I suddenly felt that the delicious food in my mouth became tasteless. Is she just dreaming? But everything was so real, the uncle's muscles were strong and hard, and his body was hot. Mu Qianqian quickly threw these dirty thoughts out of her mind. Where she didn't see, a hint of deep meaning flashed across Fu Sihan's eyes. The little girl was not sleeping well, rubbing against him in his arms, which made her very angry. If Fu Sihan's concentration wasn't far superior to that of an ordinary person, she wouldn't have been able to sleep peacefully that night. Even so, he still got up early in the morning and took a cold shower to suppress the evil fire in his body. I'm stuffed. Mu Qianqian put down her chopsticks, put on her school bag and prepared to go to school. Mu Qianqian. Fu Sihan suddenly. Call her. The little girl, carrying a backpack with a little yellow duck on it, slowly turned around. Don't kick off the quilt frequently when you sleep, or you'll catch a cold easily. Mu Qianqian was stunned at first, then she understood what he meant. All the blood in her body rushed to her head, and her fair and tender face suddenly turned red. What the uncle meant was, they, last night. If they didn't sleep in the same bed, why would he tell her not to kick off the quilt? So they did sleep in the same bed last night. The strong, hot, tall body she hugged was definitely the uncle. Thinking of this, Mu Qianqian was so embarrassed that she just wanted to disappear on the spot. I'm going to school. Goodbye, uncle. She said this quickly and left home in a hurry. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid her heartbeat would explode. The elevator reached the first floor and Mu Qianqian ran out, covering her heart. Her heartbeat hasn't recovered yet. It's beating so fast that it hurts her chest. The uncle said before that he wanted me to give birth to a child for him. The uncle is older than her, and his family must be under great pressure, so he is under a lot of pressure. But they haven't known each other long enough, and Mu Qianqian doesn't even know what the uncle looks like. Wouldn't it be too fast to give birth to a child like this? Fu Sihan went to work an hour later than usual today. The driver and assistant were waiting downstairs. Fu Sihan finally showed up, his expression stern and cold, his black hair damp. Mr. Fu, why are you taking a shower so early in the morning? Fu Sihan's cold eyes shot over. Assistant Wang immediately fell silent and didn't dare to say anything more. Fu Sihan exuded an aura that kept strangers away, which was frightening. After all, taking a cold shower early in the morning would make anyone furious. Today, the executives of the Fu Group were discussing one thing in private. What's wrong with our President Fu today? He's so angry that several plans have been rejected. I don't know. Mr. Fu is always picky about his requirements, and today he's even harder to please than usual. It's over, it's over. If I had known about this plan earlier, I would have brought it up a few days later. I don't want to be caught in the crossfire. If the matter at hand is not urgent, I advise you to wait until tomorrow to report to President Fu. Mu Qianqian and Li Xiyu met in an elective course. I was at the Yuncheng Hotel yesterday and met Wanqing's brother. Li Xiyu widened her eyes in shock. Are you talking about Master Yi? That should be the case. The tea he brewed was delicious. I didn't appreciate much of the flavor at the time, but now I realize how mysterious this cup of tea is. Do you know the significance of young Master Yi personally brewing tea? How many noble families have sought to win over the Yi family, but young Master Yi is a very secretive person. Outsiders only know that he loves classical and elegant things, such as tea ceremony, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He is proficient in all of these, reaching the level of a top master. Master Fu of Bei City, Master Yi of Su City. These two are the two men that socialites most want to marry, ranking first and second respectively. From what you said, it seems that this Mr. Yi is similar to the hermits of ancient times. Li Xiyu nodded. That's exactly what I mean. He doesn't look like a businessman, but rather like a scholar who is untainted by the dust. After hearing what Li Xiyu said, Mu Qianqian felt that this Mr. Yi had a quite unique temperament. But it has nothing to do with her. The old professor walked into the classroom and distributed the test papers to everyone. Students, this exam is quite difficult, and quite a few students have failed. Please hand out the papers first, and I'll explain the difficult questions. The class representative distributed the papers to the students. Li Xiyu and Fang Yangran both received their papers, but Mu Qianqian had nothing in her hands. Mu Qianqian stood up and said weakly, "Teacher, my paper hasn't been distributed yet." There was a sneer behind her. Yao Xian'er sarcastically said, "How ridiculous. This blind person actually has the nerve to ask the teacher. She must have done a terrible job on her paper, so the teacher tore it up. If I were a teacher, my blood pressure would also soar when I saw her scribblings. I'd be considered a good person if I didn't tear them up. I just don't understand. Why would a blind girl like her run to school and embarrass herself instead of staying at home?" These malicious ridicules did not shake Mu Qianqian at all. She has a slender figure, but her back is straight, like a strong little white flower on a cliff. No matter how windy or rainy it is, it remains as pure and strong as ever. The old professor chuckled and said, "Mu Qianqian, right. Please sit down first. I will need your paper later." What does the teacher do with her test paper? 53, Chapter 53 Full Score. Soon, Mu Qianqian's doubts were answered. Classmates, please look at the PPT. The content on the screen was a perfect answer. Her paper was clean, her thinking on solving the problem was clear, and she wrote a newer and faster solution. Whose paper is this? Amazing. He even answered the hardest questions. Is he going to give me a perfect score? I remember this professor was very strict with grading. No one has ever gotten a perfect score in his class since it started. I probably won't get a perfect score, but it's definitely above 95. Getting such a high score in Professor Chen's class is something I can brag about for the whole year. There was no name written on the paper, and everyone was guessing who it belonged to. Mu Qianqian squinted her eyes until they were sore, and she could only see a blurry mass. She didn't know whose paper it was. Professor Chen aroused everyone's curiosity. He smiled casually and announced the answer. This is Mu Qianqian's paper. I didn't expect that she could master such an advanced solution just after entering college. She's the first and only one in our entire grade. So, I'm making an exception, and giving her full marks. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. The discussion in the classroom became heated. That blind man's test paper. How is that possible? She can't see anything, how can she do the test? I have the review materials from my seniors. Even they don't know such an advanced solution. How could Mu Qianqian know it? Who did she learn this from? Is one of her relatives also a professor? This is the only perfect score Professor Chen has given in all his years of teaching, and he actually gave it to a blind person. Even Li Xiu and Fang Yangran couldn't help but ask, Qianqian, where did you learn this solution? Mu Qianqian smiled and said, a friend of mine taught me. She was always embarrassed to say that it was her husband who taught her. After all, she is still a student, and if her married status is exposed, it may bring her a lot of criticism. Professor Chen asked, Mu Qianqian, could you please leave this paper with me for now? I'd like to use it when I teach the next class to cover more advanced topics. My goodness, others are scrambling to get high scores in exams. Mu Qianqian easily got full marks on any test paper and was promoted to become a teaching tool for the old professor. For a moment, everyone's heart was filled with infinite envy and admiration. The name Mu Qianqian was likely to spread among all the freshmen. Not only that, the seniors and other teachers might also pay more attention to her. However, some people were mentally unbalanced and said some sour words. TSK, isn't it just a powerful relative? If I had such a powerful private teacher, I could get full marks too. Mu Qianqian turned a deaf ear to these discussions, stood up, and replied calmly. Yes. Thank you for your appreciation, Professor. Her calm attitude won the favor of many people. As soon as the get out of class was over, Mu Qianqian was surrounded by her classmates, who asked her for advice on study skills. Mu Qianqian generously shared her learning methods and some test-taking techniques. Qianqian has such a good personality. She shared with us so generously and didn't hold anything back. Yes, now that we have Qianqian, a top student in our class, I think she will definitely get the top scholarship this year. Yao Xian'er and her group of little gangster girls were squeezed into a corner, extremely jealous. Isn't it just about studying well? What's so great about that? No matter how good you are at studying, if you're just a nerd, what's the point? Xian'er, your family is so rich. When Mu Qianqian graduates, remember to let her work as a cleaner in your company. Har 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 har. The sisters said they were good and obedient, and praised Yao Xian'er. In the past, Yao Xian'er would have been so proud of herself. But today, Yao Xian'er still had a dark face and a frighteningly vicious look in her eyes. Yao Xian'er understood that although Mu Qianqian's family background was not good, if she really got together with Fu Qianqing, her future would be limitless. The Fu family is not only the richest family in Bay City, but also the leader in the entire business empire. Why can Mu Qianqian, a blind person, be treated differently by young Master Fu? The Fu family has such a huge fortune. If Mu Qianqian marries the young master of the Fu family, won't he that step on her head? Yao Xian'er was in a terrible mood. She grabbed the hand of a little follower and left several bloody marks on her hand with her sharp nails. The little follower was in so much pain that sweat broke out on his forehead and he was about to cry, but he didn't dare to resist her at all. Lu family Villa. During this period of time, Lu Yinxiang has been secretly paying attention to Mu Qianqian's movements. Although Xia Piyu had not been able to expel Mu Qianqian from the university before, the University of Finance and Economics has always been strict. If Mu Qianqian fails the exam several times, she will be expelled. The school persuaded him to drop out. But after waiting for a long time, Mu Qianqian was not expelled, but she got the news that she got full marks and became a top student. Bitch! Don't let me catch you. Lu Yinxiang gritted her teeth and swept all the precious porcelain in the room to the ground, shattering them all over the floor. Downstairs, Lu Yunbai was meeting with the eldest son of the Yi family. Hearing the noise coming from upstairs, Lu Yunbai frowned in disgust. What's going on again? The housekeeper said, Master, I'm going upstairs to see the young lady. Go ahead and leave her in peace. The housekeeper went upstairs and knocked on Lu Yinxiang's door. Miss, the young master is meeting a guest downstairs. Please be quiet. After all, Lu Yinxiang was just an adopted daughter and didn't dare to go against Lu Yunbai, the heir of the Lu family. She even didn't dare to show any disrespect to the Lu family's housekeeper, and she didn't even dare to yell at him. Otherwise, she might be kicked out at any time. Lu Yinxiang suppressed her anger and said aggrievedly, Yes, I will pay attention. It was finally quiet upstairs. Downstairs, their hall was filled with calming incense. Yi Xianlin is not like an ordinary rich young man. He likes Chinese-style long robes, which are simple and gentle. He looks like a monk who is detached from the mundane world. Let's stop here with Mr. Lu today. I'll bring my sister to visit you another day. Lu Yunbai stood up to see him off. The two came to the garden in the yard, and Lu Yunbai spoke hesitantly. To be honest, my parents have put so much effort into finding my little sister over the years that they don't have any extra energy to take care of the company. The Lu family is no longer the same Lu family it used to be, and the Yi family's business is booming. I'm afraid I'm not worthy of Miss Yi. Marriage is a serious matter, decided by parents and matchmakers. How can an engagement be dissolved so easily? I'm afraid of wronging Miss Yi. Yi Xianlin said gently, I'll bring my sister to visit the elders some other day. If young Master Lu and my sister don't like each other, our family won't force you to get married. Well, that's fine. There was an inextricable melancholy between Lu Yunbai's brows. He will never have peace in his life unless he finds his little sister. Yi Xianlin walked out of the Lu family villa, not knowing what he was thinking about, and looked back again. Why did he feel that young Master Lu's features looked familiar? 54, Chapter 54, Drunk. When school was about to end, Mu Qianqian received a call from Fu Sihan. As soon as the call was connected, Mu Qianqian couldn't help but share her good news with him. Uncle, thanks to you, I got the only perfect score in this exam. The teacher and classmates all praised me for being so good. The little girl was so happy that she couldn't hide the pride in her tone. Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow. Are you so happy just to get a perfect score? Of course. This is the first perfect score Professor Chen has gotten since he started the course. Am I amazing? Fu Sihan had also heard of Professor Chen from the University of Finance and Economics. Previously, the Fu Group had hired Professor Chen as a consultant when developing its financial strategy. Not bad. Fu Sihan curled his lips slightly. I'm almost done with school, Uncle, are you coming to pick me up? I can't leave right now. I'll send Assistant Wang to pick you up at the usual place. Mu Qianqian said, her voice sounding a little disappointed. Fu Sihan caught her little emotion and asked, What? Are you unhappy? No. It's just that I'm very happy today and I can't wait to share this happiness with you. So Mu Qianqian was looking forward to the uncle getting off work early and picking her up from school in person. Fu Sihan lowered his eyes and thought for a moment, I'll come pick you up right away. But will it affect your work? No, don't worry. Fu Sihan called his secretary and said, cancel the meeting with Mr. Ma tonight. But Mr. Fu, this meeting is of great significance to the group and may affect the in-depth cooperation between us and the other company. The secretary talked a lot about the importance of this meeting, but in the end he only got a two-word answer. Fu Sihan said coldly, push it. Several group executives were standing outside the president's office. Mr. Fu should be in a good mood right now, right? I plan to take the plan and to ask him for approval. I just heard from Assistant Wang that President Fu is in a much better mood now than he was this morning. It's strange, Assistant Wang has been acting mysterious lately, often running out. What secret mission did President Fu assign him? Just then, the door of the president's office opened from the inside. Fu Sihan strode out, the oppressive feeling of a superior shrouding him. Everyone outside the door shut their mouths in unison, as silent as a mouse. They didn't dare to discuss it in a low voice until Fu Sihan left the company. Mr. Fu has another one today. What's the itinerary? When will you be back? The secretary said, Mr. Fu has already left work today. If you have anything to ask, please come back tomorrow. Isn't there a meeting with Mr. Ma tonight? Why did Mr. Fu go home so early? The secretary spread his hands and said, I don't know about that. The executives had no choice but to go home and report to Mr. Fu tomorrow. I guess something happened at home, otherwise Mr. Fu wouldn't leave in such a hurry. This statement was unanimously recognized by everyone. If there wasn't something going on at home, why would Mr. Fu leave his job? No one could have imagined that Mr. Fu, who has always been devoted to his work, would abandon his work and run home to celebrate just because his little wife got full marks in the exam. Fu Sihan appeared at the school gate. Fang Yangran was stunned again, and it took her several seconds to come back to her senses. Qianqian, your family is here to pick you up. Qianqian. Fu Sihan stood in front of her. When Mu Qianqian heard the familiar magnetic voice, she threw herself forward and threw herself into his arms. Uncle, you really came. Mu Qianqian's heart was filled with surprise. She didn't expect that such a small matter would be taken seriously by the uncle. For her, the uncle actually turned down his work and rushed back from the company to pick her up. Mu Qianqian used to being ignored and left out. No one has ever taken every little thing she said to heart like the uncle did. Fu Sihan raised his lips, and his usually stern face showed a bit more tenderness. I promised you something, how could I break my promise? Mu Qianqian then remembered that there were outsiders present. She raised her head from the uncle's arms embarrassedly and said to him, Yang Ran, I'm going back first. Goodbye. Goodbye. Mu Qianqian held Fu Sihan's hand and skipped home. Fu Sihan glanced at her and saw that her bright little face was filled with joy, with the corners of her pink mouth raised high. He is still a child, and he can be so happy just by getting full marks in the exam. In the evening, Mu Qianqian tugged at Fu Sihan's sleeve. Uncle, shall we have some drinks to celebrate? Fu Sihan's face darkened, and he said without thinking, no. Why? How old are you? What kind of wine are you drinking? Mu Qianqian pouted unhappily, holding his arms said coquettishly. I'm already of legal marriageable age, so why can't I drink? I can just drink a little, just a little, isn't that okay? She used to see it often on TV, people toasting together to celebrate happy things. She wants to try it too. The little girl's voice is sweet and soft, and she acts like a kitten, who can resist her? Even a man with a heart of stone like Fu Sihan sighed helplessly and chose to give in. One small drink only. Okay. Mu Qianqian responded sweetly. Fu Sihan made a phone call and had the world's top quality Romanée Conti red wine delivered. As soon as the red wine was opened, Mu Qianqian smelled the rich and deep grape aroma, which aroused her appetite. Drink slowly, this wine is very strong and has a strong aftertaste. Mu Qianqian picked up the red wine glass and shook it gently like they did on TV to bring out more mellow wine aroma. She took a sip and was deeply impressed by the complex and mellow taste of the red wine. Do you like it? Mu Qianqian closed her eyes and nodded, yeah. The little girl's lips were stained with bright red wine, like a touch of tempting color. Fu Sihan stared at her lips and suddenly felt his mouth dry. Deep down in my heart, an impulse that was not unfamiliar surged. Fu Sihan's eyes darkened as he drank the red wine in the glass and barely suppressed the evil thoughts. It was Mu Qianqian's first time drinking alcohol, and she felt dizzy after drinking only half a glass. What's going on? Am I stepping on cotton? Why is the floor so soft? She stood up shakily, and before she had taken 2 steps, she fell into Fu Sihan's arms. Mu Qianqian wanted to stand up from his arms, but she was so drunk that she felt weak all over and couldn't muster any strength. On the contrary, her several actions inadvertently touched the hearts of others. Fu Sihan's iron arms tightly gripped her body, his voice hoarse, suppressing a dangerous aura. Don't move. How could a drunk girl be so honest? The more he prevented her from moving, the more Mu Qianqian struggled in his arms. The little girl hummed softly a few times, she had no idea how seductive it would sound to other people's ears. Fu Sihan's breathing became heavier. The man's eyes were gloomy and he pinched her chin domineeringly. 55, Chapter 55, Clingy Qianqian. Mu Qianqian was drunk, and all kinds of thoughts in her mind were up and down, like a roller coaster. She was completely unaware of her dangerous situation and said drunkenly, "Well, uncle, even though you are ugly, I don't dislike you." After saying that, the little girl blinked her obsidian black eyes and burped softly. Mu Qianqian sat on Fu Sihan's legs, holding his face with both hands and kneading it into various shapes. She seemed to have found her favorite toy and couldn't let it go. Fun. No one has ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of Fu Sihan. Fu Sihan's face darkened and he slapped her hand away with a cold expression. "Behave yourself. It hurts so much." Mu Qianqian bit her lower lip and said aggrievedly. Fu Sihan lowered his eyes and saw a red mark on the back of her white and tender hand. "I just tapped it lightly, how come there is a red mark left? How come the little girl's skin is so delicate?" Fu Sihan frowned, held her wrist and rubbed it gently. "Uncle, who?" Mu Qianqian handed her wrist to him. Her hands were fragrant and soft, as if they had just been soaked in flower petal water. Fu Sihan's eyebrows twitched. His face was as gloomy as water. Unable to resist Mu Qianqian's coquettishness, he blew 2 breaths with a cold face. "Is that all right? It doesn't hurt anymore." Mu Qianqian grinned and smiled foolishly in his arms. "It's getting late. I'll take you back to your room to rest." But Mu Qianqian used her hands and feet to wrap around him, hanging on him completely and refusing to get down. Fu Sihan took a deep breath and lifted her up like a child. Mu Qianqian felt that her vision was suddenly elevated, and she was extremely surprised. "Wow, I've grown taller. Uncle, I'm so tall now, I'm almost touching the ceiling." Fu Sihan was speechless. Never mind, he doesn't bother with drunkards. Fu Sihan originally planned to carry Mu Qianqian back to the second bedroom, but the girl refused to get off him. "No, uncle, please don't leave me. I want to sleep with you." Fu Sihan's eyes revealed danger. "Are you sure?" Mu Qianqian hugged his neck and nodded vigorously. She leaned on his shoulder, her voice nasal, and she couldn't help crying. "My family doesn't want me anymore, uncle, you can't." "Want me?" Feeling the chill on his neck, Fu Sihan felt a sharp pain in his heart for some reason. This was the first time he had such a feeling in all his years. "You said it, don't regret it tomorrow." "No regrets. I will never regret it," Mu Qianqian said with a smile. The little girl changes her expression very quickly. Fu Sihan curled his lips and carried her to the master bedroom. As soon as Mu Qianqian got to the bed in the master bedroom, she couldn't help rolling around. "This bed is so soft and smells so good." Late at night, she didn't want to sleep and wanted Fu Sihan to play with her. Fu Sihan grabbed her hands, put them behind her back, and held them tightly. "Go to sleep and don't move." "No, I can't sleep." "Uncle, tell me a story." Fu Sihan never thought that Mu Qianqian, who looked quiet and well behaved on weekdays, could become so clingy when drunk. He perfunctorily told a story about once upon a time there was a mountain. "I want to listen more, I want to listen more." Mu Qianqian was still not satisfied and kept squirming in his arms. "That's enough." The veins on Fu Sihan's forehead were throbbing, and the breath he exhaled was incredibly hot. His eyes were terrifying, as if he wanted to eat her alive. "But, Mu Qianqian can't see it." "Uncle." Mu Qianqian called him in a tender voice. Fu Sihan clenched his fists tightly, almost reaching his limit. He would rather stay in the company and work overtime than coax a drunk girl. You can only look at it but not eat it. Even a strong body can't stand it. Fu Sihan's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at her intently. "Mu Qianqian, if you don't sleep yet, forget about sleeping tonight." Mu Qianqian blinked in confusion. "Uncle, what do you mean?" Fu Sihan grabbed her hand and clasped it above her head. He rolled over and pinned the man down. "Little girl, are you still making trouble?" Mu Qianqian pushed his shoulder, but it didn't shake him at all. She was like a little white rabbit that had strayed into the territory of a hungry wolf, weak yet tasty. She was being watched closely by the ferocious Wolf King, with no chance of escape. "Uncle, you're so heavy." She was so stressed that she could hardly breathe. There was a voice inside Fu Sihan that kept clamming, making him want to abandon his rationality and devour her without hesitation. Looking at her innocent and ignorant. He was always hesitant with his expression. "Do I really have to do this to her before her eyes recover?" The little girl is kind-hearted and has a soft temper, so she probably won't blame him. But for some reason, Fu Xihan didn't want to treat her unfairly. After playing for a long time, Mu Qianqian finally felt sleepy. Uncle, even though you're ugly and don't have a lot of money, but, hiccup, actually, I quite like you. The further she spoke, the softer her voice became. If Fu Xihan didn't have excellent hearing, he wouldn't even be able to hear what she said. That's all. If I ask her now, she will think that she has slept with an ugly man and will feel very disgusted. Let's wait until her eyes recover. After Mu Qianqian fell asleep, Fu Xihan grabbed her wrist and pulled her off him. Then he got up from the bed and went into the bathroom. The shower head sprays out cool water, which is just right for cooling down. Mu Qianqian slept for a long time. She woke up in a daze, and thinking back on how stupid she was last night, she suddenly wanted to die. Oh my god, if she had known that she couldn't drink so much, she would not have touched alcohol. It would be fine if she got drunk with just one glass of wine, but the most important thing is that the uncle saw her silly look. How can she appear in front of the uncle in the future? There were footsteps at the door. Mu Qianqian lifted the quilt without thinking and hid inside. Fu Xihan stood by the bed, staring at the bulge in the quilt for a long time. Come out. Don't you feel bored hiding under the covers? After saying that, he directly lifted the quilt. Mu Qianqian's furry head was revealed, and her pretty face was flushed red. I don't know if it's because I'm bored or embarrassed. Looking at her timid and cute appearance, Fu Xihan really wanted to hold her in his arms and give her a good beating. You were drunk yesterday, so whatever you did and said doesn't count. I won't take it to heart. Mu Qianqian said weakly, really? Yeah. Hurry up and get up, you're going to be late. Oops, I forgot I have classes today. Mu Qianqian slapped her forehead and quickly got up from the bed. After she left, Fu Xihan looked at the mess on his bed and felt a headache. Now, his bed was filled with the sweet fragrance of the girl, faint but pleasant. 56, Chapter 56. Parents come to the door. Mu Qianqian couldn't help but daydream while she was in class. After class, Fang Yanran asked with concern, Qianqian, what's wrong? You seem to be worried. Mu Qianqian held her cheeks with both hands, looking a little distressed. Yangran, tell me, if a woman takes the initiative to come to a man, but the man remains unmoved, what does that mean? Is that woman pretty? Mu Qianqian pointed at herself and said, not very pretty, just about the same as me. She's about the same as you, and not beautiful. Har har har, she's a peerless beauty. I don't believe any man can sit still, unless his Liu Xiaohui. But he really didn't do anything. Fang Yangran said firmly, there are only two possibilities. What? The first is that he has someone else in his heart. The second is that he has a particular sexual orientation and is not interested in women. Mu Qianqian felt that the second possibility was unlikely. If the uncle really had a special sexual orientation, he would not marry her. The uncle is a very responsible person and it is impossible for him to cheat in marriage. So, only the first possibility remains. Uncle, do you have someone else in your heart? Thinking of this possibility, Mu Qianqian felt a sour feeling in her heart, as if she was pricked by a needle. Qianqian, what you're talking about won't happen to you, right? Mu Qianqian forced a smile. How is that possible? This is a matter concerning a friend of mine. I'll ask for her. Lu Yunxiang had nightmares for several days in a row. She dreamed that the real daughter of the Lu family came back and the Lu family kicked her out of the house. Overnight, she went from being a high-ranking rich lady to an unwanted homeless person. No, she couldn't just sit there and wait for death any longer. While Lu Yunbai was at the company, Lu Yunxiang sneaked out of the Lu family's old house. She put on a mask and sunglasses and found Mu Qianqian's house. Who are you? Mu's father asked warily. Lu Yunxiang threw out 100,000 yuan, which immediately made all the Mu family members stare in amazement. Don't worry about who I am, just do my job and the money will be yours. Mu's mother greedily held the money in her arms and said, Sir, if you want us to do something, just tell us and we will definitely do it for you. Go to the University of Finance and Economics and make a scene, and get Mu Qianqian expelled. Mu Qianqian is in school. How is that possible? That bitch couldn't afford the tuition, so she must have been expelled from school long ago. Go if I tell you to. Otherwise, these 100,000 yuan. Mu's mother said with a flattering look on her face, okay, let's go. I don't know where that little bitch got the money to pay for tuition, and she doesn't even know how to bring money home. It's really a waste of raising her. Father Mu's eyes were sinister and calculating. It's just right. If we can get her back, we can contact her husband and have him send the betrothal money to us. One arrow. Double eagle. Husband. Mu Qianqian has a husband. Lu Yanxiang asked anxiously. Yes, even though he's a cripple and much older than her, he paid the bride price and was determined to marry a blind woman like her. But who knew she would be so ungrateful and actually run away from the marriage? A girl like her is staying out here, I wonder which wild man she's been fooling around with. A vicious arc appeared at the corner of Lu Yanxiang's mouth. It is really true that after searching for a needle in a haystack, it was finally found without any effort. I didn't expect that Mu Qianqian was already married, and she married a lame old bachelor. Very good, bring her husband along to make trouble. I want to ruin Mu Qianqian's reputation and make her too ashamed to show up at the University of Finance and Economics again. If you do this well, I'll give you another 100,000. As soon as these words were spoken, Mu's parents wanted to kneel down in front of Lu Yanxiang. This is 200,000 yuan, plus the betrothal money, a total of 400,000 yuan. If I could get this money, plus the 1 million I had previously extorted from Mrs. Fu, I could buy a house for my son and get him married. Mu's mother flattered him, thank you so much, benefactor. You are truly a living bodhisattva. I think you are blessed with your looks. Unlike that bitch in our family, who was born with a lowly fate. She is lucky to have someone want her, yet she dares to be picky. Lu Yanxiang looked down on the poor Mu family from the bottom of her heart. However, she still found it very helpful to hear Mu's mother's words belittling Mu Qianqian and praising Lu Yanxiang. Lu Yanxiang's eyes flashed with ferocity. You were born with a lowly fate, so you should stay in a poor family like yours. Don't be so foolish as to want to take away what belongs to others. Mu Qianqian, get out of Bay City right now. During class, a leaf floated onto Mu Qianqian's desk. She picked it up and tore it apart piece by piece. Uncle has someone he likes, no one he likes, and someone he likes. Seeing her mouth moving non-stop, Fang Yanran asked curiously, Qianqian, what are you doing? Nothing. Mu Qianqian blushed, collected all the leaf fragments and put them in her pocket. After school, Mu Qianqian and Fang Yanran just walked near the school gate when they heard a commotion. What happened? Fang Yanran said, it seems like someone tried to break into the school and was stopped by security. A burly peasant woman, hands on her hips, cursed, let us in. We've already said we're parents of students. Why can't you let us in? The security guard explained in a gentle voice, this is the school's rule. If you want to enter the school, call the child first and ask her to come out and pick you up. Mu's mother's face turned purple and she yelled at the top of her lungs, that bitch didn't answer our calls, how can we get her to come out and answer them? Let us in first, and when we find her, her father will beat her face to pieces. Mu's parents followed Lu Yanxiang's instructions and went to the gate of the University of Finance and Economics to cause trouble. They also brought with them an old farmer with a limp. The man had a sunken face and squinted eyes. He looked at the young female students walking around him in a lewd manner, which made people feel sick. The security guard had never seen such unreasonable parents before, and immediately looked suspicious. Are you really the students' parents? How can you say that to a child? Call the child again. If no one comes to pick you up, I can't let you out. How could a parent insult their own child like this? They called him bitch girl and bitch girl all the time, just like a shrew in the countryside. The security guards didn't dare let them in. If they hurt any students in the school, it would be their fault. Mu's father was smoking a cigarette on the side, tacitly allowing Mu's mother to throw a tantrum and curse in the street, with countless calculations flashing in his turbid eyes. Suddenly, he saw Mu Qianqian walking over. Is that Qianqian? After not seeing her for a while, Mu Qianqian had changed so much that her father almost couldn't recognize her. Mu Qianqian used to be thin and small, like a firewood stick. Now she is slim and graceful, with a rosy complexion and graceful demeanor, just like a pampered daughter of a wealthy family. Mu's mother followed his gaze and her eyes suddenly became resentful. That's the same bitch. She saw her parents coming over but didn't even call them. What an uneducated thing. Hearing this voice, Mu Qianqian felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Mu's mother's voice, she was very familiar with it. This sharp abuse has accompanied her for more than 10 years and has become a psychological shadow for her. Mu Qianqian's hands and feet suddenly turned cold, and she pulled Fang Yangran to escape. Yangran, let's go quickly. Before she could finish her sentence, Mu's mother ran over and slapped her in the face. With a snap. This sudden slap frightened Fang Yangran. Who are you? Why are you hitting people? Mother Mu rolled up her sleeves, her face full of ferocity. Why should I hit someone? I'm her mother. Why can't I hit her? I'm going to beat this disobedient little bitch to death today. She grabbed Mu Qianqian's hair and tore it hard. Bitch, do you dare to run around again? If you dare to run around again, I'll beat you to death. Mu Qianqian's scalp hurt so much that it felt like it was about to fall off. But what is more terrifying than this severe pain is the shadow and painful memories brought to her by the Mu family. Fortunately, at this time, Li Xiu and her friend were walking past the door. Seeing this scene, she quickly asked her friend to call the security team. Someone is beating someone up at the school gate. Go call the security office. Okay, I'll go right away. Li Xiu ran over, grabbed Mu's mother's arm and pulled it away with force. With a click. Mu's mother screamed in pain, it hurts so much, you slut, how dare you hit me? 57, Chapter 57, Hit Back Hard. Li Xiu has learned Sonder. No matter how strong Mu's mother, the peasant woman, is, she cannot beat Li Xiu, who has learned some skills. Mu's mother clutched her arm, which was in great pain, with a ferocious expression on her face. I'm her mother. If I can't hit her, who can? This bitch disobeyed her family's arrangements and dared to run away from her marriage. I'll take her back, and no one can say a word against her. Father Mu originally wanted to come over to help, but when he saw how powerful Li Xiu was, he didn't dare to move. Instead, the lame old man came over, showing his yellow teeth, and cursed. Bar. You're protecting her, girl. Are you trying to marry me for her? I'll starve you for 3 days when I get home. I'll see if you're still that arrogant. Women these days are getting more and more disobedient. They need to be beaten 3 times a day. If they are not, they won't learn their lesson. You dare run around again. I'll strip you naked and tie you to a tree at the entrance of the village. I can't stop you, you lowly bastard. Come back with me and have a bunch of kids. I'll see if you ever behave yourself. Li Xiu felt so nauseous that she almost vomited the food she had eaten the night before. You old fool, if I don't beat you to a pulp today, I won't be named Li. Li Xiu raised her leg swiftly, kicked the lame man to the ground, and then kicked him hard in the face. The lame man's mouth was twisted after being kicked, and he spat out a stinking tooth and lay on the ground wailing. Finally, he couldn't say anything disgusting with his stinky mouth. In the end, only Mu's father, the most insidious villain, was left. He didn't dare to get too close, and said with a forced smile, Li Xiu, right. You know, it's natural for parents to spank their children. But if you dare to hit my wife, you'll have to pay money and go to jail. Har har, don't worry, we're a wealthy family and can afford the compensation. Even if I break all your arms and legs today, my parents won't blame me a single word. Li Xiu has been spoiled since she was a child. Her parents hold her in the palm of their hands, so she naturally has the confidence to be fearless. Her parents had never said a harsh word to her, so who were these old bastards? How dare they yell at her? Are you tired of living? Mu's father, that is, Mu Qianqian. He was anxious to take Mu Qianqian back and sell her for money, but with Li Xiu blocking him, he didn't dare to do anything. I'm kindly advising you that it's better for girls to be virtuous. Otherwise, you might not be able to get married in the future. Li Xiu rolled her eyes and replied. Don't worry about that. If you meddle in other people's business, you might die early. This one sentence almost choked Mu Qianqian to death. The school security team arrived at this time and took them all to the security department, and also invited school leaders to be witnesses. Tell me, what's going on? Mu Qianqian took the initiative to pass a cigarette to the leader, bent his waist, and said humbly. Leader, we came here this time because we want to take our daughter back home to get married. Our family can't afford to send her to school, and we've already found a good in-law for her. She'll have a good life there. But this girl is very stubborn. She's made some shady friends and refuses to go back with us. The school leader did not take his cigarette, but looked at Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian lowered her head in despair, her face pale, and she was scared silly. The teacher valued talent and couldn't bear to see this smart girl fall to the point of returning to her hometown to get married. Mu Qianqian has excellent grades, so why not let her continue her studies? Even if your family isn't well off, you can still apply for a government scholarship, which won't cost your family a penny. Mu Qianqian is a typical bully who shows off in front of his family but doesn't dare to say a word in front of outsiders. You don't know her family's situation. She has an older brother waiting to get married and a younger brother waiting to go to school. They all need money, right? We've raised her until she's grown up. Isn't it her duty to get married early and give back to the family? A young female teacher wearing glasses crossed her arms and asked, "Who are you going to let her marry? Isn't it that lame old man?" Mu Qianqian lied with his eyes wide open. He is a little old, but he is an honest and decent man. Qianqian is blind, so marrying him is not a disadvantage. The female teacher cursed inwardly, "Old beast," and sarcastically said, "If you think he's honest and decent, why don't you marry him yourself? Why do you have to push your daughter into the fire pit?" When Li Xiu and Fang Yangran heard this, they both gave thumbs up and felt very happy. The school teachers are more sensible than these ignorant and vicious people. The female teacher adjusted her glasses and continued, "I see that you and your wife both have hands and feet, and you have an older son. You could have worked hard to support yourselves. Why did you have to sacrifice Mu Qianqian? She's a very intelligent child. If she can't pay her tuition, as a teacher, I'm willing to pay it all. If you dare to bother her again, I'll call the police and have you all arrested." Mu Qianqian glared at her viciously, "Why did you arrest us? You're selling your daughter for the bride price, so why can't you be arrested?" The Mu couple and the old man didn't dare to say a word. Mu Qianqian felt guilty for a moment and lowered his head in panic. They can't call the police. If the incident is discovered, their family will be ruined. School is a place for learning, not for you to cause trouble. If you dare to cause trouble again, the security team will send them directly to the police station. Yes. The Mu couple and the lame old man were kicked out directly. Mu's mother's arm was broken and the old man's teeth were knocked out. The two of them were in so much pain that they could hardly walk and were filled with hatred. There were many students watching the fun at the school gate, pointing and talking at them. Who are these people? They came to the school and beat people up. Are there any laws? I don't know, but it looks like they've been taught a lesson. They deserved it. If you ask me, they didn't hit me hard enough. You didn't see how ferocious they were just now. Breaking an arm is the least of their worries. Mu Qianqian felt embarrassed and hurriedly pulled his mother out. Okay, stop being so hypocritical. It's just a broken arm. Just go back and lie down for a couple of days. When he happened to pull Mu's mother's wound. She screamed in pain again, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. The door was in chaos, but Mu Qianqian didn't know it yet. She thanked the female teacher who had just helped her. "Thank you for speaking for me." "You're welcome. I was asked to do this. My last name is He Ting. You can call me teacher He or sister He Ting from now on. Entrusted by someone." 58, Chapter 58, Uncle's Tenderness. He Ting blinked mysteriously, "I can't tell you this for now. But don't worry, I have no ill will towards you. No matter what happens in the future, you can always come to me." Mu Qianqian was very grateful, "Thank you, and thank you to the person who helped me behind the scenes." After she left, He Ting sent a message to Fu Sihan. "That little girl's parents came to cause trouble for her, and I've already helped you solve it. But to be on the safe side, you still have to take action. The He family and the Fu family are old friends. Once, the He family was in trouble, and thanks to Fu Sihan's help, the family property was saved. Ever since Mu Qianqian almost got into trouble last time, Fu Sihan was worried that someone in the school would target her again, so he asked He Ting to look after Mu Qianqian for him. After the meeting, Fu Sihan saw this message and immediately frowned. He called He Ting and asked anxiously, "Is Qianqian injured?" Anyone could hear the anxiety in the man's voice. "No, don't worry. That little girl is very lucky. She has two friends who sincerely protect her, so she didn't suffer too much." Fu Sihan's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. The assistants and secretaries all lowered their heads and dared not say a word. Ever since Mr. Fu took charge of the Fu family, he has always kept his emotions secret, and rarely has he been like this now, barely able to conceal his murderous intent and hostility. It seems that this time, President Fu is really angry. I wonder who has such great ability to affect Mr. Fu's mood. On their way back to Mingyuan community, Fu Xihan had a gloomy face. When I got home, I thought I would see the little girl crying secretly, but unexpectedly, she was sitting on the sofa watching TV as usual. Of course, she couldn't see, so she could only hear. "Uncle, you're back." Hearing the familiar footsteps, Mu Qianqian called out sweetly. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but the uncle's footsteps seemed a little more chaotic than usual. Fu Xihan frowned and strode towards her. Seeing the redness and swelling on her cheek, Fu Xihan felt as if he was stabbed, and his fist hanging at his side suddenly clenched. Fu Xihan's eyes were scarlet, which was extremely terrifying. "Did someone bully you?" Mu Qianqian shook her head and tried hard to force a smile. "No, I'm doing fine." Fu Xihan looked at her steadily. "Qianqian, no matter what grievances you've suffered, you can tell me. You forgot, this is your home." Countless regrets surged in Mu Qianqian's heart. "I felt wronged and my eyes felt sore." She didn't dare tell her uncle that she had such a family. She was afraid that the uncle would look down on her background after knowing it. Really, I'm fine." Fu Xihan grabbed her shoulders and held them tightly. "Mu Qianqian, I am your husband." The warmth from his palm continuously flowed into Mu Qianqian's heart. Mu Qianqian's emotions found a breakthrough and collapsed instantly, and all the pretended strength was shattered. Tears streamed down her eyes, and she sobbed and said, "I'm sorry, uncle, I haven't told you that I actually have a very bad family. My parents only like my older brother and my younger brother, not me. They want to marry me to an old cripple in exchange for a betrothal gift." "Did they come to see you today?" Mu Qianqian nodded with sobs. "Yes, they want to take me back to marry. But I don't want to go back with them." The little girl's shoulders were shaking from crying, her nose was red, and she looked extremely pitiful. Even though she was the one crying, Fu Xihan felt as if his heart was being tugged at, and the pain was even worse than his own suffering. "What's going on?" Before Fu Xihan had time to think, he instinctively opened his arms and hugged her. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." His embrace is so warm, giving me a sense of security. Mu Qianqian did not dare to indulge in this warmth. The better the uncle treated her, the more inferior she felt. Mu Qianqian asked cautiously and uncertainly, "Uncle, will you leave me?" Fu Xihan's face darkened. "What nonsense are you talking about? In their Fu family, there has never been any divorce, only widowhood. As long as Mu Qianqian is alive, she is destined to be his wife for life. But a family like mine would be a burden to you. They are rude and unreasonable, greedy and selfish, and they drag you down." It is precisely because of her inferiority complex about her background that Mu Qianqian never dares to give her heart to others. With a family like hers, she is not worthy of falling in love with anyone. But what Mu Qianqian didn't know was that falling in love was something that couldn't be controlled just by wanting to. Don't let your imagination run wild. They are who they are, and you are you. You can't choose your background, so you don't have to feel inferior because of them. I will take care of this matter." Fu Xihan ruffled her hair, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. "Go wash your face and I'll help you apply the medicine." Does it still hurt?" Mu Qianqian shook her head firmly. "It doesn't hurt. Compared to the beatings she had suffered before, this injury was nothing." However, Fu Xihan still carefully applied the ointment to her. "It would be bad if there were scars on my face." He didn't care, but he was worried that the girl would feel uncomfortable because she loved beauty. After applying the medicine, Mu Qianqian grabbed Fu Xihan's sleeve. "Uncle, do you think I'm too heartless? I'm not even filial to my own parents." Fu Xihan said in a deep voice, "No. Not everyone is worthy of being a parent. These two scumbag parents of the Mu family are not worthy of being Qianqian's parents." According to his previous investigation, Mu Qianqian not only had to cook for the family in her original home, but also had to brush shoes and wash clothes for her brothers in the middle of winter, and her fingers were so cold that they turned red. Their whole family treated her like a slave and beat her to vent their anger when they were in a bad mood. In the past, Mu Qianqian ate leftovers every day and was almost never full. That's why when Fu Xihan first met her, he thought she was so thin that she looked like a miner. The little girl stayed with him for a long time, and finally gained some weight, but compared with her peers, she was still too thin. Fu Xihan decided to hire a nutritionist to help Mu Qianqian take good care of her body. Mu Qianqian leaned in his arms with peace of mind, absorbing the warmth from his body with attachment. Uncle, you are so kind to me. Now I believe that what the fortune teller said is true. What did Grandma say? When I graduated from high school, I met a blind fortune teller. She said I had suffered all the hardships I was supposed to endure in this life, and from now on, only good things awaited me. She was admitted to her ideal university and married a man who treated her so well. No matter how bad her family background is, the uncle is willing to stay with her. Where can she find such a good man? For Mu Qianqian, is this just living a good life? Fu Sihan curled his lips and nodded at the tip of her nose in agreement. Mother-in-law is right. Fu Sihan has always scoffed at metaphysics. If someone who knows him heard what he said, they would probably be shocked. In order to comfort his little crybaby, Mr. Fu even abandoned his own principles. Mu Qianqian took off her coat and a handful of leaf fragments fell out of her pocket. 59, Chapter 59, Unexpected Spring. Mu Qianqian tilted her head. Uncle, what did you say? Why are there a bunch of broken leaves in your pocket? Mu Qianqian suddenly widened her eyes and scratched her slightly hot cheek. That was. I tore it up for fun. Fu Sihan looked at the leaves in his hand and frowned. While attending class, you can also play with leaves. Is she a college student or an elementary school student? Why does she still act like a child? Focus on the class and don't do anything naughty. Fu Sihan poured out all the leaves and threw them into the trash can. Mu Qianqian said, shyly. If the uncle knew that she was stupid enough to use leaves to divine his heart, I guess she would die of laughter. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Why did she care so much about the uncle's affairs? In the second bedroom, Mu Qianqian was talking on the phone with Li Siyu. Qianqian, does your husband know about your family's situation? Does he dislike you? Li Siyu made up her mind that if Mu Qianqian's husband showed any dislike for her, she would unconditionally support Mu Qianqian's divorce. Her best friend cannot bear any injustice. Mu Qianqian sat cross-legged on the bed and nodded. He already knows. Does he look down on you because of this? No, he said I don't need to feel inferior because of my background. They are them, and I am me. Li Siyu breathed a sigh of relief. He's quite good. It's rare to find such a responsible man. If it were ordinary men, they would either doubt Mu Qianqian's character because of the greed and laziness of Mu's parents, or he would worry that the Mu family is a nest of vampires and be afraid of being dragged down, so he hurriedly got rid of Mu Qianqian, this burden. Fortunately, Mu Qianqian's husband is not that kind of person. Mu Qianqian smiled sweetly. Well, uncle is very nice to me. Your husband is older and more caring. At least is much better than those little boys in our school, har har har. Yes. But Qianqian, did your family know any news recently? Why did they suddenly come to the school to look for you? Mu Qianqian shook her head. I don't know either. She originally thought that she had escaped from that devil's den and could live a new life. But the sudden appearance of her parents shattered her fantasy during this period. How did they find their way to the school? I wonder if there's someone behind this. Li Siyu raged. If I catch him, I'll beat him to a pulp. With Li Siyu's words, Mu Qianqian felt safe. Siyu, please don't do it again. I'm afraid you'll hurt someone and it will get you into trouble. Don't worry about that. I know what I'm doing. But who would be the one who asked teacher he to take care of me? I don't know either. Mu Qianqian thought about it all night but couldn't figure out who it could be. Forget it, I'll think about it later. At this moment, the Mu family. Mother Mu let her hair down, covered her arm in pain, and cursed. I don't know what that bitch is capable of. I think she's been having a very comfortable life lately. Mu Qianqian had changed so much during this meeting. She was wearing bright new clothes, her skin was as white and tender as a peeled egg, and she was very elegant, even more noble than their landlord's daughter. How could a young girl like her get so much money? Boss Mu complained, Mom, I've been outside all day and you're just giving me pickles. Mu's father scolded him, you don't even know how to wash the dishes. They've become smelly. Mu Lauer also kicked the door angrily, why didn't you wash my shoes for me? I need to wear them tomorrow. Damn it, how many times have I told you? The three members of the family were all blaming Mu's mother for having a broken arm. Mu's mother didn't dare to say a harsh word in front of the three men in the family. My arm isn't working properly, so you guys should just make something for yourselves. I'll do these chores again when my arm is better. It's all that little bitch's fault. If she hadn't run away, would the house be in such a mess? Boss Mu threw down his chopsticks and said angrily, "Why don't we just call the police and bring Mu Qianqian back? Why go through so much trouble? If Mu Qianqian is not brought back, who will do all their housework?" His dirty clothes and smelly socks were piled up like a mountain, and no one helped him wash them. "You can't call the police." Father Mu suddenly said this loudly, shocking everyone in the family. Boss Mu didn't understand. "Why didn't you call the police? Even if the police came, Mu Qianqian is registered in our household registration. Wouldn't it be easy to capture her? Anyway, you can't call the police. If anyone dares to call the police and I find out, I'll break their legs." Father Mu's eyes were fierce, like an enraged hyena, and no one dared to refute him. "If you don't want to report it, then don't report it." Boss Mu Chenghui said this, but a calculation flashed in his eyes. He always felt that his parents were hiding something from him. But he is already in his 20s, has never been in a relationship, and his family can't afford to buy a house. If he delays any longer, he will become an old bachelor who is laughed at by everyone. He can't wait. Fu Sihan knocked on the door of the second bedroom and said, "Give me your household registration booklet." Mu Qianqian came over sleepily to open the door and rubbed her eyes. "Uncle, what do you want my household registration book for? Give it to me first, and I'll tell you later." "Oh, okay." Mu Qianqian trusted him completely and unconditionally. She yawned and went back to their house to look for her household registration book. "Uncle, this is for you." Fu Sihan was hesitant to take it. His deep gaze fixed on her round shoulders. The little girl had just woken up in the morning and was a little dazed, with a cute and adorable expression. She was wearing a thin nightgown, the straps of which had slipped down, revealing her soft white shoulders. The elusive charm is the most alluring. "Uncle." Mu Qianqian called him in confusion. Fu Sihan cleared his throat and shifted his burning gaze away from her. "Well, bring it here." After he left, Mu Qianqian closed the door and was about to change clothes. Only then did she realize that the straps of her nightgown were almost sliding down to her elbows. "Oh my God! That is how she appeared in front of me just now." It seems like she accidentally exposed herself. Mu Qianqian was so embarrassed that she tapped her toes on the ground. She really wanted to go back a few minutes and put her pajamas back on. When the uncle sees her like this, will he think she is frivolous? There was another knock on the door. "Why don't you come out to eat?" Mu Qianqian then realized that she had been struggling here for a long time. I'm coming right away." She walked out of the house slowly, feeling embarrassed and shy. While eating, Mu Qianqian felt uncomfortable all over and always felt that the uncle looked at her strangely. Although she was now dressed properly, she was still bothered by the exposure she experienced this morning. Chapter 60, Household Registration Transfer. Fu Sihan stared at the absent-minded little girl and asked in a deep voice. "No class today." Mu Qianqian was caught and sat up straight with a start. Go. Fu Sihan frowned. "Why don't you eat quickly?" "Oh." Mu Qianqian quickly threw away the mess in her mind, ate a few mouthfuls of rice quickly, put on her little yellow duck backpack and went out. What she didn't know was that as soon as she appeared at the school gate, a tail followed her. Mu Chenghui stared at the pretty figure in front of him, and could hardly believe that such a beautiful girl was his sister. When did this girl become so fair and tender? Mu Chenghui originally wanted to take advantage of the crowds of people and sneak into the university behind others to take Mu Qianqian away. But the security booth is not a vegetarian. "Stop. Where's your student card?" Mu Chenghui chuckled twice and said, "I forgot to bring it." "If you forget to bring it, go back and get it. You won't be allowed in without your card." Mu Chenghui was driven out in disgrace and could only stand outside the campus and watch. This one do. He still took leave and ran away. Every day wasted is a day's wages wasted. Mu Chenghui squatted on the side of the road and smoked a cigarette. The more he thought about it, the more impatient he became. "Never mind, let us call the police first." Mu Chenghui went to the police station and, tearfully, told the officer, "My sister was deceived by a man. She's been hanging out outside all day and never comes home. She doesn't even answer my phone calls. Officer, can you help me contact her? Mu Qianqian looks old and seems to be in his 30s. The police were speechless when being called uncle by someone so old. Let me check for you. Your sister's household registration was moved away a long time ago. Impossible. Why not? See for yourself if you don't believe me. Mu Qianqian glanced at the screen and saw that there were originally 5 people in his family's household registration book, but now there are only 4 left. Mu Qianqian's page is gone. What's going on? Someone has handled the procedures for transferring her household registration. She is no longer a member of your family. Therefore, we cannot disclose her information to you. Mu Qianqian asked hurriedly, where was her household registration moved to? This is personal privacy and we cannot disclose it to you. But this is my biological sister. Our whole family is going crazy looking for her. Mu Qianqian asked anxiously. He took a special leave to do this just to bring Mu Qianqian back home as soon as possible so that she could work for the family and could also be used as a betrothal gift to buy him a house. As a result, I worked hard for half a day, but in the end I got nothing. I'm sorry, but we can't tell you. Even if Mu Qianqian's household registration was just moved to an ordinary person's home, they would not reveal her information to Mu Qianqian. What's more, their household registration book where she is now is not something that ordinary people dare to touch. You must be mistaken. Hurry and bring that little girl back to me. Do you want me to be single forever? Mu Qianqian was so anxious that he started to throw a tantrum without caring about anything. People doing business at the nearby windows all moved away, fearing that they would be harassed by this madman. His disrupting public service, kick him out. Mu Qianqian was held by the arm and thrown out. He pounded the ground hard, gritting his teeth in hatred. This damn bitch even dared to secretly transfer her household registration and even gave up her own home. I really raised her for nothing. Hiss. The stone pierced into Mu Qianqian's fist, causing him to look so painful that his face twisted and he rolled on the ground holding his hands. In the evening, Fu Xihan came to pick up Mu Qianqian and returned the household registration book to her. This is the Mu family's household registration book. It will be of no use to you in the future. Mu Qianqian grabbed the backpack strap and asked in confusion, Uncle, why is this happening? Your household registration is no longer in the Mu family. Then where is my household registration? Fu Xihan curled his lips, of course it's with your husband. Now, Mu Qianqian is on the same household registration book as him. He is her head of household. When Mu Qianqian heard this, her heart started pounding. She felt a little embarrassed and said angrily, Uncle, why didn't you tell me in advance? Why? You don't want to. This is the Fu family's household registration book. Many celebrities in Bay City have been trying their best to have their names on it. This little girl is so good, why is she still reluctant? No, Mu Qianqian shook her head and denied it, hesitating, I just felt it was too sudden, a bit unexpected. Fu Xihan sneered. Little girl, it seems you haven't gotten used to the fact that you are already married. Mu Qianqian blushed and stammered, I'll get used to it slowly. Do you still have this household registration book? I don't want it anymore. She no longer wanted to have anything to do with the Mu family. Then throw it away. There happened to be a trash can on the side of the road, so Mu Qianqian threw the Mu family's household registration book into it. Garbage should go where garbage belongs. From now on, you will have nothing to do with the Mu family. If they dare to cause trouble for you again, just tell me. With the uncle's words, Mu Qianqian felt much more at ease. Now that she has grown up, there is finally someone to protect her from the wind and rain and provide her with a roof over her head. Mu Qianqian smiled and said, okay. Lu Yunxiang called the Mu family. Didn't I tell you to take Mu Qianqian's husband with you to cause trouble? What are you doing? Why is there no movement at school? She had been waiting for several days, but there was no news of Mu Qianqian being expelled. Not even a single rumor had spread around the school. It was as if someone was secretly helping Mu Qianqian and suppressing all the negative news about her. Who has such great ability? Mu's mother smiled apologetically, Miss, please wait patiently for 2 more days. Her father and I are still discussing what to do about this matter. That bitch is very stubborn, and I don't know who is backing her up. She doesn't even listen to us. In the past, Mu Qianqian was timid and didn't dare to say a word when she was bullied. Recently, he seems to have become a completely different person. He is determined not to go home and is indifferent to the threats from the Mu family. I don't know who gave her the confidence. I don't care what means you use. Get her out of Bay City right now and marry someone. Don't let her appear in front of me again. Otherwise, you won't get a penny of the remaining money. After Lu Yunxiang said these vicious words, she hung up the phone in frustration. At this moment, the servant came over to report, Miss Ji Yuqingyu is here to see you. Whisper came to see me. Lu Yunxiang quickly ordered people to put makeup on her and dress her up, so as not to be outdone by her sisters. Ji Yuqingyu rushed in, I'm so angry. What's wrong? Lu Yunxiang smiled gently and pretended to be concerned. 61, Chapter 61, Stealing a Man. Who is it? How shameless to snatch your fiancée from Qingyu. She's just a cheap girl from the countryside. She's so poor she can't even pay her tuition and has to work to earn money. Ji Yuqingyu said disdainfully. But such a country bumpkin actually courts Ai Hanzai? How could she not hate it? At this time, Lu Yunxiang didn't know that the person Ji Yuqingyu was talking about was Mu Qianqian, whom she was going to deal with. Don't be too angry. Maybe Mr. Fu just feels that she's new and interesting and doesn't really like her. If he really likes her, why doesn't he make it public in the circle? Her words touched Ji Yuqingyu's heart. That's right, wait until Saihan gets tired of playing for 2 days, and then I'll show you how I'll deal with her. Lu Yunxiang asked, You didn't deal with that girl? That's not like your character. I would like to deal with her, but Saihan protects that woman so well that I can't find a chance to do anything. Some time ago, I was detained because of this bitch. My elders punished me by grounding me and even forbade me from going to school. Ji Yuqingyu took advantage of her family's absence today, shook off the bodyguards who were watching her, and sneaked out. Oh, by the way, Yunxiang, why are you also grounded? I heard you had a fight with your brother? Why? Lu Yunxiang's eyes flickered, and she felt a little guilty. Nothing, just a small matter that caused my brother to have some misunderstandings about me. She was under house arrest because she was so bold as to plot against the Fu family, which angered Mr. Lu Yunbai. But Lu Yunxiang naturally couldn't tell Ji Yuqingyu the truth about this matter. After all, Ji Yuqingyu's obsession with Fu Sihan was well known to everyone. If she knew that she also had feelings for Fu Sihan, she would definitely disregard her best friend's feelings and turn her back on him. Lu Yunxiang didn't dare to mess with this madman. Just because of a little misunderstanding, they grounded you? Why is Mr. Lu so strict? Your parents don't care about him. Lu Yunxiang panicked and quickly found an excuse. My parents can't take care of the family matters. Ji Yuqingyu curled her lips. I know they've already given up everything to find your sister. I just don't understand why they would leave you, their eldest daughter, in front of them and instead look for a little girl who doesn't know how to live or die. Maybe your sister is already dead. Yunxiang, I'm speaking frankly, don't take it to heart. Ji Yuqingyu relied on the Ji family's status in the circle and was as arrogant as a peacock. This was not the first or second time she had spoken like this. Although she is Lu Yunxiang's good friend, she is not. Know Lu Yunxiang's true origins. In the eyes of outsiders, Lu Yunxiang is the eldest daughter of the Lu family, and the one who went missing is the youngest daughter of the Lu family. Lu Yunxiang lowered her head. It's okay. I know you don't mean anything else. But it's best not to say these things in front of my parents. I'm afraid they'll be sad. Ji Yuqingyu sneered and fiddled with her sharp nails. You are just too kind-hearted. You don't fight for anything. If I had a sister who was stranded away, I definitely wouldn't want her to come back and take away my love. Lu Yunxiang covered her chest, looking weak and pitiful, but in fact she was pretending. Alas, she is my biological sister after all. I feel bad when I think about her suffering outside. Don't be sad. If she's lucky, she'll be found sooner or later. If she's unlucky, you can't blame her. You can only blame her own bad luck. A ruthless light flashed across Ji Yuqingyu's eyes. She doesn't care about blood ties. Her father has been having affairs with many women outside and has given birth to several illegitimate sons and daughters to divide the family property. Ji Yuqingyu gets annoyed when she sees those bitches. She wants to kill them all. By the way, Qingyu, what's the name of that bitch you were talking about? I checked, her name is Mu Qianqian. With a crash sound. What's wrong? Ji Yuqingyu asked impatiently. It's okay, I accidentally knocked over the tea. Lu Yinxiang tried her best to remain calm on the surface, but her hands hidden under the table had already been clenched together tightly. It's her? How could she be related to Mr. Fu? No wonder the University of Finance and Economics is so peaceful now, and there is no rumor that is unfavorable to Mu Qianqian. It turns out, the big boss behind this girl is actually the head of the Fu Group. Ji Yuqingyu's face twisted with jealousy. This bitch has some foxy tricks. It's obvious she's a seducer. I think Saihan really cares about her. He's never been so gentle to a woman before. Don't worry, Whisper, I will help you deal with her. We are good friends after all. Thank you, Yunxiang. I don't trust anyone else, I only trust you. After all, you're not interested in Saihan, right? Lu Yunxiang's smile didn't reach her eyes. Yes, he is the man you like. Why would I compete with you for him? After Ji Yuqingyu left, Lu Yunxiang immediately called the Mu family and told them not to act rashly. Lu Yunxiang thought she had kept the car accident secret. But I didn't expect it to be found out so quickly. She didn't dare to underestimate the strength of the Fu family. Even if she wanted to take action against Mu Qianqian, she had to be more cautious and not attack rashly. Otherwise, it will bring her a catastrophe. Sharp's fate serves as a lesson for her. However, the Mu family is determined to capture Mu Qianqian and sell her for betrothal gifts, so how could they possibly listen to her? I hadn't been to Yuncheng Hotel for a few days. When Mu Qianqian went there again, everyone was gathered together chatting. Wow, Yenru, you look so beautiful today. Are you going on a date with Master Yi? Wang Yenru shook her hair and said shyly, no, don't talk nonsense. Oh, you're blushing. You must be dating Master Yi. You haven't been seen for the past few days. If not Master Yi, who else could you be dating? Wang Yenru smiled shyly and did not deny it. Young Master Yi doesn't like to be too high profile, so please keep it a secret for me first. Everyone started to make a fuss. Wang Yenru enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. Even though she knew it was fake, her vanity was still greatly satisfied. Mu Qianqian passed by and didn't want to talk to her, but Wang Yenru didn't intend to let her go. I was on a date with Master Yi that day, and Qianqian was there too. But Qianqian was thrown out by Master Yi's assistant, and she was covered in mud. I was going to plead for her, but Master Yi was angry, and there was nothing I could do. You mean last week, right? I saw it that day too. Mu Qianqian's work clothes were all dirty when she came back from the garden. I asked her, and she said she fell down. I didn't expect that she was kicked out by Master Yi. TSK, so that's how it is. If I were her, I would have been too embarrassed to come to work. She lost face so badly, but she's still acting like nothing happened. How shameless. For a moment, everyone looked at Mu Qianqian with a somewhat subtle look. Mu Qianqian came here just to earn some money part-time. As for other things, she didn't care much and was too lazy to explain. During the break, she and Yu Wanqing sat in the garden and talked. Qianqian, I've been worried lately. What's wrong, Wanqing? What happened to you? Yu Wanqing sat on the steps with her chin in her hand, looking distressed. 62, Chapter 62 Kidnapping. Mu Qianqian smiled gently, don't you want to marry the young master of the Lu family? Yu Wanqing curled her lips, it's not that I don't want to marry him, it's that I don't want to marry anyone. She picked up a stone unhappily and threw it into the pool in front of her, splashing a lot of water. Just in time, it splashed onto the feet of the person who came. Yu Wanqing looked up and saw her brother's gentle and handsome face. Brother, you're here. Yu Wanqing quickly stood up and brushed off the dirt on her body. Miss Yi is fearless, even her parents can't control her, but she is only afraid of her brother. Qianqian, my brother is here. Yu Wanqing pulled Mu Qianqian and reminded her in a low voice. Mu Qianqian greeted him politely, hello, Master Yi. Yi Xianlin nodded in response, hello, Miss Mu. Then, he looked at his disappointing sister and asked, what did you say? You don't want to get married. Yu Wanqing hid behind Mu Qianqian and retorted in a low voice, I just don't want to get married. Yi Xianlin narrowed his narrow eyes and looked at her calmly. Yu Wanqing was startled and quickly said, I'm still young. Can't I just live a carefree life for 2 more years? Qianqian isn't married yet. I'll get married the same day she gets married. Mu Qianqian blinked her eyes. She didn't expect that she would become Yu Wanqing's shield for refusing marriage. But she is already married. It's just that Wanqing doesn't he know. This is an engagement made by our elders. You can't refuse it just because you want to. Yi Xianlin, still wearing his Chinese robe, turned around and left in a dashing manner. Cherish your free days now. After hearing his last words, Yi Wanqing hugged Mu Qianqian and wailed. Oh my god! Someone please save me. Mu Qianqian patted her hand and comforted her with a smile. Don't worry, Wanqing, maybe the situation is not that bad. She believes that good people will be rewarded. Wanqing is such a good person, she will definitely have a smooth life. That day, Mu Qianqian went to the supermarket and bought a bag of cat food. There are several stray cats in the school, and they are all starving to the point of being skin and bones. When Mu Qianqian thought of them, she thought of her past self, so since she had no classes today, she went to the supermarket to buy a bag of cat food and planned to feed the cats at school. But before she even reached the school, something unexpected happened. A man jumped out from the corner, covered her mouth and pulled her back. Mu Qianqian was horrified and frantically tried to grab his hand, but couldn't break free. She was dragged by the man and directly into the van. Drive away. The driver looked back frantically and was almost scared to death. You only said you were helping transport the goods, but how did you kidnap someone? He was just a van hauler and didn't want to be involved in any kidnapping case. What are you afraid of? This is my sister. She disobeyed her family and ran away from her marriage. I'm taking her home to get married. Just drive. I'll pay you triple the travel expenses later. The driver was skeptical. Is she really your sister? How could I possibly lie to you? Who would dare to kidnap someone in broad daylight? The person who kidnapped Mu Qianqian was Mu Chenghui, the eldest son of the Mu family. Although Lu Yinxiang had called before and told them not to take action for the time being. But Mu Chenghui was like a hyena that had smelled meat. How could he bear to let 200,000 yuan run away? As long as he could capture his sister and marry her, he would have the 200,000 yuan. He has never been able to make it in his life, so he's relying on these 200,000 yuan to live a carefree life. Mu Chenghui said viciously, Mu Qianqian, tell the driver, am I your biological brother? Only Mu Qianqian knew that behind her, there was a sharp knife pressed against her heart. Mu Qianqian's blood almost froze. She didn't dare to bet whether Mu Chenghui, the madman, would attack her. She didn't dare take the risk. Mu Qianqian's face turned pale. Yes. See. She's my biological sister. Just drive without worry. Nothing will happen. If 3 times the fare doesn't work, I'll give you 5 times the fare. Drive straight to Marjir village. I'll drop her off at her husband's house and leave. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror, and finally, tempted by greed, stepped on the accelerator. Mu Chenghui held a knife in one hand and the other hand was bleeding, which was caused by Mu Qianqian just grabbing it. Damn it, you bitch, you dare to scratch me. When you marry Marchese, I'll see how he will deal with you. Mu Chenghui's cell phone rang, and he picked it up and put it to his ear. Hey, Marchese. Why are you in such a hurry? I'll send the person over to you right away. Have you prepared the betrothal gifts? When the time comes, hand over the money and call for help. If you don't see the betrothal gifts, don't even think about marrying this wife. While he was on the phone, Mu Qianqian reached into her pocket and dialed the number of the emergency contact. Mu Qianqian pressed herself against the car door in fear, trembling. She prayed silently in her heart. Uncle must answer her call, must listen to what is going on, and must not reveal it. At the same time, Fu Sihan's phone screen lit up. He was holding a strategic meeting of the Fu Group. When his cell phone rang, the president of a branch company was still making a report. Fu Sihan frowned. Why would Qianqian call him at this time? He raised his hand, and the boss who was reporting immediately shut up, and the huge conference room fell into silence. Fu Sihan answered the phone and put it to his ear. But there was no girl's voice on the phone, but a man's disgusting and obscene voice. We can start setting up the banquet right away. I'll be at Mar village in over an hour. Don't worry, this girl is intact and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Hee Marchese, you are so lucky today. Be a good groom tonight, har ha har ha har har. When Fu Sihan heard these words, he immediately realized that Mu Qianqian was in trouble. A hint of viciousness flashed across his eyes. Fu Sihan didn't make a sound. He wrote a few words on a piece of paper while listening to the phone. Mu Qianqian's palms were sweating. She couldn't see the screen and didn't know whether the uncle answered her call. I hope he can hear. But Mu Qianqian knew in her heart that there was probably little hope. After all, when the uncle went out today, he said that he would be very busy today and might come back late. Mu Qianqian can only save herself. She fumbled for the door switch and pulled it twice, but there was no response. Mu Qianhui saw her movements and said viciously, "You want to jump out of the car? No way. The car door is locked, don't even think about escaping. Today you will marry Marchese obediently to avoid physical pain." Mu Qianqian's heart sank and she fell into deep despair. At the same time, Fu Sihan hurried out of the meeting room and handed the note he had just written to his assistant. Block all intersections leading out of Bay City, check the surveillance cameras near Mingyuan community, and find a place called Majir village. Yes. Fu Sihan's expression was cold and cruel, with scarlet blood in his eyes. Anyone who dares to touch a hair on the little girl will be killed. Mr. Fu, we found out. There's a van with license plate number XXXX that's been parked near Mingyuan community for a long time and is now heading towards Majir village. The surveillance footage shows that a man seems to have kidnapped a woman and put her in the van. Intercept immediately. Yes. I'll get someone there right away. The van was about to drive out of Bay City. Mu Qianhui seemed to have already seen 200,000 red cash waving in front of him. After all, my parents are old and timid in doing things, and they don't have his courage. Isn't he this easy to achieve? But just when he was getting carried away, dozens of black luxury cars came speeding and surrounded the van. What's going on? Why don't they take such a wide road? Why do they have to block our way? The driver trembled all over, having a bad feeling. I don't know. The doors of the luxury cars opened in unison. Dozens of bodyguards in black got out of the car and surrounded the van. 63, Chapter 63. The uncle gets angry. As soon as Mu Qianhui saw Fu Sihan's aura, he knew that he was not an ordinary person. After all, Mu Qianhui also works as a security guard in a large company. He occasionally meets some upper-class people and can naturally see the difference between them and ordinary people. Mu Qianhui patted the driver's shoulder and said, "Go down and check the situation first." The driver opened the car door and fell out of the driving seat, rolling and crawling. He asked tremblingly, What are you going to do?" Fu Sijan's stern eye swept across the back seat of the van and saw Mu Qianhui sitting in the back, and the little girl who was huddled in fear. Mu Qianqian seems to be fine for the time being. Fu Sihan's heart, which had been hanging in the air all the way, finally relaxed a little. Assistant Wang said, "Have everyone in your car get out. Our president's house was burglarized, and we suspect you are the thieves. It's unfair. I'm just a hauler. How could I possibly steal anything? You didn't steal it. Are you sure the people in your car didn't steal it either? Ask them to get out and check." The driver returned to the van and told Mu Qianhui about the situation. Mu Qianhui said viciously, "Someone stole something, how did they find out about us? What bad luck." However, when he learned that the other party was not targeting Mu Qianqian, he somewhat relaxed his vigilance. The driver advised him, "Just get off. There are so many of them. If we finish the inspection sooner, we can leave sooner." Mu Qianhui threatened Mu Qianqian, "Be careful. If I hear you say something you shouldn't, I'll cut your face. Do you understand?" "I heard it." All three people in the van got out. Assistant Wang ordered, "Search the three of them." Hearing this familiar voice, Mu Qianqian subconsciously looked up. Could it be that the uncle came to save her? Thinking of this possibility, Mu Qianqian's breathing became faster. She looked at the man in the middle of the crowd. That tall and straight figure looks almost exactly like the uncle. Could it be him? Several bodyguards in black came forward and pretended to search the three of them. When he walked to Mu Qianhui, the bodyguard suddenly attacked, grabbed his wrist and twisted it hard. With a crack, the bone broke. The dagger hidden in the sleeve fell to the ground with a bang. Mu Qianhui wailed in pain and turned pale with fear. What are you going to do? What are you doing? You dare to kidnap someone in broad daylight. You are so bold. Assistant Wang scolded coldly. Who said I was kidnapped? What evidence do you have? Save these words for the police. Fu Sihan stretched out his hand towards Mu Qianqian. Hand, shallow. Uncle, it's you. Mu Qianqian raised a bright smile, ran towards Fu Sihan, and flew into his arms like a little butterfly. She hugged Fu Sihan's neck, feeling terrified. I was scared to death just now. Fu Sihan patted her back and comforted her, don't be afraid, I'm here. Mu Qianqian leaned in his arms, smelling the familiar scent of agarwood on him, and her nervous heartbeat gradually slowed down. Uncle, aren't you very busy today? How come you have time to answer my call? Fu Sihan said in a deep voice, if it wasn't urgent, you wouldn't call me so easily. So even if he was in an important meeting, he would answer her call without hesitation. Hearing this answer, Mu Qianqian felt warm in her heart. She praised sincerely, Uncle, you are so smart. The uncle not only immediately realized her situation, but also didn't make a sound during the call. He also pretended to lose something and searched her body to let Mu Qianhui down, thus successfully rescuing her. Mu Qianqian's simple compliment pleased Fu Sihan greatly, and he raised his lips in a good mood. The next second, Mu Qianqian's body suddenly flew into the air and was picked up horizontally by someone. Mu Qianqian subconsciously hugged Fu Sihan's neck, Uncle. Hold me. Fu Sihan's calm voice rang in his ears. Mu Qianqian hugged him tightly and was carried to the back seat of the luxury car. Her cheeks flushed and felt slightly hot. Mu Qianqian naturally felt embarrassed when being carried into the car in front of so many people. Wait here for a moment. Heir. Mu Qianqian nodded obediently. Fu Sihan ruffled her hair, took off his expensive watch and placed it in her palm. Mu Qianqian sat in the car and waited quietly. The hands on the dial were ticking, but the uncle had not come back yet. What did the uncle do? 10 minutes later, Fu Sihan returned to the car. Uncle, you seem to smell of blood. Mu Qianqian frowned and smelled a faint smell of blood in the air. Really? You smelled it wrong. Fu Sihan said in a cold voice. Help me put on my watch. Mu Qianqian put the watch in her hand back on his thin wrist. The cold watch was warmed up by her. Mu Qianqian's small hand also fell into the big palm and was wrapped in his warm and rough palm. Let's go. Fu Sihan ordered calmly. The driver was terrified. Battlefield driving. Assistant Wang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also had a strange expression on his face, and his attitude was more cautious than usual. After all, Mr. Fu's performance just now was really beyond their expectations. Since taking over the Fu family, President Fu had rarely been so angry. In fact, outsiders' evaluation of his cold-bloodedness mostly came from the relentless infighting in the business world. But this time, President Fu actually took action himself, and he was not gentle. That Mu Qianhui is almost ruined. Recalling the scene just now, Assistant Wang couldn't help but shudder. Mr. Fu seems to be too concerned about Miss Mu. I don't know whether it is good or bad. Mu Qianqian asked about Mu Qinghui's fate, and Fu Sihan said calmly, he will never appear again. He didn't want to tell her the rest of the story, so Mu Qianqian naturally had no way of knowing. I was going out to feed the stray cats, but it's all his fault. I lost all the cat food I just bought. Mu Qianqian sat on the sofa, feeling extremely distressed. Her face is white and tender, and her lips are pink and plump, making people want to rub them. Fu Sihan couldn't help but reach out and pinch her face. If you lose it, buy it again. But that bag of cat food cost hundreds of dollars, and I didn't feed any of it. Those stray cats didn't even get a single bite before it was lost. For Mu Qianqian, this amount of money was quite a bit. After all, her monthly living expenses used to be only a few dollars. Mu Qianqian angrily punched the pillow a few times. It's all Mu Qinghui's fault. It's all his fault. Fu Sihan rarely heard of money of this magnitude. Several hundred. He was stunned for 2 seconds before realizing that it was not tens of billions or millions, but just a few $100s. Fu Sihan smiled and said, just buy it next time. Don't get angry over such a small thing. Mu Qianqian puffed out her cheeks and spoke seriously. Uncle, it's not easy for you to earn money. I can't spend your money lavishly. Let's save a little bit, just in case. Fu Sihan asked, what in the future? Mu Qianqian counted on her fingers, her cheeks slightly red. When we have children in the future, we'll have more places to spend money. Fu Sihan was speechless. He has never had to worry about money since he was born, so Mu Qianqian's concerns have never been within his consideration. Uncle, I forgot to tell you before. Please stop buying me so many limited edition clothes. I already have enough clothes to wear. My closet is almost full. Fu Sihan said without thinking, then changed to a bigger wardrobe. Mu Qianqian was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. 64, Chapter 64. Accompanying my wife. Mu Qianqian hugged Fu Sihan's arm and said softly, Uncle, can we have a cat? There are so many stray cats in our school. They look so pitiful. Fu Sihan refused without hesitation, no. Mu Qianqian pouted in grievance, her eyebrows furrowed. Why? I don't like it. Fu Sihan said with a cold face. The real reason is that Mr. Fu is allergic to cat hair, so he can't keep one at all. Mu Qianqian was a little disappointed. Okay then, I won't raise it. She couldn't adopt the stray cats, so she had to buy some cat food and find opportunities to feed them. Mrs. Fu called and asked with concern, Sihan, have you taken Qianqian to the hospital? Not yet. It's been so long, why haven't you taken her to the hospital yet? You're such a careless husband. Qianqian has changed so much, and you haven't noticed. Fu Sihan had no choice but to follow the old man's wishes. I'll take her there tomorrow. That's about right. Mrs. Fu smiled. Don't be too busy with work during this period. Make time to spend with Qianqian. I understand. I'll listen to you. Mrs. Fu hung up the phone with relief. Only Fu Sihan was left worried. He knew what the old woman was expecting, but tomorrow's examination was bound to disappoint Mrs. Fu. He and Mu Qianqian have never slept together, so how can he give birth to a great-grandson for the old lady? The Mu family was in chaos at this time. Mu Qinghui's legs were broken, leaving him bedridden and needing care. He also lost his job and is now practically useless. After all, he was the one who kidnapped the child first, and as a kidnapper, he naturally didn't dare to call the police. What's more, the fear that man brought to him, and the sense of oppression from being a superior, made him unforgettable for the rest of his life, and he dared not even think of confronting him. How did that bitch Mu Qianqian end up with such a powerful man? Mu Qinghui had a premonition that from now on, Mu Qianqian and they might not be from the same world. They couldn't afford to mess with her. Why are you so impulsive? Can't you discuss this with your family first? Mu Qinghui was disheartened and sarcastically said, What are you discussing? You two have a secret that you are hiding and won't tell me, and you are reluctant to give me the 1 million. What do you want to discuss? We are just saving it for you first. How can we not give you this money? Sooner or later it will be yours. Mu's father was very disappointed with his son. Mu Qinghui said sarcastically, TSK, maybe you'll give it all to Cheng Yao and leave nothing for me. You've really lost your mind. Why are you making such a distinction between brothers? Mu Qinghui roared, I'm already this old, and I don't even have a partner. My relatives and friends all look down on me. How can I not be anxious? It's all because you, as parents, are incompetent and can't afford to buy me a house or a wife. Mu's mother wiped her tears secretly. Mu Qinghui spat on the ground. I just don't understand. I could have just called the police and had that girl arrested, and gotten 200,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. But you guys refused to agree and kept dragging it out until she moved her household registration. If you weren't nagging me, would I have taken such a risk? If you hadn't stopped me, I would have sent her to Marques's bed long ago. These 200,000 should have been mine. Mu Qinghui vented all his resentment on his parents. It's all my parents' fault for not being decisive enough, which caused the 200,000 yuan that was about to be in my hands to be lost. Father Mu smashed the hookah to the ground and shouted, What do you know? If you call the police to arrest that girl, your mother and I will have to go to jail. Who are you trying to scare? Why would the police arrest you? Mu's father's mind got hot. Of course it's because of Mu Qianqian. Boss. Mu's mother grabbed his arm in time and gave him a wink. Mu Chenggong quickly swallowed the words on his lips, his eyes vague and uncertain. This matter, you don't need to know. Just focus on recovering from your injuries. Your mother and I will worry about your marriage. When Mu Qianqian saved someone from blindness, they extorted 1 million from the Fu family. Now this money is just right for Mu Qinghui's leg treatment. What goes around comes around. Mu Qianqian was taken to the hospital by Fu Sihan and underwent a thorough physical examination. She didn't doubt it and thought it was just a routine checkup. Mu Qianqian sat on the hospital bed, chattering. Uncle, I have good news for you. There are no stray cats in our school anymore. They all have their own new homes. Fu Sihan, who was peeling an apple nearby, replied nonchalantly, Oh. I heard that a kind-hearted entrepreneur donated a lot of money and set up a cat-raising foundation. There are several cat kennels on the lawn of our school. People feed them meat and food every day, and people take them to the hospital when they are sick. Veterinary hospital. That's great. I didn't expect there would be such a kind entrepreneur. It's a pity I don't know his name, otherwise I would definitely thank him. Mu Qianqian didn't know at this time that this kind-hearted entrepreneur was right in front of her. Fu Sihan pinched a piece of apple and stuffed it into her mouth. Mu Qianqian ate from his hand, her cheeks bulging. She glanced toward the window and exclaimed in surprise, Ouch! What's wrong? Fu Sihan stood up immediately. Uncle, I seem to be able to see a little bit of color. Mu Qianqian pointed at the flowers outside the window and said in surprise, I saw small yellow flowers and green grass. There is always darkness in front of Mu Qianqian's eyes, and she almost forgets how beautiful this colorful world is. Her eyes finally began to recover. It won't be long before she can see the light again. Upon hearing this news, a hint of joy appeared in Fu Sihan's eyes. Don't look at strong light for too long, it's bad for your eyes. Yeah, I know. Mu Qianqian took out her sunglasses and put them on, closed her eyes, and felt the wind blowing in from the window. The sunlight shone on her thin shoulders, as if covering her with a soft halo, making her as beautiful as a fairy walking out of a painting. Fu Sihan put down the fruit knife and stood up to help her close the curtains. However, he left a crack in the window so that the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds outside could drift into the ward. Mu Qianqian said excitedly, Uncle, there's a cat in our school that's about to give birth. Can we go buy it some milk powder later? The kittens drink breast milk, and the mother can drink milk powder to supplement her nutrition. Fu Sihan thought about his upcoming work arrangements and wanted to refuse. But the little girl's face was full of joy, and people couldn't bear to spoil her fun. Mr. Fu, a workaholic, finally chose to be with his wife between work and his wife. I'll take you there later. Mrs. Fu also happened to come to the hospital for a checkup today. After finding out Mu Qianqian's ward, the old lady was about to come over to take a look. When I walked to the door, I heard her saying something like baby, milk powder, breast milk, and so on. Mrs. Fu immediately smiled brightly. The Fu family's daughter supported the old lady and asked, Mom, are you still going in? 65, Chapter 65, Pampering My Wife. After leaving the hospital, Fu Sihan and Mu Qianqian went to the supermarket. Mu Qianqian asked what she wanted to buy, and Fu Sihan directly picked the most expensive item and threw it into the shopping cart. Walking into the toy area, Mu Qianqian touched a soft little rabbit and loved it very much. Uncle, I want a stuffed toy, just one, is that okay? When she used to watch TV, she envied the girls on TV the most because they had a bed full of stuffed toys that they could hug to sleep. But there were only dirty clothes and miscellaneous items piled on her bed. For her, stuffed toys are like an unattainable princess dream, representing the carefree time she never had, when someone held her in their arms. Fu Sihan asked, which one do you want? Mu Qianqian happily started choosing toys in the toy section. This little rabbit felt so soft, and this little bear was also nice. She picked out her 3 favorite dolls and then got stuck in a dilemma. Which of these 3 toys should she buy? Take whatever you like. Fu Sihan directly took the 3 toys from her arms and placed them on the top of the shopping cart. Mu Qianqian bit her lower lip, a little hesitant, but this thing is of little use. Wouldn't it be a waste to buy so many? After all, she was used to being frugal. In Mu Qianqian's consumption concept, she can only buy the most useful things. Any extra money spent is a waste. Fu Sihan curled his lips, making you happy is their greatest use. When it came time to pay the bill, Mu Qianqian was shocked by the high amount. When Mu Qianqian heard the price, she didn't dare to buy it. Such a small toy, and yet one costs over 1,000 yuan. I'll put these 3 dolls back. Mu Qianqian suppressed her reluctance and gave insensibly. Fu Sihan didn't give her a chance to regret. Why put it back? I've already paid. Mu Qianqian felt a great pain in her body. Oh my god, those 3 stuffed toys together cost 5,000 yuan. And that's how the uncle spent it. She felt so distressed. Fu Sihan carried the shopping bags himself and freed up one hand to hold Mu Qianqian's. Mu Qianqian didn't need to say anything, she just needed to hold her doll. Fu Sihan said in a deep voice, "I make money just to spend it on you, so there's no need to be reluctant." This short sentence brought a warm feeling to Mu Qianqian's heart, soothing the wounds left by her childhood. Mu Qianqian couldn't help but stand on tiptoe and gave Fu Sihan a light kiss on the side of his face. "Uncle, you are so nice." It turns out that the feeling of being pampered is so wonderful, even better than she imagined. Fu Sihan's body stiffened slightly, and his eyes became much deeper. The moment Mu Qianqian came close to him just now, he actually had the chance to push her away, but he didn't. No woman had ever been close to Fu Sihan, not even holding hands, let alone kissing on the cheek. Unexpectedly, it feels pretty good. The soft lips pressed against hers, with the scent of flowers and the unique body fragrance of a young girl, which was addictive. Of course, only for her. Fu Sihan took a deep breath and said calmly, "Let's go." Mu Qianqian held the doll and skipped forward. There was a young couple next to them. The woman was holding a child in her hands and carrying a baby on her back. She looked at Mu Qianqian's back with envy. That man is so nice, he's willing to buy such expensive things for his wife. But her husband scolded her impatiently, "What are you mumbling about? Hurry up and pack up all these seasonings, otherwise it will be difficult to carry them on the bus later. And don't spill this soy sauce bottle, it will dirty my fishing gear." The young wife sighed, and while comforting her crying child, she packed up many miscellaneous daily necessities. Her husband stood by indifferently, only caring about his own fishing gear. What she envied was not the financial resources of the tall man, but his care and love for his wife. If a man has her in his heart, she will feel sweet even if he just buys her a piece of cheap chocolate. Not like now, alas. Sitting in the car, Mu Qianqian hugged her 3 dolls and couldn't let go. This little bear is called He, and this little dog is called Har. What's the name of this rabbit? Mu Qianqian named the 3 toys with great interest. Fu Sihan, who had his eyes closed, suddenly said, "Qianqian." Mu Qianqian tilted her head and looked at him. "What's wrong, uncle?" Fu Sihan's voice was filled with a smile, and his rather cold voice was tinged with warmth. "I said, this rabbit is called Qianqian." Seeing Mu Qian. The dazed look on Qian's face and her wide-open black eyes made Fu Sihan feel quite good. The little girl is soft, cute, well-behaved and quiet, just like a little rabbit. Moreover, she likes to jump around like a little rabbit. Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed, knowing that the uncle was teasing her. So the little girl said angrily, "No, from now on this rabbit will be called Uncle." The uncle actually named the doll after her, so she decided to let the doll be called Uncle. Fu Sihan couldn't help laughing. "Are you sure you want to give such a cute rabbit this name?" Mu Qianqian's pretty face flushed, and she said confidently, "I'm sure." So, this poor pink plush bunny was finally given the name Uncle. After Fu Sihan sent Mu Qianqian to school, he returned to the company. The Fu family is such a large business, and as the only heir, he has a heavy burden on his shoulders and cannot afford to relax too much. Mu Qianqian and Li Xiu take care of the mother cat who has given birth together. "Qianqian, I'll make the milk powder for you. You can't see, so don't get scalded by the hot water." "Okay, thank you, see you." Between us, what's there to thank for? With their careful care, the mother cat gave birth smoothly, and in the warm cat nest there were several kittens whose eyes were not even open. Li Xiu wanted to pick up a kitten, but was stopped by Mu Qianqian. "Xiu, wait. We'd better not touch these kittens now." "Why?" Mu Qianqian explained, "If the kitten has our scent on it, the mother cat will think it is not her child and may give up breastfeeding." Li Xiu quickly withdrew her hand and hid far away. "Luckily I didn't touch it, otherwise the kitten would have been abandoned, which would have been a big sin." Li Xiu praised, "Qianqian, you are so considerate. I believe you will be a good mother in the future. Your child is so lucky." Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly. "You're talking too far ahead. It's still too early." "That's hard to say. After all, you're married and have a husband. Maybe one day, there will be a little life in your belly." Mu Qianqian touched her belly, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of anticipation rose in her heart. 66, Chapter 66 Touching the Face. In the evening, Mu Qianqian sat at the table and kept accounts. She spent a lot of money at the supermarket today, and the plush toy the uncle bought her cost more than 5,000 yuan. After finishing the accounts, Mu Qianqian turned on the beige desk lamp and lay on the bed in a daze. Today, she was so happy that she bravely kissed the uncle's cheek. Oh my god! She had never dared to imagine before that she would dare to kiss a man on the face. However, the uncle's skin is very smooth and delicate, not like the surface of the moon, as he said. Mu Qianqian. There was a knock on the bedroom door. Mu Qianqian put on her plush slippers and ran to open the door. The tall and straight man stood at the door of the second bedroom and handed over a glass. I haven't had the milk yet. Oh, I forgot. Mu Qianqian took the glass and drank the milk in small sips. When she drank the ginger candy and red dates, Mu Qianqian widened her eyes slightly, secretly surprised at the uncle's attentiveness. She just got her period today, so the milk has these extra ingredients to nourish qi and blood. Put the cup in the sink after you finish drinking. You don't have to wash it. Fu Sihan still had some work to do, so he turned back to the living room and continued working. Mu Qianqian finished drinking the milk and was about to rinse the cup. But her hand slipped and the glass fell to the ground with a bang, and the fragments flew everywhere. Fu Sihan immediately appeared at the kitchen door. What happened? Are you hurt? Mu Qianqian's face turned pale with fear, and she said guiltily, I accidentally broke the cup. She is so clumsy that she can even break a cup while washing it. Mu Qianqian bent down and tried to pick up the glass fragments on the ground, but Fu Sihan grabbed her hand tightly. Don't move, go out and wait. As soon as Fu Sihan finished speaking, Mu Qianqian was picked up sideways. Her body suddenly flew into the air, so she instinctively wrapped her arms around the uncle's neck and hung on him. Mu Qianqian leaned her head on his shoulder and secretly sniffed the pleasant scent on his body. Fu Sihan held her in his arms, walked around the broken glass on the floor, and walked out of the kitchen. He called Aunt Liu and asked her to come and clean up the broken glass. Didn't I tell you that you don't have to wash the cups? Why are you still touching the cold water? Fu Sihan put her down, his tone cold and a little fierce. Mu Qianqian lowered her head and said softly, I won't touch it next time. She just wanted to wash the cup at the same time to prevent the milk from drying on it and making it difficult to clean. But she has poor eyesight and is so clumsy that she can even make mistakes when washing a cup. The little girl lowered her head, and Fu Sihan could only see the top of her hair from above. Coupled with her sweet and soft voice, people can't get angry when listening to it. Fu Sihan said coldly, this won't happen again. Good. Mu Qianqian was about to go back to their house when Fu Sihan noticed with his sharp eyes that there was a hint of red on her finger. Did you cut your finger? He grabbed her wrist and turned it over. Mu Qianqian felt the stickiness on her hand and made a hissing sound. Does it hurt? Mu Qianqian said pitifully, it hurts a little. The cut from the glass was so small that she didn't notice it at first. Only now did I start to feel the pain. Fu Sihan held her down, sat on the sofa, and brought out the medicine box to help her disinfect. Since living with Mu Qianqian, the frequency of using the medicine box has increased significantly. Fu Sihan helped her put on a band-aid. Mu Qianqian looked at him carefully, wanting to see his appearance clearly. But the man's outline was still blurry and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't see it clearly. Mu Qianqian unconsciously stretched out her other hand and gently touched his chin. Fu Sihan was stunned. Uncle, can I touch your face? Fu Sihan pursed his lips and said nothing. Mu Qianqian felt a little excited and her heart beat faster. Her slender white fingers carefully placed on the edge of his jaw, and then slowly moved up along the side of his face. The touch of her hand was smooth and even more delicate than her skin. Mu Qianqian was about to touch his straight nose, but Fu Sihan said coldly, don't touch it. He tilted his head to avoid her hand. Mu Qianqian had just sketched out half of his face in her mind, and the rest was filled with blur again. She suppressed her disappointment and dropped her hands. Okay then. Do you care so much about your husband's appearance? Fu Sihan asked in an ambiguous tone. Mu Qianqian nodded, then shook her head. Fu Sihan was very interested. What do you mean? Do you care or not? Mu Qianqian puffed out her lips, her face flushed slightly. I don't care about your appearance. I'm just curious about what you look like. She wanted to know what the uncle who accompanied her and spoiled her every day looked like. This way, she wouldn't be clueless when she imagines in the future. When your eyes are healed, you will be able to see naturally. Mu Qianqian sulked, but I want to know now. Take good care of your eyes and try to recover your vision as soon as possible so that you can see me sooner. Fu Sihan's words filled the air with mystery. Mu Qianqian's heart was filled with anticipation. She clenched her fists and said firmly, I'll take good care of my eyes. Even if it was just to see the uncle earlier, she had to protect her eyes and not cry easily anymore. Fu Sihan curled his lips in satisfaction. Go back to sleep. After Mu Qianqian returned to the room, Fu Sihan tugged at his tie and took a big gulp of cold water. The little girl really thought he was a statue without any feeling and kept touching his face randomly. She didn't know how hard it was for him just now, and he almost lost his patience. Mu Qianqian went to the cafeteria to eat and was pestered by a boy. Miss, can you please add my contact information, the boy said nonchalantly. Mu Qianqian refused. Sorry, my phone is out of battery. The boy stopped in front of her and said to himself, Tell me your number and I'll save it. Fang Yangran recognized the boy and whispered to Mu Qianqian, He's just like Yao Xianer, both of them got into this business thanks to their family. I heard he changes girlfriends quite frequently. Qianqian, it's better if we don't mess with him. There were also people whispering around. Who has young Master Feng set his sights on now? Didn't he just break up with the beauty from the literature department a few days ago? Isn't this the genius student Mu Qianqian? Her eyesight seems to be a little bad, but she looks absolutely stunning, 100 times prettier than in the photo. She is so beautiful. I think she is much prettier than Mr. Feng's ex-girlfriend. Forget it, she's already been spotted by young Master Feng, so it's probably hard for her to escape his clutches. TSK. Our school is going to have another love-struck girl. Mr. Feng's real name is Feng Song. He is a well-known playboy at the University of Finance and Economics. He changes girlfriends more frequently than he changes clothes. He basically succeeded in getting all the girls he targeted. Mr. Feng is tall, good-looking, and his family is rich. It is hard for a girl not to be attracted by a tall, rich, and handsome man like him. However, Feng Song's feelings came and went quickly, and he got tired of it after 2 days. 67, Chapter 67, Getting Rid of Harassment. Mu Qianqian frowned slightly. I don't remember my number. Sorry, please give way. Her words of refusal made Feng Song laugh heartily. No way, you're such a brilliant student, but you can't even remember your own phone number? Mu, you're so arrogant. Feng Song did not feel frustrated at all when facing the woman's cold face. Instead, he was aroused by the desire to challenge. No matter how aloof a woman he likes at first, she will eventually lower herself to cling to him and be reluctant to part with him. As for women, they can't move when they see a tall, rich and handsome man. If you spend a little more money, there is no woman you can't get. I'm going to eat, please don't disturb us. Mu Qianqian pulled Fang Yangran and walked out from Feng Song's encirclement. Feng Song touched his chin and looked at her slim back with lustful eyes. Mu Qianqian's legs are longer than those of a dancer, straighter and whiter, and can be described as top-notch. When he succeeds, he'll have some fun. Qianqian, you're not going to eat just this little? Fang Yangran asked with concern. Mu Qianqian curled her lips and said, I've lost my appetite because of that guy just now. Fang Yangran advised, you should eat a little more. It's not worth getting angry over that kind of person. Mu Qianqian thought of the uncle's instructions to her, and lowered her head to take a few bites of food. If the uncle knew that she didn't eat well, he would teach her a lesson again. Fang Yangran checked her phone and found that what had just happened had been posted on the forum with exaggeration. Some people even publicly called out and bet on how long it would take for Feng Song to win Mu Qianqian's heart. I'll bet a week. Master Feng's skills in picking up girls are first rate. The beauty from the department only lasted 3 or 4 days before he got her. Mu Qianqian looks like a very good girl. She can't resist a bad guy like Feng Xiao. I guess they will be together in less than a week. What a pity, such a pure and beautiful girl met Feng Xiao, a seasoned playboy. When Master Feng gets tired of her and breaks up with her, I can't imagine how much of a blow it will be to Mu Qianqian. A top student, broken by love, will probably be in tears all day long. When Fang Yangran saw these dark speculations, she was immediately furious. I'm so angry. These people just talk nonsense. We, Qianqian, don't like those frivolous young men. Mu Qianqian blinked. What's wrong? There are some people on this forum fanning the flames all day long, which is really infuriating. Mu Qianqian smiled good-naturedly. Then don't watch it. Let them say whatever they want. She doesn't care anyway. Mr. Feng has good conditions and is very good at pleasing girls. Actually, I'm a little worried that you will be shaken, Qianqian. Mu Qianqian shook her head, her tone firm. I won't. Why? Mu Qianqian blinked her dark almond-shaped eyes. Of course it's because she is already married. However, Mu Qianqian did not tell the truth, but just smiled mysteriously and said, I'll tell you later. In the following period of time, Feng Song launched an offensive against Mu Qianqian. He tried to make his presence felt in front of her from morning to night, either by sending her flowers and breakfast, or by sending her bags and lipstick. But Mu Qianqian refused to accept any of these gifts. Many people were laughing at Feng Song's jokes, but he remained confident. Don't worry, there is no woman in this world that I can't get. The harder she is to pursue, the more it arouses my fighting spirit. It's not like he hasn't seen women playing hard to get before, but as long as he's a little cold, the women will immediately stop pretending. No matter how beautiful Mu Qianqian is, she is just a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Can you resist his fierce pursuit? As soon as Mu Qianqian finished class, she was surrounded by a group of people. Before she could figure out what was going on, she heard a group of people booing. Be together. Be together. Promise him. It turned out that Feng Song had placed a lot of heart-shaped balloons on the grass and sprinkled rose petals on it, making it look like a wedding scene. He was wearing a suit, holding a microphone, and walked towards us slowly to the sound of music. Mu Qianqian, I am sincere to you, can you give me a chance? Feng Song was holding a large bouquet of flowers in his hand and handed it to Mu Qianqian. This romantic scene made many girls in the school extremely envious, and they wished they could stand in the middle for Mu Qianqian. After all, Feng Song's appearance and family background are there. Although he is a little romantic and amorous, who hasn't dreamed of making a prodigal son return? Mr. Feng is really good. If I were Mu Qianqian, I would definitely not be able to handle it. They are going to be together this time, right? It's a pity for the beauty next door, she's been crying in the dormitory for days. Be together. Be together. Mu Qianqian, just agree to him. But despite being surrounded and supported by so many people, Mu Qianqian remained unmoved. Her pretty face turned cold, and she said unhappily, Student Feng, please don't disturb me while I'm studying. I'm not interested in you. I've never met such a narcissistic and stubborn person. She had already said she didn't like him, so why did he keep pestering her? It caused her a lot of trouble. The scene was awkward for a while. Feng Song, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly frowned and felt like a clown. Mu Qianqian, I'm pursuing you because I respect you. Don't be so shameless. There's a limit to playing hard to get. If you go beyond that, it's no longer cute. Even at this moment, he still narcissistically felt that Mu Qianqian was just playing hard to get with him. He didn't believe that Mu Qianqian really looked down on him. Please don't bother me anymore, or I'll tell the teacher. After saying that, Mu Qianqian turned around and left without any reluctance. The speakers were still playing love songs, and Feng Song got so angry that he kicked them to pieces. Damn it, who do you think you are? You dare to challenge me? I can catch a lot of people like this in nightclubs. His follower echoed, this woman is really ungrateful. Master Feng, calm down. Don't bother with her. Young Master Feng sneered, why are you pretending to be innocent? Even if she begs me for mercy in the future, I won't bother to pay attention to her. I'm just playing with her. She really thinks she's a princess. Even if she's a princess, she's still a nightclub princess. I heard that this woman is having an affair with Fu Qianqing. I guess she has set her sights on the Fu family and wants to marry into their family and soar to fame. TSK, just her? She thinks she can even get into the Fu family. Will they let her in? Everyone knows the Fu family's status in the entertainment industry. It would be strange if they would fall for a country bumpkin like her. If that day ever comes, I would rather live stream my naked streak, har 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 har. Finally getting rid of Feng Song's harassment, Mu Qianqian felt that the air was much fresher. The uncle came to pick her up as soon as he got off work. Fu Sihan asked in a deep voice, why is your face so red? Who made you angry? It's okay, he's just an insignificant person. Mu Qianqian pulled Fu Sihan and said impatiently, "Uncle, I'll take you to see the kittens. They are super cute. You'll definitely like them." Fu Sihan paused slightly. He's allergic to cat hair, how could he possibly like it? "Uncle, why aren't you moving?" 68, Chapter 68, The Stupid Qianqian. "Sure, uncle, please walk softly. The mother cat just gave birth and is very nervous now." Mu Qianqian tiptoed towards the cat's nest and squatted beside it. She heard the sound of the kitten sucking milk and the occasional meow of the mother cat. Fu Sihan was far away, watching her from the side. When Mu Qianqian was feeding the cat food, she secretly reached in and touched the mother cat's soft fur. Meow. The mother cat was very familiar with her and rubbed her arm affectionately. Sometimes, animals are much kinder than humans. Mu Qianqian stroked the cats comfortably and called out to Fu Sihan, "Uncle, don't you want to come and pet the cats? They are so well behaved and not afraid of people at all." Fu Sihan kept his distance, no. Although he was standing quite far away, he still felt a slight itch in his throat. Some signs of allergies. They love to be clean, not dirty at all. Really, you can tell when you touch them, they are so soft. Mu Qianqian invited him again and again, but Fu Sihan remained unmoved. The little girl muttered, "You can't resist petting such a cute cat. Uncle, have you ever been off drugs?" Fu Sihan walked forward helplessly and rubbed her head. "Let's go, it's getting dark soon." He didn't have any feelings for cats, but when he saw the cute Mu Qianqian, he often couldn't help but want to touch her. "Well, I won't bother them." Just as Mu Qianqian was about to leave, a chubby girl ran over and said, "You are Mu Qianqian, right? My friend wants to see you." "Who is your friend?" "Liu Shi, you should have heard of it." Mu Qianqian thought for a moment and shook her head, "I've never heard of it." The girl thought she was pretending and stamped her feet in anger. "She's the most beautiful girl in our department, Feng Song's ex-girlfriend. How could you not have heard of her?" "I don't know her. I'm going home. Liu Shi hasn't eaten for several days. Can you bear to watch her fall into such a state? I just wanted to ask you to come over and say a few words. Why are you so arrogant? As a fellow woman, don't you have any sympathy at all?" Mu Qianqian was scolded by her for no reason. "I don't even know her, what can I say?" Fu Sihan frowned when he saw her being entangled and walked over. "What's wrong?" "Someone wanted to talk to me, but I don't know her, so there's nothing much to say." Fu Sihan held her hand and said, "If you don't want to go, then don't go." There were a few cat hairs on Mu Qianqian's hand. As soon as Fu Sihan held it, he felt like needles pricking his palm, itchy and painful. He pursed his lips, did not let go, and stood beside Mu Qianqian in a protective manner. Fu Sihan's tone was cold and chilling. "She said she didn't want to go, didn't you hear her?" The fat girl felt cold under her feet and didn't dare to look him in the eye, so she turned her attention to the little girl who looked easy to bully. "Mu Qianqian, you've really gone too far. I didn't expect you to be such a cold-blooded person. If anything happens to Liu Shi, it's all your fault." After saying that, the strange fat girl ran away in frustration. Mu Qianqian was confused. What does this have to do with me? It's really incomprehensible. Fu Sihan asked her, "Did anyone cause trouble for you at school?" "Someone has liked me recently, and it's all his fault." Fu Sihan paused slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of danger. "Someone like you." These words seemed to be ice cold, chillingly cold. Mu Qianqian was so obtuse that she didn't notice, and continued to herself, "Yeah, I haven't even met him a few times, but he's pursuing me so openly. I don't like such superficial people. He even confessed to me in front of so many people. It made me so embarrassed that it almost affected my studies." Her tone didn't contain any joy or excitement of being pursued, only regret. Fu Sihan raised his eyebrows slightly, and suddenly felt like laughing. His little girl hasn't figured it out yet. If other girls encountered this kind of thing, they would probably be overwhelmed by romance and agree without hesitation. But Mu Qianqian doesn't like to be in the spotlight and is only focused on studying. The boy's behavior only makes her feel annoyed. "What's his name?" "I'll help you with that." Mu Qianqian curled her eyes and said sweetly, "No need, uncle. He probably won't bother me anymore. Next time he comes to harass you, tell me immediately." Mu Qianqian couldn't help but laugh, grinning and revealing her white teeth. "Uncle, you act like my elder. It was like an elder admonishing his own child, fearing that she would be bullied at school. Fu Sihan choked. He cared about his wife, but in her eyes, he became her kind elder. Isn't this a generation gap? Fu Sihan pinched her little face and said in a deep voice, "Study hard at school and stay away from those childish boys. They will only hinder your progress. Remember, even if they are of different generations, he still has to say what needs to be said. Otherwise, if the little girl was kidnapped by someone else that day, he would have no time to regret it." Mu Qianqian nodded obediently. "I'll remember, uncle." She also felt that boys whose minds were filled with only love were too naive and not mature at all. Not her favorite style. When she got home, Aunt Liu had prepared dinner and was about to take off her apron to go out. She looked up and exclaimed, "Mr. Fu, why is your neck so red? Are you sick?" Fu Sihan's neck was red, as if he was drunk, and looked a little scary. "Nothing, you go ahead." "Should we call a doctor?" "No." Aunt Liu didn't dare say anything more. She closed the door and went next door. Mu Qianqian's face was filled with worry. "Uncle, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" She grabbed his arm and subconsciously stood on tiptoe, getting closer to his neck to see what was going on. But her eyes were too weak and she couldn't see anything. "What's wrong with you?" The hot air exhaled by Mu Qianqian when she spoke brushed against Fu Sihan's neck, like a soft feather brushing against it. Fu Sihan was already itchy due to allergies, and her breath made it even more unbearable. A burst of evil fire surged in his body, and his eyes suddenly became unfathomable. Fu Sihan took a deep breath and pushed Mu Qianqian away. "Uncle, why don't you speak? Let me take you to the hospital." Mu Qianqian's tone was anxious and she was extremely worried. Fu Sihan felt helpless. She was a little girl with poor eyesight, but she took a grown man to the hospital. If this gets out, will he still have the face he deserves? "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll have Dr. Song come over and prescribe some medicine later." Mu Qianqian was so anxious that she wanted to pull his collar off. Fu Sihan quickly grabbed her wrist and said, "Go wash your hands." Her concern was a little too much for him to bear. "I'll go right away." 69, Chapter 69 Helping the uncle apply medicine. Dr. Song arrived quickly and saw at a glance that Mr. Fu was suffering from an allergy. "Mr. Fu, did you encounter a cat?" Before Dr. Song could finish his words, Fu Sihan stopped him with a look. He shut his mouth wisely. "But I couldn't help but wonder, Mr. Fu knew that I was allergic to cat hair, so why did he still get close to cats? I haven't heard that Mr. Fu likes to pet cats before. Is this a new hobby?" Mu Qianqian didn't notice the eye contact between the two people and asked with concern. "Doctor, what happened to the uncle?" Mr. Fu is fine, just apply some medicine." Dr. Song prescribed 2 medicines, one for internal use to suppress the allergic reaction. The other is for external use and is applied on the neck. "I'll give this medicine to Miss Mu. Please help Mr. Fu apply the medicine later." "Okay, leave it to me." After Dr. Song finished his work, he went out with his medicine box. "I got another bonus and went home to buy a new bag for my wife and some Lego for my kids." Dr. Song hummed happily and walked into the elevator. Mu Qianqian squeezed the ointment onto her hand and said, "Uncle, let me help you apply the ointment." Fu Sihan sat on the sofa with his arms and legs stretched out. The little girl's cheeks flushed slightly as she slowly leaned over. Her fingertips were stained with ointment, which was cool and brought a refreshing coolness when they touched the burning allergic skin. But as the little girl got closer, the sweet fragrance of her girlish body drifted into Fu Sihan's nose, a faint floral scent with an addictive sweetness. Fu Sihan asked for some unknown reason, "What shower gel do you use?" Mu Qianqian blinked. "You bought it for me, did you forget?" It was the uncle who bought her the shower gel, so why was he asking her? Fu Sihan's face froze, and he felt a little embarrassed. But he soon lost the mood for embarrassment. Because Mu Qianqian's delicate and white fingertips were circling his neck. Wherever her fingertips touched, clusters of flames were raised. Fu Sihan's body tensed involuntarily. He suddenly grabbed her wrist, his palm burning. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Fu Sihan calmed down and quickly found an excuse. "I'll get a mirror." "Good." Mu Qianqian couldn't see where the redness was, so she had to ask him for guidance. Fu Sihan took back a mirror and looked at his flushed skin. He held Mu Qianqian's hand and taught her where to apply the medicine. A little higher. Left. Mu Qianqian's fingers followed his command and moved around. Gradually, the small hand slid down to the man's collarbone, and further down, it reached his strong and broad chest muscles. The skin on Fu Sihan's chest was clearly white and not red at all. But he lied without blinking, further down. The man's voice was unusually hoarse and had a hint of bewitching. Mu Qianqian's fingertips were burning and she bit her lower lip shyly. "Uncle, why don't you just apply it yourself?" Although she couldn't see, her fingers were more sensitive, and the places she touched would unconsciously appear in her mind, making her imagine a lot. Fu Sihan narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a cold tone, "Little girl, are you so cruel that you let a patient like me apply the medicine myself?" Hearing him say this, Mu Qianqian felt guilty. The uncle was so nice to her, but she refused to even help apply the medicine. She was really ungrateful. Let me help you apply it." Mu Qianqian made up her mind, and her little hand quietly slipped into his collar and probed down half an inch. The man's skin is smooth and delicate, but his muscles are firm and full of explosive power. Mu Qianqian's cheeks were as red as persimmons, and her fingers were trembling as she barely applied the medicine. Okay," she said softly. Just as she was about to look up, Fu Sihan happened to look at her, and his thin lips brushed against the side of her face. This unexpected contact startled both of them. Fu Sihan's deep eyes stared at her without blinking, like a hungry wolf ready to pounce. Mu Qianqian was so nervous that she forgot to breathe and her face turned red. Her little heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of her throat. "Uncle, I still have homework to do. I'm going back to their house first." Mu Qianqian made up an excuse and ran away. She ran so fast that her forehead accidentally hit the door of the second bedroom, making a bang sound. "Are you okay?" Fu Sihan's concern came from behind. Mu Qianqian was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She rubbed her forehead, quickly hid in the house, and slammed the door shut. Mu Qianqian leaned against the door and passed. The rapid heartbeat and breathing still haven't calmed down. Her forehead didn't hurt much, but her face was hot. Mu Qianqian touched the place where the uncle had just kissed her, and felt as if that piece of skin was being roasted by fire. The feeling just now kept replaying in her mind, and she couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard she tried. Oh my god, she seems to have turned into a slut. It was just an unexpected kiss, not even a kiss. Why was she still thinking about it? She can't control her mind at all. Mu Qianqian was so embarrassed that she jumped onto the bed and hid under the quilt. In the darkness, I can still hear the thumping sound of my heartbeat. The next day, as soon as Mu Qianqian entered the school, she was surrounded by Liu Xi and several girls. One of them was the fat girl who stopped her yesterday. The fat girl pointed at her and said, "She is Mu Qianqian." Liu Xi's eyes were red, her face was so thin that there was almost no flesh left, and her cheeks were sunken. She leaned against her friend, feeling weak and helpless, and asked aggrievedly, "Mu Qianqian, I have something to tell you. Why didn't you come to see me yesterday?" Mu Qianqian pursed her cherry lips and said, "I don't know you. Just say whatever you want to say." The school gate was bustling with people, and many people were watching. Someone spread the news, attracting even more people to watch the excitement. The beauty in the department is going to cause trouble for Mu Qianqian. This is going to be a good show. Didn't Mu Qianqian reject young Master Feng? Why did the beauty come to see her? Could it be that Mu Qianqian and young Master Feng are secretly hooking up? For a time, there were many different opinions. Before Liu Xi could speak, 2 lines of tears flowed from her eyes. "Mu Qianqian, please give Brother Song back to me, okay? I can't live without him. He's the first boy I've ever liked in my life. I've never experienced love before, and he's the most important person in the world to me. Mu Qianqian, you just wave your hand and a bunch of boys will come to you. But why did you have to snatch my brother Song away? Are you trying to force me to death?" Mu Qianqian felt a headache and said, "I don't understand what you are talking about." Liu Xi's followers stood up for her. "Elevener, why are you talking so much to a green tea girl like her? It's a wonder she listens to you. This kind of woman likes to poach other people's men to show her charm." 70, Chapter 70 Soy Milk Beauty. Mu Qianqian's pretty face turned pale with anger. "I don't even know you, what right do you have to talk nonsense here?" The fat girl folded her arms and sneered, "Har har, if it weren't for your unruly private life, how could young Master Feng be so captivated by you? Mu Qianqian retorted, whether he is Mr. Feng or not, it has nothing to do with me. If you like him, go find him, don't bother me. Liu Shi has become so thin, don't you feel sorry for her? You took away someone else's man, and one day, your man will be taken away by someone else. When that time comes, will you still be so high and mighty? Mu Qianqian's head was buzzing after hearing this. These people's thought processes are different from those of normal people. They just vent their emotions and don't care about other people's explanations. I'll say it again, I don't know Liu Shi, and she has nothing to do with Mr. Feng. Don't come to me with your relationship problems. Liu Shi cried so hard that her eyes were filled with tears, which aroused the sympathy of many boys present. She cried and said, who would believe that you and Mr. Feng have no relationship? If you two really have no relationship, how could Mr. Feng confess his love to you in public? When Mr. Feng pursued her, he had never been so attentive. How could Liu Shi not be jealous? Mu Qianqian couldn't understand. He confessed to me, what does it have to do with me? It's not like I confessed to him. What happened? A mature female voice interrupted. When He Ting first came to work at the school, she saw a group of students gathered here, so she walked over in confusion. Mu Qianqian, it's you? What's going on? Teacher He. Mu Qianqian recognized He Ting's voice and quickly told her what had happened. I really didn't steal the man. I didn't have any private communication with Feng Song. Teacher, you must believe me. He Ting curled the corners of her mouth and looked at Liu Shi and others speechlessly. These people probably don't know that the little girl has already been taken, and he is a big shot who can make things happen in Bay City. With Fu Sihan as an example, who would still be interested in these uneducated and useless young men? Even if we don't compare their looks, figures, knowledge and cultivation, the Fu family's wealth is not comparable to that of the Feng family. He Ting wore frameless glasses and had neat short hair, and dressed in a mature and intellectual manner. Liu Shi, haven't you already said? Did Feng Song break up? If you can't bear to leave him, go and pester him. Why come here to pester Mu Qianqian? Liu Shi's lips trembled. Teacher, Feng Song and I are still in contact. So Mu Qianqian's behavior is equivalent to interfering in our relationship. Then let me ask you, does Feng Song admit that you are still his girlfriend? Liu Shi was a little lacking in confidence. No. It was common knowledge that she was dumped by Feng Song. Feng Song pursued Mu Qianqian. Did Mu Qianqian agree? No. Liu Shi gritted her teeth and said unwillingly, but Mu Qianqian seduced Feng Song. She is the mistress. She is not as pure as she looks. He Ting's next words left Liu Shi speechless. Do you have any evidence? Liu Shi hesitated. I don't have any evidence yet, but... Don't talk nonsense if you don't have evidence, otherwise you're just spreading rumors. He Ting's voice turned cold. Liu Shi, you're a girl too. Don't you know how much harm spreading obscene rumors can do to a girl? I just like Feng Song too much. Is it wrong to like someone? How you like him is your business, but you can't let it affect others. Otherwise, don't blame me for reporting to the school and suspending your courses. If Liu Shi was suspended from school, she would have no chance to get close to Feng Song. No matter how unwilling she was, she could only bow her head and apologize. I'm sorry, teacher, I won't do this again in the future. You shouldn't apologize to me. You should apologize to Mu Qianqian, the classmate you threw dirty water at. Liu Shi's face turned pale and blue, and she felt extremely embarrassed. She has been spoiled since she was a child. How could she have suffered such an insult? She remembered this account. Liu Shi made a sullen face and reluctantly apologized to Mu Qianqian, her voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. Sorry. The matter was finally resolved and the crowd who had come to watch the excitement dispersed. However, this matter is bound to become a topic of conversation among everyone after dinner. Liu Shi, who is a love-minded girl, has lost all face. Mu Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, teacher He. He Ting smiled carefreely. You're welcome, it's all my responsibility. Go to class now. Well, goodbye, teacher. Mu Qianqian waved at her, carried her little yellow duck backpack, and walked towards the classroom. Her joy, anger, sorrow and happiness are all written on her face, and her every move reveals the innocence and childishness, like a child who has not grown up. He Ting didn't expect that Mr. Fu, such a handsome and mature man, would like this style. It seems that men and women still need to complement each other in order to create sparks. As soon as Mu Qianqian entered the classroom, she was surrounded by Fang Yanran and Li Siyu. Qianqian, we just heard about what happened at the school gate and we're about to look for you. Are you okay? I'm fine, thanks to teacher He Ting, she helped me solve it. Fang Yanran sighed, teacher He is quite influential. She specializes in scientific research, not teaching. Her research is among the best in our college, and she comes from a noble family. Even the dean doesn't dare to offend her. But I heard that she is devoted to academics and never meddles in other people's affairs. I didn't expect that she would take the initiative to help you twice. Mu Qianqian suddenly remembered that teacher He said last time that she helped her because someone asked her to do so. Who is this kind-hearted person who silently helps her behind the scenes? When did I get to know such a great person? Li Siyu said with a gossipy look on her face, let's not talk about this for now. You haven't read the forum, have you? Liu Shi now has a nickname, Soy Milk Beauty, har 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 har. Why is it called this name? Mu Qianqian asked. Because Feng Song bought her soy milk for a few days, he was able to win her over. A few cups of soy milk made her fall in love with him so much that her brain was ruined by it. Mu Qianqian was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I thought Feng Song was so good to Liu Shi. I didn't expect that just a few cups of cheap soy milk would make Liu Shi so obsessed with Feng Song. Li Siyu replied to the post, I heard that the beauty of the department is on a hunger strike. Why don't you send her a few more cups of soy milk? Don't let the beauty of Liu Da starve to death, or I'll skin you alive. Fang Yanran laughed so hard she fell backwards. Siyu, you've taken all the bamboo shoots on the mountain, har 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 har. Mu Qianqian, who was taking notes, couldn't help but smile. Okay, stop looking at the forums and come study with me. 71, Chapter 71, Love Over Friendship. Fu Sihan had already heard about what happened at school during the day. When he went to pick up Mu Qianqian, he found the little girl playing cat's tuck with her friends. He seems to be in a good mood. Qianqian. Hearing Fu Sihan's voice, Mu Qianqian put away the flower rope and said, Yangran, let's play next time. Fang Yangran smiled and joked, Qianqian, you value love over friendship. But who can blame Qianqian for having such a handsome relative? If she had such a handsome guy by her side, she would also want to abandon her friends and stay with the handsome guy 24 hours a day. Mu Qianqian blinked and whispered, how can uncle be so lustful? Yangran, don't bring up things that are not related to the topic. The uncle is obviously an ugly man, how can he be handsome? It's better not to mention this in front of the uncle, so as not to hurt him. She has to take care of the uncle's self-esteem. Fang Yangran was speechless about her good friend's aesthetic taste. Qianqian, wait until your eyes are better, then go to another hospital. Fang Yangran advised earnestly. Such a handsome man was placed in front of her, but she actually despised him for being ugly and not pleasing to her eyes. Qianqian should go and have another look at her eyes. Okay. I'm off then. See you tomorrow. Mu Qianqian waved goodbye to her friends. Fu Sihan held Mu Qianqian's hand with one hand and carried her school bag with the other. The man was tall and handsome, with a cold expression, looking very distant, but he was carrying a little yellow duck backpack in his hand. The scene looked incongruous no matter how you looked at it. Many passers-by looked over here frequently. Fu Sihan weighed the school bag and asked, why is it so heavy? I have a lot of classes recently, Mu Qianqian explained. Are you having trouble studying? It's a little difficult. A smile flashed in Fu Sihan's eyes. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll teach you when we get back. Okay, thank you, uncle. Mu Qianqian hugged his arm and shook it happily. Did anyone give you any trouble today? Mu Qianqian thought for a while and said, yes. Fu Sihan's gaze quickly turned cold, what's his name? She's the beauty from the department next door. She stopped me today. Mu Qianqian told the uncle what happened today. The uncle is like an elder as well as a friend to her, and she can share with him any problems she encounters. But fortunately, teacher he helped me and didn't delay my classes. Yes. Fu Sihan reminded him worriedly, if anyone harasses you again, tell me immediately. I know. However, Mu Qianqian felt that these were all trivial matters and there was no need to ask the uncle for help. After all, the uncle was so busy at work, she felt embarrassed to trouble him with these trivial matters. Besides, those small groups and targeted attacks in school used very childish tactics, and she didn't take them seriously at all. Come to think of it, I feel sorry for Liu Shi. Fu Sihan was so angry that he laughed. She bullied you, and you still feel sorry for her. How could this little girl be so stupid? She even spoke up for the people who bullied her. It's not that kind of pity. I just think that there must be something hateful about pitiful people, and there must be something pitiful about hateful people. You have a point. Keep going. Mu Qianqian said firmly. She always feels that someone else has snatched her boyfriend away, but in reality, a relationship that can be snatched away is the cheapest. I wouldn't want it even if it were given to me. Truly precious feelings must be able to withstand hardships and resist temptations. She doesn't want a man who can be easily seduced away by someone. Fu Sihan looked at her with a deeper look. He ruffled her soft hair, his movements revealing a doting affection that he himself was not aware of. I didn't expect you to be a little philosopher. Mu Qianqian said a few words casually, and her face turned red with embarrassment when he praised her like that. Uncle, please stop teasing me. She is not a philosopher at all, at most. She has read a few romance novels before, and has never eaten pork, but she has seen many pigs run. Passing by a milk tea shop, Mu Qianqian heard cheerful music coming from the speakers, and her appetite was aroused. I love you love me. Mu Qianqian tugged at Fu Sihan's sleeve and whispered, Uncle, I want to drink a cup of milk tea. Fu Sihan doesn't like sweets, and even more so, he doesn't like these unhealthy foods that have no nutrition. He frowned and said, Go back and drink the nutrient solution. The girl is already in poor health, how can she maintain her health if she drinks these unhealthy drinks? Mu Qianqian curled her lips, and her fair and tender face suddenly fell. Although the nutrient solution now has many flavors such as strawberry, banana, and chocolate, she still occasionally feels greedy and wants to drink something unhealthy. Uncle, I've never had milk tea before, please let me have a cup. Mu Qianqian was so greedy. The only 2 times she had milk tea were when her good friend Li Xiu treated her. The less she could drink, the more she missed it. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Fu Sihan couldn't be any harder no matter how hard his heart was. He even felt a little guilty. Is he too strict? In the end, Fu Sihan gave in and set rules for her. Once every 2 weeks. Mu Qianqian immediately raised her lips and smiled like a flower, okay. Fu Sihan suddenly felt like he had been fooled. Mu family. Mu's mother's sharp voice rang out, what did you say? That bitch Mu Qianqian really hooked up with a rich man. Mu Chenghui lay on the bed, chewing on the fat meat until his mouth was full of oil. He said sarcastically, isn't it? Now that she's an ugly duckling and a white swan, how can she still remember her poor parents? This girl has no regard for her family at all now. She eats and drinks all the delicacies for herself. Has she ever thought of us? Just because she's blind. Don't forget her pretty face. Even if she's blind, she's still pretty and people still like her. Mu's mother threw the rag in her hand and said, I've raised her for so many years. My kindness is greater than heaven. Now that she's hooked up with a rich man, why shouldn't she help the family? If you have the guts, go find her and see if she recognizes you as her mother. Who knows, she might just send 2 dogs to chase you out. Mu's mother's eyes rolled around, flashing with calculations. I've seen from the beginning that this girl is a rich person who despises the poor. I've really loved her for nothing all these years. I've seen people without conscience, but I've never seen anyone as heartless as this. He's rich, and he doesn't even care about his parents. Hearing that Mu Qianqian was now dating a rich man and living a good life, Mu's mother felt like she was being stabbed by needles. Why didn't her families Cheng Hui and Cheng Yao live a good life? Instead, that bitch got the advantage. No, she had to find a way to get the rich man's money into her own hands. 72, Chapter 72 Weird. Mu Qianqian had just come out of school and met someone she didn't want to see. Nizi, you're finally out of school. Your brother and I have been waiting for you for quite some time. When Mu Qianqian heard Mu's mother's voice, alarm bells suddenly rang in her mind and her face turned pale with fright. What do you want from me? Mu Qianqian took 2 steps back and looked around nervously. She reached into her pocket and took out her cell phone, ready to call the uncle at any time. After all, the shadow cast by the Mu family on her was too great. When Mu's mother saw her defensive attitude, her face immediately fell, and she habitually lectured her. Oh, look how scared you are. I'm your biological mother, how could I possibly harm you? It just so happens that your brother has a sports meet today and doesn't have classes, so I brought him over to see you and have a meal together. You're rich now, so you look down on your poor parents, right? She remembered Mu's father's advice and didn't dare to say anything too harsh. We have to coax this girl and get her to give money to the family. That's not what I meant. Mu Qianqian was at a loss. Okay, stop talking about this useless stuff. Take me and your brother to have a meal. Your brother has been running around all morning and is starving. Mu Qianqian's face was full of impatience. I'm almost starving. What are you guys still talking about? Take me to eat something. Mu Qianqian hesitated for a moment and nodded, okay. She has poor eyesight and often uses a blind stick to find her way. Mu Qianqian saw it and covered his mouth to laugh at her. Mom, look at her like this, it's hilarious. She was so good before, but she insisted on saving people and turned herself blind. She's really sick in the brain. Mu's mother winked at him and said, be quiet. Don't let her hear. Mu Qianqian didn't say anything, but he always had a sarcastic smile on his face and a look of disdain in his eyes. He recorded a video of Mu Qianqian's back as she walked and posted it in the class group to make fun of her. It's so funny, let me show you my blind sister. Mu Qianqian, your sister is studying at the University of Finance and Economics? That's amazing. TSK, what's so great about that? She's just a blind person now, and that's how her life will be. Mu Qianqian replied viciously. Mu Qianqian is a woman, so what's the point of being so capable? In the end, she still has to get married and have children. Sooner or later, she will be like spilled water. He and his brother are the roots of the family. Arriving at the nearby shopping mall, Mu's mother rolled her eyes. I just picked the restaurant that looked the most expensive. Let's go with this place. It's rare for me to see you, so let's eat something good. Under normal circumstances, the Mu family wouldn't even dare to enter a restaurant like this. Mu Qianqian nodded woodenly. The family of three walked into a high-end restaurant, took a look at the menu, and Mu's mother directly ordered the most expensive dishes without hesitation. She handed the menu to her youngest son and said, take a look at it. If there's anything you want to eat, feel free to order it. You don't have to save money for your sister. Mu Qianqian's eyes revealed greed as he ordered more than a dozen dishes in one breath. This, and this page. I want them all. Let's order these first. Mu's mother made the decision. The waiter stood aside awkwardly, isn't this lady going to order? The Mu family is used to ignoring Mu Qianqian on weekdays, and always lets her eat the leftovers at home. How could they let her order any dishes? Does she deserve it? Mu's mother rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, just give her a bowl of rice. The waiter smiled awkwardly and said, okay. She had never seen such a strange family. The parents and their older son ordered so many expensive dishes, but only ordered rice for their daughter. It's really a discrimination. Soon, the dishes they ordered were served on the table one after another. Mu Qianqian grabbed the steak and started to eat it, as if he hadn't eaten meat in several lives. It's a big restaurant, the food is delicious. It's much better than that shabby little restaurant back home. Mu's mother usually doesn't want to eat meat and gives all the meat in the house to Mu's father and sons. But today, her eyes lit up and she ate as much as she could with her stomach opened wide. Anyway, this girl is with a rich man, and she has a lot of money. If I don't let my family spend this money, who else can I let spend it? I can't let outsiders get it for free. The mother and son had no manners when eating. They ate voraciously and stuffed food into their mouths frantically. There was only a bowl of white rice in front of Mu Qianqian. She saw a plate of steak that no one had touched, and thought it was left for her by Mu's mother, so she was about to pick up the knife and fork. With a snap, Mu's mother hit the back of her hand hard, and her hand turned red. She yelled, "Why are you so greedy? Why are you stretching your chopsticks so far out? If Chen Yao can't finish it later, you can eat the rest. Why are you in such a hurry?" The slap and the scolding attracted the attention of many people in the restaurant. Big. Everyone is watching this wonderful family. What's wrong with this family? They won't let their daughter eat a single bite of food. Her son eats it all. This is what it means to favor boys over girls. That little girl is so skinny and looks so pitiful. That guy next to her is her brother, he's so fat, like a pig, he's twice as big as that girl. Who would have thought that Mu Qianqian was not the older brother, but the younger brother? It's just that he was overnourished and grew tall and fat, so he looked older than the thin Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian lowered her head quietly, with a sore feeling in her eyes. She pinched her fingertips hard to suppress the urge to cry. The noise just now attracted the guests upstairs. Hey, isn't that Qianqian? Yi Wanqing recognized Mu Qianqian at once. Who is that across from her? How can you just hit someone like that? Yi Wanqing couldn't help but feel sorry for Mu Qianqian. Yi Xianlin glanced downstairs and said, "That's other people's business, don't meddle in other people's business. Mu Qianqian is my good sister. If I don't take care of her, who will? Even her family can't treat her like this." Yi Wanqing clenched her fists, put down her knife and fork, and stood up to leave. Yi Xianlin was afraid that his sister would get into trouble, so he had to go downstairs with her. "Qianqian, who are these two people?" Yi Wanqing came to Mu Qianqian and asked with a smile. Mu Qianqian was a little surprised when she recognized her good friend's voice. "Wanqing? Why are you here?" "I came out to eat with my brother, and I didn't expect to run into you." Next to Yi Wanqing stood a tall and straight man, who should be her brother Yi Xianlin. "These two are my family. This is my mom and this is my brother." Yi Wanqing smiled harmlessly, "So it's your family. Qianqian, I have something to tell you. Can you come out with me for a moment?" Mu Qianqian thought she really just had something to say, so she didn't take anything. Yi Wanqing picked up her little yellow duck school bag. Yi Xianlin picked up her blind stick. The three of them walked out of the restaurant and came to the beautiful courtyard. "Qianqian, are they really your family? Why are they so harsh on you?" 73, Chapter 73 Abuse. Yi Wanqing suddenly felt extremely distressed. "It really makes me angry. There's such a huge table of food, and they can't finish it. They would rather waste it than let you eat it. What kind of family is this? Qianqian is such a kind girl, yet some people have the heart to bully her. Are their hearts made of iron?" "Forget it, Wanqing, I've gotten used to it. Don't get angry because of me, it's not worth it." Mu Qianqian felt sad, but a big smile appeared on her face. She doesn't want to bring negative energy to her friends, she hopes that her friends can be happy. Yi Xianlin looked at her with a more inquiring look. "This girl seems to be different from others. Don't comfort me, just focus on yourself." Yi Wanqing held her wrist, her eyes sore. "Look at how thin you are. I thought I was thin enough, but I didn't expect you to be thinner than me. They treated you so badly, just ignore them from now on." Mu Qianqian sighed, "They came to me today and said they wanted to take me out for dinner. I thought they wanted to repair their relationship with me." Unexpectedly, their attitude towards her was still as bad as before. Maybe she was just wishful thinking and was looking forward to having a home so much that she agreed to have dinner with them. It's easy to change a country, but hard to change one's nature. Even if they are nice to you, they are definitely pretending to be nice for some other reason. Don't be fooled. Mu Qianqian nodded, "Yeah, I understand." She couldn't be fooled a second time in the same place. Otherwise, she would be very stupid. They seem to be looking for you. Hide first. I'll go over and take a look. Yi Wanqing pushed Mu Qianqian towards her brother. "Brother, take care of Qianqian for me. I'll go see what's going on." After Yi Wanqing left, only Mu Qianqian and Yi Xianlin were left in the courtyard. The other person was a grown man, and Mu Qianqian felt a little uncomfortable. "Is this cane yours?" I'll give it back to you." Yi Xianlin returned the blind stick to her. Mu Qianqian held onto something familiar to her and felt a little more at ease. She asked worriedly, "Wanqing, will anything happen if she goes there alone?" "I'm afraid Yi Wanqing will be too impulsive and..." There was a conflict between mother and son. Mu Qianqian is so fat, and if they really fight, Mu Qianqian is afraid that Wanqing will suffer. Yi Xianlin had a gentle smile on his face, "Don't worry, Wanqing is a devil, few people can control her." After hearing him say this, Mu Qianqian finally felt relieved. She waited quietly for Yi Wanqing to come back. She didn't notice that Yi Xuanlin's gaze fell on her vaguely, as if he was examining her. Yi Wanqing ran back indignantly. "I thought they had a change of heart and were worried about you, so they came out to look for you. But it turns out they just wanted you to pay for it. What kind of people are they? If it weren't for Mu Qianqian, she would have wanted to attack the shameless mother and son. Give them each a slap. Anyway, they are thick-skinned and can withstand a beating. Mu Qianqian smiled bitterly. I've already guessed it. After what happened in the restaurant just now, she no longer had any expectations of Mu's mother. Qianqian, don't pay for them, otherwise you will be the one who gets taken advantage of. Yi Wanqing said quickly. Mu Qianqian's expression was gloomy. I don't want to go back to see them. That's more like it. Yi Wanqing smiled slyly. I just ordered a few more dishes for them. Don't they like them? Let them eat as much as they want at once. Want to kill our friends? No way. Don't you want to take advantage? Then let them bleed their own wallets. Mu Qianqian couldn't help but curl her lips. Wanqing, thank you. We're all friends, saying thank you would be alienating. Come on, let my brother take you home. Yi Xianlin didn't even have time to refuse, as everything had already been arranged by his sister. Finally, Yi Xianlin drove the car himself and took his sister and Mu Qianqian back. The brother and sister first sent Mu Qianqian safely to Mingyuan community, and then returned to Yuncheng Hotel. After Mu Qianqian left, Mu's mother and Mu Chengyao were completely dumbfounded when they saw the high bill. Mu's mother's voice suddenly rose. Why is it so expensive? Tens of thousands of dollars for a meal? You're robbing us. Hello. Our menu is clearly marked with prices. When you ordered, I reminded you that the portions were too large, but you insisted on ordering so much. Mu's mother was so angry that her face turned purple and she almost bit her teeth off. She ordered a lot of food at that time, thinking that Mu Qianqian would pay the bill. As a result, this bitch sneaked away with her friends in order to avoid paying the bill. This damn girl dares to eat for free. What did the school teach her? Mu's mother angrily scolded. Next time I see her, I will definitely teach her a lesson. This bitch will itch if she doesn't get a beating for 3 days. Mu Chengyao urged, Mom, when can we leave? I have to go back to school this afternoon. The waiter was also urging, when will you pay the bill? Why are you rushing us? We won't owe you the money. Mu's mother yelled. She had no money, so she had no choice but to call Mu's father. Boss, Mu Qianqian ran away without paying the bill, leaving Chengyao and I stranded here. You better think of a way and come over to pay us. How much? Mu's mother trembled and said an astronomical figure. Mu's father immediately jumped up in anxiety. Are you sick? You spend so much money on a meal, are you a pig? Figure it out on your own, don't bother me. Mu's father hung up the phone and called again, but no one answered. In the end, Mu's mother took Mu Chengyao and ran away secretly, but was caught by the waiter in the store who called the police. Mu's father took the money and redeemed the two people. As soon as they came out of the police station, Mu's father slapped Mu's mother in the face. You spendthrift woman. Why did I marry a fool like you in the first place? I told you so many times to get along well with Mu Qianqian, coax her into giving us the money, and then we can buy a house for Chenghui and get him a wife. But you messed up even such a simple thing. Mu's mother was slapped in public, and she felt angry and ashamed. How could I have known that girl would become so powerful now? She gets upset when you say a few words to her. Is she that precious? Now that she's hooking up with a rich man, her mother can't even say a few words to her. In the past, Mu Qianqian was beaten and scolded at home. Her mother was used to bullying her and looked down on her from the bottom of her heart. How could it be possible to ask her to please Mu Qianqian in return? Father Mu felt so painful after taking out so much money at once that he almost wanted to die. 74, Chapter 74 Jealousy and Favoritism. In the evening, Fu Sihan came back from the company. Didn't I tell you that I came home late today and asked you to eat first? Why didn't you eat? Mu Qianqian was listening to music on the sofa. When she heard familiar footsteps, she took off her headphones and walked towards them. I'm not hungry. I want to wait for you to eat together. The food on the table has gone cold. Fu Sihan warned, don't wait for me next time. Eat first if you are hungry. Mu Qianqian always agreed verbally, but she would still wait for him to come back before eating. Sometimes when the little girl gets stubborn, Fu Sihan can't do anything about her. I'll heat up the food, you sit and wait for a while. Fu Sihan heated up the food and brought it back to the table. He put all the dishes that Mu Qianqian liked on her side. Sweet and sour pork ribs, Kohler chicken wings, and her favorite prawns. When Mu Qianqian smelled the fragrance, she knew that the delicious dishes were placed in front of her. The uncle always managed to impress her with these little details. Mu Qianqian wanted to pick up some fish with her chopsticks, but was seen by Fu Sihan. Want some fish? Mu Qianqian licked her lips and said, yeah. Like a kitten. Fu Sihan raised his lips slightly, and the coldness on his face turned into warmth as if ice and snow were melting. After living together for so long, Fu Sihan gradually figured out Mu Qianqian's preferences. The little girl likes sweet food, can't eat spicy food, and likes fish very much. Don't move your chopsticks. Mu Qianqian put down her chopsticks obediently. Fu Sihan brought the fish in front of him and carefully picked out the fish bones with chopsticks. You can eat now, be careful. The peeled fish meat was placed in front of Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian was eating the tender fish and suddenly felt like crying. Her family only gave her white rice and leftovers. But the uncle would put all the delicious food in front of her. This was the preference she had always dreamed of. I don't ask for great wealth and honor, I just ask for eternal favor. Fu Sihan saw Mu Qianqian frowning and not moving her lips, and his expression immediately turned anxious. What's wrong? Is there a fish bone? He held his hand out in front of her and said, spit it out quickly. A person with misophobia is actually willing to let others spit into his hands. Mu Qianqian shook her head, no. Spit it out quickly. Fu Sihan's tone was anxious and a little fierce. He pinched her face anxiously, forcing her to open her mouth. Mu Qianqian was frightened by his aura and had to spit the fish in her mouth into his hand. Are you feeling better now? Are there any fish bones left? Mu Qianqian said timidly, no more. In fact, there are no fish bones. The uncle was so careful in picking the fish that he had already picked out all the fish bones. Fu Sihan felt relieved, threw the things in his hand into the trash can, and stood up to wash his hands. He stood in front of the sink and washed over and over again. Fu Sihan himself couldn't understand why he had let that girl vomit into his hand. Is he crazy? After thinking about it, Fu Sihan could only think of one reason. If Mu Qianqian got a fish bone stuck in her throat, she would have to be taken to the hospital. Then her grandmother would blame him for not taking good care of her. By doing this, he saved himself a lot of trouble and his grandmother's nagging. After dinner, Mu Qianqian thought about it and decided to tell her uncle what happened during the day. She knew that she was inexperienced and immature, and that it would be beneficial for her to share problems with the uncle and listen to his advice. They came to see you. When Fu Sihan heard the names of the Mu family, he couldn't help but frown. He knew exactly how these people tortured Mu Qianqian. Well, I went to the mall with them to have a meal, and then I came back with Wanqing. Fu Sihan nodded approvingly, well done. Mu Qianqian bit her lower lip and said hesitantly, Uncle, I feel a little sorry. She didn't know if she had gone too far. It's normal for you to have such thoughts. The pressure from your family of origin is not so easy to break free from. The fact that you can realize that they are hurting you and have the urge to resist is already an improvement compared to before. In the past, Mu Qianqian didn't dare to go against the Mu family. This time, she was able to muster up the courage and not give them the chance to suck her blood, which was already amazing. Mu Qianqian asked nervously, Uncle, do you think I did the right thing? She was afraid that the uncle would think she was too cold-blooded. But what Mu Qianqian didn't know was that her worries were completely unnecessary. In Fu Sihan's eyes, this level of revenge was not even a tickle. Mr. Fu's methods of dealing with enemies are much more cold-blooded and cruel than this. If you don't know how to treat others, think of yourself as a mirror. Treat others the way they treat you. Fu Sihan's words made Mu Qianqian thoughtful. She thought about it seriously for a while, and suddenly it became clear, and the tangle in her heart dissipated in an instant. Thank you, Uncle. Now I know what to do. Fu Sihan asked casually, how did you come back? Master Yi drove me back. Fu Sihan paused, and the air pressure around him instantly dropped to freezing point. His eyes were dark and his voice was low and sexy. Master Yi. Yi Shenlin. Mu Qianqian couldn't see the danger in his eyes and nodded honestly. But soon, she felt a little guilty. After all, she had promised the uncle to stay away from young Master Yi. However, she did not intend to get close to young Master Yi. It was just that she and Wanqing were good friends, so it was inevitable that she would meet young Master Yi. What should she do? Mu Qianqian quickly assured him, Uncle, next time I encounter this situation, I will refuse Mr. Yi's kindness and take a taxi back by myself. Fu Sihan pinched her face. Next time you encounter this situation, call me and I will arrange for someone to pick you up. Yeah, I remember that. Mu Qianqian naively thought that the matter was over. But she underestimated how petty some men could be. In the evening, Fu Sihan tutored Mu Qianqian with her homework. He gave Mu Qianqian a few questions to solve. After hearing the question, Mu Qianqian had a bad feeling. She took a pen and calculated on paper for a long time, but still had no clue. Uncle, today's questions are so difficult. Can you give me some more hints? Fu Sihan said indifferently, no. All right. Mu Qianqian could only think about it herself. Today's questions are not only difficult, but also very numerous. Mu Qianqian pulled Fu Sihan's arm and said coquettishly, Uncle, can I do these questions tomorrow? This trick usually works for her. As long as she acts coquettishly and begs him, the uncle will agree to any request she makes. But today, this trick doesn't work. No, there will be tomorrow's questions tomorrow. Mu Qianqian scratched her head and was troubled by the problem all night long. She didn't have the time to think about young Master Yi or young Master Heir. 75, Chapter 75, The Richest Man in Bay City. When Mu Qianqian went to class, she met the Mu family again. This time, she met Mu's father, Mu Qianqian. After the experience of the previous day, Mu Qianqian no longer had any expectations of the Mu family. Father Mu pretended to be amiable and said, Qianqian, your mother came to see you yesterday and said you were tired from studying recently. I brought you a few boiled eggs from home. Eat them when you're hungry to replenish your body. Mu Qianqian pursed her lips and said, I don't want it, you can take it back. In the past, she might have been bought off by these small favors. But now, she is no longer the silly girl she used to be. She can tell who is nice to her and who has other intentions. Father Mu persisted in his persuasion, it was our fault before. We thought you were the most sensible and obedient, and that you should understand the good intentions of your mother and me. Unexpectedly, you still misunderstood. Your mother and I don't love you, it's just that your brother and your younger brother are immature, so we pay more attention to them. Take these eggs. You all have classes early, so you haven't had time to eat breakfast yet, right? Eat an egg quickly, so your mother and I don't feel bad. Mu Qianqian shook her head firmly, no, I've already eaten. Father Mu stuffed the egg directly into her arms and said, just take it. If you don't accept it, it means you still haven't forgiven me and your mother. Mu Qianqian quickly stepped back with her hands behind her back. The boiled eggs fell to the ground and broke into pieces with a crackling sound. My household registration has been moved. From now on, I have nothing to do with you. Don't come to me again. After saying this, Mu Qianqian walked around Mu's father and went straight into the school. Father Mu looked at her back viciously and spat inwardly. You stupid girl, are you still pretending to be nice to me? Father Mu picked up the broken egg on the ground, peeled it, and stuffed it into his mouth. In his eyes, Mu Qianqian had never received love from her family since she was a child, and she was the most lacking in love, so she would be fooled by any coaxing. Just keep pestering her for 2 more days, I don't believe she won't change her mind. However, Mu's father came over for several days and tried to please him humbly, but he didn't get any response from Mu Qianqian. Later, she changed the way to go to school and went directly through another door, so Father Mu couldn't even see her. Mu Qianqian was so angry that he cursed, you heartless bitch. I'm nice to you but you don't know how to behave. I think you're a born slut. You're still dreaming about hanging out with a rich guy and enjoying the good life. Bar. Dream on. When he gets a new love and dumps you, I'll see if you have the nerve to go home. The students passing by looked sideways. Where did this madman come from? He ran to the school gate and scared people. I don't know who reported this to the security guards. Several security guards came over and kicked Mu Qianqian out directly, telling him to get treatment if he was sick and not to act crazy in school. Mu Qianqian didn't know what happened at the school gate, but she was happy to have some peace and quiet without the harassment from the Mu family. That day, she went to work at Yuncheng Hotel. Yi Wanqing excitedly pulled her along. Qianqian, I attended a banquet yesterday. Guess who I met? Mu Qianqian shook her head. I don't know. Who is it? I met the legendary man. Mu Qianqian still looked confused. However, this did not dampen Yi Wanqing's excitement at all. She chattered on and on. You might not know this, but he's a big shot in Beijing, the richest man in your Bay City. He donated several buildings to your school, and the Yuncheng Hotel is also one of his family's businesses. But he's a low-key person, rarely appearing in financial magazines, and rarely attending dinners like this. The richest man in Bay City, so powerful. Mu Qianqian exclaimed. But this was too far away from her life. She is just an ordinary person, and these wealthy and powerful people have nothing to do with her. But, it's nice to listen to some gossip. He's more than just amazing. I used to think he was just an ordinary man, but when I caught a glimpse of him yesterday, I almost fainted at his handsomeness. Yi Wanqing covered her pounding heart and was about to faint. Is he really that handsome? Mu Qianqian was a little skeptical. Of course, he's even more handsome than the stars you see on TV. He was wearing a high-end suit, standing under the corridor lights on the second floor, talking to the young master of the Cheng family. Although I only saw him from a distance, his appearance was exactly like something out of a novel, with a handsome face that was chiseled by a knife and an axe, and a stern expression. Mu Qianqian chuckled. Wanqing, you're exaggerating. Even she, who is obsessed with looks, feels that it is impossible for such a handsome man to exist in the world. Yi Wanqing must have read too many novels to have such a crazy fantasy. I didn't. If you saw it with your own eyes, you would know that I am telling the truth. Yi Wanqing said anxiously. Qianqian, when will your eyes be healed? Then I will definitely take you to see some handsome guys. It should be soon. The doctor said I've been recovering very quickly recently. I really hope you can see again soon. Mu Qianqian smiled. I hope so too. Yi Wanqing held her chin up, feeling a little worried. But he and my brother seem to have a problem. Why? I don't know. Yesterday, my brother wanted to discuss cooperation with him, but he was very cold. But that shouldn't be the case. Although our Yi family can't compare to them, our strength is not bad. Yi Wanqing was puzzled. When did her family become so bad? The person in charge of the Fu family actually ignored her brother. Her brother had always been flattered in Su City and had never received such treatment. Mu Qianqian shook her head. I don't understand either. She knows nothing about these things. Let's not talk about this for now. Qianqian, are you free next week? I want to ask you for a favor. I should be free. Just tell me what I can do for you. Yi Wanqing rubbed her hands nervously. I heard that Madame Lu's health has improved in the past 2 days, so my brother has arranged to take me to visit the Lu family next week. But I'm so nervous. Can you come with me? She was extremely nervous when she met her fiancé for the first time. If there are good friends present, it can ease the mood a little. But I've never been to such an occasion. It's okay. Just stay with me as my friend. You don't have to do anything. I feel at ease with you around. Mu Qianqian hesitated for only a few seconds before agreeing. Okay, I'll go with you. Thank you, Qianqian, you are so kind. Mu Qianqian curled up the corners of her mouth and winked playfully. You've helped me a lot before. If I don't even do you a small favor like this, wouldn't I be too heartless? Okay. That's settled then. Let my brother pick you up from your neighborhood next week. Mu Qianqian looked embarrassed. Can you not trouble young Master Yi? Why? Of course Mu Qianqian couldn't tell her because her husband at home was very strict. 76, Chapter 76, Fu Sihan looks average. It's just a small matter. Don't worry, my brother has a driver. I can ask the driver to drive slower. Mu Qianqian pulled Yi Wanqing's arm and said, let's go together. I feel a little stressed with your brother here. Okay, I'll do as you say. Yi Wanqing actually had some hidden agenda in her mind. She wanted to bring her brother and Qianqian together. One is the closest brother, and the other is a good friend who hits off at first sight. It would be a good thing if they could get married. Her brother is not young anymore, but he has no woman around him. As his sister, she is worried about him. But Qianqian doesn't seem to be interested in her brother. It seems her brother is in trouble this time. After separating from Yi Wanqing, Mu Qianqian returned to the hotel lobby. Wang Yinru walked over, twisting her hips. Are you good friends with Miss Yi? Yeah. Mu Qianqian was indifferent to her. I never thought that you, a little girl, may look innocent, but you are actually quite scheming. You knew to start with the people around Master Yi to get close to him. Mu Qianqian frowned and retorted seriously. I'm friends with Wanqing not because of her identity or her brother, Wang Yinru said sarcastically. TSK, who would believe that? It's just the two of us here, so you don't have to pretend with me. I'm not as hypocritical as you. I can say anything I want to say openly and honestly. I don't care whether you believe it or not. Mu Qianqian's words made Wang Yinru stand there in a daze. This little girl is usually like a softie and never talks back when being ridiculed. What's going on today? The sun is rising from the west. Mu Qianqian said this before she even reacted. Then I felt that this feeling of arguing with people was quite refreshing. Don't think that just because you're close to Miss Yi, you can rely on young Master Yi. I'm telling you, no way. Mu Qianqian was not interested in young Master Yi. However, Wang Yinru's attitude aroused her rebellious psychology. So Mu Qianqian deliberately said, it's not up to you to decide whether there's a door or not. I think young Master Yi is easy to get along with. At least he won't throw me out like he did to someone last time. You? Wang Yinru's face changed drastically. She stretched out her long fingernails and pointed at Mu Qianqian. She was so embarrassed that her face turned purple, but she couldn't utter a word. Mu Qianqian suddenly felt very happy. The method the uncle taught her is really useful. She won't be as weak as before. From now on, she will fight back in the same way as others treat her. If anyone taunts her in a sarcastic way, she will retaliate. Get out of the way, I have to go to work. Mu Qianqian opened the door of the lounge, and unexpectedly, there was a tall man standing outside the door. She was just wondering who it was when she heard Wang Yinru exclaim from behind, Master Yi. Now I know that the person standing at the door is Yi Xianlin. Mu Qianqian thought of what she had just said and immediately started gripping the ground with her toes. Could young Master Yi have heard what she said? Would he have misunderstood that she was interested in him? Yi Xuanlin's gentle gaze fell on Mu Qianqian. Your phone fell in the garden. Wanqing had something to do, so she asked me to bring it to you. Mu Qianqian touched her pocket and found that her cell phone was missing. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Please also thank Wanqing for me. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Yi Xianlin spoke in a gentle voice, and after he finished speaking, he turned and left. Mu Qianqian put her phone in her pocket and walked out of the lounge. Only Wang Yinru was left standing there with a look of jealousy on her face. Why? How can Mu Qianqian, this scheming green tea bitch, compare to her? If I had known that young Master Yi had a younger sister, I should have taken the initiative and established a good relationship with Miss Yi first. If she and Miss Yi were good friends, the one being treated so tenderly by young Master Yi should be her, not Mu Qianqian. Wang Yinru stamped her feet in hatred, wishing she could travel back to a month ago. That day, Fu Sihan happened to be free and came to pick up Mu Qianqian from get off work. As soon as Mu Qianqian got in the car, she happily shared gossip with him. Uncle, have you heard about the richest man in Bay City on the news? The driver and assistant Wang, who were sitting in the front, pricked up their ears. Fu Sihan raised his eyebrows with interest and said coldly, I haven't heard of it. Let me tell you, Wanqing attended a dinner party yesterday, where she met the richest man in Bay City. Mu Qianqian finished speaking excitedly and waited for Fu Sihan's expression of shock. But after waiting for a long time, he remained as still as a mountain, his voice indifferent and calm. Oh. Aren't you curious? I heard that Bay City's richest man is very low-key and never participates in interviews. Wanqing also told me that he is very handsome, even more handsome than male celebrities. Seeing Mu Qianqian's little face full of excitement, Fu Sihan felt a little uncomfortable for some reason. His face darkened and he asked in a cold voice, You seem very interested in him. Not really, I'm just a little curious. As a veteran face control, Mu Qianqian's curiosity about this man was aroused to the highest point. It's not that she is interested in the richest man, she just wants to know what a man who is more handsome than a male star looks like. Fu Sihan's eyes flickered, and after a moment of silence, he said expressionlessly, I've seen him. He's average looking. Hearing this, the driver and assistant Wang in the front seat almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Average looking Fu Sihan. Is it true that their boss never has a mirror in his house? But you just said you had never heard of it. Fu Sihan said calmly, I just forgot. Mu Qianqian said, oh, in disappointment. It turned out that Wanqing was just exaggerating. She said, Wanqing described that man as a god. How could there be such a perfect man in the world? Are you disappointed? For a moment, Fu Sihan felt even worse. No. Whether he's handsome or ugly has nothing to do with me, so why should I be disappointed? After Mu Qianqian said this, she slowly came to her senses. The uncle seemed jealous. Realizing this, she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips, and her eyes lit up like stars. She quickly hugged the uncle's arm and repeatedly assured him, I have no interest in that richest man. I just wanted to share this gossip with you. After all, he's already the richest man, so he probably wouldn't be very good looking. He should be in his 40s or 50s. He's almost old enough to be my father. How could I possibly be interested in him? The car fell into dead silence. Assistant Wang bravely glanced at his boss's face in the rearview mirror. Fu Sihan's expression at this moment was truly wonderful. He is neither happy nor unhappy. Who made him shoot himself in the foot? Uncle, why are you silent? Mu Qianqian shook his arm innocently. 77, Chapter 77. The uncle is so fierce. Fu Sihan took a deep breath, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. The little girl is naive and irritates people without realizing it. But he couldn't do anything to her and could only sulk by himself. Fortunately, Assistant Wang was good at observing people's expressions and broke the awkward situation in time. Ms. Mu, this is the chocolate that President Fu had someone buy from Switzerland. Please try it. Mu Qianqian is a foodie, and her attention was immediately diverted. She tasted a piece and found the chocolate smooth and rich, much better than the ones sold in supermarkets. If Mu Qianqian's eyes recovered, she would be able to see that there was a code behind each piece of chocolate, and each piece was unique. That's so sweet, thank you uncle. Mu Qianqian likes all kinds of sweets and squinted her eyes in enjoyment. She had just eaten 2 pieces when Fu Sihan held her hand and took the remaining chocolate back. Okay, don't eat too much, 2 pieces a day. Upon hearing the news, Mu Qianqian's brows immediately frowned. The uncle could have told her the rules from the beginning so that she could eat slower and enjoy it for a longer time. But the uncle insisted on waiting until she finished eating before speaking, as if he was deliberately going against her. But she clearly did nothing wrong and didn't say anything wrong. Uncle, I want 1 more piece, just 1. Fu Sihan coldly refused, no. Eat too much sweets, be careful of tooth decay. Mu Qianqian snorted softly and said coquettishly, Uncle, are you worried that I'll get fat if I eat too many sweets? Fu Sihan couldn't help but sneer, no. The little girl's ideas are very imaginative and she always says things that surprise him. Mu Qianqian muttered softly, it must be. She pinched her soft belly and found that she had gained a lot of weight recently compared to before. A deep sense of confusion appeared on Mu Qianqian's little face. Could it be that she really gained weight? So the uncle started paying attention to her figure changes? Will this make the uncle dislike her? Fu Sihan said calmly, your body's nutrition hasn't caught up yet. It's too early to start worrying about your figure now. Mu Qianqian was still a little distressed. Uncle, do you like thinner ones or fatter ones? This question will be addressed by Mr. Han was stumped. He doesn't like anything. He has no interest in women. However, Fu Sihan had no choice but to return the chocolate to Mu Qianqian as he was pestered by her. You can have another piece. But starting tomorrow, you can only eat 2 pieces a day, no more. Thank you, uncle. Mu Qianqian peeled off a new chocolate and tasted it in small bites. After eating 1 piece, she peeled another one. Fu Sihan was about to teach her a lesson, but as soon as he opened his mouth, something sweet was stuffed into it. The rich cocoa flavor melts on the tip of the tongue, with a hint of bitterness, but more of sweetness. I didn't eat too much. This piece is for you, uncle. Mu Qianqian sat in her seat, swinging her legs like a happy elementary school student. Assistant Wang, who was sitting in the front, opened his mouth so wide that an egg could fit in it. Their President Fu has always hated sweets, but Miss Mu was so bold as to give him chocolate. This is bad, Mr. Fu will definitely vomit it out. In order to avoid the subsequent embarrassment, Assistant Wang quickly thought of a countermeasure in his mind. But what he didn't expect was that apart from frowning at the beginning, Mr. Fu didn't make any other moves. He didn't spit out the chocolate. Could it be that Mr. Fu can now accept sweets? But there was no such news from his personal secretary. Fu Sihan naturally had no idea of the complicated thoughts in Assistant Wang's mind. Fu Sihan felt the unfamiliar sweetness on the tip of his tongue, and he didn't know whether to eat it or spit it out. But as time went by, the chocolate melted faster and faster, so fast that he had no time to refuse it, and the sweetness flowed straight into his heart. Is it delicious? Mu Qianqian asked with a smile as beautiful as a flower. Fu Sihan's face darkened, he flicked her head and scolded her coldly. Don't do this again. Don't feed me that mess again. Mu Qianqian covered her forehead, pursed her lips, and said aggrievedly, Uncle, you are so fierce. The little girl's eyes were watery, like obsidian soaked in water, bright and clean. When she acts softly and coquettishly, it is easy to associate her with soft, cute and harmless little animals, which makes people feel soft-hearted. Even Fu Sihan is no exception. I won't give you any extra. Homework is done, so you can have a good rest. Good. Mu Qianqian's expression quickly changed from gloomy to bright. She rolled down the car window to enjoy the breeze and hummed a cheerful song. Fu Sihan couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. The little girl is really easy to coax. Li Xiu called, Qianqian, do you still remember Liu Xi, the beauty from the department next door? I remember her, what's wrong? Mu Qianqian sat on the sofa, hugging a pillow and watching TV. Although you can't see the scene, you can still get the general plot by listening to the sounds. It seems she's reunited with Feng Song and has been posting a lot of sarcastic comments on WeChat moments and forums. Mu Qianqian asked, what are you talking about? Let me read it to you. People who truly love each other will eventually be together. Even if some people with bad intentions appear in the middle, the result will always be good. Also, this one is, Asong and I have a very good relationship. Thank you all for your concern. For those who want to poach me, I advise you to respect yourselves. Girls should have some self-respect and love themselves. Mu Qianqian felt a little uncomfortable listening to it. But I can't put it into words. This one is the most outrageous, Li Xiu said angrily. She actually posted a selfie of herself wearing sunglasses. Then she said she has good eyesight and won't steal other people's boyfriends, unlike some people. Everyone knows exactly who this is hinting at. Everyone in the school knows that Mu Qianqian, the top student, has poor eyesight and often wears sunglasses. Mu Qianqian finally came to her senses and realized that Liu Xi was being sarcastic to her. Li Xiu scoffed, this person is really hilarious. I heard that this time she wasn't coaxed back by soy milk, but by half a bottle of mineral water. How can mineral water coax people? She went to watch Feng Song play basketball, and Feng Song handed her the half-finished bottle of mineral water. She drank it very sweetly, and then agreed to get back together. After hearing this, Mu Qianqian couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. It's actually like this, even funnier than the TV shows I watched. On TV, at least there was a bowl of porridge made by the male lead himself. Li Xiu was always harsh in her words. That's right. This love-brained person actually has the mind to laugh at others. If she wants to laugh at others, she can just look in the mirror herself. 78, Chapter 78 Dancing. Mu Qianqian said honestly, I won't participate. I'm not that pretty. Her words almost choked Li Xiu to death. What did you say? You think you're not pretty? Mu Qianqian smiled gently, yes, I'm just an ordinary person. Wouldn't it be humiliating to participate in the school beauty pageant? Li Xiu advised earnestly, hey, Qianqian, you really should take a good look at your eyes. I finally understand why Fang Yangran has been urging you to go see an eye doctor. I have the same idea now. It's not because Mu Qianqian has poor eyesight, but because this little girl's aesthetic taste is so unique. If her face, the chosen first love, is not considered beautiful, then who is beautiful? Qianqian, if you go into the entertainment industry, you'll definitely be famous. How can I be that good looking? You have a bestie filter for me. Mu Qianqian didn't believe what Li Xiu said at all. After all, when she was in the Mu family, all she heard every day were insults and suppression, and never a single word of praise. Deep-rooted inferiority complex that has lasted for more than 10 years cannot be changed overnight. Anyway, I think participating in this audition is not bad. I heard that some bigwigs in Bay City will also be paying attention to this audition. They may want to select good seedlings and send them into the entertainment industry to make them famous. None of this has anything to do with me. I just want to study hard. Li Xiu changed the subject and said, but there is a bonus for this selection. Is there a bonus? How much is it? Mu Qianqian immediately became interested. The school beauty gets a 20,000 yuan bonus. If you win first place in Bay City, you'll get a full 100,000 yuan. You can also get signed by a top agency, and then you can smoothly enter the entertainment industry. You can make whatever money you want. I don't want to be in the circle. If I can get 20,000 yuan, it will be great. Mu Qianqian was not interested at first, but when she heard that there was money to be made, her attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. Who would complain about having too much money? Besides, she still owed the uncle so much money, and she needed it the most. Okay, I'll sign you up then. You'll definitely be able to overcome all obstacles and take first place. There are quite a few people who signed up this time. Not only is there Mu Qianqian, but also Yao Xianer and Liu Shi who don't get along with her. The students from the University of Finance and Economics were whispering. Now it's time to watch something interesting. Liu Shi or Mu Qianqian, who will come out on top? I think it should be Mu Qianqian. Her face is so beautiful, pure and sweet, it's absolutely stunning. But the school beauty pageant isn't just about looks, it's also about talent and popularity. Liu Shi has young Master Feng behind her, so maybe he can really help her get to the top. Doesn't Fu Qinqing like Mu Qianqian? The Fu family is much more financially powerful than the Feng family. If we really compare them, the Fu family is definitely more powerful. You don't know this, right? Fu Qinqing has a boss in the Fu family above him. I heard that boss is not interested in women and keeps the younger generations of the Fu family in check. They are all as abstinent as monks. If Fu Qinqing dares to interfere in the school beauty pageant, he will probably be kicked out of the family. Mu Qianqian stood in the queue, feeling a little nervous. She was not nervous about the school beauty pageant, but was afraid that the uncle would find out about it. She didn't dare tell her uncle about this. If the uncle knew about this, I wonder if he would be angry. Next, number 233. Here I come. Mu Qianqian was about to go over to sign up, but someone bumped into her shoulder from behind and pushed her to the side. Number 233, Yao Xianer. Yao Xianer chewed gum and swaggered into the queue, standing in front of Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian covered her hurt shoulder and frowned. What are you standing there for? Why don't you register? Yao Xianer cursed loudly. The senior student in charge of registration did not dare to go against her, so she wrote Yao Xianer's name on it. After registering, Yao Xianer walked up to Mu Qianqian with a swagger. You blind man, you're signing up for the school beauty pageant? What are you going to do? The blind man and the elephant. Yao Xianer's words caused laughter from the people around her. Mu Qianqian's pretty face turned cold. Don't worry about what I'm going to perform. You should worry about yourself. Hey, did you take the wrong medicine today? How dare you talk back to me? Yao Xianer really didn't expect that Mu Qianqian, such a softie, would actually become tough one day. She spat the gum on the ground and asked maliciously. Tell me, what do I have to worry about? Mu Qianqian looked sweet, but the words she said were so infuriating that they could kill you. I just heard you want to report. You are famous for singing, but your voice is like a duck's. Can you sing well? Her tone was sincere, as if she was really worried about Yao Xianer. This made Yao Xianer so angry that she wanted to slap this white lotus away. You dare to scold me? Mu Qianqian looked innocent, I'm just telling the truth. After saying that, she walked around the furious Yao Xianer and went directly to the person in charge to sign up. Yao Xianer looked at her back, wishing she could burn through her with her gaze. If it were in the past, she would have brought the little girls to teach Mu Qianqian a lesson. But Mu Qianqian has Fu Qinqing protecting her. If she dares to attack Mu Qianqian in public, she will never be able to enter the Fu family again. Yao Xianer was filled with anger, we'll see. When she gets angry, her voice becomes even more like a duck's. There were a few laughs from the crowd. Yao Xianer's eyes widened and she left angrily. Qianqian, have you decided what talent you want to perform? Li Xiu asked with concern. Mu Qianqian hesitated, I haven't thought about it yet. You have such a beautiful voice, so singing is definitely the right choice. But I remember that you also learned a little dancing in high school, right? Mu Qianqian nodded, yeah. That's why I'm confused. However, the Mu family was so harsh on her, of course it was not because they sent her to learn dancing. It's just that there is an art student from a wealthy family in Mu Qianqian's class. Mu Qianqian usually helps her with homework, moving things and running errands, and can earn some pocket money for her. While she was waiting outside the classroom, she secretly followed in and learned to dance. Until one day, Mu Qianqian's dancing was seen by her teacher, who praised her highly. The art student was not happy with Mu Qianqian's attention and kicked her out of the training base. It's okay. There's still some time before the selection. Don't worry. You can think about it slowly. After returning home, Mu Qianqian put on a pure white lace dress, walked barefoot on the ground, and danced to the music. She was so engrossed in dancing that she didn't even hear the door open. When Fu Sihan came back from get off work, the first thing he saw was the little girl dancing. 79, Chapter 79 Uncle's Punishment. Mu Qianqian was so engrossed in the dance that she only realized there was someone else at home after she finished the song. Her cheeks instantly turned red, and she couldn't speak clearly. "Uncle, you're back. You can dance too." Fu Sihan looked at her deeply. "Yeah, I learned a little bit before." Mu Qianqian turned off the music and walked up to him with a blushing face. Recently, her nutrition has gradually improved, and her body has gradually grown and become slim and well-proportioned. The skirt she wore today was relatively slim-fitting, and combined with her dancing movements, the skirt perfectly outlined her figure. All of this was seen by Fu Sihan. His throat tightened, and he drank a glass of cold water, which barely quenched the anger in his body. "Why do you suddenly want to dance?" When Fu Sihan opened his mouth, his voice was so sexy and hoarse that it made people feel numb. Mu Qianqian puffed her cheeks and said, "I'll tell you later." She didn't dare to tell the uncle directly about the school beauty pageant, for fear that he would be angry. "Then let's eat first." While eating, Mu Qianqian was absent-minded and didn't touch the seafood porridge in front of her for a long time. Fu Sihan wanted to hold her in his arms and feed her spoonful by spoonful. "What are you thinking about?" Mu Qianqian was stunned. No, nothing. I'll tell you later." After dinner, Fu Sihan sat on the sofa to deal with company matters. Mu Qianqian walked over with a fruit plate and placed it in front of him. "Uncle, I have something to discuss with you." Mu Qianqian pinched her index finger, her little face showing both nervousness and anxiety. Fu Sihan looked at her leisurely. "Go ahead." "Uncle, our school is going to hold a beauty pageant, and the first prize is 20,000 yuan. Fu Sihan was so smart that he immediately guessed her intention. "You want to join?" Mu Qianqian nodded cautiously. "So that's why you're dressed like this today and dancing at home?" Mu Qianqian nodded, her face flushed unconsciously. Fu Sihan stared at her skirt, which was too short and barely covered her thighs, exposing her two long, slender legs. He felt a little unhappy. Fu Sihan did not allow any discussion. He said coldly, "You are not allowed to participate." "Why?" "No means no." "But the prize money is 20,000 yuan." Mu Qianqian sat down next to Fu Sihan, pulled his wrist and acted coquettishly, almost pulling off his cufflinks. She wanted to enter the competition to win the $20,000 prize, but she didn't know that this diamond cufflink alone was worth more than $2 million. Fu Sihan said coldly, "I'm not short of money." He is not so poor that his wife has to work hard to make money. They both sat on the sofa, and Mu Qianqian unconsciously moved closer to him, her long legs pressed against his legs. Fu Sihan's eyes were filled with deep darkness, and his body tensed. He grabbed Mu Qianqian's hands and tied them with his tie. "Uncle." Mu Qianqian's hands were tied, and she was confused and puzzled. Fu Sihan had already stood up and was looking down at her condescendingly, his dark eyes deep and bottomless. Unfortunately, a certain silly girl didn't understand his forbearance at all. Mu Qianqian struggled twice, but showed no sign of breaking free. The little girl's cheeks flushed and she looked at him pitifully. "Uncle, please let me go first." Fu Sihan's face was cold. "Promise me not to go, and I'll let you go." Mu Qianqian said angrily, "I won't agree." She participated in the school beauty pageant for the sake of this family. It would have been fine if the uncle didn't support her, but he actually tied her hands. That is too much. Fu Sihan was so angry at her stubborn temper that he laughed. Then continued to tie it up. Mu Qianqian's eyes felt sore, and she tried hard not to cry. "If you want to tie me up, I'm not afraid." But the crying tone in her voice was accidentally revealed. Fu Sihan lowered his eyes and saw that the little girl's bound wrists were faintly red. Her skin was the most delicate, so it must have hurt a bit to be tied up. "Mu Qianqian, I'm telling you officially, I don't need these 20,000 yuan. Mu Qianqian felt very aggrieved, and little golden beans rolled down her cheeks one by one. But I want to make more money to help you share the burden of supporting the family. Why don't you support me? When Fu Sihan saw her crying, he panicked. He himself did not realize that. How nervous. Don't cry, you hear me? Fu Sihan knelt on one knee and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a tissue. Don't cry. You can go if you want. Mu Qianqian's tears stopped suddenly. She blinked her sparkling almond eyes. Really? Fu Sihan stared at her, helplessly defeated. Real. Mu Qianqian burst into laughter. Uncle, don't worry, I won't embarrass you. I will definitely work hard to get a good ranking. Fu Sihan rubbed his temples with a headache. He doesn't worry about that. But even after I told this silly girl, she still didn't understand. Fu Sihan said grimly, one more thing, no dancing. Why? No reason. You can participate in the competition, but you are not allowed to dance. Okay, then I'll choose singing. Mu Qianqian decided to give up dancing during the competition. Anyway, she is just a half-baked singer and cannot compare with those professionals, so she might as well sing and show off her vocal advantages. Hearing her agreement, Fu Sihan breathed a sigh of relief. The way the little girl danced was so seductive, he didn't want to be seen by anyone other than himself, not even a woman. I'll help you untie it. Fu Sihan knelt on one knee in front of the sofa and helped her untie the knot of her tie. Seeing the glaring red on her wrist, Fu Sihan felt a little annoyed. Does it hurt? Mu Qianqian held her wrist out to him and said delicately, Uncle, blow on it and it won't hurt. There was a small mountain of frown between Fu Sihan's eyebrows. Finally, he blew twice reluctantly. Mu Qianqian rubbed her wrist, feeling sweet in her heart. Fu Sihan was more worried about her eyes than Mu Qianqian, fearing that something might happen to her eyes. Therefore, rules still need to be established. Fu Sihan threatened quietly, if you dare to cry again next time, I will. Mu Qianqian was fearless and asked, what can you do? She didn't believe that the uncle would be willing to hit her. As soon as she finished speaking, the world started spinning before her eyes. The whole person was turned over and lay on the sofa. 80, Chapter 80. Qianqian retaliates against the uncle. Do you know you're wrong? Fu Sihan's cold and low voice came from behind. Mu Qianqian turned her head and glared at him in shame and anger, her cheeks so red that they almost bled. Stinky uncle, I'm ignoring you. She stamped her feet and quickly fled back to her room. How will she face the uncle in the future? Fu Sihan, who stayed in the living room, looked in the direction she left, with a smile of pleasure on his lips. Let us see if she dares to shed tears again in the future. The next morning when eating, Mu Qianqian kept her head down, as if she wanted to bury her head in the bowl. Aunt Liu, the nanny, asked with concern, Miss Mu, did you have a fight with Mr. Fu? No. Mu Qianqian answered firmly. That's good. Seeing the unconvinced look on the little girl's face, Fu Sihan knew that she was still angry about what happened yesterday, and couldn't help but smile. Hearing his chuckle, Mu Qianqian felt even angrier. She walked into the kitchen, secretly added a lot of sugar to the seafood porridge, and served it to Fu Sihan. Uncle, this bowl of porridge is for you. Fu Sihan was a little surprised. After taking a bite, the rich sweetness instantly filled my mouth, and mixed with the salty taste of the seafood, it was so stimulating. Mu Qianqian smiled like a cunning little fox. Uncle, is this bowl of porridge sweet? Fu Sihan's face darkened as he called out word by word, Mu Qianqian. Uncle, what are you calling me for? Mu Qianqian blinked innocently. Aunt Liu spent a long time cooking this bowl of porridge. Uncle, please don't waste it. I'm going to school. After saying that, Mu Qianqian put on her small school bag and skipped out the door. Fu Sihan pressed his eyebrows in anger. The little girl is becoming more and more lawless. I don't know who is spoiling her. The old house of the Fu family. Madam, I heard that Madam Lu has recovered well recently. Let's invite her to our house to meet us. When Mrs. Fu heard the news, she nodded with a smile and said, okay, invite her over. After waiting for such a long time. It's time to wait until Mrs. Lu's health gets better. The questions in her mind could only be answered by meeting Mrs. Lu. So, the Fu family sent an invitation to the Lu family. Mrs. Lu did not dare to neglect her elders, so she came to visit the Fu family the next day. Mrs. Lu looks well lately, Mrs. Fu greeted. Mrs. Lu held her forehead and said, "Isn't Junbai getting engaged soon? There's something happy happening at home, so I feel a little relieved and won't miss Yao Yao so much." Yao Yao is the nickname of the missing daughter of the Lu family. Her real name is Lu Yunyao. From this name, you can tell how much the Lu family dotes on this daughter. Old Mrs. Fu sipped her hot tea and looked at Mrs. Lu secretly. The moment she walked in, the old lady was reminded of her granddaughter-in-law. Mu Qianqian and Mrs. Lu looked so much alike, almost as if they were carved from the same mold. However, Mrs. Lu has been overly worried in recent years, and her energy and blood have been depleted, so she looks a little haggard and her expression is full of fatigue. "Mrs. Lu, how did your little one get lost? Can you tell me, an old woman, about it?" "Oh, it's all my fault." Mrs. Lu sighed and said sadly, "I will never forget that day in my life. That day was Yao Yao's 5th birthday, and our whole family was busy preparing a birthday party for her. Yao Yao loves flowers and plants, so I planted many rare flowers imported from abroad in her garden and hired several gardeners to take care of them. But I didn't expect that it was those flowers that caused my daughter to get lost." When Mrs. Fu heard about this past event, she felt very distressed. She also has children and cannot bear to see her children suffer any injustice. Halfway through the party, a torrential downpour started outside, and Yao Yao was worried that the flowers and plants would drown. As soon as we put her in her princess dress, she ran out in a hurry. And once she ran, she never came back. Speaking of this, Mrs. Lu couldn't help but burst into tears. "It's all my fault. If only I had held her back. I didn't expect that she would disappear in the blink of an eye." Old Mrs. Fu sighed and patted her shoulder. "Don't be too sad. I've met that child, Yao Yao, and he looks very lucky. Maybe one day, I will be able to find her back. You have to take care of your body first, don't collapse first." Mrs. Lu's eyes were red and swollen, and she was crying uncontrollably. There are so many people in this huge sea of people, how can it be so easy to find them back? After searching for so many years, her heart has been worn away by repeated disappointments. "How could something happen in your home?" Mrs. Fu asked in confusion. "I couldn't figure out where Yao Yao could have run to. Later, we found a small hole at the back of the yard, and everyone in the family guessed that Yao Yao had escaped through that hole. But this doesn't make sense either. Yao Yao went to the garden to see her flowers, so why did she end up in the backyard? And why did she leave the backyard in the heavy rain? The only explanation is, someone took her away." Just thinking about this possibility made Mrs. Lu feel as if her heart was being pricked by needles, and she was in so much pain that she couldn't breathe. "Mrs. Lu, does your Yao Yao have any marks on her body?" Mrs. Lu wiped the moisture from the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. "Yes, I won't hide it from you. Yao Yao has a red butterfly birthmark on her back. When she was little, we all called her the little butterfly fairy. Who is so cruel as to steal away their beloved baby?" If it were someone else, Mrs. Lu would naturally not easily reveal her daughter's information. But the person sitting opposite was Mrs. Fu. Given the status of the Fu family, there was no need for them to play tricks on the Lu family. Butterfly birthmark. Old Mrs. Fu seemed to be thinking about something. "By the way, Madam Lu, if Yao Yao is found, what are you going to do?" Mrs. Lu said without hesitation, "If God blesses me and lets me find my daughter, I would rather she never get married and stay in the Lu family forever. Her father, her brother, and I will spoil her forever and make up for all the hardships she has endured over the past 10 years. How could she bear to marry off the jewel in her heart so easily?" This really put Mrs. Fu in a difficult position. Qianqian is still pregnant with the blood of their Fu family. If she is taken back by Mrs. Lu at this time, what if their Lu family does not agree to this marriage? By then, the Lu family will break up the couple, so won't Qianqian and Sihan be separated. After Mrs. Lu left, the daughter of the Fu family stayed with the old lady and talked.